9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 777 to Chapter 822. Spirit Rabbit's movements were inexperienced and extremely determined. Although her voice was soft, her gaze was soft, and her movements were soft. But when she was doing something, Yang Dingtian was unable to stop her. Yang Dingtian stopped her. Sect Master, you can't stop me. This is very important to me. Spirit Rabbit panted. If I didn't go with Grandpa, perhaps we would never have become a real husband and wife. I would have become your follower, an ordinary member of the Heavenly Edict Academy. But now, I'm going back to the Vulture Palace with Grandpa, so it's very important to give myself to you. Yang Dingtian gently stroked her face. I'm not stopping you. I'm just asking you, have you really thought it through? You should know that your grandpa and I are likely to fight to the death. I'm determined to get the Black Vulture Legion. I've thought it through, I've really thought it through. The Spirit Rabbit spoke delicately. Its sparkling big eyes were staring at Yang Dingtian's eyes without any intention of dodging. That's good, Yang Dingtian said. Then this matter should be left to me. Otherwise, it would seem that I'm very hypocritical. Then Yang Dingtian turned over and got up, holding Spirit Rabbit's crystal clear and delicate body in his arms. Staring into her beautiful eyes, under her fearful and expectant gaze, he firmly and slowly took possession of Spirit Rabbit, this exquisite and beautiful angel. The next morning, Yang Dingtian was the only one left in his bed, and there was no one beside him. Spirit Rabbit rode a demon eagle south, flying towards the Vulture Palace. This demon eagle was given to her by Yang Dingtian and the Heavenly Edict Academy. Because the spiritual Vulture Palace was filled with black vultures, this demonic vulture would stand out from the crowd and be unique. Yang Dingtian also hoped that in the Vulture Palace, Spirit Rabbit would still be unique, that wise and determined angel. After the Spirit Rabbit left, Wu Daozi didn't cause any more trouble for the Radiant Parliament. As for Mudan, she seemed to have completely disappeared. There were 5 second-class evil spirits in total. She had given them to Ling Ao, Gudu Wuhuan, and Wu Daozi. As for the other 2, she had no idea who she would give them to. As for Queen Hai Xian, after her setback in the Taboo Continent, especially after seeing Yang Dingtian survive the life and death calamity, she also calmed down. Therefore, the Council of Light entered its most peaceful period. Everything was in order, and there were no attacks or provocations. Even so, Yang Dingtian still went to the extreme south and went to the volcanic mine again. It had been half a month since the last time he left. This time, the amount of X crystals that were excavated and refined actually exceeded 10,000 caddies. And according to the warlock leader, the more than 10,000 gene of X crystal stone that had been mined so far was just a drop in the ocean. The reserves of this giant mine would be very, very impressive. Although this giant mine was still considered safe, Yang Dingtian still had to make the necessary preparations. Therefore, he decided to modify the crater of the volcano, and then pour the unfreezing water in again to restore the incomparably cold unfreezing pond. Then, a mining team of several thousand people, carrying several times the amount of supplies, would stay in the mine for a long time to carry out mining and refining, as well as some elementary research. Every 10 days, the water in the unfreezing pond would be drained, and then the people in the mine would be replaced. In this way, they would rotate every 10 days to ensure that there was always a deep unfreezing pond at the crater of the volcano as the mine's defensive line. Under such extreme cold, even a top expert would find it very difficult to endure. After the first wave of Council of Light's higher-ups finished their cultivation, there would be more than 10 great grandmasters. At that time, they would send another 4 to 5 great grandmasters to guard the mine. Basically, it would be safer. After staying in the volcanic mine for a few days, Yang Dingtian returned to Zhongjing with more than 10,000 gene of X crystal stone. Then, he went to the Taboo Continent Sea region. When Yang Dingtian appeared in the Skull Hall again, Dishi Bian, Wu Maji, and Ling Wu's cultivation in the Third World had already ended. They had already entered the Fourth World to cultivate. As for the Fourth World, it was basically very difficult to have the opportunity to cultivate. They could only go sightseeing. This was because they could already fly in the Fourth World. Moreover, as long as they carried the same amount of huge rocks, the Devil Vulture could fly rapidly without carrying any weight. Of course, they had to avoid the sky full of meteorites midway. In the fourth world, there were still no traces of life, but the continent had already started to separate. It was no longer a complete piece. To be precise, it was an earth-shaking upheaval. Countless meteorites smashed down, and the huge continent separated. The entire world had become the embryonic form of the primal chaos continent. Therefore, even though the fourth world was also more than 1 million miles long, under the situation of flying more than 1,000 miles per hour, they only needed to stay in the dreamland for more than a month to pass through. Of course, Yang Dingtian asked them to carefully explore the fourth world, and try their best to remember the complete scene of the primal chaos continent. This was because the primal chaos world at that time was more than 10 times bigger than the current one. After hundreds of millions of years of evolution, and after many great annihilations, the current primal chaos world was less than 5%. Therefore, even if it was sightseeing, they only needed to stay in the dreamland for half a year, which was equivalent to 4 to 5 days in the real world. Next, the second group, the third group, and the fourth group entered the fourth world one after another. At this time, the expression on their faces was no longer numb and painful. Instead, it had become carefree and pleasing to the eye. This was because the fourth world was completely a sightseeing tour, to understand the appearance of the primal chaos world when it was first born. Very soon, Dishibian's first group finished their tour of the fourth world. Originally, they should have come out at this time. However, Yang Dingtian said at that time that if they wanted to see the origin of the primal chaos world, then they could tour the fifth world. This was because the fifth world was the most beautiful world without any bit of danger. In the fifth world, plants had already appeared on the land, and animals had also appeared in the sea. Moreover, they were very primitive plants and animals, which were impossible to see in the current world. Therefore, Dishibian, Wu Maji, and Lingwu still decided to stay in the fifth world for some time. After staying in the fifth world for a few months, they basically studied all the animals and plants that they had seen. After that, Dishibian's first group directly rode on the devil vulture and flew in the opposite direction in the illusory void of the sixth world. Making use of the recoil of the mystic fire, they exceeded the movement speed of the illusory void, causing a flaw in the system. After that, they directly woke up from the illusory void of the taboo continent. After returning to reality and waking up, Wumaji seemed to be unable to distinguish between the feeling of illusion and reality. First, she looked at the surroundings in disbelief. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she immediately pounced on him like a little bird and kissed Yang Dingtian fiercely with her little mouth. Because she was worried that it would affect the cultivation of the others, Emoji didn't make a sound. She only kissed him fiercely as if she was about to stop breathing. This cultivation in the illusory void of the taboo continent might not even last 3 months in the real world. However, in the illusory void, it was a full few years. That kind of mental exhaustion, as well as the longing for their loved ones, was indescribable. When Lingwu saw the intimacy between Yang Dingtian and Emoji, she stood peacefully at one side. The corners of her mouth contained a slightly strange smile, but she didn't say anything. In the next few days, the higher-ups of the Council of Light completed the first 4 stages of cultivation in the illusory void of the taboo continent one after another. They left the illusory void one after another and returned to reality. On the 8th day after Wumaji woke up, the last group also completed the cultivation. At this point, the first half of the Council of Light's cultivation in the illusory void of the taboo continent had completely ended. 42 experts above the Grandmaster level had all completed their cultivation. Just as Yang Dingtian had predicted, the Council of Light had an additional 13 Grandmaster level experts from then on. Dishibian, after passing the cultivation in the third world and the fourth world, her cultivation base had broken through from a 9-star 5th grade Grandmaster to a 9-star 7th grade Grandmaster. In the end, she still hadn't reached Yang Dingtian's 9-star 9th grade Grandmaster level cultivation base. As for Wu Maji, when she ended her cultivation in the second world, she just happened to be a 9-star 9th grade Grandmaster. After passing the cultivation in the third world, she directly broke through the Grandmaster level cultivation base and became a 1-star 5th grade Grandmaster. What was left was for Yang Dingtian to use the Mystic Flame Lightning to help her truly break through to the Grandmaster level. With the help of the 3rd grade Evil Spirit, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's Banquet, and the cultivation in the illusory void of the taboo continent, Wumaji finally broke through to the Grandmaster level before the age of 30. Every time there was a great change, there would be a portion of people whose cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds. Without a doubt, Wu Maji was one of them. If it weren't for these fortuitous encounters, Wu Maji would have only broken through to the Grandmaster level at her age. As for Ling Wu, her cultivation base had broken through to a 2-star 5th grade Grandmaster. She was just waiting for Yang Dingtian to use the Mystic Flame Lightning to help her truly break through to the Grandmaster level. Her master, Dongfang Minmi, broke through to an 8-star 1st grade Grandmaster from a 7-star 7th grade Grandmaster and became the 3rd expert in the Council of Light. As for Qin Huayu, he broke through to a 9-star 8th grade Grandmaster from a 9-star 5th grade Grandmaster and was only 1 step away from the Grandmaster level. It was a pity. As for Song Chunhua, after cultivating in the Second World, she had originally fallen behind Qin Huayu. She didn't expect that after cultivating in the Third World, the latecomer would catch up. In the Third World, where others didn't gain much, she actually directly broke through to a 9-star 9th grade Grandmaster from a 9-star 4th grade Grandmaster and was only 1 step away from the Grandmaster level. As for Shiman Lai, his final breakthrough to a 6-star 9th grade Grandmaster was also a great surprise. As for his mother-in-law, Madame Shiman, her final breakthrough to a 5-star 2nd grade Grandmaster was fixed. If this continued, the possibility of her breaking through to the Grandmaster level would be very small. As for Li Guinong of the Wooden Sword Castle, he had completely blinded Yang Dingtian's eyes. During his cultivation in the Third World, his gains were the greatest. In terms of breaking through to the star class, he even surpassed Yang Dingtian at that time. Before the end of the Second World, he was a 7-star 1st grade Grandmaster. After the end of his cultivation in the Fourth World, he finally stopped at a 9-star 2nd grade Grandmaster. Such a huge breakthrough really made people gasp in amazement. Perhaps he was too eager to revitalize the Wooden Sword Castle, or perhaps he really felt that his cultivation was not worthy of his position in the Council of Light. He was now the supreme commander of the entire southwest continent. This position originally belonged to Duan Ruyan, but later Duan Ruyan was sent to the farthest southern defense area as the supreme commander of the military. Although no one said anything about him among the many continental commanders, Li Guinong's cultivation was the weakest. Therefore, he was also the most hard-working in his cultivation. The cultivation in the illusory realm of the taboo continent this time was so rare. Therefore, he was completely filled with the confidence to win and cultivated with all his might. Therefore, in this cultivation frenzy, Li Guinong had practically become one of the people who had the greatest breakthrough. Yang Dingtian was going to lead over 40 high-ranking members of the Council of Light back to the Zhong capital to replace the members who were left behind. Yao Ling and Shadowless still had to stay here. Demon Vulture King Ajia and Ling Bai could temporarily follow Yang Dingtian back to the Zhong capital. However, during the next wave of cultivation, they still had to return to the Hall of Heads to carry out their duties. This time, the Council of Light had an additional 13 Grandmasters. All of them needed Yang Dingtian to use the Mystic Flame Lightning to strike their Qi vessel and cause the Qi vessel to undergo a substantial nirvana, allowing them to truly break through to the Grandmaster level. However, these matters would have to wait until they returned to the Zhong capital. Although Ling Wu's cultivation had already ended, according to the agreement, Wu Yuming still had to help guard the entrance to the human countries. Before Yang Dingtian led the team back to the Zhong capital, he told Ling Wu that he could use the Mystic Flame Lightning to help Ling Wu break through to the Grandmaster level. However, Ling Wu shook her head and said that there was no need. She said that they would talk about it after Yang Dingtian returned. After returning to the Zhong capital, Yang Dingtian spent half a day to help the 13 high-ranking members to truly break through to the Grandmaster level. Wu Maji was one of them. From then on, the Council of Light had an additional 13 Grandmasters. After that, they immediately dispatched 4 Grandmaster-level experts, including Dishi Bian and Wu Maji, to the extreme south to replace Duan Ruyan and guard the volcanic mine. In the following period of time, the high-ranking members of the Council of Light who were cultivating in the taboo continent began to take over various government affairs. As for the remaining members led by Zhu Qingqi and Zhu Hongxue, they began to prepare to head to the taboo continent's sea region to participate in the next round of cultivation. 4 days later, Duan Ruyan returned with over 10,000 kilograms of X crystals. Yang Dingtian led the remaining 39 high-ranking members of the Council of Light who were at the Grandmaster level and above to the Taboo Continent's illusory realm to participate in the next round of cultivation. 85 days later, the second half of the cultivation of the high-ranking members of the Council of Light had ended. At this point, the cultivation plan of the Council of Light's high-ranking members in the Taboo Continent's illusory realm had come to a perfect end. Note, the next update will still be tomorrow at noon. I beg for everyone's monthly votes. Please vote for me. Thank you, everyone. In the second half of the cultivation, among the 39 higher-ups of the Council of Light, led by Qin Wanzhou, Duan Ruyan, Master's wife, and Zhu Hongxue, 7 of them had broken through to the Great Grandmaster realm. Although it was not as good as the previous cultivation, it was still within Yang Dingtian's expectations. In this cultivation, Qin Wanzhou had broken through from a 7-star Great Grandmaster to a 9-star second-tier Great Grandmaster. He had once again replaced Dongfang Minmi as the third master of the Council of Light. Elder Ning Busi had broken through from a 5-star 9th-tier Great Grandmaster to an 8-star Great Grandmaster. Perhaps because he was too old and did not have a strong desire to win, the overall breakthrough was not big. Duan Ruyan was originally a 9-star Grade 9 Grandmaster. She had an extremely tough personality and was extremely competitive. Coupled with the replenishment of the evil spirit energy, she was able to make up for it. With the help of the evil spirit, she had directly broken through from a 9-star 9th-tier Great Grandmaster to a 6-star 9th-tier Great Grandmaster. The level of her breakthrough was completely shocking. She was considered one of the most outstanding people in the second half of the cultivation. For example, Yun Kalin, who was originally a Great Grandmaster, had only broken through to a 4-star 5th-tier Great Grandmaster in the first half of the cultivation, falling behind Duan Ruyan. There was another surprise, which was Zhu Hongxue. Although he had lost an arm, it was as if he had been reborn. Before coming to the Taboo Continent to cultivate, he had already been a 4-star Great Grandmaster. After the cultivation here, he had directly soared to a 9-star 4th-tier Great Grandmaster. It was believed that in the near future, the Council of Light would have another Great Grandmaster. There was another surprise in this cultivation, which was Master's wife. Master's wife had originally been a 5-star Great Grandmaster. Perhaps because she had seen her precious Yang Dingtian snatched away, she had desperately invested in the cultivation when she came to the Taboo Continent to cultivate. She wanted to strengthen herself so that she could better protect Yang Dingtian's babies in the future. Therefore, after the cultivation, she had directly become a 9-star 6th-tier Great Grandmaster. She was not far from becoming a Great Grandmaster. Another important person was Yun Qi, the current Pavilion Master of the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Yun Kalin's senior sister. She had originally been a 9-star 8th-tier Great Grandmaster. This time, she had directly broken through to a 3-star 1st-tier Great Grandmaster. On the other hand, Kuei Qing's cultivation results this time were barely satisfactory. Initially, Zhang Xian was a 1-star Grade 8 Zhongsher Master, but after completing his cultivation, he had advanced to a 5-star Grade 6 Zhongsher Master. Perhaps she wasn't that ambitious to begin with. Instead, it was Kuei Ning's mother, Kuei Si's wife, who was once wrongly accused of being an agent of evil ways. She seemed to be holding her breath as she soared from a 1-star 9th grade Grandmaster to a 7-star 9th grade Grandmaster. There was another important person, Song Xiao. He had lost a leg, and this time, he brought a prosthetic leg into the Taboo Continent to cultivate. Before he started cultivating, he was a 2-star grade 5 martial Grandmaster. He also wanted to become stronger and take revenge on Tai Muley with his own hands. However, perhaps he had suppressed his anger too much and sought victory too much. Therefore, his cultivation results could only be considered average. He had broken through from a 2-star 5th grade Grandmaster to a 5-star 1st grade Grandmaster. In short, after this cultivation, the Council of Light had a total of 20 more Great Grandmasters and 7 or 8 would-be Great Grandmasters. Now, the number of martial Grandmasters in the Radiant Parliament had exceeded 30. In a few years, the number of martial Grandmasters in the Radiant Parliament would definitely exceed 40. In the human countries, the number of top masters had already surpassed that of the Sea of Hades and the Vulture Palace. Now, Yang Dingtian finally understood why the Sea of Hades had more than 20 great Grandmasters. Previously, it had completely monopolized the cultivation resources of the entire taboo continent. In the past few years, it had finally accumulated more than 20 great grandmasters. However, it was only a force that controlled a region after all. In terms of numbers, it was still inferior to the Council of Light. Therefore, the Council of Light had gained more than 20 great grandmasters after just one cultivation. Now, compared to the Vulture Palace, the Serpentman Empire, and the Sea of Hades, the Council of Light only lacked half-sage level top masters. Currently, this hope had landed on Yang Dingtian and Dishibian. Both of them had hopes of breaking through to the half-sage level in a short period of time. Once Yang Dingtian and Dishibian had both broken through to the half-sage level, then, the Council of Light would directly launch an aggressive offensive before the Doomsday War. They would take down the Vulture Palace, the Serpentman Empire, and the Sea of Hades. In the end, they would completely unify the power of the entire world to fight against the Doomsday army of the Demon King Wendian. The entire cultivation lasted for nearly half a year. The time to part with Wu Yuming and Ling Wu had finally arrived. It was very obvious that Wu Yuming had long avoided this so-called farewell. When Yang Dingtian flew out of the Hall of Heads, he had already disappeared. Yang Dingtian said to Ling Wu, "Now, I can help you break through to the Great Grandmaster level, right?" Ling Wu nodded. Previously, when Yang Dingtian wanted to use the Mystic Flame Lightning to help Ling Wu break through to the Great Grandmaster level, she had rejected every single one of them. She said that she wanted to wait until the cultivation had ended and they had to part ways. Now, it was time for them to part ways. Yang Dingtian was already very familiar with using the Mystic Flame Lightning to bombard the Sea of Hades and forcefully raise the Sea of Hades to break through to the Great Grandmaster level. Ling Wu floated in the air with unparalleled beauty. "Are you ready?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I'm ready," Ling Wu replied. Yang Dingtian had already brewed enough Mystic Flame energy. The Million Spirit Demon Fire of the Primal Chaos attribute floated out from his left hand. The Demon Spirit Demon Fire of the Primal Chaos attribute floated out from his right hand. The two mystic flames suddenly floated to the top of Ling Wu's head and gently collided with each other. Immediately, an incomparably huge lightning struck down from the top of Ling Wu's head. In an instant, an incomparably resplendent brilliance exploded. The entire sea surface was as bright as day. After a while, the brilliance dispersed. Ling Wu was safe and sound. Not to mention that her body was injured, even a strand of her hair wasn't burnt. After that, her entire body was completely immersed in the enormous energy. Her Sea of Hades continued to expand, explode, and disappear. In the end, Ling Wu's cultivation directly stopped at the level 5 2-star Great Grandmaster level. She, who was originally unable to break through to the Great Grandmaster level within 3 years, had broken through to the level 5 2-star Great Grandmaster level in less than half a year. In this major cultivation, she should be the one who ranked first in terms of results. Second-grade evil spirits were indeed heaven-defying. "How do you feel?" Yang Dingtian asked. Ling Wu's face was slightly flushed as she said, "Previously, I've suffered the ravages of the second-grade evil spirit's lust. This time, I've directly broken through to the Great Grandmaster level and instantly filled up all the lust of the evil spirit. I feel incomparably satisfied and incomparably happy. In fact, I can't even sense the existence of the evil spirit during this period of time." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "It might have eaten its fill, so it fell asleep." Ling Wu said, "That might be the case. I hope it can wake up a little later. In the next few years, there won't be any mystic flames. I won't be able to feed it until it's full." Yang Dingtian asked, "Where do you plan to go next?" Ling Wu said, "Big Brother said that he wants to bring me to some secret realms." "That's right, after I go to those secret realms, I'll tell you the cultivation method and the location of the secret realms. You can also organize the experts of the Council of Light to go and train there." Yang Dingtian said, "That's great." Ling Wu said, "After that, Big Brother said that he wants to bring me to the edge of the Primal Chaos world, those places that almost all humans have never been to before." Yang Dingtian nodded his head. The two of them immediately sunk into silence. Yang Dingtian said, "All right then, go ahead. Brother Netherworld should be impatient from waiting." Ling Wu stood at her original spot, raised her eyes and said with a smile, Sect Master Yang, aren't you going to try to invite me to stay? Right now, the Council of Light is really short of people. Yang Dingtian said, even if I ask you to stay, you won't stay. Moreover, Wu Yuming should need you by her side more. Ling Wu smiled. Then, she muttered to herself, when you become strong, you'll realize how laughable you were in the past. Sometimes, an inferiority complex can really destroy a person. This sentence was a truth that had been verified countless times. It was the same even in the real world. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, when he failed, all the negative emotions would surge forth. Due to an inferiority complex, it would lead to extreme sensitivity and narrow-mindedness. It would even lead to delusions of persecuting others, extreme self-esteem and so on. Once a person succeeded and became confident, all these negative things would vanish like smoke in thin air. As a matter of fact, even Yang Dingtian couldn't avoid such emotions. When he was expelled from the Yinyang school by Dongfang Bingling and was bullied by Cloud Heaven City, his heart was also filled with negative emotions. If it wasn't for Yang Dingtian using her gentleness and tolerance to protect him during that period of time, at the very least, Yang Dingtian would also be narrow-minded and extreme during that period of time. Alright, close your eyes for a while. Ling Wu said. This isn't good. Yang Dingtian said. This is what makes you detestable. Do you know that? Ling Wu said. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes awkwardly. A fragrance approached. The unique fragrance of Ling Wu's delicate body wafted into his nose. After I've truly found myself, I'll prove my value to you. Ling Wu said word by word beside Yang Dingtian's ear. Then, her bright red, soft and fragrant lips planted a kiss on Yang Dingtian's cheek. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Then, she quickly drifted away. By the time Yang Dingtian opened his eyes, she had already disappeared from his field of vision. Yang Dingtian was about to lead everyone back to the Zhongjing. As for shadowless and demon spirits, they were about to officially leave the Hall of Heads. It wasn't that Yang Dingtian didn't want to occupy the Hall of Heads, but his current strength was simply not enough. After returning to the Zhongjing, Yang Dingtian first used the mystic fire lightning to help the 7 people in the second half of their cultivation break through to the Grandmaster realm. Then, he completely handed over all the affairs of the Council of Light to the various higher-ups. In the following period of time, he and Dishi Bian had to think of ways to break through to the Half-Saint realm. And the most direct way was to find the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Therefore, Yang Dingtian and Dishi Bian had to go to those mysterious and dangerous void borders of this world. That was the place where Ning Wuming and the others hunted demon spirits. There, they would cultivate while searching for the traces of Shiwu Piaoyan. Just when Yang Dingtian was about to set off, the messenger of the Demon Wrath Patriarch from the Shadow Spear clan of the Little Western Paradise appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. Jia is about to give birth. Her life is in danger. Mr. Jiangshang, please hurry over. Note, brothers, I beg for your guaranteed monthly votes. Thank you. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Yao Rao had been pregnant for nearly 2 years before she gave birth to Yang Yi. Jia had only been pregnant for about 9 months. Now she was about to give birth, and her life was in danger. What was the reason for this? Could this be a scheme? A scheme to deceive Yang Dingtian into going to the Little Western Paradise. However, Yang Dingtian quickly denied this possibility. Although Yang Dingtian was now a 9-star 9th grade Great Grandmaster, whether it was under Yongxi or Monster's Wrath 2, there were a lot of experts above the Sage to be level. If they really wanted to do something to Yang Dingtian, they didn't need to deceive him. Yang Dingtian asked the emissary, why is Jia's life in danger when she gives birth? The emissary said, Mr. Jiangshang will know when he goes. Yang Dingtian wanted to say, what if I don't go? However, he still couldn't say such words. Although he and Jia didn't have any feelings before, the child in her belly was Yang Dingtian's after all. Therefore, after a little hesitation, Yang Dingtian decided to go to the Little Western Paradise. After a brief explanation, Yang Dingtian followed Monster's Wrath 2's emissary and went to the Forbidden Continent Sea area. They passed through the Skull Hall and went to the Little Western Paradise. After entering the Little Western Paradise's plain, Yang Dingtian's body quickly changed again. From his human appearance, he changed into the appearance of Xianxia from the Speechless clan. Then, Monster's Wrath emissary's eyes were suddenly filled with infinite shock and admiration. At this time, Yang Dingtian suddenly understood. Perhaps in the emissary's eyes, Mr. Xianxia wasn't a fake, but a real Speechless clan. On the contrary, Yang Dingtian's identity was just a doppelganger of Xianxia from the Speechless clan. His Speechless clan was very powerful. When he entered the Little Western Paradise, he was the Speechless clan. When he entered the human countries, he looked like a human. Unlike the Fox Demon clan, their cultivation had been deteriorating ever since they entered the human world from the Little Western Paradise. After boarding the luxurious flying carriage, Yang Dingtian and the rest flew towards Yingdu. After flying for less than 10,000 li, when they passed by the Shadow Spear clan, a beautiful middle-aged woman appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. Her graceful and beautiful face was filled with anxiety. You are Mr. Xianxia, right? The middle-aged woman asked. Yang Dingtian was startled. Then, he saw some shadows of Jia and Yarao on this middle-aged woman's face. He knew that she might be his cheap mother-in-law. However, it was very strange. When he was in the Western Paradise, he had never seen her appear. I am Jia's mother. The beautiful middle-aged woman said, I have been cultivating in the temple before, so Mr. Xianxia has not seen me before. Oh, no wonder, cultivating in the temple was considered a fashion in the Little Western Paradise. More accurately, it was more like a golden gilding of the high noble's philosophy and aesthetics. It was like a different kind of meditation. It was originally the behavior of the wise and the artists. Later, it was praised by many high nobles and became a very ostentatious behavior. However, no matter how ostentatious it was, this kind of cultivation was very difficult. The time spent cultivating was basically measured in years or decades. Basically, the longer one cultivated in the temple, the more they would be sought after by the high nobles. As for his mother-in-law, it was obvious that she had been cultivating for a long time. Mr. Xianxia, I am very proud that Jia is able to serve you. The cheap mother-in-law said, now, she is about to give birth to your descendant. Her life is in danger. I hope that you can use your supreme wisdom to save her life. Disciple, please accept my request. Then, this cheap mother-in-law actually knelt down. Yang Dingtian quickly assisted her. This cheap mother-in-law in front of him did not seem to know his true identity. She was indeed like the other high nobles, full of admiration and fanaticism for the silent race. Therefore, even though she was his mother-in-law, she did not have the attitude of an elder at all. Instead, she put herself in a very low position and called herself a disciple. This kind of person should be the stupid person that Yao Qi and Jia were talking about. The stupid high nobles of the fox race, completely brainwashed by art, aesthetics, philosophy, and so on. However, Yang Dingtian had a good impression of her. Being simple was better than being cunning. After flying for another 20,000 miles, Yang Dingtian stepped onto the land of Silver City again. At the first moment, he saw Demon Rage too, who was burning with anxiety. At this time, his cunning and scheming had all disappeared. His face was full of worry and fear. When he saw Yang Dingtian, he immediately grabbed his arm and dragged him into the Silver Palace. His wife trembled uneasily behind him and said, husband, put him down, put him down. Don't be disrespectful to Mr. Xianxia. Demon Fury too glared at her and immediately pulled Yang Dingtian onto his carriage. Subsequently, they sped towards the Silver Palace at lightning speed. I will only say one thing. If you can't save Jia, you will die in the Silver Palace and be buried with her, Demon Rage 2 said firmly. Yang Dingtian, I'm not confident. I don't even know what's going on. I don't know how to save her. I don't care. Demon Rage 2 said sternly, anyway, if Jia dies, you will die too. If not for you, how could she die? In fact, Yang Dingtian was the one who was forcefully pushed out. However, Yang Dingtian didn't say such words right now. Moreover, when he saw Yao Nu's anxious appearance at this moment, he had a slightly better impression of Yao Nu in his heart. It was only at this moment that this cunning and insidious politician showed some signs of humanity. I will do my best. Yang Dingtian, although I don't know what to do. Soon, Yang Dingtian entered the Silver Palace again. he saw Xianxia Wentian. "You're finally here," Xianxia Wentian said, "whether it's useful or not, you're not late." Yang Dingtian was about to salute, but Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Go in, go in." Demon Rage 2 did not say anything and directly dragged Yang Dingtian to the Red Leaf Palace. As soon as he got close, Yang Dingtian heard an incomparably painful scream. It was Jia's scream. It was hoarse, full of despair and pain. Hearing it, one's heart would tremble. After hearing it, Demon Rage 2's facial muscles twitched. He suddenly pushed Yang Dingtian and said, "Save her, or you die too." Then, he quickly left. It was as if Jia's every scream was an unparalleled torture to him. Hearing the hoarse scream, Yang Dingtian walked into the Red Palace. Behind him, his cheap mother-in-law also hurried over. But when she was about to overtake Yang Dingtian, she immediately stopped and moved to the side. She bowed and let Yang Dingtian go first. This woman had really been brainwashed to the extreme. Yang Dingtian didn't have the time to lament as he rushed into the bedroom with quick steps. In the incomparably luxurious and comfortable palace, on the soft bed, the naked Jia with a big belly was suffering incomparable pain. Beside the bed, there were more than a dozen maids. At the head of the bed, there were 4 white-haired demon fox elders. They were the best female doctors in the demon fox clan. But facing the situation in front of them, there was nothing they could do. Because all the demon foxes would be at least a few hundred years old by the time they gave birth, and their cultivation would be very high. There would be no difficult labor or dangerous situations. Therefore, the situation Jia was facing now was something they had never seen before. After seeing Jia's miserable state, the cheap mother-in-law finally forgot her fanatical worship of Jiangshang of the Silent Tribe. She rushed over and grabbed Jia's hand tightly, crying, my baby, what happened to you? Don't scare me, don't scare me." At this moment, Jia's beautiful face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. There were even small cracks at the corners of her eyes, and blood was flowing out of the corners of her mouth. Her pain was completely unbearable. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was tortured to the limit by the pain. After seeing Yang Dingtian, a ray of hope appeared in her eyes, which were originally in extreme pain. She sobbed and spoke in a trembling voice, "Husband, save me, it's so painful, so painful." It was the first time she called Yang Dingtian like this. It was the first time she was full of weakness, dependence, and emotions. Yang Dingtian also put aside her previous framing and heartlessness. He went forward and grabbed her hand, asking the female elder, "What happened?" "Madam has been in pain for 9 days and 9 nights, but she just can't give birth," the female elder said weakly. 9 days and 9 nights? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but shudder. If it was a human, he would have already lost his life. "Why can't she give birth?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I don't know." The female elder cried and said, "We really don't know. Please forgive us, great sage." Yang Dingtian said, "Then prepare for a cesarean section. Just open the stomach and take her out." Although there were no anti-inflammatory needles or antibiotics in this plane. But Yang Dingtian knew that with Jia's cultivation, a cesarean section was definitely not a big problem. At most, after the operation, he could just give her a holy water pill. Yang Dingtian did not hesitate at all. He took out his sword and prepared to perform a cesarean section. At this moment, even a minute's delay was dangerous. Because the light of vitality in Jia's beautiful eyes was getting weaker and weaker. "No, no." Jia cried and said, "It's the baby doesn't want to come out. Every time I want to give birth, he will desperately struggle in my stomach. If you perform a cesarean section, he will torture me to death." Sure enough, as soon as Yang Dingtian pulled out his sword, Jia's stomach suddenly surged fiercely. The baby inside made a fierce resistance. Jia let out an incomparably shrill scream, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. The vitality in her eyes was like a flame, quickly weakening and about to disappear. Yang Dingtian was stunned. It was really the baby who was resisting. The melon was ripe, but he was not willing to come out. Moreover, he could even feel the outside world. When Yang Dingtian pulled out his sword and was about to perform a cesarean section, he actually made the most violent reaction. Yang Dingtian immediately looked at Jia in disbelief. Descendant of a demigod? It was actually so heaven-defying. The baby in her stomach was even more demonic than Yang Yi's baby. Jia immediately looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated look, and said with a sad smile, perhaps only my death will force him out. Keep the baby and sacrifice Jia. This was actually the most beneficial to Yang Dingtian, but he absolutely did not want to see this situation at this moment, even if Jia and he were more like enemies than lovers. At this moment, his heart instinctively pitied this woman who was in pain during childbirth. He is constantly devouring my energy, constantly devouring. Jia said weakly. Before, it was only a slight devouring. When it was about to give birth, he was already madly devouring my energy after the melon was ripe. Yang Dingtian immediately sensed Jia's energy reserve. Sure enough, he clearly felt that Jia's cultivation was rapidly flowing towards the baby in her stomach. Jia was very powerful before, above the half-saint level. But now, her cultivation was not as good as Yang Dingtian's. And the key point was that the baby in her stomach was devouring energy, not for the so-called cultivation, but for the instinct of survival. Because at this moment, he was already out of his mother's womb. He just did not want to come out of his mother's womb. If this went on, Jia would definitely die. Because there was no way to stop the baby in her womb. Let others input energy to maintain the baby's devouring. Yang Dingtian thought that this could keep Jia alive for the time being. Otherwise, at this rate, Jia would die in less than half a day. No. Someone has already done it. The baby only devours my energy. Jia said with a dying breath, he doesn't care about anyone else's energy. Yang Dingtian immediately fell silent. Perhaps the baby was still willing to devour his energy. Because the blood in his body came from him. However, Yang Dingtian was a 9-star 9th grade great grandmaster, and he must break through to the half-saint level in a short time. If he let the baby devour his energy, his cultivation would recede like flowing water, and the consequences would be fatal. Moreover, he had paid such a huge price just to save Jia. This woman was more his enemy than his lover. Therefore, if he was rational, Yang Dingtian must not let the baby of the demigod's descendant devour his energy to maintain its survival in her womb. However, Yang Dingtian was usually irrational. Although Jia was his enemy, and she had framed him before. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't allow her to die in front of him. Furthermore, she was carrying his child in her womb. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian put his hand on Jia's big belly and slowly injected a stream of qi into it. Jia's beautiful eyes suddenly revealed a look of disbelief. She knew very well that Xianxia hated her to the core. She had harmed him more than once or twice. Of course, it was hard to say whether he was Xianxia or not. Suddenly, Jia's heart seemed to be hit by some special soft energy. Then, when Yang Dingtian injected his qi, something magical happened. The baby, who was tossing and turning inside, suddenly quieted down. Note, bosses, I beg for a guaranteed monthly vote, please. When Yang Dingtian injected his celestial qi, something magical happened. The baby, who had been tossing and turning inside, suddenly quieted down. Then, the baby began to greedily absorb the energy that Yang Dingtian injected. Jia was suddenly freed from the abyss of suffering. Just when Yang Dingtian bitterly felt that his cultivation began to flow away, the baby inside suddenly stopped. Then, he began to quiet down. Yang Dingtian could even feel that he was pricking up his ears to feel everything outside. Yang Dingtian carefully climbed down and put his ear on Jia's belly. The baby inside gently nudged Jia's belly. Yang Dingtian reached out and gently stroked the baby's head. Then, the baby nudged another spot. Yang Dingtian reached out and stroked that spot again. After that, the baby seemed to enjoy playing the same game as Yang Dingtian and did not crazily absorb Jia's energy anymore. Jia, who was freed from the pain, suddenly felt as if she was in heaven. Looking at Yang Dingtian playing games with the baby through her belly, she burst into tears. That feeling of warmth and happiness almost destroyed everything in an instant. Yang Dingtian seemed to be able to understand the thoughts of the demigod baby in his belly. He felt very safe and comfortable in his mother's belly. He did not have any sense of security in the outside world, so he was unwilling to come out. In fact, in the Earth era, every baby was like that. They did everything they could to stay in their mother's belly and not come out. For this reason, they even resisted, such as making their mother have a fever and so on. However, this was the baby of a demigod descendant, so the resistance was much more intense and almost killed his mother. Of course, he did not know the consequences of this. He just did it instinctively. But now, Yang Dingtian's sudden appearance had allowed him to sense another aura that was connected to his bloodline. He felt another sense of security. It turned out that there was another person in this world who was related to him by blood. Perhaps, leaving his mother's belly and going to a new world was not so bad after all. Yang Dingtian gently stroked the baby in his belly and said softly, "Good baby, come out. Come out and see daddy. Don't torment mommy, okay?" The baby in her belly was still quiet. It didn't even play games with Yang Dingtian. A moment later, Jia's body suddenly twitched as she screamed. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Could it be that the baby was tormenting her and absorbing her energy again? It's open, it's open. The Demon Fox clan's female elder exclaimed. Next, Jia cried out in joy. A baby weighing close to 10 kilograms was successfully delivered. The world's second demigod descendant was born in this world. In other words, this child was even purer than Yang Yibaobao. Yang Dingtian held the baby in his arms and was stunned. It was a baby boy, and he didn't look like a newborn at all. He looked like a 1-month-old baby. What surprised Yang Dingtian the most was that he did not have the characteristics of the Fox clan. Instead, there were a few cute purple scales on his neck and lumbar vertebrae. Like Yang Yibaobao, his ears were a little pointy and had delicate golden scales. Why was it like this? This demigod baby was completely different from Yang Yibaobao. "Darling, let me hold you, let me hold you." Jia couldn't wait and said softly. Yang Dingtian was really not used to hearing Jia's soft and tender voice. He quickly handed the baby over. Jia held the baby in her arms. Her beautiful but bloodshot eyes carefully looked at every corner of the baby. Her eyes were filled with incomparable love. She said softly, "Little rascal, you've tormented your mother to death." Ah. The baby yawned and opened his eyes lazily. He seemed to be looking at Yang Dingtian, but he didn't seem to be looking at him anymore. He seemed to be carefully observing the world. Then, Jia put the baby in front of her chest. The baby opened his little mouth and sucked instinctively, making grunting sounds as he sucked. After eating for a full 15 minutes, the baby was full and fell into a deep sleep. It was really strange. The extremely domineering and demonic baby in the womb was not much different from other babies after being born, except for some physical characteristics. The kind of demonic situation where he communicated with his parents and even spoke directly did not happen. As such, Yang Dingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He really didn't want his child to be too different from the other children. Jia was indeed a female powerhouse of the Fox clan. She was on the verge of death after being tormented by the baby, but she immediately regained her vitality after being born. Her originally pale face also became radiant. Great virtuous master, according to the rules of the Fox clan, after giving birth, the husband has to wash his wife's body with essential oil and carry her to another room, a female Fox clan elder said. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Then, his mother-in-law brought over warm water and poured natural essential oil into it. My lord, please. The mother-in-law regained her respect for the silent clan. Yang Dingtian used a handkerchief to carefully wipe every inch of Jia's body. Then, he helped her put on a soft nightgown and carried her and the baby to another room. This was a dreamlike room. Everything was blue. Jia had prepared 2 rooms. If it was a girl, it would be a pink room. If it was a boy, it would be a blue room. In this room, it was like being in an ocean. After putting Jia and the baby on the big bed, only Jia and Yang Dingtian were left in the room. For a moment, Yang Dingtian did not know what to do. What should I call you, Your Excellency? Your Excellency? Suddenly, Jia asked in a mocking tone. Yang Dingtian said awkwardly. Jia asked, Chairman Yaoqi also knows? Yes, Yang Dingtian said, Chairman Yongxi, your father, Yaoli clan leader also knows. Jia sighed softly and did not say anything. She gently leaned her soft body into Yang Dingtian's arms and gently rubbed her hair against his chest. Yang Dingtian is better than Jiang Shang of the Silent Clan. Jia suddenly said, I have always been disgusted by the Silent Clan's lifeless negativity. You humans, on the other hand, are too lively for us. Yang Dingtian did not say anything. Just like this, Jia quietly lay in Yang Dingtian's arms and breathed softly. She did not say anything, but she was laughing at herself in her heart. She thought that she was strong and would never be as vulgar as an ordinary woman. Saying that the closest path to a woman's heart was between her legs was simply ridiculous. She, Jia, could have sex with a man and then turn around to kill that man without any feelings. However, when a man kept on possessing you, when you gave birth to his child, then all the talk about being strong and ruthless would be nonsense. He would naturally become the most important person to you. Especially after having a child, the three of them would become a whole. Even two unrelated men and women would seem to have the same blood flowing in their veins. There seemed to be no more intimate relationship in the world. Suddenly, Jia raised her head and looked at Yang Dingtian. She said softly, Husband, let's make up. Okay, let's make up, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Yang Dingtian went to see Xianxia again and talked about what had happened in the human countries during this time. Of course, he did not hide his fear and suspicion of Xianxia, so the conversation was a little awkward. But when facing Demon Wrath too, he became incomparably natural. Because of the birth of a new baby, a real descendant of a demigod, the alliance between Demon Wrath II and Yang Dingtian became closer. Your Excellency, in the following time, my only goal is to break through to the half-saint level, and it would be best if I could do it within half a year, Yang Dingtian said. Half a year? Demon Wrath II said, according to you humans, you are now a 9-star level 9 Great Grandmaster. Do you know how much energy is needed to break through to the half-saint level? Yang Dingtian said, I know. It's far more than the energy needed to break through from a 1-star Great Grandmaster to a 9-star level 9 Great Grandmaster. No, it's much more. Demon Wrath II said, I've read the records of you humans. Those top powerhouses need 45 years to break through to a 9-star level 9 Great Grandmaster from an Enlightener. And from a 9-star level 9 Great Grandmaster to a half-saint level, it takes at least 15 years. It can even take 50 years, or even 100 years. I know. Yang Dingtian said, I understand the huge amount of energy needed to break through to the half-saint level. But the key is energy, not time. Then, Yang Dingtian said, Your Excellency Demon Wrath, do you know the savior of mankind in ancient times, Nihility Piaoling? Demon Wrath II nodded and said, Of course I know. He can be said to be the greatest powerhouse of mankind. He is almost the only human who is respected by us. Moreover, he has been to our Little Western Paradise, where he discovered the great Nirvana last time. Little Western Paradise will be a very special place, so he has left footprints on almost every inch of Little Western Paradise. In order to commemorate the places he has been, some caves and mountains are named after him. Yang Dingtian said, Then why haven't I seen any books about Nihility Piaoyan in the Silver Palace's library? Demon Wrath II said, I am not the chairman, so I have no right to consult the Silver Palace's library. But I feel that Nihility Piaoyan is almost one of the most important figures in Little Western Paradise. There should be a lot of books about him. Even a few hundred years ago, many chairmen set up special organizations to study Nihility Piaoyan and explore every place he has been. These organizations were completely banned until Chairman Xianxia, because he wanted to change the direction of the Demon Fox civilization and turn it to art and philosophy. Yang Dingtian understood that all the records and books about the Shiwu Piaoyan had been destroyed or hidden away. They had been completely banned. And the executor was undoubtedly Xianxia Wendian. Because there were a lot of important secrets that Xianxia Wendian didn't want people to know. Yang Dingtian said, Then how much does the Patriarch know about Nihility Piaoyan? Demon Wrath II shook his head and said, I definitely don't know as much as you, because the chairman values these exclusive secrets very much. And us patriarchs don't care about these distant secrets. Yang Dingtian said, Then, how much does the Demon Wrath know about the Void Border? It is the Void Border with void beasts, night owl beasts, and demon spirits. Demon Wrath II said, First of all, let me correct your concept. The void border doesn't refer to a certain place. There are many void borders in the entire chaos world, and your human countries also have them. Moreover, void beasts, night owl beasts, and demon spirits are not in the same void border. There is only one overlord in each void border. Every void border is an independent world, but it is connected through a special spatial door. In your world, it is called the void border, but in our world, it is called the dark realm. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Dark realm? Was it the dark realm that Yao Li had cultivated for many years in order to become stronger? The so-called void border, or the dark realm. Demon Wrath too said, actually, it is the intersection of the first world, the second world, and the third world. Some overlapping places have become the void border. You have been to the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm. I believe you also know that the Chaos world has been destroyed many times. So this world is divided into several parts. The first world refers to those worlds that are completely dead. It is called the Dark Continent and has completely collapsed. There is no life, not even energy life can survive. The second world is the world that is about to die. Only pure elemental life and energy life can survive there. The third world is the world that was destroyed in the last great nirvana. Most creatures can no longer survive there, but a few extremely powerful creatures can still survive. For example, the ruins of the Naga Empire belong to the third world. The fourth world is the Little Western Paradise. In the last great nirvana, the continent of the Little Western Paradise had been torn apart and became fragmented. However, the Chaos world used a special method to protect it and turned it into the Little Western Paradise that is full of scars. Yang Dingtian interrupted at this time. Then, our human countries, including the Dongli grassland, is the fifth world, right? No, your world is not called the fifth world. Demon Wrath too said, it is called the surviving world, and it is also called the last world. Yang Dingtian said, because the Little Western Paradise's environment is worse than that of the human countries, so the demon fox race in the Little Western Paradise is also relatively powerful? Demon Wrath too said, this is one of the reasons. Of course, there is another reason, and that is that the Little Western Paradise is a surviving world before the Great Nirvana, so its energy level is also 10,000 years ago. And the Xianxia energy of the human countries is after the Great Nirvana, so it is relatively thin. Yang Dingtian said, then, if you want to break through to the half-saint realm in a short time, there is only one way, and that is to go to the dark realm? Yes. Demon Wrath too said, not only humans, even our demon fox race, if we want to become stronger, we have to go to the dark realm to cultivate. Whether it is to break through to the so-called half-saint or saint level, going to the dark realm to cultivate is the only way. Note, brothers, please guarantee the monthly ticket. Does that mean that the so-called second world and third world belong to the dark realm? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Demon Rage too said, of course, this definition is very, very broad. The third world is still okay, especially the second world. No one knows how many times it has been destroyed. It is just called the second world. Yang Dingtian asked, then, where is the dark realm that the Fox Demon clan usually cultivates in? The third world. Demon Rage too said, of course, don't have any hope of entering the ruins of the Naga Empire. For thousands of years, who knows how many fox demons have entered the dark realm to cultivate, but they did not even touch the borders of the Naga Empire. Or to put it more bluntly, the so-called dark realm that the demon fox clan cultivates in is only an area of less than 10,000 miles. Any deeper in would be isolated by the border of the abyss. Anyone who falls in would be completely lost. Yang Dingtian asked, I'm not considered a member of the Fox Demon clan. Can I enter the dark realm to cultivate? No. Demon Rage too said. Of course, it's not that you are not allowed to go, but because the door to the dark realm has not opened, so you can't enter. Yang Dingtian was stunned. The door to the dark realm, is it the second door in the Great Hall of Skulls, the colorless door? Yes. Demon Rage too said, the time that this door opens is not very regular, but it basically only opens once every 100 years. Unfortunately, this colorless door had just opened nearly a year ago, so it will not open again in a short period of time, unless nearly 100 years later. Yang Dingtian remembered that Yao Li had just come out of the dark realm nearly a year ago. It seemed that it was impossible to enter the dark realm through the colorless door in the Great Hall of Skulls. Yang Dingtian said, "By the way, I remember you said that there are actually many natural abyss borders in the world. That is the junction between several worlds, and it may lead directly to the dark realm, right?" "Yes." Demon Rage 2 said, "The colorless door in the Great Hall of Skulls is definitely not the only entrance to the dark realm. At the edge of Little Western Paradise and your human world, there are many mysterious abyssal borders that lead to the umbral realm. However, these borders and the dark realm are separated by an illusory void that no life form can cross. Once one enters, one will be completely lost." "Are there any exceptions?" Yang Dingtian asked. Monster Rage 2 glanced at Yang Dingtian and said, "I heard that the void-rending fire can help you pass through the abyss border's energy field. But it's just hearsay." Instantly, Yang Dingtian's face was filled with disappointment. Even though he was pleasantly surprised in his heart, he still revealed his disappointment at the first moment. This was because he couldn't tell even Demon Fury 2 the secret of obtaining the void-rending flame. And this way, the Dishibian would not be able to cross the abyss border. However, this was still good news. The fact that the void fire could cross the border of the abyss meant that Yang Dingtian could go to the dark realm, the third world, and even the ruins of the Naga Empire through other channels. Perhaps this was the reason why the void-rending flame could lead to the ruins of the Naga Empire. It was because the void-rending flame could pass through the border of the abyss. He temporarily put aside the matter of the dark realm. Yang Dingtian thought of another important matter, which was to kill Dongli. Because he had suffered a complete failure in conquering Hai Xian and had his eyes dug out by Yang Dingtian, he must hate him to the core. Perhaps he had already become a mad dog. Once he returned to the human countries, he would definitely take revenge on Yang Dingtian. Moreover, this person would definitely not have a bottom line like Mudan. He would definitely make a move on Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Yang Dingtian would do everything possible to kill him. However, just as Yang Dingtian was about to open his mouth and ask Monster Rage 2 to help kill Dongli, he immediately stopped. Because, how did Yang Dingtian know that Dongli was in Little Western Paradise? If he knew, then to a large extent, it meant that he had seen through Xianxia Wendian. Monster Rage 2 was now an ally of Yang Dingtian, but he needed Xianxia Wendian more. Although he did not know that Xianxia had been possessed, he did not care about this. He only cared about one thing, and that was that Xianxia would push Jia to become the new chairman 200 years later. Therefore, in Monster Rage 2's heart, Xianxia Wendian was more important than Yang Dingtian. Once Yang Dingtian asked him to kill Dongli, it was very likely that he would report this to Xianxia Wendian. At that time, Xianxia would know that Yang Dingtian had seen through him. Then, the problem would be big. Therefore, he could not let Xianxia kill Dongli. Yang Dingtian had to do it himself. If Dongli had not obtained a first-class evil spirit, then Yang Dingtian and Dishibian should be enough to kill him. But if Dongli had obtained a first-class evil spirit, then, Yang Dingtian changed his words. "Your Excellency Monster Rage, you are very fond of Jia, but what about Yarao? She is also your daughter, and Yang Yi is also your grandson." Monster Rage 2 twitched slightly and said, "What are you trying to say?" Yang Dingtian replied, "You might not know this, but the evil Dao's Dongli might have successfully obtained the void crack flame and had even nurtured the darkness mystic flame, but he was still unable to make the Snake Man race go into estrus. Therefore, his lifelong mission failed. I became the only human who could make the Naga tribe and the Fox tribe go into estrus. Therefore, he hates me to the bone. He does not dare to kill me, but he will extend his claws of revenge to my family. Yarao and Yang Yi are also your family, so I want to ask for your help." Monster Rage's face revealed a slightly strange expression. "Why don't you let Yarao and Yang Yi come to Indu to accompany Jia and her son?" Yang Dingtian said, "But, the mother and son are no longer willing. Because everything that happened in the Silver Palace gave them very bad memories." Monster Rage said, "Then what do you want to do?" Yang Dingtian said, "I don't know if he has obtained a first-grade evil spirit. If he has not, then my Council of Light can still kill him. But if he has obtained a first-grade evil spirit, then we will not be able to control him. I hope to get your help to get rid of this Dongli." Monster Rage said, "You must know, that means that I am completely hostile to the evil ways. You also know how powerful Wentian of the evil ways is now. Don't you think you have overestimated the strength of our alliance? Or to put it more realistically, your greatest use to me is to help Jia give birth to a demigod descendant, and you have already succeeded. Your value to me is not that great. You only have the identity of a great sage, and since you are not stationed in the little western paradise, this identity is not that useful. Yang Dingtian became silent. This monster rage is really cold and heartless. Just a moment ago, he was still amiable, but now he suddenly turned hostile. Yang Dingtian did not mind and said, "Then, can I ask your excellency to send a half-sage expert to protect Cloud Heaven City and protect Yarao and her son?" Monster Rage looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Your excellency, Yarao has left home for a few hundred years, and she is already your woman. Then, you can only be responsible for her safety. Moreover, after a fox demon expert enters a human country, their cultivation will drop rapidly. No one will accept such a mission." Yang Dingtian once again felt the coldness of a high-leveled civilization, when there was no conflict of interest. You were good, I was good, and everyone was good. But even if there was a little conflict, it would completely change. Of course, Yang Dingtian also felt a wave of dissatisfaction with himself. In the past, he had always relied on his own strength and would not beg anyone. But he was doing this for his family, so he had no choice but to bend down. "Got it, then I will take my leave," Yang Dingtian said. Half an hour later, Monster Rage 2 appeared in Yang Shiwentian's secret room and told Yang Shi what Yang Dingtian had said. When he heard that the Void Fisher fire might be able to pass through the abyss border, his face showed disappointment. Yang Shi asked. Yes, he showed disappointment. Monster Rage 2 said. He asked you to help kill Dongli. Is there a sense of urgency, such as today or tomorrow? Yang Shiwentian asked. No. Monster Rage 2 said. Demon Rage 2 said, based on what he said, he wants me to send an expert above the half-saint level to guard Cloud Sky City and protect his family. You refused? Yang Shiwentian asked. Yes, I refused. Monster Rage 2 said. Alright, I understand. Yang Shiwentian said. Goodbye. Monster Rage 2 said. A moment later, Dongli appeared in front of Yang Shiwentian. After being imprisoned for more than half a year, he had lost a lot of weight, and his face had become thin and pale. After imprisoning you for half a year, have you thought it through? Yang Shiwentian asked. Yes, foster father, Dongli said, Yang Dingtian can't be killed now, nor can he die. Although my mission to conquer the Naga race has failed, I can't give up on myself like you mean. I haven't contributed any value to Deity's Templar and His Majesty Demon King. No, you haven't thought it through. Yang Shiwentian said, if you really think it through, you will be like Yu Ming, confused and unable to find your goal and direction in life. Although you won't kill Yang Dingtian, you will take revenge on his family, his loved ones, right? Dongli's handsome and thin face suddenly twitched. He didn't want to admit it, but he also didn't want to lie. He really thought so. After being imprisoned for more than half a year, he still couldn't extinguish the hatred in his heart. Answer me. Yang Shiwentian said coldly. Yes. Dongli said in a trembling voice, foster father, I don't understand. Yang Dingtian is the only one who can make the Naga race and Demon Fox race go into heat, so he can't die. I can only accept it. Why can't I touch his family? Why do I have to let him be so comfortable? Yang Shiwentian said, because there is someone inside who absolutely can't be touched, but you can't tell anyone who can't be touched. So, you can't touch them, understand? Dongli was startled, his mind began to recall Yang Dingtian's wives and children, he wanted to know who exactly can't be touched. Foster father, tell me, who can't be touched? Dongli said. Haha. Yang Shiwentian laughed with anger and disappointment, he waved his hand and said, you can leave. No words can describe Yang Shiwentian's disappointment. Dongli in front of him had been completely blinded by hatred and jealousy, he had unexpectedly become so stupid. The secret he had just told Dongli was a top secret. Donglie's memory of this conversation would soon be washed away. He still had the extravagant hope that Xianxia would tell him who can't be touched. Such an idiot, could he still complete the mission of the evil ways? Xianxia Wendian had to carefully consider Donglie's future. Half an hour later, Wu Yu entered Xianxia Wendian's secret room and said, "The secret you just told Donglie has been violently washed away by the spirit master in his mind. But we got some very, very negative things." "What?" Xianxia Wendian asked. "Hatred, even hatred towards us." Wu Yu said, "He even wants to conspire with Snake People Empire's Xianxia after breaking through to the semi-sage realm, completely banishing Yu Ming and Mu Dan to the dark world with void fire, then forcing Lingzi to submit. Finally, he will completely close the door of the human countries. He wants to dominate the human countries alone, and share the entire Vitality continent with Queen Xianxia. He's really deranged." Xianxia Wendian said indifferently, "Since he wants to daydream like this, then let's fulfill his wish. Does he want to kill Yang Dingtian? Let him have a taste of Yang Dingtian's butcher's knife. He can also have a taste of Yang Dingtian. Then give up on him?" Wu Yu asked. Xianxia Wendian fell into silence, **********, and the next day. Yang Dingtian didn't leave Jia and her daughter's side. Because he could only stay here for one day, he wanted to spend as much time as possible with the baby. Of course, he didn't mention bringing Jia's baby back to Cloud Sky City. Although he wanted to do so, he knew that it was completely impossible. That night, Yang Dingtian sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the sleeping baby. Jia suddenly said, "Are you going to sit like this for the whole night?" Yang Dingtian was startled. Previously, when they were like enemies, Yang Dingtian could sleep with Jia with a clear conscience. But now, it became unnatural. "You're about to leave. Are you not even willing to give me a night of tenderness?" Jia said. Yang Dingtian was slightly embarrassed and immediately climbed up. Then, Jia actually reached out to take off Yang Dingtian's clothes. This isn't good, right?" Yang Dingtian said, "You just gave birth to the baby. What's not good?" "I didn't say what I was going to do." Jia said, "I just want to hug you from a distance." Just like that, Yang Dingtian hugged Jia's plump body and lay down quietly. The women of the demon fox race didn't need to go through confinement. Moreover, women with high cultivation could recover their figure very quickly. Therefore, when Yang Dingtian hugged Jia's waist, he was completely shocked. At this time, she had completely regained her elastic and compact waist. In just one day, her figure had returned to normal, but it was slightly more plump. Our demon fox race is different from humans. Not only has our waist recovered, but our entire body has also recovered. Jia said, "The women of the demon fox race with high bloodline also have many intimate relationships with their husbands on the second day after giving birth." Let's not," Yang Dingtian said awkwardly. "Note, bosses, I beg for a guaranteed monthly vote, please." After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Jia couldn't help but roll her eyes in the dark. "You're thinking too much. I've been tormented to death for 10 days and 10 nights. I'm traumatized by that." Yang Dingtian immediately hugged her and gently stroked her belly as if he wanted to heal her wounds. "Are you this gentle to other women as well?" Jia asked. "Ah, yes," Yang Dingtian replied. "Then, among your women, what's my ranking in terms of beauty?" Jia asked. Yang Dingtian felt a headache coming on. "What's the point of comparing this? Tell me, you're not allowed to lie." Jia twisted her body. Yang Dingtian didn't want to lie, but he also didn't want to tell the truth. It really gave him a headache. About the same as Dongfang Bingling and Wu Maji. "You should be one of the most beautiful," Yang Dingtian said ambiguously. Anyway, in terms of pure beauty, Naga Shuang was at the top of the pyramid. However, Jia seemed to be satisfied with this answer. Then, she asked in a very unhappy tone, "Oh right, as a man, why do you have so many women? And all of them are outstanding beauties?" Yang Dingtian didn't want to be pretentious, but it was the truth. I really don't want to. In my opinion, 2 is enough." "Why 2?" Jia asked. "Are you so filthy inside? Why not 1? Yang Dingtian replied, I know it's shameless, but that's what I really think. You're really a shameless human, Jia said. Then, she turned around and hugged Yang Dingtian's neck. She pouted her fragrant lips and kissed him. The next morning, Demon Rage 2 met Yang Dingtian early. Alright, you should go. If you're late, Cloud Sky City might be in trouble. Of course, if you want to do something, you have to hurry. What do you mean? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Demon Rage 2 said, that's all I can say. Leave immediately and return to Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Could it be Dongli? At present, only the mad dog Dongli would hurt his family. Yang Dingtian immediately returned to Jia's room. The females of the Demon Fox clan did not need to undergo confinement. Hence, Jia had already woken up. However, the baby was still sleeping soundly on the small bed. This baby, who had once been very heaven-defying, didn't seem to be so heaven-defying after birth. Like other babies, he only ate and slept all day long. He didn't even open his eyes much. What made Yang Dingtian very happy was that he was the same as other babies. He would also pee his pants and poop. This is good, Yang Dingtian did not want his baby to be different from others. Even if it was the descendant of a demigod, Yang Dingtian still wanted it to live a normal life. Speaking of which, normal human babies were very powerful in their mother's womb. They could do somersaults and walk. However, after birth, they would not be able to do so. At least for more than a month, they would only eat and sleep every day. At this moment, Jia was sitting in front of a big mirror, dressing up. The females of the Demon Fox clan were really heaven-defying. Almost immediately after giving birth, their figures had completely recovered. The current Jia, apart from being slightly plump, had a devilish figure. In fact, she was even more devilish than when she was not pregnant. I'm going back, Yang Dingtian said. Jia turned her delicate body and said. Help me cut off this eyebrow before you go. It's a bit crooked. Alright. Yang Dingtian then stepped forward and used a small pair of scissors to gently cut off the eyebrow that was actually quite perfect. Jia gently snuggled into Yang Dingtian's arms and said, after you go back, don't forget about us. I won't, Yang Dingtian said. Jia looked up and Yang Dingtian kissed her red little mouth. Then, he walked to the small bed and kissed the baby's little face, looking at his little face greedily. Another face that was as beautiful as his mother's, speaking of which, Yang Dingtian was not handsome, but his sons were really very beautiful. Let's go. Yang Dingtian then turned and left. Jia sat naked in front of the mirror. She gently bit her lips and blinked her big eyes hard, holding back the tears in her eyes. Then, she hugged her beautiful delicate body with both arms. How strong was she in the past, but, Yao Qi, who was her life idol, died, giving her the first heavy blow. Then, the birth of the baby gave her the second heavy blow. Finally, Yang Dingtian came to her rescue from thousands of miles away, giving her the third heavy blow. As a result, a cold, heartless, and strong-hearted woman became soft and gentle. After leaving the Silver Palace, Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to return to the Hall of Skulls. He used the Demon Spirit Mist Cloak Flash technique, flying mystic skills, and the fastest flying cavalry of the Shadow Spear clan. In less than 20 hours, Yang Dingtian had already returned to the Hall of Skulls. At this time, Dishi Bian was already waiting in the Hall of Skulls according to the agreement. Did anything happen in Cloud Sky City? Yang Dingtian asked, when you were in the Hall of Skulls, did anyone pass by here? Dishi Bian shook his head and said, if something happened in Cloud Sky City, the Demon Vulture would immediately come to the Hall of Skulls to report. That's right, because of the cultivation in the Forbidden Continent's illusion, the Council of Light now had close to 30 powerful demon vultures. Of course, these demon vultures were not as strong as the demon vulture King Aja, but most of them had already broken through the 8th level. Therefore, in terms of combat power, they were still much weaker than the demon vulture King Aja, and their flying speed was also much slower. However, when each of them flew rapidly, their speed could reach more than 1,500 miles per hour, and some of them were even close to 2,000 miles per hour. Of course, the demon vulture King Aja's flying speed was already more than 2,000 miles per hour, which was the best in the entire chaotic world. Once it flew, even a half-saint expert could not catch up. That's good, Yang Dingtian said. Dishi Bian said, in about an hour, the demon spirit will come in, and then we can go out. Okay. Yang Dingtian then immediately sat down cross-legged, took a Xian gathering pill, and began to quickly recover his Xian qi. An hour later, the green door of the human kingdom in the Hall of Skulls suddenly opened, and then the demon spirit and Shadowless flew in. Let's go. Yang Dingtian and Dishi Bian quickly rushed out. After the demon spirit and Shadowless came in, they quickly woke up in the illusion of the Forbidden Continent. Then, they saw a line of words on the ground: Demon Spirit, Shadowless, immediately enter the Little Western Paradise, don't stay in the Hall of Skulls. Then, follow the original plan. This was left by the sect master, Shadowless said. After reading it, he immediately wiped the words on the ground, and then pointed to the silver door of the Little Western Paradise with the demon spirit. Don't worry, I can read. The demon spirit said in the demon fox language, and then pulled Shadowless, opened the silver door, and entered the Little Western Paradise. Anyway, the demon spirit somewhat missed the Little Western Paradise. Not long after Yang Dingtian and Dishi Bian left the Forbidden Continent, they saw the demon vulture King Ajia. The two of them rode on Ajia's back. Ajia, land and dive into the sea, Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, Ajia screeched, and then swooped down and dived into the deep sea. Then, a demon vulture and two people lurked in the sea, carefully watching the situation in the sky. 2 hours later, a familiar figure appeared in the sky above the sea. It was Queen Hai Xian's servant, Gue Wuzi, and another unfamiliar figure. Dishi Bian's voice directly passed through the sea and drilled into Yang Dingtian's ears. During this period, the experts of the Snakemen Empire came to the Forbidden Continent sea area at a fixed time every day, and entered the Hall of Skulls every day, but they didn't interfere with us. Dishi Bian said, they even cooperated with us. Yang Dingtian nodded. Sure enough, Gue Wuzi still stayed at the entrance of the Forbidden Continent sea area, and another unfamiliar figure rushed into the Hall of Skulls directly. About half an hour later, an incomparably familiar figure entered Yang Dingtian's vision. Sure enough, it was Dongli. These two experts of the Snakemen Empire came to the Forbidden Continent sea area every day during this period to pick up Dongli. Gue Wuzi greeted Dongli and said, Prime Minister, Her Majesty the Queen is waiting for you to go back. She said that no matter what, you are still her Prime Minister. Dongli's thin and handsome face twitched. Tell the Queen that I will go back, but not now. Gue Wuzi said, but Her Majesty the Queen asked me to bring you back. Dongli said coldly, I said that I won't go back now. After I finish my business, I will naturally go back. Gue Wuzi, I know that you have feelings for the Queen, but don't forget that I am your master. You are a person of my evil ways, and I am your young master. Yes, young master. Gue Wuzi bowed. Then, you can go back to the capital of the Snakemen Empire and tell Her Majesty the Queen that although I can't make her go into heat, I will prove my value in another way. Dongli said, I still have things to do. Gue Wuzi said, what things? How about I help you complete them? I want you to go back, did you hear me? Dongli looked at Gue Wuzi and said word by word. Dongli has changed his eyes. Although he can gradually see some things, this pair of eyes that don't belong to him are inlaid in his eye sockets. Therefore, although this pair of eyes is very beautiful, after looking at it, there is always a kind of scary feeling. Yes, young master. Gue Wuzi said and then flew towards the northern Snakemen Empire. Dongli, on the other hand, flew towards Cloud Sky City in the east. He had been suppressing this anger for a very, very long time. He had to vent it out. He will definitely not let Yang Dingtian have an easy time. How can there be such a good thing in the world? What kind of peerless beauty is yours? Queen Hai Xian is the goddess of his dreams, the goal of his life. But now, Yang Dingtian is actually benefiting. Good, you snatched my woman. Then I will also snatch your woman, we are even. Dongli felt the fire in his heart fiercely burning. Every step closer to Cloud Heaven City, the fire in his heart became fiercer. The place Yang Dingtian chose to kill Dongli is Li Shui Villa. Of course, this is for the sake of being conservative. After all, Dongli has been a 9-star 9th grade great grandmaster for a long time. In addition, he has obtained the void-splitting fire, so perhaps he is closer to the sage-to-be than Yang Dingtian. He is an unlimited 9-star 9th grade great grandmaster. Therefore, if he and Dishi Bian are not a match for Dongli, then Yang Dingtian will use Phantom Spirit Demon Mother. In short, he must succeed this time. After Dongli flew towards Cloud Heaven City, Yang Dingtian immediately rode Demon Eagle King Azu and flew towards the south. Then, he turned a corner and flew in front of Dongli. Because Dongli is riding the Snakeman Empire's winged cavalry, his flying speed is less than 1,000 miles per hour. Demon Eagle King Azu can easily overtake him. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian and Dishi Bian rode Demon Eagle King Azu and arrived above Li Shui Villa. Then, they made the relevant arrangements here and waited for Dongli's arrival. A few hours later, Dishi Bian nodded at Yang Dingtian, then rode Demon Eagle King and flew towards the west. She is going to lure Dongli here because Li Shui Villa is not the only way for Dongli to go to Cloud Heaven City. Of course, there is a certain risk for Dishi Bian to lure Dongli, but this risk is minimal because Dishi Bian's cultivation is very high and Demon Eagle King Azu's speed is extremely fast. Dongli can't catch up. Dishi Bian rode on Demon Eagle King Azu and flew thousands of miles away. As he expected, he saw Dongli in the air. Then, Dishi Bian exclaimed exaggeratedly, which immediately attracted Dongli's attention. Dongli's eyesight is not good, but he immediately recognized Dishi Bian's voice. This is also Yang Dingtian's woman, and it is completely unforgettable for Dongli. This woman's beauty is not inferior to Wu Maji. And most importantly, it is said that Yang Dingtian has not gotten his hands on this woman yet. Moreover, this woman has an incomparably special and charming taste. Suddenly, Dongli's desire was ignited and he said ferociously, "Good, good, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell but you barge in. Yang Dingtian, my revenge on you begins now." Then, Dongli chased frantically. Without waiting for Dishi Bian to speak, Demon Eagle King Azu immediately turned around and flew in the direction of Li Shui Villa. In the blink of an eye, Dongli's winged cavalry was left behind without a trace. Dongli was furious. He immediately abandoned his winged cavalry and used his flying mystic skill to fly quickly and chase quickly. He is also really powerful. Using his flying mystic skill, he actually reached nearly 2,000 miles per hour under crazy flight. However, he is still not Demon Eagle King Azu's opponent, but he will not be completely left behind. In this way, Dongli was directly led into the ambush of Li Shui Villa by Dishi Bian and Demon Eagle King Azu. After entering the sky above Li Shui Villa, suddenly, Demon Eagle King Azu stopped abruptly, and Dishi Bian turned around abruptly and floated in the air. Azu immediately spread his wings and flew high, fleeing far away. In the sky above the Li Water Manor, the incomparably beautiful Dishi Bian was floating on the surface of the lake, looking incomparably beautiful. Even if Dongli's eyesight is weak, he can still see her peerless figure. He stopped abruptly, looked at Dishi Bian's silhouette, and sneered, "You led me here to set me up, to ambush me, didn't you? Who else, is it Yang Dingtian? With just the two of you, you want to ambush me and kill me? Dream on." Then, he continued to rush towards Dishi Bian and laughed harshly, "Today, I will cripple Yang Dingtian, and then humiliate you over and over again in front of him." Pa! Yang Dingtian's figure suddenly drilled out of the water. At the same time, a devil sky-splitting lightning with all his strength struck down towards Dongli with incomparable ferocity. A huge lightning bolt of several thousand meters appeared almost instantly. The speed was extremely fast, and it directly struck Dongli's head. The thunder attribute mystic skill is so powerful, fast to the extreme, close to the speed of light, no one can dodge it. Moreover, it ignores any defense. The incomparably powerful thunder energy suddenly drilled into Dongli's body. His entire body burst out with terrifying flames. Note, sorry, today's idea took a little longer, so the update was late by dozens of minutes. In addition, brothers, I beg for monthly votes. Almost instantly, Dongli's entire body was charred black, and he let out an incomparably mournful scream. His understanding of Yang Dingtian was completely from nearly a year ago. In addition, when Yang Dingtian was in the Silver Palace, he could almost be said to be powerless. Therefore, he did not take Yang Dingtian seriously at all, nor did he take Dishi Bian seriously. In Dongli's eyes, Yang Dingtian was at most a 9-star grade 8 martial grandmaster, and Dishibian was only an 8-star martial grandmaster. With such cultivation, it was completely impossible for them to ambush and kill Dongli. What was Dongli's cultivation level? He had already become a 9-star grade 9 martial grandmaster many years ago. Coupled with the devouring of the space-splitting fire, he was only a thin piece of paper away from becoming a half-sage. Of course, even if they were only separated by a thin piece of paper, the difference in their combat strength was like heaven and earth. However, he felt that with his cultivation level, killing Yang Dingtian and Dongli would not be a problem at all. He could even kill 8 or 10 Yang Dingtian at the same time. However, he did not expect that Yang Dingtian would give him unforgettable pain the moment he came up. This lightning with an incomparably powerful cultivation level suddenly drilled into his shin meridians. In an instant, his entire body was completely paralyzed. Then, a destructive energy crazily attacked his body. 9-star grade 9 martial grandmaster energy. He was really too familiar with this level of energy. How could it be? How could it be? Yang Dingtian was actually a 9-star grade 9 martial grandmaster? Could it be that he could fly? How could his cultivation speed be so fast? If it was an attack from any other 9-star grade 9 martial grandmaster, Dongli would not have a problem and could completely resist it. However, this was lightning energy, which could ignore any defense. Although it could not kill him, it could seriously injure him. Just when Dongli felt that all the profound veins in his body were being attacked crazily, the darkness profound flame in his energy reserve suddenly surged out and devoured most of the lightning energy completely. Dongli was stunned for a moment, and then he was instantly overjoyed. The darkness profound flame was actually so heaven-defying. Yes, Dongli's darkness mystic flame was much more fortunate than Yang Dingtian's. Yang Dingtian's darkness mystic flame was extremely weak right from the start. On the other hand, Dongli's darkness profound flame had devoured enough darkness crystals and void-rending flames. It was extremely strong right from the start. Yang Dingtian's black-green mysterious fire was so powerful that it defied the natural order. Unfortunately, it was too strong. Yang Dingtian's qi could not contain it, so it could only hibernate in the depths of his qi most of the time. Dongli shook his body lightly, and the charred black on his body immediately dispersed, revealing his naked body. His capital was indeed frighteningly strong, even more powerful than Yang Dingtian's. The moment Dishibian saw his body, her whole body trembled. She suddenly fell to the ground and started to vomit desperately. Yang Dingtian was really speechless. Could they still fight like this? Dishibian was like this. It would be useless even if he broke through to the sage to be in the future. Once the other party took off his clothes, he would vomit desperately. How could they still fight? Ha 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 ha. Dongli laughed wildly. Then he turned to Dishibian and said, Miss Dishibian, when you taste my power, you will be completely infatuated with me. You won't be able to leave me, and you won't vomit either. Before Dongli finished his words, Dishibian vomited even more violently. Dongli then grinned hideously at Yang Dingtian and said, You're actually a 9-star level 9 great grandmaster. It's really unexpected. But so what? You want to kill me? It's purely a dream. You don't know how big the gap is between a 9-star level 9 great grandmaster and an infinite great grandmaster. Is that so? Yang Dingtian saw that Dongli was originally badly struck by lightning, but he was safe and sound in an instant. He didn't know why, but he quickly thought of the dark mystic flame. Dongli also had the dark mystic flame. The dark mystic flame was like a bug in the system. With its existence, Yang Dingtian's mystic skill attack almost had no effect on Dongli. Soon, Dishibian stopped vomiting. She took a piece of cloth and covered her eyes. Then she floated beside Yang Dingtian. Dishibian, I'll use something to block your cherry mouth in a while. Then you won't vomit anymore. Dongli laughed loudly. Blurg. Dishibian suddenly rolled. Yang Dingtian glared at her and then continued to stare at Dongli. Since the devil sky-splitting lightning couldn't kill Dongli, it meant that the mystic flame was also useless. Instead, it would become a meal for the dark mystic flame. Since all of his energy attacks were useless, he could only use physical attacks. At this moment, Dongli slowly raised his sword and faced Yang Dingtian. Yang Ding Tian, now it's time for you to taste the power of an infinite great grandmaster. Yang Ding Tian had already tasted it. Wu Daozi had released the power of an infinite great grandmaster before, but it was only SOSO. It could seriously injure Yang Ding Tian, but it couldn't kill Yang Ding Tian. Dongli brewed his mystic qi and said with a smile, take a guess. Will this move of mine attack you, or will it attack Dishibian, this stunning beauty? Whoosh. Yang Ding Tian didn't talk so much nonsense. He directly used the devil spirit mist cloak and instantly flashed, directly appearing in front of Dongli. And the sword in his hand pierced towards Dongli's chest with incomparable ferocity. Poochie, blood spurted out. Dongli was greatly alarmed. He watched as Yang Ding Tian suddenly appeared in front of him, and then the sword directly pierced into his chest. In the midst of shock, his mind almost couldn't make any reaction. But his body instinctively reacted and retreated like lightning. At the same time, a sword slashed towards Yang Ding Tian. Boom! An incomparably powerful energy directly bombarded Yang Ding Tian's chest. Yang Ding Tian's chest suddenly shook, and then his entire body flew out, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Dishi Bian quickly came over, caught Yang Ding Tian's back, and injected mystic qi to heal him. But he found that Yang Ding Tian's injuries were very light. That's right, because Dongli's terrifying energy directly bombarded Yang Ding Tian's chest, and Yang Ding Tian was wearing the devil spirit black armor, which could almost devour most of the energy. The reason why he vomited blood was because other parts of his body were attacked by the aftermath. Dongli quickly retreated tens of thousands of meters away. Because this distance exceeded the limit of Yang Ding Tian's instant flash. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the wound on his chest. It was more than 2 inches in, almost piercing his heart. Dongli felt cold sweat on his back. It was too shocking. Yang Ding Tian's near-emperor grade soul sword, coupled with the devil spirit mist cloak, was completely a bug. This kind of ghostly flash attack was too shocking. Just a little bit more, and he would have died under Yang Ding Tian's sword. He had really underestimated the enemy. Immediately, Dongli looked at Yang Ding Tian with eyes filled with hatred and fear. Yang Ding Tian, don't think that you can escape my pursuit just because you have the devil spirit mist cloak. Dongli said coldly, I still have a way to kill you. Separated by tens of thousands of meters, Dongli's sword light suddenly slashed out crazily. Boom, 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 all of a sudden, the sky was filled with Dongli's deadly killing intent. Tens of thousands of meters of sword light, densely packed, filled the surrounding dozens of miles of space, all turned into a slaughterhouse. Dongli slashed madly. Almost every second, dozens of sword auras were unleashed. The scene at this time was very similar to the laser killing array in science fiction movies. You can't see where the sword chi is at all, but every inch of space could be. Puff, 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 suddenly, the entirely water villa was completely destroyed. Without a sound, the entire thatched hut was instantly split open from the middle. The entire boulder was instantly shattered. The entire tree was instantly shattered into pieces. In just a few seconds, the area within tens of thousands of meters suffered unprecedented damage. Countless rocks, countless trees, and all the houses were all shattered. On the ground, a bottomless gully was left. This was the power of an infinite great master. Of course, with such an attack, Dongli's profound qi was completely consumed like a waterfall. This was the stupidest way, but also the most effective way. Almost instantly, Yang Ding Tian was in a sorry state. Because at this time, within tens of thousands of meters of space, it was all Dongli's sword light killing intent. And Dishi Bian, as long as she was hit, she would die. Because she had part of the energy of the netherworld ghost fire, she was immortal. But if she was killed, she would still die, so Willingzi cherished his life so much. Therefore, Yang Ding Tian didn't care about her vomiting on the man, hurriedly hugged her delicate body, and then used the demon spirit demon fire to release the most powerful energy shield. Whoosh 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 whoosh, using the demon spirit mist cloak flash technique, desperately dodging Dongli's sword light that was everywhere. Boom, but under such a crazy attack, it was too difficult to completely dodge. Because Dongli's sword light was completely traceless and invisible, randomly released dozens of times per second. So in a short period of time, Yang Ding Tian was hit 4 or 5 times. The energy shield of the demon spirit demon fire was directly torn apart. Although Yang Dingtian resisted most of the energy, Dishi Bian still spat out blood and was seriously injured. Yang Dingtian discovered that in a battle between the top powerhouses, the more helpers, the better. If the difference in cultivation was too great, not only would it not be of help, but it would also drag down the battlefield. Dishi Bian was already strong enough, a 9-star 7th grade great grandmaster. There was not much difference between her and Yang Dingtian, who was a 9-star 9th grade great grandmaster. However, in this battle, under Dongli's crazy killing, she could hardly do anything. Instead, she needed Yang Dingtian's protection. If she really wanted to join the battlefield, she could only help Yang Dingtian if she reached the power of a 9-star 9th grade great grandmaster. This can't go on, Dongli has already gone crazy. Yang Dingtian held Dishi Bian and rushed down to the lake below, diving directly into the deepest part. At this time, the power of water was displayed. Anything that was hit by Dongli's sword light was instantly shattered. Only water, after being shattered 10,000 times, was still water. Yang Dingtian kept diving down. Li Shui Lake was very, very deep. After diving for 10,000 meters, he reached the water. This 10,000 meters deep water could almost buffer most of Dongli's attacks. Therefore, Dishi Bian was safe at the bottom of the water. When Dongli saw Yang Dingtian diving into the water, he was furious and wanted to rush into the water. However, he quickly thought that this might be Yang Dingtian's trap. He immediately shouted from above, "Yang Dingtian, come out. Don't be a coward. Also, I know that you have the demon mother of illusory spirits. Don't even think about using the demon mother of illusory spirits to kill me underwater." When these words came out, Yang Dingtian was stunned. The demon mother of illusory spirits was his trump card. He didn't expect Dongli to think of it directly. It seemed that although his reason was blinded by hatred, he was still very scheming. Of course, the matter of the demon mother of illusory spirits was not an absolute secret. At least, Ning Wuming knew about it. Since Ning Wuming knew, as one of the young masters of the evil ways, Dongli also knew about it. In this way, he couldn't use the demon mother of illusory spirits to kill Dongli. He definitely wouldn't go into the water. If he didn't kill him today, it would be really troublesome. Yang Dingtian had completely enraged him. If he let him go, he would really cause a reign of terror in Cloud Heaven City. He would cause immeasurable harm to Yang Dingtian's family. Therefore, he had to keep him here today. Dongli shouted in the air, "Yang Dingtian. If you don't appear, I'm going to Cloud Heaven City. Dugashao might not be guarding there all the time. I'm going to have a taste of Big Milk Shaman now. Ha 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 ha." Yang Dingtian fiercely slashed out profound chi energy from the lake. Suddenly, the entire lake surged with waves. Therefore, Dongli couldn't see the trajectory of Yang Dingtian's movement. Yang Dingtian followed the surging waves and quickly approached Dongli in the water. Then, before he came out of the water, he used the invisibility profound skill and completely disappeared into the air. Then, Yang Dingtian became invisible and gradually approached Dongli. Dongli's gaze was still fixed on the entire lake. Then, he realized that the waves in the lake were getting smaller and smaller. Suddenly, he thought that Yang Dingtian knew the invisibility profound skill. Instantly, he broke out in cold sweat. He knew that Yang Dingtian was approaching him. Yang Dingtian's near Emperor grade soul sword and demonic spirit mist cloak were too terrifying. Once he got close, it could be said that he would die without a doubt. Suddenly, Dongli's sword danced crazily. Countless sword auras crazily slashed at the surrounding space, completely protecting his body. Yang Dingtian wanted to get close to him? Unless he was slashed 10 times, 100 times, and if Yang Dingtian was slashed 10 times, he would have died long ago. Then, could Yang Dingtian be invisible and flash at the same time? Yes. In theory, yes. But in reality, to be invisible for tens of thousands of meters, it would exhaust a considerable amount of Yang Dingtian's profound chi. And to be invisible for tens of thousands of meters, that profound chi would increase exponentially. With Yang Dingtian's current cultivation, he would not be able to support it. Moreover, there was not much meaning in being invisible and flashing. Yang Dingtian continued to get closer and closer. The distance was enough. At this distance, Yang Dingtian could completely flash and stab Dongli. But, at this moment, Dongli's sword aura had completely protected him. If he rushed in, Yang Dingtian would be slashed countless times. With unlimited Grandmaster energy, Yang Dingtian could take 1, 2, 3, but what would happen if there were more? Yang Dingtian did not know. Of course, when Yang Dingtian was about to die, the black-green profound fire would appear and devour all the energy to protect Yang Dingtian's life. But, at that time, Yang Dingtian would have lost his ability to fight. Dongli could easily chop off his head. The black-green profound fire could protect his sea of qi, but it might not be able to protect his head. Therefore, if Yang Dingtian rushed forward, he might be able to kill Dongli, but the possibility of losing his life would be very, very high. Moreover, Dongli had just blocked Yang Dingtian's first flash attack. Then, he might be able to block the second flash attack. Therefore, the situation was unsolvable. But, there was another way, that was to let Dongli exhaust all his profound qi. By then, killing him would be as easy as flipping his hand. Therefore, Yang Dingtian hid himself and waited for Dongli to exhaust his profound qi. But obviously, Dongli would not be fooled. When there was only about 30% of his profound qi left, he said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, I know you're waiting for my profound qi to exhaust. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'm going to Cloud Sky City to play with your wife." After saying that, he retreated quickly. If he let him leave, the consequences would be unimaginable. As he retreated, he waved his sword crazily and surrounded himself with countless sword rays. Yang Dingtian slowly pulled out his sharp sword and held it horizontally in the air, motionless, allowing Dongli to retreat crazily. "Ha ha 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 ha. Yang Dingtian, I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'm going to humiliate your wives, ha 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 ha." Dongli laughed wildly and retreated like lightning. Suddenly, slash. The sharp sword pierced Dongli's sea of qi in his lower abdomen. Boom. Dongli's sea of qi was instantly destroyed. And Yang Dingtian was still invisible. He did not attack in a flash. Instead, he stood in the same spot and waited for Dongli to collide with his sword. Because he had previously moved behind Dongli while invisible. Note, bosses, I beg for monthly votes. As it was too easy to be counterattacked by instinct, Yang Dingtian chose to take a big detour to Dongli's back and stab him in the back. However, the result was even more forceful. Dongli retreated rapidly and collided with Yang Dingtian's soul sword that was close to the Emperor grade. At the moment of collision, Yang Dingtian flashed a foot away. Instantly, the soul sword that was close to the Emperor grade pierced through Dongli's waist and his sea of vital energy without any hindrance. Dongli's face was distorted. He turned around and looked at Yang Dingtian. You tricked me, then let's perish together." Then, he wanted to explode the entire sea of vital energy before it was completely destroyed. However, he didn't have the chance. Because his darkness mystic flame rushed out crazily. That's right, Dongli's darkness mystic flame actually flew out of the sea of vital energy and screamed, roared, and looked ferocious in the air. When Yang Dingtian saw this, he was completely stunned. The darkness mystic flame actually betrayed its owner at the crucial moment. Any mystic flame would live and die together with its owner. However, the darkness mystic flame actually betrayed its owner and left when its owner was about to die. This was too monstrous, wasn't it? However, the darkness mystic flame that had lost its owner and was alone in the air was extremely dangerous. Its energy would be depleted rapidly. Therefore, it struggled crazily and screamed. Then, it pounced towards Yang Dingtian ferociously. Because Yang Dingtian was the closest to it, it wanted to find a new owner. Huff, Dongli's darkness mystic flame suddenly entered Yang Dingtian's body. Ah! Instantly, Yang Dingtian yelled out. Because an endless amount of dark energy surged into his body crazily. This darkness profound flame had an owner. Now that it had forcefully entered his body, it seemed to devour all energy wherever it passed. This was a completely violent move. Moreover, this darkness profound flame had devoured more than half of the void-splitting flame. Coupled with Dongli's sea of qi, it was an extremely powerful profound flame. Therefore, when it passed through Yang Dingtian's profound veins and was about to drill into his energy sea, it nearly destroyed everything. Yang Dingtian felt his mind go blank, as if his entire body was about to explode. But at the last moment, his sword trembled violently. Poof! Dong Li's body flew out. His entire body, from his stomach to between his legs, was split in half by Yang Dingyi's near-emperor-grade soul sword. His most solid foundation was completely destroyed by the explosion. Then, his body fell heavily to the ground as blood gushed out. As for that darkness-profound flame, it was frantically trying to drill into Yang Dingtian's qi. Moreover, in order to make up for its loss, it desperately devoured all the energy it could see. Without any obstruction, this darkness-profound flame suddenly entered Yang Dingtian's qi. It looked like it was about to completely devour everything in Yang Dingtian's qi. But in an instant, the black-green dragon that was hibernating in the abyss of the qi was extremely excited and ecstatic. It was like a demon that had found the most delicious prey. Roar! Its entire body suddenly bounced out from the abyss. In an instant, this tyrannical and incomparably powerful darkness-profound flame suddenly became incomparably weak in front of it. It immediately panicked and wanted to escape. But it was too late. The black-green dragon opened its terrifying flaming mouth and completely devoured the darkness-profound flame in one gulp. It swallowed it into its stomach and then dived into the abyss of the qi again. At the same time, an extremely powerful energy exploded in Yang Dingtian's qi. Yang Dingtian felt waves of nothingness and tremors. This black-green dragon actually knew how to divide the spoils. After devouring Dong Li's darkness-profound flame, the bigger part belonged to itself and the smaller part belonged to Yang Dingtian. As a result, Yang Dingtian inexplicably broke through from a 9-star 9th-grade Great Grandmaster to the realm of Infinite Great Grandmaster. Of course, the so-called Infinite Great Grandmaster was a very broad and vague concept. Strictly speaking, it was still called a 9-star 9th-grade Great Grandmaster. For example, although Dong Li and Yu Ming were Infinite Great Grandmasters, they were still called 9-star 9th-grade Great Grandmasters. And some Infinite Great Grandmasters were only a piece of paper away from the sage-to-be. And some Infinite Great Grandmasters were very far away from the sage-to-be. But in short, Infinite Great Grandmasters were stronger than 9-star 9th-grade Great Grandmasters. When Yang Dingtian woke up again, the sun was already setting in the west. He wanted to rush to the ground and tear Dong Li into pieces immediately. However, at this time, there was already a person standing beside Dong Li. It was Princess Mudan. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. I can't kill him, right? Mudan nodded and said, originally, His Majesty Demon King had completely given up on him and was ready to let him die under your sword and test your strength. But things have changed. Dong Li suddenly became important again, so he can't die. Had he become important? Yang Dingtian said, by the way, I've already devoured his darkness-profound flame. I know, Mudan said. Oh, that meant that Dong Li became important either because of the darkness-profound flame or the void-splitting fire. This was Dong Li's only support. Then, why did the evil ways suddenly need the void-splitting fire? You want to bestow him with a first-class evil spirit, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Mudan said. Then, he's going to harm my family again. What should I do? Yang Dingtian asked. Don't worry, he won't. Mudan said, His Majesty Demon King feels that Dong Li's soul can no longer be used. His heart is filled with resentment towards the evil ways and violence towards you. So, he will let the first-class evil spirit completely crush his will. From then on, Dong Li, as an independent individual, will no longer exist. Just like you? Yang Dingtian asked. No, it's even more serious than me. Mudan said, at least, Dongfang Bingling's soul and will are still intact. He just lost control of his body. Alright, enough chit-chat. It's time to plant the evil spirit. Mudan's eyes narrowed slightly. Her hands suddenly converged in the air, squeezing the air between her palms. Suddenly, a purple-blue light dragon condensed and swam in her hands. It was vivid and ferocious. That purple-blue light and shadow instantly set off Peony's incomparably beautiful face, making it incomparably gorgeous. This was the seed of a first-class evil spirit. Second class was green, and first class was blue. Huff. Then, she suddenly released it. Aoo. With a fierce roar, the purple-blue light dragon suddenly drilled into Dongli's body. After the purple-blue light dragon entered Dongli's body began to tremble. In an instant, an unparalleled energy crazily destroyed Dongli's body. His flesh and blood shattered inch by inch. Then, the entire skeleton completely shattered and disappeared. His entire body, only a chi-si, countless profound veins, a heart, and a brain were left. These parts were all wrapped in first-class evil spirit energy. Countless energy rays were moving quickly. Finally, the first-class evil spirit's light dragon drilled into Dongli's chi-si. In an instant, Dongli's destroyed chi-si was repaired inch by inch. The completely collapsed chi-si's inner world was quickly restored. Boom! In an instant, the lake below seemed to be lifted up. The two suns in the sky were completely shrouded. The world of thousands of miles seemed to have been completely changed, as if the end of the world had come. After everything quieted down, the astonishing light gradually faded. Yang Dingtian saw a completely new Dongli standing beside Mudan. The skin of his whole body was as smooth as jade. The two eyes that did not belong to him were also shining. The whole person no longer felt like a human. Although the body and face were Dongli's, there was no expression, any emotion, or any hatred that belonged to Dongli. In fact, there was no expression at all, no joy or sorrow. And a certain part of his body was completely empty. A first-class evil spirit had actually failed to restore his manhood. Yang Dingtian asked, "Did he break through to the half-sage level?" No. It was the evil spirit Dongli who spoke. Before he died, the dark profound flame betrayed him and fled. It took away too much of his power, which you devoured. That's why even a first-class evil spirit couldn't help him break through to the half-sage level. He's still an unbounded grandmaster. So you're saying our cultivation bases are about the same? Yang Dingtian asked. No, I'm still a bit stronger than you, Dongli said. I'm closer to the half-sage level, but I can't kill you now. Mudan looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Well then, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, we'll take our leave." Dongli nodded and bowed. Farewell. Until we meet again, Yang Dingtian said. With that, Mudan and Dongli vanished into thin air. Yang Dingtian quickly dived into the depths of the lake because Dishibian was already severely injured. Even though Yang Dingtian had given her elixir to consume, it should still be very dangerous for her to be underwater for such a long time. If something happened to her, Yang Dingtian would have lost one of his most powerful allies. That said, she was sometimes unreliable, often throwing up and crippling her own fighting prowess. By the time Yang Dingtian reached the bottom of the lake, he was completely stunned. Not only was Dishibian not in any danger, she was completely healed. Yang Dingtian hadn't given her any holy water or medicinal pills, yet she was completely healed. Furthermore, the netherworld ghost flame didn't have the self-healing abilities of evil spirits. Before long, Yang Dingtian discovered the reason. It was because of the blue water at the bottom of the lake. This miraculous blue water allowed him to recover from his injuries. At that time, it was this pool of blue water that allowed the illusory spirit demon mother to escape the calamity of the Naga Empire and also escape the destruction of the ancient Great Nirvana. This blue water was extremely powerful and mysterious. Just what was it? Yang Dingtian picked up Dishibian who was in the water. She opened her eyes and slowly woke up. She gently struggled free and floated in the water. You're done. We'll leave in a while. I'll study this mysterious blue water. Yang Dingtian said. As for Dishibian, she just stared straight at Yang Dingtian. You, what are you doing? Yang Dingtian was stunned. ******** Note. Please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Yang Dingtian, I don't think I should go, Dishibian suddenly said. Why? Yang Dingtian was surprised. Dishi. Bien said, I feel that if I go, I won't be able to help you. Instead, I'll be a burden. Yang Dingtian said, but your breakthrough to half-saint is also very important. Then I'll use my own method to cultivate. Also, I think it's impossible for me to break through to half-saint in a short time. Dishibian said, I've thought about it. At the border of the abyss, you can barely protect yourself. But if you have to divert your attention to protect me, you'll definitely be in danger. Did Emoji say something to you? Yang Dingtian asked. Dishibian said, that's not important. What's important is that I've already decided. It's more advantageous for you to go alone. Are you sure? Yang Dingtian asked. I'm sure, Dishibian said, I'll stay behind and protect the people in Cloud Sky City while cultivating. Yang Dingtian sighed deeply and then nodded. Then, he flew directly in the direction of the north. The so-called border of the abyss was at the end of the world. North, south, east, and west all had ends. And the end of the South Sea had been explored by evil ways. Yang Dingtian still had many choices, but there was only one choice in his mind. That was the north of the snowy north. Why did he choose there? Because Master Dongfang Nimi, in order to find the ultimate secret of the world, kept going north, 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 north. Then, someone was afraid that he would discover something, so they destroyed his cultivation and imprisoned him in the ice and snow for more than 10 years. Why was his master imprisoned? He must have almost discovered something. Who imprisoned him? Evil ways or the so-called god of chaos? No matter who it was, there must be a secret at the end of the snowy north. Therefore, Yang Dingtian didn't choose the border of the abyss that he knew, but went directly north. Yang Dingtian had the thought of returning to the world of ice and snow for a very long time. At that time, when his master, Dongfang Menmi, was imprisoned, his cultivation should have been around the 9-star Grandmaster level. Because at that time, in the human countries, except for Wolingzi, who had completely retreated from the world, his cultivation was the highest. Therefore, he was called the number 1 in the world. As for whether he had reached 9-star or 9th grade Grandmaster level, Yang Dingtian didn't know, his master had never mentioned it. But at that time, his master had already cultivated to cultivate to cultivate to cultivate. But he didn't cultivate to 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 cultivate TS. But he because master once knew that the profound vein essence was in the yin-yang mirror, but it had already been taken away by Peony. And all these years, he had been extremely busy, so he had no time to look for the Xian vein essence, nor did he have time to cultivate his sword soul. At this time, Yang Dingtian's cultivation should be about the same as Dongfang Menmi when he had a sword soul at his peak, or maybe a little stronger. At that time, his master went to explore the top secret in the north, was crippled of his martial arts, and then imprisoned in the snowy north. What about Yang Dingtian? Would he repeat the same mistake? Yang Dingtian rode the demon eagle king, Azeo, and kept going north, north, north. In just 10 hours, he had already reached the edge of the snowy north. Yang Dingtian patted Azeo and said, okay, Azeo, you go back. Remember, don't play with Bao Bao in Cloud Sky City every day, you have to go to Zhongjing often to perform official duties, okay? Also, many demon eagles have cultivated in the Forbidden Continent's illusion, and many female demon eagles have become very powerful, barely worthy of you. When I come back, if you haven't found a partner, then I will castrate you. Anyway, it's useless to keep you. The demon eagle king, Azeo, was really sad and reluctant, but when it heard Yang Dingtian's last words, it suddenly shuddered, and its whole body suddenly shrank. Castrate, that's too scary. Otherwise, it might as well just close its eyes and find a female to make do with. Anyway, at night, when the eyes are closed and the lights are turned off, all females are about the same. Alright, let's go back. Yang Dingtian rubbed its neck. Azeo rubbed against his body reluctantly, then flapped its wings and flew in the direction of Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian just told it not to go back to Cloud Sky City to play with Bao Bao, but it turned around and went to Cloud Sky City instead of Zhongjing. After Azeo left, Yang Dingtian landed in the snowy north. In front of him was the endless snowy north, and behind him was the cold belt forest. At that time, when Yang Dingtian left the snowy north, he almost collapsed. It was when he saw this forest that his will was rekindled. The world of ice and snow in front of them was still a vast expanse of white as far as the eye could see. It was as if nothing had changed in 10,000 years. Yang Dingtian did not fly in the air, but walked on the ground. And his first goal was the glacier cave that he had passed through at that time. He walked faster and faster, faster and faster. In the end, it was as fast as lightning. At this time, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. The sun shone on the ice and snow, looking incomparably dazzling. 2 hours later. Yangding Tian ran more than 2,000 miles. Suddenly, dark clouds pressed down, the wind whistled, and fist-sized snowflakes smashed down. Nearly 6 years ago, Yangding Tian had to dig a deep cave to hide in when encountering such a snowstorm. But now, this snowstorm was not even a tickle for Yangding Tian. He hurried through the snowstorm. Another 10 hours passed. The sky cleared up again, and the sun shone again. After another 10 hours of walking, Yi Zichen walked on. Finally, Yangding Tian returned to the place where he came to this world. Of course, this was only a very, very approximate location. The reason why Yangding Tian did not fly but walked was that he followed the route from 6 years ago. Of course, Yangding Tian wasn't able to walk in a straight line at that time. Furthermore, this place was filled with endless ice and snow. There weren't any points of reference or any distinctive features. Therefore, Yangding Tian could only roughly determine that he was in this area. The range was about 100 miles, or perhaps the error was greater. Yangding Tian flew in the air, trying to find the cave after passing through. But it was too difficult. After 6 years of snow and ice, all traces had been buried by the strong wind. However, there might still be some traces. Because his master, Dongfang Minmi, detonated his energy reserve and blew up a large cave thousands of meters below. Although this cave would be buried by snow, it was not a glacier after all, so it was not that strong. On the jade stone, Yangding Tian pulled out his emperor-grade soul sword and stabbed it into the ice and snow. The boundless energy of a martial grandmaster suddenly burst forth. Boom! Suddenly, the glacier within a radius of dozens of miles seemed to have been hit by an earthquake. It shook violently, and then countless cracks appeared. However, there was no collapse. It could be seen that it was not here. Yangding Tian flew dozens of miles and stabbed the emperor-grade soul sword again, bursting with profound qi. Suddenly, all the ice ships within dozens of miles were once again hit by an incomparably powerful shock. Still nothing, a total of 5 times, when Yangding Tian detonated the ice ship, countless cracks tore open, and then rumbled, a huge cave collapsed more than 10 miles to the west. Yangding Tian immediately flew over. That's right, it was here, because, at a glance, Yangding Tian saw a rag. He didn't know if it was Yangding Tian's or his master, Dongfang Minmi. At that time, the cave where his master was imprisoned was here. And the place where Yangding Tian transmigrated was also here. Yangding Tian jumped into the depths of the cave. Boom, 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 using the terrifying high temperature of the million-spirit demon fire, the snow inside was completely evaporated in an instant. Immediately, this place was completely restored to its original appearance. It was almost exactly the same as when Yangding Tian transmigrated. His master, Dongfang Minmi, detonated his sea of qi, but did not destroy the shape of this cave. This was impossible, right? Or it had once again returned to its original appearance. Yangding Tian tried to find his master's skeleton and then take it away. However, it was obviously impossible. At that time, his master was completely smashed into pieces, and there was no trace of him. The only thing that could be found was a lot of torn clothes and a dozen strands of hair. Yangding Tian collected these things and put them into the space ring. Then, he carefully explored this cave to see if there were any energy fluctuations. No, it was a very normal ice cave. Yangding Tian directly used his treasure sword to dig down, easily breaking the ice, and continued to dig deeper. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. It was all ice, and there was nothing special. After taking one last look at the ice cave that he had transmigrated from, Yangding Tian suddenly flew out, quickly flying towards the north. After that, he continued to use flying mystic skills, and not running on land. He flew towards the north, and kept flying, and kept flying. He continued to fly for 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles, 40,000 miles, still, it was a boundless land of ice and snow, and there was nothing else. It was as if it was endless. Yangding Tian had been flying for a few days and nights. Midway, he stopped twice to recover his mystic qi. Because the further north he went, the lower the temperature, and it was actually the same temperature as the unfreezing water. And here, it was completely no longer snowing, and there was no wind. Yang Dingtian could no longer fly, and could only land. Because the temperature here had already dropped below the unfreezing water. The air here was even liquid. Liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen, and so on. At this time, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to use a large amount of mystic qi to maintain the temperature in his body. And he could only maintain the speed of running. This wasn't even a big deal. As he continued to go north, the temperature was still dropping. Thus, Yang Dingtian saw an unprecedented spectacle. He saw the entire solid world. The air in the air had completely solidified. At this time, it should already be more than 200 degrees below zero. A normal 9-star 9th grade great grandmaster would not be able to withstand it. Yang Dingtian had mystic fire, 9 yang mystic veins, and unlimited cultivation of a great grandmaster. Only then could he barely survive in such an extreme environment. Thus, Yang Dingtian held a treasure sword and continued to break the ice, forward and forward. Every 800 miles, he had to stop to recover his mystic qi. But there was good news. The mystic qi energy here was actually very, very rich. It was as if the mystic qi accumulated over the years had been frozen into the air. Just like that, Yang Dingtian continued to go north and break the ice. The temperature was getting lower and lower. In the end, Yang Dingtian had to consume a large amount of mystic qi to maintain the temperature of his entire body. Moreover, the consumption of elixirs was like running water. The speed of his advance went from 800 miles per day to 500 miles, to 300 miles, to 200 miles, to 100 miles. Just like that, Yang Dingtian continued to move forward. The temperature continued to drop. In the end, the terrible cold even directly froze Yang Dingtian's thoughts. It made him completely forget about the time and could only break the ice and go north. Until suddenly one day, his energy suddenly trembled, and his entire body sank into nothingness for a short period of time. Then, Queen Poisa desperately woke him up. Otherwise, he would have really died in the extreme cold. He actually broke through and went from an unlimited great grandmaster to an even higher level. Just like that, he kept breaking the ice and going north. After the breakthrough, Yang Dingtian was slightly excited and continued to break the ice and go north. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, he didn't know how long it had been. Later, the temperature had reached a level that Yang Dingtian couldn't bear. His daily speed was no more than 5 miles. The mystic qi in his body was barely enough to maintain his own life. If he still couldn't find the exit, Yang Dingtian only had 2 ways. The first way was to turn back and give up on this direction. The second way was to wake up Naga Shuang and keep warm with her as they continued to go north. Yang Dingtian continued to go north, 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 north. Halfway through, his energy cultivation broke through 2 more times. He still went from an unlimited great grandmaster to an even higher level. However, only God knew how many times he had to break through to become a half-saint. But now, Yang Dingtian really understood what an unlimited great grandmaster meant. Although they were both 9-star and 9th grade great grandmasters, the current Yang Dingtian was much more powerful than the previous Yang Dingtian. Perhaps Wu Yuming had been in this kind of limitless martial grandmaster back then. Yang Dingtian's critical point soon came. Because his mystic qi was already difficult to maintain his life and could no longer support him to go forward. If he went forward, he would directly put his life in danger. Now, he could either turn back or wake up Naga Shuang. However, Yang Dingtian didn't want to choose either. Because he felt that there might be a pair of eyes watching him. If he woke up Naga Shuang, his biggest secret would be exposed and it would lead to unimaginable consequences. However, he was extremely unwilling to turn around and go back. He was going to risk his life and risk it all. Therefore, Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. He directly summoned the mystic fire and used the terrible heat to maintain his body's warmth and continued to break the ice. This time, his speed was very, very fast. However, the consumption of mystic qi was also extremely fast. He was really gambling with his life. Yang Dingtian flew north and advanced quickly. The mystic qi energy was being consumed crazily. If he didn't succeed, he would die trying. Finally, his mystic chi was about to be exhausted and the mystic fire was about to be extinguished. There was still no end in front of him. If he were to be trapped here, he would definitely die. It was impossible for him to even turn around and go back now. His mystic chi couldn't support him. Then, the only way was to wake up Naga. No, Yang Dingtian didn't want to. He firmly believed that there must be a pair of eyes watching him at this time. Either he died or he succeeded. Yang Dingtian used the last bit of mystic chi and rushed forward. Boom! After the mystic chi exploded, it was completely extinguished. Yang Dingtian's mystic chi was completely exhausted. Then, like a wild beast that had broken free from its cage, he roared desperately. He succeeded. This was the end of the northern world, the real end. Behind it was the ancient wonder, the entire world that was completely frozen and solidified. And in front of it was the bizarre and mysterious abyss border. There was nothing, there was only a ball of light and shadow, a distorted light and shadow. It was like an infinite galaxy, but also like a distorted hell. Countless lightning bolts burst out in the light and shadow. This was the abyss border, the end of the entire world. Anyone who fell into the abyss border would be completely lost in the endless energy abyss. Yang Dingtian knew that no one could pass through the abyss border, and the void-splitting fire was the product of the entire continent after it died. The void-splitting fire was, to a large extent, an alternative manifestation of the abyss border. Therefore, with the void-splitting fire, he should be able to pass through the abyss border. Then, how should he pass through? Note, some troublesome trivial things happened at home. I only started writing after 1 o'clock, so it was much later. I will resume tomorrow. Every family had its own difficulties. The abyss border in front of him could be said to be endless. Moreover, there was an extremely complicated energy field inside. Yang Dingtian grabbed a piece of ice and threw it directly toward the abyss border. Instantly, the ice and snow disappeared. This kind of disappearance did not mean that it went anywhere, but that it was directly turned into ashes. In fact, one level higher than that would be completely turned into the most primitive form of energy. In other words, after a person went down, he would not even be considered dead. He would be directly decomposed into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, anything that went down would be completely decomposed. At this time, Yang Dingtian really did not dare to take the risk and directly jump down. Although at the critical moment, he would definitely not be afraid. But at this time, jumping down was not courage, but idiocy. This was the border between two worlds, where there was the most powerful energy. If he jumped down, he would definitely be turned into ashes. He would not even have the treatment of death. Yang Dingtian gradually calmed down and sat down cross-legged. Strangely, it was no longer cold here, but there was no feeling at all. It was not cold, nor was it hot. Yang Dingtian swallowed the qi-gathering pill and began to recover his battle qi. Half an hour later, Yang Dingtian was completely recovered. Since the void-splitting fire was the highest product of the abyss border, then the next step was to see how the void-splitting fire performed. Yang Dingtian ran his qi and released the void-splitting fire. Of course, he did not directly create a space door, but just used a small void-splitting fire to enter the abyss border to try. A white void-splitting fire was slowly released, and then under Yang Dingtian's control, it floated into the abyss border. As expected, the void-splitting fire did not turn into ashes. Not only did it not turn into ashes, but it was also crazily devouring the energy of the entire abyss border. After devouring, the void-splitting fire began to split. A white flame split into a black one. Then it continued to devour and split. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 4 flowers, 8 flowers, 16 flowers, in the blink of an eye, the entire abyss border in front of Yang Dingtian was completely filled with black and white flames. There were thousands of them. Then, exactly like what he saw before, these void-splitting fires began to merge. All of the flames became transparent again. Jade. The entire border of the abyss had turned into a transparent crystal. It looked incomparably beautiful and resplendent. But what should he do now? Was he going to jump down? Yang Dingtian was still very careful as he pinched an ice ball and threw it down. This time, the ice and snow did not disintegrate. Instead, it continued to fall, and finally disappeared. Yang Dingtian understood that the other use of the void crack fire was to allow people to travel back and forth between the first world, the second world, and the third world. They could pass through any abyss border. Moreover, Yang Dingtian's void-rending flame came from the most powerful death continent, so it was of the highest grade. As long as the void-rending flame reached the edge of the abyss, it would devour all the energy here. Then, it would transform the incomparably terrifying edge of the abyss into nothingness. This way, any object that entered would not be directly decomposed. From the looks of it, the spatial rending flame was indeed extremely heaven-defying. It was even to the extent that it was completely different from the profound flames and even the nether ghost flames. This was a truly world-class energy product. Then what about the chaos spirit flame that was ranked first? He really did not know. Its degree of heaven-defying might have already exceeded the scope of Yang Dingtian's understanding. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and directly jumped down toward the transparent crystal-like edge of the abyss. Phew, as expected, he was safe and sound. The entire process was very strange. It was as if he had fallen into a time tunnel. Everything around him was transparent crystal-like light and shadow. There was nothing. Yang Dingtian felt as though he was constantly falling, but he also felt as though he was constantly advancing. Because the surroundings were completely nothingness, there was no front, back, left, or right at all. In short, Yang Dingtian kept falling and falling. Yang Dingtian did not wear a watch. If he did, he would realize that the hands of the watch would not move at this time. Because there was no concept of time when traveling through the abyss border. It seemed to be an instant, but also seemed to be a very, very long time. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian directly passed through the entire almost infinite border and rushed into a completely unfamiliar world. This was a completely unfamiliar world. Phew. Then, this crystal-like void-splitting fire began to condense, and condense quickly. In the end, it became void-splitting fire again, and it was transparent. It directly drilled into Yang Dingtian's GC. In an instant. Boom. Yang Dingtian only felt his GC tremble violently. His entire consciousness completely fell into nothingness. His sea of energy trembled once again, indicating that he had made another breakthrough. He broke through from an infinite great master to an even higher infinite great master. At this time, Yang Dingtian's concept of martial arts and the concept of breaking through was completely subverted. In such a short period of time, he had already broken through 3 times. But he was still an infinite great master. As for how many more breakthroughs he needed to break through to the half-saint level, only God knew. Now, Yang Dingtian was really curious. How did Walingzi break through to the half-saint level? It was not scientific. Now, with the objective conditions of the chaotic world, it was very difficult to break through to the half-saint level. No wonder it was called an infinite great master. If one did not come to nirvana, it was basically an infinite great master, and it would continue to be an infinite great master. When he opened his eyes again, Yang Dingtian had the opportunity to see this new world. Was this the second world or the third world? He did not know. In short, this was a world that was gradually dying. Perhaps it was the third world because it was bordered by the human countries. Then, according to reason, the ruins of the Naga Empire and the ancient martial arts civilization should be in this world. Yang Dingtian carefully explored this world. This kind of exploration was very difficult, because it was practically pitch black. Even with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he was only able to see a range of less than a dozen meters. At least what he saw now was a pile of stones, and they were black stones. Of course, there was no air in the air, let alone oxygen. Moreover, there was no Xianxia, not even a little bit of Xianxia energy. In other words, it was impossible to absorb Xianxia here. Then, if he wanted to go deep into this world, he could only rely on elixirs, an almost endless supply of elixirs. And Yang Dingtian had brought an almost endless supply of elixirs. Now, he was the supreme leader of the humans. Even if it was the highest grade of elixirs, he could have an inexhaustible supply. Yang Dingtian held a spiritual energy elixir in his mouth, and then slowly went deep into this world. After walking for a few hundred meters, he did not find anything. There were no mountains, no houses, only endless stones, and not even soil. Then, Yang Dingtian noticed that the gravitational field here was slightly different. Although the gravitational field was not high, it was definitely different from the human countries. Moreover, there was no life, no plants, and no water. As for the sky, it was completely dark, and there was not even a little extra color. Yang Dingtian understood why this place was called the Dark Realm. Because it only had one color, and that was eternal black. If the third world was already so dark, then the second world and the first world would undoubtedly be even darker. Yang Dingtian tried flying mystic techniques. No, he could not fly. Because there was no air in this world. Of course, Yang Dingtian could still fly if he wanted to. He could directly spit out Xian fire, and in a completely vacuum environment, the flying speed would be incomparably shocking. But, in that case, the consumption of Xianxia would also be incomparably shocking. In this completely unfamiliar world, Yang Dingtian felt that it was safer to explore carefully and preserve Xianxia. Just like this, Yang Dingtian went deeper, 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 stone, 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 black stone. There was almost only one thing in this world, and that was stone, and it was completely black. But, according to Demon Fury II, the Dark Realm was a place that high-level martial artists in Little Western Paradise had to go to cultivate, and it was the only place to break through the half-saint and saint level. But in front of him, how did it look like a place to cultivate? There was no Xianxia, no demon beasts, no life. Yang Dingtian went on and on like this. Just when he thought that he was going to go on endlessly like this. Suddenly, the sky lit up, and then the sun rose. Yang Dingtian was stunned. So there was a sun. There was actually a sun in the Dark Realm, and it was not completely dark. It was really strange. After the sun rose, the whole world was bright. At this time, Yang Dingtian saw clearly that this was an almost solidified world, and there were endless stones everywhere. When it was black. Under the illumination of the sun, these black stones also reflected a dazzling light. Although it was a little dazzling, it was better than at night. But within a few hundred miles, there was really no mountain, no life, not even a little protruding thing. Immediately, Yang Dingtian felt that something was wrong. Because it was getting brighter and brighter, brighter and brighter, in the end, he was almost completely blind, because, later on, the light had exceeded the normal sun by 10 times, 100 times, and even more. As a result, nothing could be seen in this world except for the bright light. Even, compared to the darkness, he could not see anything. It was really a kind of irony, when the light reached the extreme, it was even more blinding than the darkness. Yang Dingtian did not dare to open his eyes, and even closed them directly. He could not bear it anymore, and still had to wear a thick eye mask. However, the bad situation was not over yet. Because the surrounding temperature was getting higher and higher, higher and higher, and higher and higher. It was so high that Yang Dingtian could not bear it at all. 100 degrees, 200 degrees, 300 degrees, 400 degrees, 500 degrees, in the end, the rock under Yang Dingtian's feet became sticky and melted. Thus, the whole world became a boiling quagmire. It had not reached the point of magma, but these stones had already begun to melt. No wonder, this world could not see anything, not even soil. Because everything was melted by the sun. Why was the sun here so terrifyingly hot? Of course, without the atmosphere, if the sun shone directly, the temperature would undoubtedly be very high. But on Earth, even if there was no atmosphere, the temperature would not rise to nearly 1,000 degrees. For such a bad situation, Yang Dingtian was prepared. He was wearing the demon spirit black armor, the demon spirit mist cloak, and the shoes on his feet were specially made of special energy nephrite, with heavenly devil silk inside. This kind of energy nephrite could temporarily withstand the high temperature of nearly 1,000 degrees. However, Yang Dingtian's body had already completely relied on releasing ice-profound qi to lower the temperature and maintain his life. This place was a little similar to the second world of the Forbidden Continent's illusion, but not very similar. And the most fundamental difference was that this place was completely real. Therefore, when the sun was shining wildly, Yang Dingtian did nothing. Because there was no anti-gravity here, and no one forced him to pass. Yang Dingtian stood in place, using profound qi to resist the scorching heat. Just like that, after the sun shone for more than 10 hours, it fell. The whole world was completely dark. The temperature dropped sharply. Soon, the melted stone slurry began to solidify into stone. The temperature kept falling. In the end, it stopped at about -80 degrees. This temperature might be unbearable for others, but for Yang Dingtian, it was nothing. He quickly sat down cross-legged, took a profound qi-gathering pill, and began to recover his profound qi. Yang Dingtian finally understood that this world traveled at night and rested during the day. Half an hour later, Yang Dingtian recovered his battle profound qi. Then, he held another spiritual qi pill and continued on his way. Here, it was a flat land without any obstacles, and there were no life forms, so there was almost no danger. Yang Dingtian continued to travel. However, many times, what he thought was the truth might not be the truth. Suddenly, dozens of miles ahead, something slowly crawled out of the ground. Its entire body was completely black, so its shape could not be seen clearly. The only thing that could be seen was a pair of blood-red eyes. It was about less than a meter tall, and after crawling out, it began to move aimlessly. Whoosh 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 whoosh, it moved very quickly, but not as fast as the demon spirit. This was the life form of the Dark Realm? This was the first life form that Yang Dingtian had seen. Sure enough, it was not a normal life form, but an energy life form, an elemental life form. Suddenly, this elemental life form discovered the existence of Yang Dingtian, and then rushed over like lightning. The distance of dozens of miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Then, it opened its mouth wide and pounced over. Yang Dingtian had almost no time to react, and directly blasted out a bolt of devil sky-splitting lightning. Bang! Instantly, this elemental life form was shattered into pieces. It was probably at the level of a beginner great grandmaster. After this elemental life form turned into ashes, it suddenly condensed into a bright green light in the air, and then quickly dissipated. In the process of dissipating, Yang Dingtian felt an incomparably rich energy. Yang Dingtian immediately grabbed it. This was actually an extremely rich energy, and it was actually energy that could be directly devoured. Yang Dingtian tried to open the entrance of his profound vein to devour this energy. Without any hindrance, it all poured into Yang Dingtian's profound vein and finally into his qi. Although it was not pure profound qi energy. But it seemed that this energy level was higher. Profound qi energy had to be picked and refined continuously. And the energy condensed after this elemental life form died was directly devoured, and there was no loss. This was too awesome, too heaven-defying. In the human countries, there was no such energy body. Now, Yang Dingtian finally understood how to cultivate in the Dark Realm. It was completely killing elemental life forms and then directly devouring their energy. No wonder this was the only way to break through to the half-saint realm. If he continued to devour like this, as long as there were enough elemental life forms, he could really devour and upgrade to the half-saint realm. However, in this way, it was no different from the Naga's cultivation. At this moment, Xianxia was completely relying on devouring other people's energy to upgrade. However, she was even more heaven-defying and could directly devour any life form. But in this way, a way to cultivate quickly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. Find elemental life forms, kill them, and then devour them. There was no more direct way to cultivate and break through than this. In the following period of time, Yang Dingtian was not in a hurry to travel. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and searched for elemental creatures here. For safety's sake, Yang Dingtian even began to turn invisible and carefully search around. Hopefully, these elemental creatures could not see him in the dark domain. Yang Dingtian searched all the way and found that elemental creatures were really, really rare. He did not find a second one for hundreds of miles. It was as if the elemental creature just now was a coincidence. Just like that, he continued to move forward. After 10 hours, Yang Dingtian found a second elemental creature. At this time, he did not say anything and directly flashed over. A devil sky-splitting lightning struck it to death. Then, he once again harvested the energy of a great grandmaster and swallowed it immediately. It still caused a slight vibration in his energy reserve and then there was no reaction. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt that he should not devour like this. Instead, he should accumulate it and then devour it all at once. The effect might be better this way. Yang Dingtian decided that the next time he hunted for elemental energy essence, he would accumulate it first. However, that was the end of tonight's harvest. Because the sky was soon bright and the sun was about to come out. In an instant, the entire world became completely bright, so bright that it was almost blinding. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to cover his eyes again and use his Xianxia to release ice energy to maintain his body temperature. Then, the sun once again roasted the entire world until it melted. The entire dark world became extremely bright. Then, the entire ground began to melt again, turning into incomparably hot stone lava. However, this time, Yang Dingtian did not stand in place and wait. Instead, he began to move forward with difficulty. Because this was not the illusory realm of the taboo continent and there was no anti-gravity, it was very easy to walk. Yang Dingtian only needed to look at the bottom of his feet and input ice Xianxia. Then, with every step he took, the stone lava there would freeze. Just like that, in broad daylight, Yang Dingtian also slowly moved forward, looking for elemental creatures. Logically speaking, if there were elemental creatures at night, there should also be elemental creatures during the day. At least there should be fire-type creatures. Yang Dingtian continued to move forward. Although he could not open his eyes, he could release countless wraiths to sense everything around him. There really was, Yang Dingtian had only walked less than 15 kilometers when he sensed a wave of fluctuations from the vengeful spirit. Next, he felt an intense tremor. Finally, he heard a roar. This was a vacuum, so sound waves should not be transmitted. However, Yang Dingtian did hear a roar. Perhaps this elemental creature directly transmitted the sound with energy. Yang Dingtian carefully narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, not far ahead, lava shot out in all directions, and a huge flaming man suddenly crawled out. That's right, its entire body was made of burning stones. Only its two eyes and its waving arms made it clear that it was alive. What was this, a fire elemental stone man? Yang Dingtian knew that it was not that there were no elemental life forms during the day, but that they were all hiding in the magma and devouring energy. They would only appear when the enemy approached. This fire-type stone golem was more than 10 meters tall. It was heading straight for Yang Dingtian. With a roar, its gigantic body came crashing down with a whistling sound. Before it even got close, Yang Dingtian felt the astonishing temperature, which was at least tens of thousands of degrees. Boom! Its huge burning fist suddenly bombarded Yang Dingtian. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian quickly flashed and dodged its attack. Boom! It rushed over again and spat out flames at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was stunned. The fire-type stone golem, which was more than 10 meters tall, actually spat out flames with a diameter of thousands of meters. The temperature at the edge had reached tens of thousands of degrees. This fire-type stone golem didn't seem to have reached the half-saint level, but it was so powerful. Yang Dingtian couldn't watch anymore. He suddenly struck down with the devil sky-splitting lightning. The devil sky-splitting lightning wasn't the most powerful for Yang Dingtian, but it was the fastest. It was completely unleashed in seconds. Boom! The huge lightning struck the fire-type stone golem hard. It trembled violently. Then it stopped in place, and then its whole body trembled violently. It was fine, but it seemed to be very, very comfortable. Lightning energy ignored any defense. However, this stone golem was an insulator. Therefore, no matter how powerful Yang Dingtian's devil sky-splitting lightning was, it was useless. After feeling comfortable, it roared again and rushed towards Yang Dingtian. Standing in place, Yang Dingtian tried the flaming blade mystic skill and slashed out. Whoosh! A bright flame energy blade suddenly shot towards the fire-type stone golem. With this flame energy blade, even a 9-star 9th grade grandmaster would be killed by Yang Dingtian. As a result, the fire-type stone golem suddenly opened its mouth and directly swallowed the mystic skill energy. The fire-type energy had no effect on it. Using the fire-type energy to attack was equivalent to putting out a fire. Understood? Yang Dingtian said with a smile. He reversed yin and yang, and a sword light fiercely slashed out. Ice-type energy, incomparably powerful ice-type energy, instantly slashed at the fire-type stone golem. Gotcha! In an instant, the arrogant fire-type stone golem was directly frozen. The flames all over its body were completely extinguished, turning into a blue icicle. Then, Yang Dingtian flashed and rushed over, swishing his sword a few times. Pa! The frozen stone golem was instantly shattered into pieces. Then, a fiery red energy essence floated in the air. Yang Dingtian immediately took it down, but did not directly devour it. Instead, he put it in the energy jade box and accumulated it. Then, Yang Dingtian continued to move forward. For hours later, he encountered another fire-type stone golem. Yang Dingtian easily used the ice sword light to kill it instantly. As a result, he collected another Grandmaster-level energy essence. Just like this, Yang Dingtian stared at the scorching sun as he advanced. Until it was dark, he had hunted down 5 Grandmaster-level fire-type stone golems and collected 5 Grandmaster-level energy essences. He decided to wait until he collected 10 before devouring them together. After nightfall, Yang Dingtian did not immediately look for elemental creatures to hunt. Instead, he began to make sunglasses. That's right, sunglasses. Because there were more elemental creatures during the day, the harvest was more fruitful. However, the sun was only bright. Yang Dingtian hunted elemental monsters with his eyes closed. It was very inconvenient and dangerous. If he had sunglasses, it would be much better. There were many crystal stones in his space ring, many of which were colored and transparent crystal stones. As long as he ground out 2 lenses, it would be enough. Soon, he found 2 brown-colored crystal stones. Of course, this kind of crystal stone was very, very hard. Generally speaking, it could not be ground. However, Yang Dingtian had a soul sword close to the emperor grade. Using it to cut the crystal stone was probably no different from cutting wood. With ease, Yang Dingtian used his sword to cut out 2 pieces of sunglasses. When he put it in front of his eyes, he realized that he could not see it at all. It was a completely distorted and bizarre image. Although Yang Dingtian had cut the surface of the lens very smoothly and completely, the inside of the crystal stone was still very strange and complicated. It was unknown how many sides there were, so it was impossible to pass through parallel light. Yang Dingtian rummaged through the other crystal stones. All of them were the same. Whether it was the demon core or the crystal stone, the inside was very complicated. However, Yang Dingtian still had a way. He floated the 2 lenses in the air. Then, he used the million spirit demon fire to burn them. However, he had to control the temperature well. He could not let it burn directly, nor could he let it turn into ashes. Instead, he had to let it melt into a liquid. Yang Dingtian carefully controlled the temperature. From 1000 degrees to 2000 degrees, 3000 degrees, the crystal stone still did not move. When it reached 5300 degrees, it began to gradually change shape. Yang Dingtian carefully increased the temperature. Finally, when it reached 395 degrees, the crystal stone completely melted. The 2 crystal shards had completely melted as Yang Dingtian used his mystic chi to float in the air. Then, Yang Dingtian used his chi to bombard the melted crystal stone into the shape of a lens again. Finally, he used his ice-cold chi to bombard it. In an instant, the melted crystal stone directly solidified. Yang Dingtian held it in his hand and used his X-ray vision to see through the 2 lenses. Perfect. Extremely perfect. It was absolutely first-rate transparent. There was no deformation at all. Because there was a complete vacuum here, there was not even a speck of dust. Finally, Yang Dingtian melted a piece of bloody black gold to make a lens frame. Then, he mounted the lens on the lens frame. A perfect pair of sunglasses was made. He used a scorching sun crystal as the lens and bloody black gold as the lens frame. Such a pair of sunglasses would definitely be sold for a sky-high price on Earth. It would be more than a few million. Yang Dingtian put it on. Then, he lit up the darkness with his chi and took out a mirror to look at it. It was so cool. For some reason, Yang Dingtian didn't stop his attack. Instead, he used the remaining crystals to continue making sunglasses. In the end, he made a total of 10 pairs. He made one for each of his wives in Cloud Sky City. Then, he made one for each of his babies. Previously, Yang Dingtian had never brought a gift when he went on a long journey. This time, he came to the dark realm and finally encountered a vacuum environment. He would bring back a cool gift. After wearing it for a while, Yang Dingtian reluctantly took it off and put it into the space ring. Then, he continued to look for elemental life in the dark realm at night. Just like that, Yang Dingtian groped and searched in the darkness. After a full 10 hours, he did not find anything. It seemed that there were very few elemental life forms at night in the dark realm. Last night, Yang Dingtian had 2 gains. Tonight, he did not find anything. The sky was about to brighten. Bang! 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 At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt the ground tremble. However, it was so dark that he could not see where the elemental life forms were. Yang Dingtian immediately stood on the spot and didn't move. Then, the ground was still trembling. This was the footsteps of an elemental life form. This elemental life form must be very, very huge. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled more and more. That huge life form was getting closer and closer to Yang Dingtian. But Yang Dingtian still could not see it. Because its entire body was black, and it had completely merged with the entire dark realm. Unless it opened its eyes, Yang Dingtian would not be able to see it. Of course, Yang Dingtian could also use the occult fire to illuminate it. However, using the occult fire to illuminate it at this time was undoubtedly an act of suicide. It was getting closer and closer. Yang Dingtian could already feel its incomparably powerful aura. Because, when it walked over, the pressure of the aura was like Mount Tai pressing down on him. Half-saint level. It was definitely an elemental life form above the half-saint level. Yang Dingtian had a headache. It turned out that there was no gain tonight because of this thing. Either there was no gain, or there was such a huge one. Perhaps, it was the overlord of the surrounding area. Once it appeared, all the elemental life forms did not dare to show their faces. If he successfully hunted it and obtained its energy essence, it might bring about a huge breakthrough. However, the most important thing was how to kill it. An infinite great master would only be killed instantly if he encountered an elite above the half-saint level, at this moment. Suddenly, that elemental life form suddenly opened its eyes. Swoosh, just when I was bigger than Yang Dingtian's body. Moreover, this pair of eyes was staring at Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian shuddered. Note, brothers, please give me some tickets. Then, the elemental beast suddenly opened its big mouth. How big was this mouth? It was nearly 10 meters wide, and a ball of blue lightning was brewing inside. Through the light of this lightning, Yang Dingtian saw its mouth full of terrifying sharp teeth, and then an incomparably huge body. How big was this body? It was about 70 to 80 meters long and 30 meters tall. The whole shape was very familiar. It was the Millennium Owl that Yang Dingtian had seen before. Its back was full of barbs, its body was thin and long, its wings were huge, and its claws were sharp like knives. Yang Dingtian immediately relaxed. So it was a Millennium Owl. He had killed and subdued one of these things. It was not a problem at all. However, in the secret realm of the City of Despair, the highest cultivation among the 5 people was only at the master stage, and they still killed a Millennium Owl. Of course, at that time, the Millennium Owl was trapped in the first trial room and could not chase after them. However, now that Yang Dingtian was an infinite great master, dealing with a Millennium Owl should not be a problem. At this time, the Millennium Owl in front of him had finished brewing. It directly spat out an incomparably huge ball of lightning at Yang Dingtian. However, just as it spat out the lightning, Yang Dingtian had already flashed and jumped directly onto the Millennium Owl's body. Yang Dingtian was very clear about how to kill a Millennium Owl. He leaped onto its gigantic head and stabbed his near-emperor-grade soul sword into its eye socket. The first thing to do to kill a Millennium Owl was to blind its eyes. Moreover, the Millennium Owl's body was too huge, so it was relatively inflexible. Yang Dingtian had the demonic spirit mist cloak, so he could easily stab its eyes. However, it did not have any reaction, nor did it scream. It was as if it did not feel anything. Yang Dingtian forcefully stirred, but the Millennium Owl still did not show any signs of pain. At this time, the ball of lightning in its mouth was like an energy missile. It directly shot out hundreds of miles away, then hit the ground and exploded. In an instant, the darkness within hundreds of miles suddenly flashed. The night sky of several hundred miles was instantly filled with countless tiny lightning bolts. What's going on? Yang Dingtian realized that stabbing the eyes of the owl was useless. However, he soon realized that although the monster in front of him was an owl, it was definitely not the owl Yang Dingtian had seen before. This owl was also an elemental life form. Its eyes were just a mass of energy, so it was impossible to blind it. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian discovered that the night owl's body was made of metal and not flesh. Previously, Yang Dingtian had seen two Millennium Owls. Although their shells were harder than steel, they were still made of flesh and had fresh blood. The one in front of him seemed to be made of energy other than steel. Furthermore, it hadn't reached the half-step sage level. Although it was much stronger than Yang Dingtian, it was still an unbounded grandmaster. This was because the level of the lightning ball it spat out was not as high as the mystic flame lightning that Yang Dingtian created with all his might. An unbounded grandmaster was indeed an unbounded grandmaster. Its energy essence must be very powerful. Yang Dingtian suddenly picked up the near-emperor grade soul sword and stabbed at the owl's head. The owl's entire body was made of metal and was extremely hard. Even an ordinary bloody black gold sword would find it difficult to stab it. However, it was not a problem for Yang Dingtian's near-emperor grade soul sword. Although it was a little strenuous, he still stabbed the near-emperor grade soul sword into the owl's head. At this moment, the owl that was struggling crazily suddenly stopped and stood motionless. Just when Yang Dingtian thought that he had succeeded, the owl suddenly continued to struggle crazily, as if the sword just now was nothing to it. Yang Dingtian was really going crazy. He had been stabbed in the head, but it was still fine. This was an elemental life form. Thus, Yang Dingtian rode on its neck and slashed wildly. Suddenly, the near-emperor grade soul sword left countless deep scars on the owl's head. However, this elemental owl didn't seem to be in any pain. However, it still angered it. It began to go berserk and then rolled on the ground crazily, desperately using its wings to beat Yang Dingtian on top of its head. It tried to use physical methods to kill Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian had the demonic spirit mist cloak and flashed quickly. With the owl's huge body, it was purely a dream for it to hit Yang Dingtian. Thus, the owl changed its tactic and spat out lightning. However, in front of Yang Dingtian's demonic spirit mist cloak, its lightning couldn't hit him at all. Yang Dingtian was like a ghost, constantly jumping and shuttling on its huge body. The owl ran crazily and rolled crazily, but it couldn't get Yang Dingtian up. Thus, the owl used its most powerful attack. Pa 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 pa, infinite lightning wall. A huge bolt of lightning that was thousands of square meters in size suddenly struck down from the sky, attacking this area indiscriminately. And Yang Dingtian immediately activated the demonic spirit fire energy shield. Although the owl in front of him was very close to the half-saint level, it was not a half-saint after all. If Yang Dingtian was directly hit by its lightning, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, this kind of indiscriminate attack, the energy of the lightning wall of thousands of square meters was very scattered. If he was hit, it would at most be equivalent to the level of a 9-star 9th grade Great Grandmaster. Yang Dingtian's demonic spirit fire energy shield could easily block it. Sure enough, the endless lightning wall couldn't break through the demonic spirit fire energy shield with the continuous support of Yang Dingtian's chi. After crazily striking the lightning wall for half an hour, Yang Dingtian was still safe and sound. And this owl had spat out lightning thousands of times. At this time, the energy in its body was almost exhausted. Thus, it almost went berserk, continuing to roll crazily and flap its wings desperately. However, it couldn't do anything to Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't do anything to it either. Yang Dingtian didn't know how to kill it at all. Its entire body had at least been slashed by Yang Dingtian thousands of times. It was full of wounds. However, it was useless at all. This elemental owl seemed to be impossible to kill. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian had an idea. He did as he said. He jumped down from the owl and stood in front of it, motionless. The elemental L was stunned. Just now, it had been tossing and turning for half the night. It had exhausted all its means, but this hateful little thing still refused to come down from its body. Now, it actually came down of its own accord. It suddenly roared and slowly opened its mouth. Whoosh! A million spirits demonic fire. Whoosh! A demonic spirit demonic fire. Then, Yang Tian kept injecting qi into the two mystic fires. And the elemental L was also constantly condensing lightning energy. It was going to release a fatal attack on Yang Tian. Although the mystic fire lightning was powerful, it was troublesome and time-consuming. After half a minute, Yang Tian finally injected 80% of his qi into the two mystic fires. At this time, the elemental L was almost done condensing the ball of lightning in its stomach. This should be its last attack. It had condensed all its energy. This should be its greatest power as an infinity Grandmaster L. Whoosh! The two mystic fires of the chaos attribute suddenly entered the elemental L's mouth and flew directly into its stomach. At the same time, the huge ball of lightning in the elemental L's stomach suddenly blasted out. The two mystic fires controlled by Yang Tian violently collided with the elemental L's stomach. Boom! The incomparably powerful mystic fire lightning suddenly exploded. At the same time, the elemental L's ball of lightning also violently collided with Yang Tian's mystic fire lightning. Boom 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 boom, and Yang Tian had already used the flash technique to quickly escape before the bombardment. It was really like a nuclear bomb exploding. The darkness of the entire world was suddenly torn apart. The night sky within a few hundred miles was instantly as bright as day. The entire elemental L's huge body was suddenly blasted apart. Then, nothing could be seen. Everything was filled with countless rays of light. When Yang Tian was still a 9-star level 9 Grandmaster, even a half-saint could not withstand his mystic fire lightning. Because the mystic fire lightning was 100 times more powerful than the demonic sky-splitting lightning. At this time, Yang Tian had already broken through to the infinity Grandmaster level 3 times. So, although this mystic fire lightning only had 80% of its qi energy, its power was probably more powerful than the one that had bombarded Wu Daozi. The elemental L in front of him should not be able to withstand it. After the earth-shattering explosion, Yang Tian quickly rushed over. He found that the ground within a few thousand meters was completely red, as if it had been baked by a raging fire. And that elemental L was already dead. Its huge body had already been burned red and twisted into a ball. Then, a bluish-purple energy essence floated in the air. Yang Tian held it in his hand and immediately felt an incomparably powerful energy. Although this elemental L had not reached the half-saint level, its energy level was still much higher than his. Yang Tian took out a few other Grandmaster-level energy essences and tried to see if they could be fused. They could be fused, and it was even easy. Yang Tian fused the 7 Grandmaster-level energy essences together and suddenly became a larger energy essence. However, it still could not compare to the energy essence of this elemental L. It was not even half of it. Yang Tian then fused it with the energy essence of the elemental L and suddenly formed a slightly larger energy essence, but it was only less than an inch in diameter. Then, Yang Tian held it in his hand and sat down cross-legged. He opened the Shin meridians all over his body and began to devour the energy. Wow! As soon as he devoured it, Yang Tian felt the richness of the mixed energy essence in his hand. It was very, very rich. The most direct energy, like a tide, surged out and violently entered Yang Tian's energy reserve. Almost a moment later, Yang Tian's energy reserve began to expand. After it expanded to the extreme, it suddenly exploded. Yang Tian's body once again entered a temporary state of nothingness. He broke through once again. However, this energy essence was still not exhausted. It continued to pour into Yang Tian's energy reserve. 15 minutes later, Yang Tian's energy reserve expanded again and again. Then, it suddenly exploded again. His body and consciousness fell into a temporary state of nothingness. He broke through again. Then, after about 2 or 3 minutes of devouring, this energy essence was completely exhausted. Just one of this thing allowed Yang Tian to break through twice. Speaking of which, this was the 5th time Yang Dingtian had broken through after becoming a 9-star level 9 Grandmaster. Of course, he was still an unbounded Grandmaster. His current combat power should be about 2 or 3 times that of when he had just broken through to 9-star level 9. But how many unbounded Grandmasters did he have to break through to become a half-saint? However, Yang Dingtian still couldn't help but sigh. This energy essence was really heaven-defying. Previously, every time Yang Dingtian swallowed pure qi to break through, even if his energy reserve was completely exhausted, he still needed to absorb qi for more than 20 hours before he could break through again. But now, directly swallowing the energy essence, he could break through in half an hour. And the most heaven-defying thing was that this energy essence didn't have too many requirements for his qi meridians and energy reserve. That was to say, if he got enough energy essence, wouldn't he be able to bring it back and give it to Dishi Bian and Mo Ji to improve their cultivation? But for now, Yang Dingtian's first priority was to break through to become a half-saint. Only when he broke through to become a half-saint could he bring these energy essences to Dishi Bian and the others. But Yang Dingtian really wanted to know how many times he had to break through and how many Grandmaster-level energy essences he needed to break through to become a half-saint. Who could tell him the answer? Yang Dingtian once asked Queen Poisa. In the end, the answer he got was completely useless. Because she was a Naga. Moreover, it took Poisa n years to become a half-saint from a 9-star 9th grade Grandmaster. Next, Yang Dingtian continued his hunting and cultivation journey. Without sleep or rest, he hunted for about 800 miles for 1 day and 1 night. Generally speaking, the results of hunting were relatively stable. In 1 day and 1 night, he basically got 8 Grandmaster-level energy essences. Sometimes, he could get a little more. But unfortunately, he didn't encounter any more Grandmaster-level elemental monsters like that before. This dark area was closest to the vital continent of the human countries, so the time it took to become a dark area should be the shortest. This time didn't seem to be enough to breed powerful elemental creatures. Therefore, the elemental creatures Yang Dingtian encountered were all of low cultivation. Perhaps, the deeper he went, the better it would be. In this way, after 2 or 3 months, Yang Dingtian had accumulated nearly 1,000 Grandmaster-level energy essences. Yang Dingtian suspected that the elemental creatures in this dark area of tens of thousands of miles had been hunted clean by him. Just as Yang Dingtian was ready to continue hunting like this, looking forward to the 2nd and 3rd Grandmaster-level elemental creatures, a new abyss border suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Just like that, the dark domain ended abruptly. Because Yang Dingtian was hunting in a sweeping manner, he was relatively clear about the area of this dark area. It was about 10,000 miles in length and less than 10,000 miles in width. The dark area was very, very, very large, tens of billions of square kilometers. This dark domain was a little too small. Then, how many areas were there in this dark area? However, it seemed that the elemental creatures in the next dark area should be much stronger. Perhaps, there would be infinite Grandmaster-level elemental creatures, or even demi-saint-level elemental creatures there. That would be good news for Yang Dingtian's cultivation, but it would definitely be many times more dangerous. Yang Dingtian began to fuse these energy essences at the edge of the abyss border. He fused 1,000 Grandmaster-level energy essences into 10 large energy essences. After devouring and breaking through, he would pass through the abyss border and reach the new dark area. Of course, what Yang Dingtian did not know was, at this time, in the 2nd dark area on the other side of the abyss border, over 1,000 Fox clan experts were in groups, hunting all kinds of infinite Grandmaster-level and demi-saint-level elemental creatures. Although the colorless door of the Skull Hall had been closed. However, Yang Dingtian could use the Void Fissure Fire to pass through any abyss border. Soon, he would enter the 2nd dark area. The good news was that he could finally know how many energy essences he had to devour and how many times he had to break through to Demi-Saint. The bad news was that someone was stealing from him. He could not enjoy all the elemental creatures in the entire dark area by himself. Yang Dingtian had estimated that about 100 ordinary Great Grandmaster-level energy essences could be fused into one infinite Grandmaster-level energy essence. Of course, there were also high and low infinite Grandmaster-level energy essences. For example, the elemental owl that Yang Dingtian had hunted was a very high infinite Grandmaster level energy essence. This time, Yang Dingtian had fused a total of 10 infinite Grandmaster level energy essences. The previous elemental owl's energy essence had allowed Yang Dingtian to break through twice. Then, this time, there were a total of 10 infinite Grandmaster level energy essences. How many times could he break through? Yang Dingtian began to hold them in his palm one by one, then released all the celestial qi in his body into his mouth and began to devour the energy essences. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All the energy essences were almost completely devoured, but there was still no breakthrough. Finally, when he finished devouring the 10th, his energy reserve began to expand, boom. Then, he fell into nothingness. Yang Dingtian finally broke through and entered the 6th infinite Grandmaster level breakthrough. God? How could this be? He had previously imagined that 10 infinite Grandmaster level energy essences would allow him to break through at least 4 or 5 times. In the end, it was just once. Just once. Yang Dingtian was afraid that he couldn't bear it, so he didn't fuse the 10 energy essences into one. If he had known, he would have just fused one. But why was this? 10 infinite Grandmaster level energy essences could only allow him to break through once, although these infinite Grandmaster level energy essences were not as big as the elemental owls. It couldn't be that 10 of them added together were equal to one of it, right? Yang Dingtian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In short, this reality proved one thing. That was, he couldn't cultivate in this first dark domain. First of all, the elemental creatures here were almost all hunted. Of course, this was an illusion, there were still many lurking. Secondly, the elemental creatures here were too low level, all below the great Grandmaster level. There was only one infinite Grandmaster level one. It could be imagined that he would need more and more energy essences. This first dark domain would definitely not be able to support his consumption. Yang Dingtian looked at the abyss border in front of him. It appeared just in time. It was time for Yang Dingtian to enter the second dark domain. Yang Dingtian skillfully released a snow-white void-splitting flame and floated towards the abyss's border. Then, the spatial rending flame began to devour the energy of the abyss before splitting into the black and white flames. 1 to 2, 2 to 4 to 8, and so on and so on and so forth. Instantly, the entire border of the abyss was filled with black and white void-rending fire. Then, the two mystic flames began to fuse, turning into a colorless and transparent flame. Suddenly, the abyss border became a transparent crystal abyss once again. This was it, fire devouring Yang Grandmaster level. Then, infinite Grandmaster level energy fire Devo, Yang Dingtian leaped down. God's level energy space, he kept falling. The time that belonged to Yang Dingtian had stopped again. It felt like an instant, but also like an eternity. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian charged out of the abyss border and entered a new world. The void-splitting fire Devo condensed into one and entered Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. This time, Yang Dingtian was mentally prepared. His entire qi sea continued to expand, and expand. Boom! It exploded again. His entire body sank into nothingness. Yang Dingtian had entered the 7th breakthrough of the limitless Great Master. After waking up, Yang Dingtian began to observe the world in front of him. This was the second dark domain. It looked no different from the first dark domain. It was still night. He could not see his own fingers. Then, Yang Dingtian squatted down and touched the stones on the ground. He felt the difference. In the first dark domain, although all the stones were black, they were still stones. However, the stones here didn't feel like stones anymore. Instead, they felt like a type of metal. Of course, they were not metal, but they felt very much like metal. In other words, this area had been in the dark domain for a slightly longer time. After a long period of melting and solidification, the stones had also changed. Then, there was no doubt that the elemental creatures here were much stronger. For example, in the first dark domain, although Yang Dingtian only found one infinite Grandmaster elemental creature, the rest were all Grandmaster elemental creatures. He did not encounter any Grandmaster elemental creatures. Was it because there were no Grandmaster elemental creatures? Definitely not, because all elemental creatures must have broken through from low to high level. All elemental creatures below Grandmaster level must have been dormant, quietly devouring energy. Only elemental creatures above Grandmaster level began to show themselves, trying to hunt other elemental creatures to improve themselves. Therefore, the elemental creatures in the second dark domain, as long as they showed themselves, must be very powerful. Therefore, the situation that Yang Dingtian was facing right now was definitely a situation where danger lurked everywhere. Therefore, Yang Dingtian carefully released countless vengeful spirits to detect everything within a radius of dozens of miles. Then, he carefully advanced. He explored 50 miles, 200 miles, an entire night passed, but Yang Dingtian did not find a single elemental creature. Eh? What was going on? Why was there not even one? This was too strange. Next, Yang Dingtian could not explore leisurely, because the sun had risen. Soon, the entire world became incomparably transparent. The surrounding temperature rose sharply. Yang Dingtian immediately put on his sunglasses, circulated his celestial qi, lowered the temperature, and maintained his life. Then, he continued to advance. Soon, the entire ground began to melt. Yang Dingtian found that the temperature in the second dark domain was much higher than in the first dark domain. Actually, the sun's rays should be about the same, but the things under his feet that seemed to be metal or stone were crazily devouring heat, so the temperature rose sharply. Yang Dingtian felt that the surface temperature was at least close to 2000 degrees. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's celestial qi was drained even faster. Braving the terrible heat, Yang Dingtian continued to advance, 50 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles, 500 miles, he did not encounter a single elemental creature. Was this a ghost? How could this be? Why was there not even a single elemental creature? He had already advanced 1,000 miles. The second dark domain took longer to form than the first dark domain, so there should be more elemental creatures. Of course, because they were hunting each other, the numbers would definitely decrease, but it should not be to the extent that there was not even one. Just like that, Yang Dingtian continued to advance, and advance. He advanced 1,000 miles, he really did not find anything. The sky darkened. The temperature dropped sharply, and the ground that had already melted red quickly solidified again. Yang Dingtian hurriedly sat down cross-legged, replenished his body with new elixirs, and then swallowed an aura-gathering elixir, and began to recover his combat celestial qi. After everything was restored, Yang Dingtian once again released countless wraiths, and began to travel at night, and search for elemental creatures. However, this night, after more than 1,000 miles, he still did not find anything. The next day, staring at the terrible heat and lava, Yang Dingtian trekked another 1,000 miles, but still did not find anything. The third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, the sixth day, the seventh day, the eighth day. A full 10 days had passed, and Yang Dingtian had already explored more than 10,000 miles of the dark domain. He still did not find anything, not even a single elemental creature. This was really a ghost? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Could it be that he had walked through the entire second dark domain, and then crossed the border of the abyss to enter the third dark domain? This did not make sense. Why was there not a single elemental creature in the second dark domain? Although he was extremely disappointed, Yang Dingtian still released countless wraiths, and carefully advanced. Forward, forward, forward. It should be late at night now. Walking aimlessly like this, Yang Dingtian was a little drowsy. Suddenly, dozens of miles ahead, there was an extremely strong energy fluctuation. Yang Dingtian could not help but be shocked and ecstatic. Elemental creatures had finally appeared. However, this energy fluctuation was very, very powerful, at least more powerful than the elemental owl. This meant that this elemental creature might be very powerful. Could he deal with it? However, it was not easy to encounter an elemental creature. It was impossible to just run away without a fight. Anyway, with the demonic spirit mist cloak, there was no need to worry about not being able to escape. Thus, Yang Dingtian used the mystic invisibility skill, and flew toward the energy fluctuation dozens of miles away. After a short while, Yang Dingtian arrived at his destination. Then, he was even more stunned as he stood rooted to the ground, Because there were no elemental creatures in this huge energy fluctuation, only a dark cave entrance. An extremely powerful energy was constantly emerging from this cave entrance. So that was it. No wonder he could not see any elemental creatures on the surface, they were all hiding underground. Then, should he go down, one must know that an underground cave was definitely much more dangerous than the surface. And this was the depths of the second dark domain. The elemental creatures were definitely extremely powerful. Just from the faint energy fluctuation of this cave entrance, there must be powerful elemental creatures inside, perhaps more than one. Go in? Retreating without a fight was not his style. Yang Dingtian turned invisible and sneaked into the cave. This cave was really deep. 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Finally, he explored to the end. Then, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. This was a huge cave, and there was an extremely powerful elemental creature inside. But this was not the reason why Yang Dingtian was stunned. He was shocked because, other than the powerful elemental creature, there were actually 5 people here? How could there be people? Who were these people? Soon, Yang Dingtian knew who these people were. They were the high demon fox aristocrats from Little Western Paradise. Because Yang Dingtian had heard these people talking. Then, Yang Dingtian knew that this so-called second dark realm was the dark realm that the high demon fox aristocrats cultivated in. Its entrance was in the colorless door in the Hall of Heads. Of course, that door was closed now. However, Yang Dingtian still arrived here after passing through 2 abyss borders. No wonder he didn't see any elemental creatures after walking for more than 10,000 miles. They were all killed by the demon fox race. No matter how many elemental creatures there were in the second dark realm, they wouldn't be enough to fight against the entire demon fox race. Also, the high demon fox aristocrats had been fighting here for at least thousands of years. For a moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel both happy and worried. He was happy that he was no longer alone in the vast dark realm. He could finally find someone to ask about many things. He was worried that the competition would be very fierce. Yang Dingtian temporarily put aside his worries and carefully observed the situation in front of him. This elemental creature was a 9-headed snake. Its body was more than 100 meters long, and its diameter was several meters thick. Its 9 heads looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Its entire body was black and made of metal that was impenetrable by swords and spears. The eyes of each head were of a different color. Its opponents were 5 high demon fox aristocrats. 3 men and 2 women. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was a silver-haired woman. Her cultivation was very close to half-sage. In addition, there was a black-haired man who was also very close to half-sage. Among the remaining 3, the purple-haired woman was the youngest and had the lowest cultivation. She was only a 9-star level 9 great grandmaster. The other 2 men had just crossed over to half-sage. In short, the cultivation of these 5 people was very balanced. And this 9-headed snake seemed to be more powerful than the elemental owl that Yang Dingtian killed. However, he didn't know if it had broken through to half-sage. But in short, it was very fierce. Fighting 1 against 5, it wasn't at a disadvantage. Soon, Yang Dingtian discovered how heaven-defying this hydra was. Its body was basically entrenched in the deep red liquid, and its 9 heads poked out to attack. Most importantly, each of its 9 heads surpassed the cultivation base of a limitless great grandmaster. Each of them fought on their own, completely independent of their own intelligence. That was not all. Among the 9 snake heads, some were physical attacks, some were fire, and some were ice. It was a dual elemental creature. Among the 5 members of the Fox clan, the silver-haired woman and the black-haired man had the highest cultivation. Because their cultivation was infinitely close to that of a half-saint, each of them had to fight against 3 snake heads. As for the remaining 3 people, they had to deal with the remaining 3 snake heads. The 2 limitless great grandmasters were already struggling to fight. As for the 9-star 9th grade martial grandmaster, the purple-haired woman was completely relying on her treasures to dodge. She simply didn't dare to face one of the snake heads head-on. In short, this battle was extremely disadvantageous for the 5 high-level demon foxes. The two experts who were infinitely close to becoming half-saints were barely holding on. It was only a matter of time before the two limitless great grandmasters were defeated. As for the 9-star 9th grade martial grandmaster, the purple-haired woman could only desperately dodge. She would be in danger at any time. Therefore, if this continued, the defeat of the 5-person team was only a matter of time. Right now, they were just barely maintaining a balance. Once the purple-haired woman was defeated and injured, the remaining snakehead could attack anyone at will, directly breaking the balance and winning. "Give up, Ozzy can't take it anymore," the black-haired man said. "No," the purple-haired woman said, "it's been more than a year. We tracked it for more than half a year, and then dug the cave. Finally, we found this hydra. We absolutely can't give up. But, if this goes on, we will all be finished," another limitless great grandmaster said. "If you want to leave, you can leave. Even if I die, I will die here," the silver-haired woman said sternly. The 5 of them had no choice but to fight desperately. However, the situation changed quickly. The purple-haired woman with the weakest cultivation base, Ozzy, had almost exhausted her cultivation base, and her dodging speed was slightly slower. Whoosh! The poisonous arrow shot out of the hydra's mouth instantly hit her chest. Immediately, her delicate body flew dozens of meters away, and then her whole body completely changed color. "Ozzy!" The remaining 4 people exclaimed. The black-haired man immediately rushed over to save the purple-haired girl. The silver-haired woman said coldly, "Don't move. I will take this extra snake head. If anyone leaves the battle, everyone will die." "But, Ozzy is going to die soon," the black-haired man said angrily. "It's better for her to die than for everyone to die," the silver-haired woman said. Yang Dingtian immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to himself, "This silver-haired woman is beautiful, but she is really cold and ruthless." Yang Dingtian saw that the Naga woman named Ozzy's body began to change color rapidly. The hydra's poison quickly spread in her body. Yang Dingtian knew that he shouldn't show up at this time. However, he still couldn't leave her in the lurch. Instantly, he flashed over and directly hugged Ozzy, who was poisoned, and quickly fed her elixirs. However, a few elixirs were completely useless. The hydra's poison was quite powerful. The poison was still spreading rapidly in her body. At this time, it was unknown whether she was dead or alive, and she was unconscious. At this time, the 4 high nobles of the Fox Demon tribe had already discovered Yang Dingtian. The black-haired man instantly asked sternly, "Who are you?" Yang Dingtian didn't answer. Instead, he cut his finger and let his blood drip into the purple-haired woman's mouth. Yang Dingtian's blood was completely cleansed by the deep-sea mystic poison, the dark mystic fire, and the Naga's mystic meridians. It could be said that he was completely immune to all poisons. His blood was a natural antidote. As expected, after Yang Dingtian's blood entered her stomach, the poison in the purple-haired woman's body slowly faded away. Her face gradually regained its color. The purple-haired woman's life was saved. However, the 4-man battle team on the other side wasn't so comfortable. Originally, the 5 of them were at a disadvantage against the 9 snake heads. However, they could still barely hold on. Now, one of the snake heads was free and was launching sneak attacks on the 4 of them. Almost in the blink of an eye, 2 limitless great masters were already injured. One of their shoulders was directly pierced by sharp teeth, and the other's arm was directly broken in many parts. These 4 people were completely surrounded by danger. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything and suddenly pulled out his near-emperor-grade soul sword. Pa! A bolt of demonic sky-splitting lightning struck the empty snake head that was ambushing from all directions. Very quickly, Yang Dingtian attracted the hatred of this snake head. It instantly attacked Yang Dingtian with all its might. Therefore, the battle quickly entered a new balance. However, this balance was very fragile. Especially the 2 injured limitless great masters, they could collapse at any time. Once they collapsed, 2 of the snake heads would be free. At that time, there would only be one ending, which was being wiped out. Then, if the 5-man team wanted to win, it would be very easy. Destroying one of the snake heads could break the balance and gain the advantage. Then, one by one, they would destroy all the remaining snake heads. At present, it seemed that the hope of destroying one of the snake heads first could only fall on Yang Dingtian. This was because although the silver-haired woman and the black-haired man's cultivation were higher and infinitely close to the half-saint level, they had already reached their limit to resist 3 snake heads. As for the other 2 limitless great masters, it would be good enough if they could protect themselves. Seeing Yang Dingtian suddenly burst out with the demonic sky-splitting lightning, everyone was suddenly stunned and looked at Yang Dingtian in amazement. However, this demonic sky-splitting lightning was still useless against the 9-headed snake. It seemed that all the elemental creatures Yang Dingtian had encountered were not afraid of lightning attacks. They really didn't know how that elemental owl became an overlord in the first dark realm. Since it wasn't afraid of lightning, then they would directly use physical attacks. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's sword was like lightning, wildly slashing at the snake head. It had to be said that the snake head was extremely fast. Even the silver-haired woman, whose cultivation was infinitely close to the half-saint level, found it difficult to successfully hit the snake head once. It was because its speed was just too fast. It shrunk like a bolt of lightning. However, this speed was nothing in front of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had the demonic spirit mist cloak, so it was completely flashing. Whoosh 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 whoosh. No matter how fast the snake head was, it was impossible for it to hit Yang Dingtian once. Yang Dingtian, however, easily slashed it dozens or hundreds of times. Ordinary sharp swords couldn't do anything to the snake head at all, because it was completely impenetrable. Yang Dingtian's soul sword was close to the emperor level, which was almost the sharpest weapon in the world. In addition, Yang Dingtian's every slash was filled with extremely powerful celestial qi. Therefore, in almost a moment, the entire abyss was flying in a mess. This snake head was almost covered in wounds from Yang Dingtian's slashes. In the blink of an eye, it was unrecognizable, and its speed slowed down a lot. However, it was even more violent. Roar! Suddenly, it opened its mouth and madly shot green poison arrows at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian didn't even try to dodge. He lifted his emperor-grade soul sword and slashed down ferociously at its head. After spitting out the poison, the snake head was especially weak. Crack! The snake's head was severed by Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, who was shrouded in the poisonous fog, was completely unscathed. He even directly opened his xian veins and madly devoured it. This poisonous fog was also energy. After devouring it all, he used the yin-yang qi transformation technique to refine it into pure celestial qi energy. As for the poisonous part, he forced it out of his palm and condensed it into a poisonous pill. This thing was Naga Shuang's favorite. After the snake head was cut off, it still jumped around on the ground, opened its mouth, and desperately tried to bite Yang Dingtian. Swish 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 swish. Yang Dingtian madly slashed hundreds of times, and in an instant, the head was directly broken into pieces. Such tyrannical violence stunned the other 4 people. They looked at the soul sword in Yang Dingtian's hand with incomparable envy. In this battle against the Hydra, almost all of the suffering was the Hydra's invulnerability. This Hydra was very insensitive to celestial qi attacks, and only physical attacks were effective. However, it was invulnerable. Yang Dingtian's treasured sword was like cutting melons and vegetables. It was really awesome. After eliminating the first snakehead, Yang Dingtian followed the same method. Soon, the second, third, and fourth snakeheads were cut off. After the third snakehead was cut off, the battle situation was directly reversed. Especially after Yang Dingtian took on one of the silver-haired woman's snake heads, her combat strength was instantly released and directly broke the balance. Her sword could not cut off the snake heads, but she used violence to directly smash one of the snake heads. The other snake head was twisted into a ball by her, pressed to the ground, and roasted into a pile of molten iron with the celestial fire. The black-haired man was not to be outdone and also destroyed 2 snake heads. Therefore, within an hour after Yang Dingtian joined the battle, the 5-person team won a complete victory. This was the characteristic of team combat. One must not have a fatal weakness. And that purple-haired girl was that fatal weakness, which almost caused the entire battle to have a destructive ending. After Yang Dingtian replaced her, the balance was instantly reversed, directly leading to the appearance of victory. After destroying the Hydra, the 2 infinite great masters directly lay on the ground, motionless. At the same time, 9 energy essences slowly floated up. What a huge surprise! There were actually 9 energy essences in this hydra. Moreover, each of them was larger than the elemental owl that Yang Dingtian had hunted. The silver-haired woman ignored the 9 energy essences and suddenly drew her sword, pointing it at Yang Dingtian. Who are you? Why are you secretly following us? The silver-haired woman looked at Yang Dingtian and asked coldly. At the same time, that black-haired expert walked behind Yang Dingtian unconcernedly. Meanwhile, those 2 limitless great masters had also surrounded Yang Dingtian in the middle, one on the left and one on the right. The black-haired man looked at Yang Dingtian. Sir, you have saved our lives, and we will remember this. However, you still have to tell us your origin. You also know that the rules in the Dark Realm are very cruel. Every time there are hundreds or even thousands of people who come in to cultivate, and less than 1/10 of them can come out alive. Yang Dingtian said, then, before I tell you my origin, can you also tell us your names? You don't know us? The silver-haired woman said coldly. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. The silver-haired woman suddenly had a strange look. There was actually a fox demon who had entered the Dark Realm to cultivate who did not know her? I am the princess of the Goldenaw clan, Yao Li. The silver-haired woman said coldly. It was her. This woman was Yao Qi's adopted sister in the Goldenaw clan. Note, everyone, please vote. I really don't want to start a separate chapter to ask for votes. Yang Dingtian knew very little about Yao Li. He only knew that she had a very good relationship with Yao Qi. When Yao Qi showed her powerful abilities and her status in the Goldenaw clan became awkward, Yao Li took the initiative to marry Yao Qi. That was because in the Little Western Paradise's high nobles, women also had the right to inherit. Yao Li's actions were equivalent to passing her inheritance to Yao Qi. She hoped that Yao Qi could become the leader of the Goldenaw clan in the future. Of course, the leader of the Goldenaw clan was not something to look forward to. That was because it was a lifelong position. Moreover, the lifespan of the Fox clan was very, very long. Who knew how long it would take for Yao Li's father to pass away? However, as long as one was the young master of the clan, it was equivalent to the second-in-command of the clan. Most of the time, they could exercise the same authority as the leader. However, Yao Qi did not want to live under someone else's roof. She decisively left the Goldenaw clan and took Xianxia as her master. In the end, she successfully defied the natural order and became the chairman of the Little Western Paradise. Hence, Yao Qi's life was definitely a legendary one. Alright, stranger, it's time to tell me where you came from, Yao Li said coldly. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was in a dilemma. He did not know whether to tell the truth or lie. Actually, she still thought that Yang Dingtian was one of the high nobles of the Fox clan and one of the names to enter the Dark Realm. However, he followed her with ulterior motives. Telling the truth might be dangerous. After all, humans and Fox clan were different races. Moreover, the Fox clan probably treated the Second Dark Realm as their exclusive property. If humans entered rashly, they would definitely be viewed as enemies or even killed. Moreover, it was not easy to answer how Yang Dingtian entered the Dark Realm. If he told a lie, it would go against Yang Dingtian's heart. It was not that he was so hypocritical that he did not want to lie. However, the woman in front of him, Yao Li, could not tolerate any lies. Most importantly, there were many high nobles of the Fox clan in the Second Dark Realm. Moreover, killing was not prohibited here. Moreover, the elemental creatures here were all very powerful. Yang Dingtian might not be able to handle them alone. Hence, he wanted to join this team. Hence, being honest with each other became very important. Therefore, Yang Dingtian decided to tell the truth. If the other party heard that Yang Dingtian was a human and launched an attack, he could easily turn invisible, flash, and escape. Although Yang Dingtian wasn't a match for the other party, he was still able to leave calmly. Before I tell you who I am, I hope you won't ask me how I got here, Yang Dingtian said. Once those words were spoken, Yao Li was stunned, and then she nodded. I'm a human. My name isn't important, but I can say it if necessary, Yang Dingtian said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. How is that possible? Yao Li said sternly, You clearly have the silver dragon bloodline in your body. Yes, I also have the silver dragon bloodline. Yang Dingtian said, actually, that's not all. My silver dragon bloodline may be even richer than yours. That's right. After Yao Li's silver dragon bloodline entered Yang Dingtian's body, a different change immediately occurred. And under the catalysis of the dark green dragon, it seemed to have sublimated. Therefore, when the silver palace swallowed the darkness crystal, Yang Dingtian's body instantly turned into the appearance of the fallen silver dragon. How did you get here? Yao Li asked, but after asking, she immediately shut her mouth because Yang Dingtian said not to ask him this question. She immediately took a step forward. The other three also took a step forward. As long as Yao Li gave the order, the four of them would attack together and kill Yang Dingtian. After all, he wasn't the same kind. Why did you follow us? Yao Li asked. Yang Dingtian said, I didn't follow you. After entering the dark realm, I've been looking for elemental creatures. After searching for a long time, I found this cave and went in. In the end, I found that you were fighting this Hydra. I didn't want to disturb you, but when I saw that the purple-haired girl was injured, I couldn't bear it, so I helped. Then what do you want now? Yao Li asked. I want to join you, Yang Dingtian said. Obviously, this purple-haired girl is no longer suitable for battle. Join us? Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian up and down. Do you know that if you hadn't told the truth just now, you would have become a corpse now? You're a human, not one of my kind. Your heart must be different. I should have killed you immediately, but since you saved my sister, I'll spare your life. Sister. Suddenly, the purple-haired girl on the ground struggled to get up and said, Sister, let him join. I'm a burden to begin with. He's very strong. If he joins us, our team will be more powerful. No. Yao Li said, we can't let disloyal people join. This is a principle. Don't lose sight of the big picture for the sake of small benefits. Princess Li. Immediately, the black-haired man opened his mouth and tried to persuade her. No, I said no, and that means no. Yao Li said coldly, moreover, this person is only relying on his agile movements and sharp sword. He's only useful against golden elemental creatures like the Hydra. If he encounters other elemental creatures, he will be vulnerable. His cultivation is at most the same as Ah Wen and Ah Wu. Ah Wen and Ah Wu were referring to the two ordinary infinite great masters. These two people should be her attendants. Sister, he saved my life, the purple-haired girl said. Yao Li directly took out one of the 9 floating energy essences and handed it to Yang Dingtian. Our Golden Ah clan never owes anyone favors. This is your reward for saving my sister and helping us defeat the Hydra. Leave. It's impossible for you to join us. Yang Dingtian was speechless. The girl in front of him had the same determination as Yao Qi, but she didn't have Yao Qi's intelligence. Therefore, she was especially stubborn and unreasonable. Just by looking at her appearance, one could see that she had a tall and straight body. Although her face was extremely beautiful, the lines of her facial features were clearly defined. The curves of her delicate body were originally curvaceous, but they were forcefully flattened. On the other hand, the purple-haired girl that Yang Dingtian saved, although she was much younger, her face was exquisite and beautiful. Her delicate body was voluptuous and curvaceous. She was especially attractive. Although Yang Dingtian wanted to join her team, seeing Yao Li's attitude, he didn't force her. He directly took the energy essence and turned to leave. I'm sorry, the purple-haired girl said softly when he passed by her. Yang Dingtian shook his head and left the cave. Next, Yang Dingtian began his solo journey again. However, he still didn't find anything. 3 days later, he discovered another intense energy wave. When he arrived, he found another cave. Therefore, he turned invisible and sneaked in. After tens of thousands of meters, he indeed found another very, very powerful elemental beast. It was a flame demon, definitely a beast above the half-saint level. However, there were a total of 20 high demon fox nobles attacking. Among these 20 people, there were as many as 5 of them who were demi-saints and above. Not only that, but there were also 3 experts guarding the entrance to the abyss, not allowing anyone to enter. At the entrance, Yang Dingtian saw 2 corpses. They were both from the demon fox race. Therefore, Yang Dingtian turned invisible and flashed away almost immediately. This team was very strong. It could be said that as long as he showed himself, he would definitely die. The other party wouldn't even listen to his explanation and directly kill him. That was because the most crucial battle was going on inside. Any outsider who came in and caused trouble could lead to the annihilation of the entire team. This was not a game where they could start again after being annihilated. If they were annihilated here, they would be completely dead. In the next few days, Yang Dingtian wandered alone in the second dark realm, but he still didn't find anything. Moreover, he had already fully sensed the danger within. He had already entered the cave 4 times and met different teams that were killing elemental creatures inside. At the entrance of each cave, there were corpses. Some had 2 or 3 corpses, some had more than 10. Obviously, the elemental beasts of the second dark realm all lived deep underground. Only occasionally, for some reason, they would dig a deep cave and come to the surface. Therefore, every cave meant an elemental creature, which meant extremely precious energy essence. And the same cave would often be discovered by a few teams together. At this time, if there was room for discussion, they would fight together. If there was no room for discussion, they would either retreat or fight. And at this time, fighting was the majority of the choices. Therefore, at the entrance of each cave, there were corpses. It was no wonder that thousands of high demon fox nobles entered the dark realm to cultivate, but after 200 years, less than 100 people could leave. Because this was a place of naked fighting and killing. Yang Dingtian continued to search everywhere. Compared to others, Yang Dingtian definitely had a very natural advantage. That was, he could use the million spirit demon fire to detect energy waves. Others searched one place at a time, but Yang Dingtian could search tens to hundreds of miles in an instant. Also, Yang Dingtian discovered that even if there were deep caves, they would not last long. Because in the day, the entire ground would melt. By then, magma would flow into the cave and gradually seal the entire cave. Just like that, carefully avoiding the other teams, Yang Dingtian continued to search everywhere. This second dark realm was really much, much bigger than the first dark realm. Finally, one day, Yang Dingtian found something. This day might be Yang Dingtian's lucky day. This was a brand new cave. Yang Dingtian carried great hope and surprise as he snuck into the cave with his stealth ability. He went deeper, deeper, deeper. After almost 20,000 meters, he saw a huge magma abyss. A dark balrog with flames all over its body was swimming above the magma. And, the most amazing thing was that this dark balrog did not reach the level of a half-saint. This could be seen from its size. Then, Yang Dingtian could try to fight it alone. If he had reached the half-holy class, Yang Dingtian would have no choice but to flee. Yang Dingtian fell into some hesitation. Although this balrog did not reach the level of a half-saint, it was obviously very close to it. Whether or not he could destroy it by himself was still an unknown. Once the fight started, it might even be life-threatening. However, Yang Dingtian had searched for so long and finally found a balrog. How could he give up? Fight? If he couldn't beat it, he could just run. Therefore, Yang Dingtian decided to fight. There was only one way to deal with the balrog, and that was to use ice-type attacks. Any other attacks would be ineffective. Yang Dingtian pulled out his Emperor-grade soul sword and slashed out an ice-cold profound chi sword light. Whoosh! Infinite Grandmaster's ice-cold sword light directly slashed the balrog's head. Crack! In an instant, the balrog suddenly dodged. This ice-cold profound chi only hit its tail. In an instant, its entire tail was completely frozen and then suddenly broke. Roar! The balrog was furious and let out a furious roar. Suddenly, the entire cavern shook violently. Countless streams of magma gushed out. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the balrog's countless tentacle whips crazily whipped towards Yang Dingtian. There were dozens of tentacles, each with a high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees. Being whipped once, they were directly turned into ashes. Each force was more than 1,000,000 pounds. Clap 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 clap, immediately, the entire cave was whipped until it exploded, and rocks flew everywhere. Yang Dingtian used the Devil Spirit Mist cloak and frantically dodged these countless flame whips. Roar! At the same time, the Balrog suddenly spewed out flames that soared into the sky, wanting to completely devour Yang Dingtian. At the same time, dozens of miles away, Yao Li suddenly crouched down and pressed her ear to the ground. She immediately felt a strong vibration. "There are elemental creatures 30 miles ahead," Yao Li said. Immediately, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Previously, it took a full year before they found an ownerless elemental creature. This time, just over half a month later, they actually discovered one. Of course, whether it had an owner or not, they did not know. Hence, the 5 people advanced at lightning speed. Very soon, they saw this Balrog's cave. This is a new cave. No one should have discovered it yet. Furthermore, looking at the size of the cave, it should be a rank 11 Balrog. The 5 of us should be able to kill it if we fight with all our might. Yao Li said, "Quick, take advantage of the fact that others haven't discovered it yet. Strive to finish the battle within half a day." "Yes." The remaining 4 people answered. Then, Yao Li led the team, and the 5 people rushed into the cave at lightning speed. But before reaching the bottom of the cave, they heard the sounds of intense battle. The few people exchanged glances. Finally discovering a new cave with great difficulty, it actually had an owner. What to do? Everyone immediately looked at Yao Li. An abyss cave with an owner, rushing in meant an offense, it meant a massacre. However, not rushing in, Yao Li was seriously unwilling. "Go in, this place is the law of the jungle to begin with. Don't blame us either," Yao Li said coldly, then directly rushed in. After entering the enormous abyss giant cave, they were dumbfounded with shock, that human actually fought a rank 11 Balrog alone. Was this crazy? Although this rank 11 Balrog was the same rank as that 9-headed snake, from a certain extent, it was even more terrifying. The 5 of them, because there were 2 ice attribute experts, that was why they felt that they could fight. And this human's cultivation was even inferior to Yao Li's. He actually dared to go and kill alone. Yao Li and the rest were really going to be blinded. This human was courting death, this human was dead meat, that was the only reaction Yao Li and the rest had. It was a level 11 elemental beast. The 5 of them could barely take it down. This human's cultivation was inferior to Yao Li's, yet he was fighting alone. Even if he was courting death, this was not the way to go. Immediately, the purple-haired girl widened her eyes and looked at Yao Li. She definitely wanted her sister to save Yang Dingtian. Yao Li's expression turned cold as she turned around. In any case, she had already repaid this human for his help. Furthermore, she was already very kind by not going up to kill this human and snatch the fire demon away. "Listen up. Once this human dies, we'll immediately go and kill this fire demon." Yao Li had a specialized sound wave as she spoke to the other 4 in the team. The purple-haired girl's expression changed as she whispered, "Sister, how can you do this? He saved me. We can't just leave him to die. Furthermore, you want to snatch his fire demon away. That's too shameless." Before she could finish speaking, she was grabbed by Yao Li's hand. She was instantly unable to move. Yao Li said coldly, "Yao Zi, remember this. Although you're the most talented in the clan and I know that father wants you to break through, don't forget that I'm the leader of the team. I'm the leader of this party, and I'm twice your age. Put away your naivety and ignorance." Yao Zi struggled desperately but was unable to break free. At that moment, Yang Dingtian was being chased by the fire demon. He was dodging the fire demon's tentacles like lightning. This was not considered terrifying. The key was the flames spewed out by the fire demon. The flames were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of degrees. They filled the entire cave and there was no way to dodge them. He had to rely on his ice-cold Xianxia to protect himself. Unless he dodged to the back of the fire demon. However, behind it was the rocky cliff, its body. Getting close to its incomparably hot body was akin to courting death. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's Xianxia was being depleted like the tide. Yang Dingtian finally understood that in the second dark realm, it was difficult for a single person to move around alone. A team of 5 was the minimum. If there was only one person, they would be at a disadvantage if they tried to snatch the fire demon. Furthermore, even if they managed to snatch the elemental creature, they could not fight it alone. Although the fire demon in front of him wasn't a half-saint, who knew how it was so powerful, Yang Dingtian had already exhausted all his means, but he still couldn't hurt it at all. Logically speaking, the flame demon had to use ice attacks. Yang Dingtian also used it. The devil spirit fiend flame was almost used up. In the end, it was useless. The endless lava below provided the flame demon with an unending supply of energy. Yang Dingtian's ice attacks had just managed to freeze it a little when the flame demon immediately recovered. To sum it up, Yang Dingtian's ice attacks weren't enough. It wasn't enough for the flame fiend to recover once. If this continued, even if Yang Dingtian exhausted all his profound qi, it would still be useless. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian noticed that someone had entered and was immediately shocked. The Dark Realm was a place of naked slaughter. Once these Fox clan experts entered and discovered the flame demon and Yang Dingtian, it was guaranteed that the first thing they would do would be to kill them and seize the flame demon. However, when he saw that it was Yao Li and the others, Yang Dingtian was relieved. At the very least, this ice-cold beauty wouldn't turn hostile and directly kill him. Thus, Yang Dingtian said, "Everyone, let's kill this flame devil queen together. We'll split it equally." Who knew that Yao Li said coldly, "No need. After you're killed, this flame demon will completely belong to us." When these words came out, Yang Dingtian almost vomited blood. "Ck your grandpa, you vicious woman, you're really direct. To think that I saved your sister and helped you fight the Hydra." Originally, Yang Dingtian really had the intention of retreating. Because he really couldn't beat it. The blood he lost wasn't even enough for it to recover once. The lava beneath it completely gave it an endless stream of energy. Therefore, Yang Dingtian would never be able to cause actual damage to it. To Yang Dingtian, it was almost invincible. At this time, Yang Dingtian really regretted not bringing the phantom spirit demon mother. If he brought it, it would freeze all your lava into ice in a minute, freezing you flame demon to death. No matter how powerful this flame demon was, it couldn't compare to the tens of thousands of years old phantom spirit demon mother. However, Yang Dingtian felt that in front of nature, he couldn't be too selfish, so he let the phantom spirit demon mother go back. Yang Dingtian had the intention to directly pierce the flame demon with his sword like he killed the Hydra. However, that required the flame demon to have a body. This monster looked like a pure fire elemental creature. It didn't have a physical body at all. Its entire body was covered in black and red flames. Even the whip was flame energy and not a physical body. If you slashed it with your sword, it wouldn't react at all. Moreover, its surface temperature was hundreds of thousands of degrees. Even if Yang Dingtian had the demon spirit demon fire, he didn't dare to get close. Yang Dingtian was really at his wit's end. Whether it was the demon sky-splitting lightning, the million spirit demon fire, or the demon spirit demon fire, Yang Dingtian tried them all. They were completely useless. Of course, he had a heaven-defying trump card, the dark green mystic fire, or dark green colossal dragon. However, this master was hibernating in the depths of his energy reserve. If Yang Dingtian didn't die, it couldn't be bothered to make a move. Moreover, it was only responsible for protecting lives. It wasn't responsible for killing enemies. Then, there was only one way to destroy this flame demon. That was if the ice element damage exceeded a certain level and exceeded the amount of energy that the lava could restore to the flame demon, it could be destroyed. As for Yao Li and the rest, 3 of them were of the ice element. With them, it would definitely be possible. The ice element damage would definitely be enough. However, this damned woman didn't save him. She wanted to wait for Yang Dingtian to die before reaping the benefits. This woman had learned Yao Qi's coldness and viciousness completely. At this moment, the flame demon's attacks were getting crazier. Hundreds of flaming whips lashed out wildly. Even if Yang Dingtian had the demon spirit mist cloak, it was getting more and more strenuous. He had already taken a few hits. Luckily, he had the demon spirit black armor and the demon spirit demon fire energy shield. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Moreover, the flames that the flame demon spewed out were getting higher and higher. Yang Dingtian was almost unable to hold on. However, no matter what he thought of, he couldn't hit it at all. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to retreat and give up. Although it was embarrassing, at least he could save his life. Everyone, pay attention. This human is about to die. We have to go up immediately and destroy the flame demon. Don't let it sink into the lava abyss. Yao Li suddenly said. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian, who was desperately trying to escape, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. F***ck, if you fall into my hands, I promise to rape you 100 times. Yang Dingtian suddenly couldn't take it anymore. Originally, he wanted to flash and escape at this moment. However, after hearing this woman's words, he was really unwilling. If he gave up on escaping, he would be letting this evil woman in front of him take advantage of him. One last time, just one last time, Yang Dingtian made up his mind. If his last attack was still ineffective, he would immediately flash and escape. He couldn't care less about letting this evil woman take advantage of him. What would Yang Dingtian use for his last attack? Void-splitting fire. This was the mystic flame that he had never used to attack. Because all this while, the void-splitting fire had never shown any offensive attributes. Its heaven-defying function seemed to be to open a space door to the dark world and to travel through the border of the abyss. In short, it didn't seem to be used for battle at all. Now, he had no choice but to try to use the void-splitting fire to destroy the flame demon. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian summoned the transparent void-splitting fire and injected enough energy. Then, he attacked fiercely. Whoosh! The void-splitting fire directly hit the flame demon. Then, there was no then. There was no reaction at all. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. When he used the devil sky-splitting lightning, at least the flame demon was shocked and stunned for a moment. When he used the million-spirit demon fire, the flame demon would at least devour it excitedly. When he used the devil spirit demon fire, at least it would temporarily injure the flame demon even though it would recover immediately. However, when he used the void-splitting fire to hit the flame demon, there was no reaction at all. In fact, the flame demon didn't even know that it was beaten. It seemed that the void-splitting fire was indeed not used for battle. It had no combat attributes at all. It seemed that he really had to give up and escape. He was going to let Yao Li, this vicious woman, take advantage of him. He was really unwilling. What a loss of face. However, there was no other way. If this continued, when his mystic chi was exhausted, it would be a dead end. He could only give up on escaping. However, Yang Dingtian was still unwilling. Thus, an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Using the void-splitting fire and the devil spirit demon fire, he didn't know if it would work. The devil spirit demon fire was of the ice attribute. Could the void-splitting fire make it undergo a qualitative change? Thus, Yang Dingtian's imagination ran wild. He summoned the devil spirit demon fire with his left hand and the void-splitting fire with his right. Then, he fused them together. In the end, he found that these two mystic fires couldn't be fused. They were completely distinct. Even if they were placed in the same position, they would burn themselves separately and wouldn't react to each other. Thus, Yang Dingtian's imagination ran wild again. He directly changed the devil spirit demon fire to the chaos attribute, and then changed the void-splitting fire to the chaos attribute. In the end, he found that the void-splitting fire was originally of the chaos attribute in its transparent state. There was no need to change it at all. The void-splitting fire had its own yin and yang attributes. The white flame was yang, the black flame was yin. Fusing with the transparent flame, it was the chaos attribute. Then, he fused the two chaos attribute devil spirit demon fire and the void-splitting fire together. It actually worked. When the two mystic fires were fused together, they directly turned into a flame that seemed to be green and blue. It wasn't a new mystic fire, but at least it was a brand new flame. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly shot out, shooting towards the flame demon's chest. Whoosh! It was as fast as lightning. In an instant, this mystic fire fused and shot at the flame demon. This fused mystic fire suddenly drilled into the flame demon's body. Aooo! The flame demon suddenly let out a shocking howl, and then struggled desperately slamming. The entire abyss cave kept shattering. Countless magma soared into the sky. only to see that the place where the flame demon's chest was attacked was corroded into a huge hole, and it couldn't be recovered at all. Yang Dingtian was ecstatic. Then, while dodging, he released the devil spirit demon fire and the void-splitting fire, turning them into the chaos attribute, and then shot out. Aoo! The flame demon was tricked again, and a terrifying black hole appeared in its chest. Although the magma could heal this black hole, it was extremely slow, almost as if it didn't heal at all. The furious flame demon completely lost its mind. Suddenly, it rushed out of the magma abyss, crazily pouncing towards Yang Dingtian. Pa 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 pa, countless flame whips crazily lashed out. Terrifying flames crazily spewed out. Suddenly, the entire huge abyss cave collapsed crazily. The terrifying flames melted all the rocks in the cave. The destructive power of this flame demon was really astonishing. But for Yang Dingtian, it was not a problem at all, because he had the Devil Spirit Mist Cloak and Devil Spirit Black Armor, as well as the Devil Spirit Demon Fire Energy Shield. Moreover, after this flame demon left the magma abyss that it relied on, its energy quickly drained, and its wounds couldn't be replenished by any fire attribute energy. In addition, it was crazily spitting fire and crazily lashing out. Therefore, its fire attribute energy was completely like a flood that opened the floodgates, madly pouring out. And Yang Dingtian quickly flashed and dodged, one after another. The primal chaos attribute Devil Spirit Demon Fire and Void-Splitting Fire fused together and shot out wildly. In a short moment, the dozens of meters tall flame demon's body was already riddled with holes. The flames on most of its body had already been extinguished, turning into black holes one after another. However, it still didn't give up at all, desperately trying to kill Yang Dingtian, and counterattacked even more crazily. Boom 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 boom, the flame demon's counterattack was incomparably astonishing. As long as Yang Dingtian was hit, he would lose half his life. But Yang Dingtian flashed quickly, always attacking the flame demon from behind. He never dared to be hit by its flames head-on. 49, 50, Yang Dingtian shot out 50 mystical fire fused together. Aoo, 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 the flame demon let out a shocking roar. Then, its entire body used up too much energy, and it was corroded too much. Finally, it couldn't bear it and suddenly exploded, turning into ashes and completely dying. Then, an energy essence that was even larger than before slowly floated in the air. Yang Dingtian succeeded. When he almost gave up hope, he attempted to use the void-splitting fire to fuse with the Devil Spirit Demon Fire, and the result gave him a huge surprise. It seemed like the void-splitting fire's heaven-defying nature was discovered by him again. Yang Dingtian was very vile and directly took down this energy essence again. This was much larger than the 9-headed snakes. It would definitely bring him a very great breakthrough. After putting the energy essence into his clothes, Yang Dingtian's gaze immediately looked towards Yaoli. While Yaoli and the rest were really thoroughly stunned. Was this still a human? He actually really finished off a rank 11 flame demon by himself, and furthermore, he was completely unscathed. This was also too heaven-defying, right? Note, pleading for votes. Yang Dingtian also did not expect that he could actually kill such a powerful flame demon alone. After putting away the energy essence, Yang Dingtian said to the surprised Yaoli, "Madam Yaoli, you saw it too. Not only was I able to discover these elemental creatures very early, but my combat power is also very high. Let me join your team, how about it?" The reason why Yang Dingtian still wanted to join the team was that he discovered that it was really difficult to move around alone in the second dark realm. Moreover, he had many questions that needed help answering. Also, if he encountered a half-step sage elemental creature, he could not kill it alone at all. Therefore, it was safer to join the team. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, the purple-haired girl's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. She looked at her elder sister, hoping that Yaoli would quickly agree. Unexpectedly, Yaoli shot a cold glance at Yang Dingtian and said, "No need, no need. Frivolous, insolent." Then, she turned around and left, saying, "Let's go, what are you still standing there for?" Immediately, under the purple-haired girl's reluctant gaze, Yaoli's 5-person team left the cave without consulting anyone. Yang Dingtian's lungs were really about to explode. F***ck. You killed the Balrog all by yourself. You guys are the ones who are benefiting from me joining your team, alright? I bent my body with great difficulty and did not stoop to your level, begging to join the team. In the end, my warm face was stuck to a cold butt. Not only did she reject him, she actually said that he was frivolous and insolent. Yang Dingtian swore that the next time he saw this woman being gang-raped, he would not blink an eye and would absolutely not help. After being angry, Yang Dingtian also immediately left this flame demon's cave. That was because every cave would attract a lot of people. Once another team barged in, they would kill. After returning to the ground, Yang Dingtian found a remote corner, then began to devour the energy essence in his hand. First, he devoured the nine-headed snake's energy essence. This was also the energy essence of an infinite grandmaster. After devouring, Yang Dingtian's vital energy sea trembled, then began to expand. Unfortunately, there was still not enough energy. After expanding to a certain extent, it stopped. Thus, Yang Dingtian once again began to devour the flame fiend's energy essence. His chi rapidly expanded. Boom, his entire body and divine sense sank into nothingness. Yang Dingtian had broken through 8 times, then, he continued to devour the flame demon's energy essence. The incomparably rich energy directly entered Yang Dingtian's chi. At this moment, Yang Dingtian discovered it. The energy essence of this elemental creature could be considered as pure Xianxia, but at the same time, it was not. Because its degree of density was much, much greater, after profound Qi entered the energy sea, it would be compressed and condensed, and then it would be added to the construction of the entire energy sea world. As for this energy essence, it would directly enter the sea of Qi. There was no need to compress and condense it. It was a body of energy with a very high concentration. Moreover, the most valuable thing was that it could smoothly pass through the profound veins and enter the sea of Qi, unlike profound energy, where too much of it would cause the profound veins to explode. Soon, Yang Dingtian's sea of Qi expanded once more. When it expanded to the maximum, it suddenly felt weak. Yang Dingtian's heart sank. This level 11 flame demon's energy essence was indeed not enough for him to break through 9 times. Boom, in the end, this flame demon's energy essence rushed in at the last moment. It actually caused the sea of Qi to explode. Then, his entire body and divine sense sank into nothingness again. Yang Dingtian successfully broke through 9 times. Hence, Yang Dingtian returned to that question. Exactly how many times did he need to break through before he could reach half-sage? This was already the 9th time. Personally, he felt that there should be a qualitative change at the 10th time. After Yang Dingtian finished recovering, the sky was about to brighten. At this moment, it was almost the safest time. This was because the high nobles of the demon fox tribe would recuperate in the deep caves during the day and only come out at night. After the sun rose, the entire second dark realm seemed to be on fire again. The entire world was burning. Yang Dingtian did not stay any longer. He hurriedly dug a cave that was tens of meters deep and hid inside. The ground was getting softer and softer. Yang Dingtian used his emperor-grade soul sword and easily dug a cave that was tens of meters deep. Then, by hiding inside, he could basically avoid the extreme heat. Of course, the magma would slowly flow down. But in less than 10 meters, it would solidify and then block the entrance of the cave. Even in the cave, it was getting hotter and hotter. At its highest point, it should be more than 100 degrees. But compared to the thousands of degrees on the ground, it was much more comfortable. He could pass through with a little ice Qi. Yang Dingtian took a pill and closed his eyes to rest. While he was resting, suddenly, he felt a commotion below him. It was as if something was digging a hole quickly. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He immediately pulled out his sword as if he was facing a great enemy. Swish 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 swish, the sound of digging and chiseling approached quickly. Could it be that another team had dug a hole nearby? This was too close. Yang Dingtian immediately used his invisibility mystic skill and completely disappeared from the cave. Bang! Suddenly, the rock under his feet cracked open. Then, a huge, black, fiery dragon shot out. It turned out that it was digging a hole. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian discovered that this fire dragon was already riddled with wounds and was on the verge of death. It was running for its life because it only had a small half of its body left. But even if it was a small half, it was still dozens of meters long and 4 to 5 meters thick. It was a huge monster. It could be considered a snake, but it was one level higher than a snake. It was a bit like a dragon, but it was definitely not a dragon. It must have been beaten up in the cave. In the end, it took advantage of the dawn to escape with all its might. It wanted to return to the ground and absorb the energy of the endless magma. Yang Dingtian hesitated. Should he take the opportunity to do this? One had to know that this fire dragon should be very, very strong. At least, it was stronger than the flame demon that he had fought. However, it was already seriously injured. Most of its body was gone and it was on the verge of death. It would be a pity if he didn't take the opportunity to do it. However, if he took the opportunity to counterattack before it died, it might take his life. In the end, Yang Dingtian still couldn't hold back his restless heart. Whoosh, like lightning, he suddenly pierced the head of the fire dragon with his sword. In an instant, the fire dragon stopped running for its life. Then, it completely froze in the cave. It looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes like fire and blood. Then, its body suddenly burst forth with an incomparably powerful energy. This energy was more powerful and terrifying than that of the Hydra and the Flame Demon combined. Was it a half-saint? Yang Dingtian really didn't know. In short, Yang Dingtian was suddenly suppressed by this energy and found that his whole body couldn't move. My life is over. Seeing the fire dragon's eyes as if it was going to devour him, Yang Dingtian's whole body turned cold. Boom! Just as the fire dragon was about to devour him, the remaining small half of its body, including its head, completely turned into ashes and suddenly exploded. It died just like that. After showing the energy to crush Yang Dingtian, it seemed that it could tear Yang Dingtian into pieces in an instant and then it exploded itself. The so-called arrow at the end of its flight, perhaps this was what it meant. This strong crossbow could have easily torn a rabbit into pieces, but when it was 1 millimeter away, it fell down by itself. As a result, Yang Dingtian's life was saved. Then, a huge energy essence floated in the air. It was purple. Yang Dingtian had a lot of energy essences. Before, green ones, blue ones, and orange ones with flames. However, he had never seen a purple energy essence. Yang Dingtian grabbed this energy essence and suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of energy. He didn't know it clearly, but he didn't dare to swallow it. He quickly put it into the energy jade box and then put it into the space ring. Just at this time, suddenly, there was the sound of digging next to him again. Could there be more elemental beasts? This time, Yang Dingtian didn't dare to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Just now, he was lucky that the fire dragon exploded at the last moment. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian would have lost his life. This time, Yang Dingtian decided that even if it was a dying elemental creature, he would never attack and let it rush out of the ground. Therefore, Yang Dingtian quickly turned invisible again and then stayed motionless. A few minutes later, stones splashed in the cave, and then a total of 20 people rushed out of the cave dug by the fire dragon. There were 20 people, and there were several semi-saint experts among them. The rest were all great grandmasters. This troop was definitely strong and well-trained. Suddenly, a semi-saint expert said, "Young master, the fire dragon is dead. Look, there are metal fragments of the fire dragon everywhere. And this demon fox aristocrat dressed in yellow brocade clothes should be the young master of some clan." He squatted down and touched the fragments of the fire dragon's self-destruction. His breath suddenly became hurried, and he said, then where is the energy essence? No, it's gone. It should have been taken away by someone. The semi-saint expert said. Ah. The young master in yellow brocade suddenly let out a furious roar. Go, find everyone within a radius of a few hundred li. Even if they're hiding underground, dig them out for me. The young master in yellow brocade said angrily, we have been tracking a 15th level fire dragon for a year and a half. 5 people died before we finally killed it, but it fell into the hands of others. Even if we have to kill them all, we must take back the fire dragon's essence. Yang Dingtian on the side trembled. The elemental creature that he picked up was actually 15th level? Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't know what level it was. But he knew that the fire dragon's essence that made him break through the 8th and 9th level was only 11th level. And he was so lucky that the fire dragon's essence that he picked up was 15th level. How strong was it? How many times could it help him break through? Yes. After hearing the young master's order, more than 20 experts rushed to the ground like lightning, and started a carpet search of the area within a few hundred miles. Yang Dingtian was still invisible, and he didn't move at all. And the young master in yellow brocade was still in the cave, only 2 steps away from Yang Dingtian. He was still trembling with anger, and he muttered to himself, 15th level, 15th level. I haven't seen a 15th level elemental creature in 20 to 30 years. Whoever wants to steal my fire dragon's essence, I will kill his entire family. Then, he gradually calmed himself down. 190 years. There are 198 years left. As long as I break through to the king level, I will kill Yao Qi and take Jia away. The young master in yellow brocade gritted his teeth and said coldly, Jia, you are mine. Yao Qi, I will tear you into pieces. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was even more shocked. He didn't expect the person in front of him to be his rival in love. Of course, he didn't know of his existence. His imaginary enemy was still Yao Qi. Of course, he didn't know that Yao Qi was already dead. It seemed that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. As for the monarch level that he spoke of, in the Little Western Paradise, it meant a saint-level expert. For almost a few hundred years, there hadn't been a saint-level expert in humans. And in Little Western Paradise, saint-level experts were also the highest-level experts. There weren't many saint-level experts in the entire Little Western Paradise. And this young master in yellow brocade was a saint-level expert. He needed to spend 200 years to break through to the saint level. Now, Yang Dingtian finally knew why it would take 200 years to cultivate in the Dark Realm. It was because tracking a high-level elemental creature would take a very, very long time. They had been in the Dark Realm for more than a year, and Yao Li's team had only defeated a Hydra. And this young master in yellow brocade and his team of more than 20 people had only defeated a 15th level fire dragon, and they had failed. Next, Yang Dingtian desperately hoped that this saint-level love rival, the young master in yellow brocade, would leave quickly. Once he discovered him, he would definitely tear him apart alive. However, this suitor of Jia's did not seem to have any intention of leaving, and he continued to dig the cave. Yang Dingtian carefully hid in a corner. This love rival had dug a cave that was dozens of square meters in size, and then sat down cross-legged, waiting for his subordinates to report. All right, if you don't leave, I will. Yang Dingtian said in his heart. However, the exit above his head had been sealed by the lava. Of course, it was easy to break it, but then he would be discovered. Then, time went by just like that. Yang Dingtian hid in a corner, unable to move. And that love rival sat in the middle, motionless. More than 2 hours later, the entrance that was sealed above suddenly broke open. Then, a few demon fox experts flew in with a whoosh. Reporting to young master, within a radius of more than 100 miles, we only found these 5 people, and they have all been captured. Yang Dingtian looked and was stunned again. It was really a narrow road for enemies. The ones who were captured were Yao Li and the other 4. This was really an ill-fated relationship. Every single time, they would meet each other. Note, I was in a daze just now, hesitating whether to go back to my hometown for the new year, so I was late typing. Sorry. Please vote, it was really worrying. Enemies are bound to meet, Princess Yao Li. The yellow-robed man's eyes lit up when he saw Yao Li. He did not hide his evil look. Yao Leng, are you crazy? Why did you capture me for no reason? Yao Li said angrily. Hand over the fire dragon's energy essence. The yellow-robed young master Yao Leng said directly. What fire dragon's energy essence? I don't know. Yao Li said. Don't pretend you don't know. Yao Leng said coldly, we spent more than a year and 5 people died to kill this level 15 fire dragon. In the end, it was killed after it escaped and its energy essence was stolen. There was only one team in a radius of 200 miles. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Yao Li's gaze instantly changed slightly, and she said, Yao Li, am a woman of my word. If I took it, I would definitely admit it. But if I didn't take it, don't try to frame me. And don't forget, if it wasn't for my Golden Awe clan and Shadow Spear clan, your Moro clan would never be able to enter the 9 great clans. You offended me today. Aren't you afraid you'll lose the Moro clan's heir after you go out? Idiot. Yang Dingtian cursed in his heart after Yao Li said this. Isn't this forcing others to kill you? Is that so? Yao Ling said fiercely. We have to stay in the Dark Realm for 200 years. If I kill all of you here, who will know? And you, Yao Li, aren't valued much in the Golden Awe clan. Otherwise, you wouldn't have failed to get the inheritance rights. Yao Li's sore spot was touched. Her cold and beautiful face twitched. She said, only a coward would hope for the inheritance rights of the clan. I want to become strong and go out to help my brother achieve great things. Ha ha ha. Yao Ling laughed. How ambitious. It's better if you didn't mention Yao Qi. Now that you mention him, you've made me hate him even more. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have had to suffer the shame of breaking off the engagement. Yang Dingtian was surprised. So this guy was engaged to Jia. It couldn't be. Even though Yao Ling's cultivation base could be considered to be extremely strong among the young demon fox race, his character and intelligence were rather ordinary. Why would Yao Nu II take a fancy to him? Annul the engagement? Yao Li sneered and said, stop dreaming. Don't think that Jia and Yao Nu will take a liking to you just because you've become the 3rd young expert of the Fox Demon clan. The so-called marriage is just your wishful thinking. Because you are the most loyal followers of the Shadow Spear race, when you went to ask for the marriage, leader Yao Nu couldn't refuse, so he dragged it out. Furthermore, your father agreed to the alliance of the 3 tribes to promote my brother, Yao Qi. The Moro tribe even benefited greatly from this. Yet, you're here talking about the shame of breaking off the engagement? For example, if it weren't for the help of the Golden Awe clan and the Shadow Spear clan, how could a mere clan like yours enter the Dark Realm? The moment he said that, Yao Ling was instantly enraged. He said, how am I inferior to Yao Qi? I'm 200 years younger than him, but my cultivation is almost the same as his. In the younger generation of the Fox Demon clan, who can compare to me? Who? Yao Li, that idiot, is older than me, but his cultivation is inferior to mine. How am I not good enough for Jia? Yao Li said coldly, Your Excellency. Yao Li is straightforward, upright, and determined. Although his cultivation is inferior to yours, how can someone like you compare to him? Instantly, Yao Ling was even more furious. His face twisted as he laughed, good, good. Jia looked down on me, Yao Qi looked down on me, and now even you dare to look down on me? Today, you're in my hands. Either you hand over the fire dragon's essence, or I'll rape and kill both of you. Yao Qi slept with my woman, and I'll sleep with his woman. This is fair. The moment he said that, Yao Li and Yao Zi's expressions changed drastically. Yao Ling, you dare? Yao Li said, aren't you afraid that the Golden Awe clan and the Shadow Spear clan will work together to force your father to cut you into pieces? If I rape and kill you, who will know? Yao Ling said. At this moment, the black-haired man beside Yao Li said, Your Excellency Yao Ling, we really didn't take your fire dragon's essence. If you let us go, we'll pretend that nothing happened. Moreover, we'll avoid you when we see you in the future. Although there are only 5 of us here, our Golden Awe clan's Lord Yao Ming is also in the Dark Realm. His forces are stronger than yours. Ha ha ha. Yao Ling laughed and said, Brother Yao Ming must hate Yao Qi even more. He has always treated Jia as his exclusive property. Previously, he fought with me to the death. In the end, Yao Qi took advantage of him. Although you're his sister, I'm afraid that even if you die in front of him, he won't even spare you a glance. Otherwise, how could you, the princess of the Golden Awe clan, only have 4 Tom, Dick, and Harry by your side? These words obviously touched Yao Li's sore spot. Her eyes darkened, and then she quickly covered it with coldness. Then, Yao Ling, the young master of the Moro clan, looked at the black-haired man and said, Bolu, your loyal dog is really infatuated. He'd rather follow Yao Li, a girl that no one cares about, than follow young master Yao Ming. But don't be delusional. No matter how outstanding you are, you're just a servant, a loyal dog. When these words were said, the black-haired man, Bolu, trembled and his eyes dimmed. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Yaoling said, I'll start counting down from 10. Either you take out the fire dragon's essence, or I'll rape and kill the 2 princesses of the Golden Ah clan. Then, I'll evaporate all 3 servants. No one will know anything. 10. 9. 8. Yaoling, the young master of the Moro clan, began to count down. In front of his powerful forces, Yao Li's team had no power to resist at all. Yao Li suddenly gritted her teeth and reversed her energy sea. She was going to detonate her energy sea and die together. You want to detonate your energy sea? Dream on. Yaoling sneered. Then, he easily locked all the profound veins in Yao Li's body and continued to count down. Yao Li gritted her teeth and bled. She didn't expect to suffer such a hellish calamity in the Dark Realm today. 5. 4. 3, 2, 1. Yaoling, the young master of the Moro clan, finished counting down. Then, he directly extended his demonic claw toward Yao Li's collar and suddenly tore it apart. Her purple-blue robe was immediately torn apart, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Also, her chest was forcefully wrapped tightly. Yet another one. Her breasts were clearly raging, but she was forcefully made into a peaceful princess. Yao Li gritted her teeth and said, Yaoling, if you attack me, I won't resist. I can even cooperate with you. But let my sister go. She's still young. Young? Ha ha ha. Yaoling laughed loudly and said, how is she young? I haven't seen many women bigger than her. As for the youngest Yao Zi, when she heard this statement, her face blushed before turning pale. However, she still gritted her teeth and didn't beg for mercy. This was out of Yang Dingtian's expectations. She was much more resolute than he had imagined. Sister, don't beg him. For this kind of person, the more you beg him, the more perverted he becomes. Yao Zi said. That's right, that's right. The more you beg me, the more I humiliate you. Ha ha ha. Yaoling stared at Yao Li's tightly bound chest and said with a wicked smile, you've been pierced so hard. How big is it? Come, let me take a look. Then, I'll have a good competition with your sister. Loyal dog Bo Lu, you haven't seen your mistress' body yet, right? I'll let you have it today. Then, Yaoling grabbed the silk in front of Yao Li's chest and was about to tear it off to completely free her chest. Stop. The black-haired Bo Lu roared. His profound veins were locked and the anger and helplessness in his heart had caused his entire face to twist and his eyes to bleed. Yao Li was the goddess he had dreamed of for countless years. Now that he saw her being humiliated, he really wanted to die. Yaoling, I know where the essence of your fire dragon is. Let us go and I'll tell you. Bo Lu said. Bo Lu, shut up. Yao Li said coldly. Princess, I have to say it. Why are you hiding it for that person? Bo Lu said loudly. I'm not hiding it for him, but I definitely won't compromise with a lowly beast like Yaoling. Yao Li said angrily. But I can't watch you get hurt, Bo Lu said. Then, he looked at Yaoling and said, I'll tell you who took the essence of the fire dragon. You let go of Princess Yao Li and her sister. You first. Yaoling said. If I say it first, you definitely won't let them go. Bo Lu said. Yaoling smiled and said, smart. But if you don't say it, I'll humiliate your mistress in front of you right now. So, are you going to say it or not? After saying that, Yaoling took off his clothes and was about to use the most primitive method of men to humiliate Princess Yao Li. Stop. Bo Lu said sternly, he's a human. I don't know his name. Not long ago, he killed an 11th rank flame demon by himself. He definitely didn't go far. You said that we're the only ones in a 200-mile radius. Since the essence of the fire dragon isn't with us, it must be in the hands of that human. Then, Bo Lu said, now, I can bring you guys to find that human. He definitely can't run far. After Yang Dingtian heard Bo Lu's words, he actually couldn't bring up any resentment towards him. Even though he directly sold him out. However, he didn't do it for himself, but for Yao Li and her sister. This was a kind of precious loyalty and infatuation. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding? Yaolin laughed loudly and said, only the demon fox clan entered the dark domain. Where did the human come from? Ridiculous. Bo Lu said, he's indeed a human, but the silver dragon bloodline in his body is richer than ours. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, he should be the current leader of the Tiando League, Yang Dingtian. At this time, not only Yao Ling, even Yang Dingtian was shocked. This Bo Lu couldn't be underestimated. He actually guessed that he was Yang Dingtian? How could it be? He didn't seem to have said his name and identity before. Yang Dingtian, what bullshit. The leader of the Tiando League? What kind of random organization is that? Ridiculous? Yaolin directly showed the whites of his eyes as if he was a martial arts fanatic. He also had the ridiculous pride of the demon fox clan. He instinctively despised humans. The Tiando League was already the strongest organization of humans, but it was nothing in his mouth. All of you, go out and search the area within 1,000 miles. You must capture this bullshit human Yang Dingtian for me. Yaolin suddenly ordered. Yes. Immediately, the 20 or so experts under Yaolin shouted in unison. Young master, I'd better stay and accompany you. What if? The half-saint expert beside Yaolin stepped forward and said. What if? What if? Yaolin said sternly, these 5 trash in front of me, even if they worked together, they wouldn't be my opponent. Moreover, all of their profound veins are sealed. What if? At this moment, this young master Imo Luo's other flaw was revealed. He was extremely arrogant and conceited. Go immediately, before that lowly human runs too far. Search the area within 1,000 miles. If you don't find him, don't come back. Yaolin said angrily. Yes. Immediately, the 20 or so experts all left the cave and flew to the surface to search for Yang Dingtian. As for Yang Dingtian, he took advantage of the concealment when the 20 over experts left and used the devil spirit mist cloak to flash and fly out of the cave. After returning to the surface, he immediately saw the 20 or so experts of the Imo Luo clan forming a circle and flying in all directions to search. As for Yang Dingtian, after they were far away, he also flew tens of thousands of meters away. At this moment, inside the cave, Yaolin looked at Yao Li's cold and beautiful face and said covetously, Princess Yao Li, since we have nothing to do, why don't we find something to do and have some fun? Then let's continue. Where were we just now? Oh right, you 2 sisters should compete and see whose breasts are bigger. Therefore, Yaolin extended his evil claws to Yao Li's chest. Bo Lu said angrily, Yaolin, didn't I already say? Stop it. But I didn't promise not to humiliate your mistress. Yaolin laughed and said, how about this, after I'm done, I'll give you a good time too. That's settled. You beast, stop it, stop it. Bo Lu roared wildly and struggled desperately, but it was completely useless. Yaolin grabbed Yao Li's scarf and pulled it hard. Suddenly, Yaolin's eyes widened. He didn't expect the size to be so shocking. At this moment, he couldn't help tearing off Yao Li's underwear and was about to pounce on her. Yao Li gritted her teeth and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, but she didn't move. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Bo Lu roared wildly. At this moment, there was a sudden violent vibration from the ground. Then, a strong sound wave came in. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, half-saint energy essence, I'm rich, Yang Dingtian's voice directly transmitted into the cave using a special energy wave. When Yaolin heard, his expression immediately changed drastically, and then a burst of ecstasy welled up. Although the beauty in front of him made him drool, compared to it, the rank 15 energy essence was more important. As for the beauty, he could wait until he killed that human and seized the fire flood dragon's essence before enjoying it. At this time, he immediately regretted sending all the experts out. Now, there wasn't even a person left to stay behind. However, these people's mystic meridians were locked and presumably couldn't run. Hence, Yaolin quickly flew out and chased in the direction of that voice. In the end, that voice got further and further away, and Yaolin also chased further and further away. Then, Yang Dingtian used the devil spirit mist cloak flash art and turned back. He suddenly sneaked back into this cave. After returning, Yao Li and the rest immediately had their eyes wide open, completely stunned. And that purple-haired girl's beautiful eyes completely shot out a bright light of pleasant surprise. As for Yang Dingtian, when he first saw the astonishing size of Yao Li's front, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was difficult for her to be able to pierce it so flat before. As for me, I originally didn't want to come and save you, evil woman, but I can't bear to see your sister get hurt. I'm also touched by Brother Bolu's loyalty and infatuation. Otherwise, I'll really let you be raped and killed by that beast first, Yang Dingtian said to Yao Li fiercely. Then, he directly grabbed the two sisters with one hand, and directly tied up the other three men with the other hand. Just like this, he hugged the woman and carried the men on his back, directly carrying 5 people, and suddenly rushed out of the cave with a flash. Next, as if he didn't need mystic chi at all, he flashed and fled in the opposite direction of Yaolong. Run, run, run. As for the 5 people on his back, they were completely stunned. Was this still the speed of a human? It was already so fast that they couldn't even see clearly. No matter how high Yaolong and the rest's cultivation was, they couldn't catch up. Yang Dingtian almost exhausted all of his mystic chi in one breath and threw them thousands of miles away. Only when he felt that it was almost safe did he stop. After completely solidifying the few square meters of magma under his feet, and then releasing an energy barrier of demon spirit fiend fire, Yang Dingtian put the 5 people down. Yao Li covered her chest with all her strength and said, "Human, return my silk and robe to me." Yang Dingtian casually threw the robe on her body. Yao Li turned around and once again used all her strength to flatten her chest, and then put on the robe. Yang Dingtian said, "Oh right, I don't have the ability to undo the seal on your mystic meridians." "You can," the purple-haired woman said. Yang Dingtian immediately looked over. She was so embarrassed that her face was flushed red. She said in a low voice, "Use the energy essence to break open the seal on our mystic meridians." "My sister has the energy essence." "Then come directly," Yang Dingtian said. "I need your help." The purple-haired girl said, "You need to use the mystic fire to melt the energy essence, and then force it into our energy reserve. Only then can you break open the seal on our mystic meridians." "What kind of intimate?" Yang Dingtian asked in surprise. The purple-haired girl nodded shyly. This was no ordinary skin-to-skin intimacy. "How about this, you help me break open first, and then I will break open sister. Sister will then help big brother Bolu break open, okay?" Yao Zi said shyly in a low voice. Although her big blinking eyes were filled with shyness, they were also filled with boldness. "No, don't touch my sister. Help me break open first." Yao Li said, "Anyway, I don't care if I've been touched by a man." Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. Such a touching thing was forcefully made tasteless by her words. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Please. There's no need for that, Yang Dingtian said. Then, he took one of Yao Li's energy essences and burned it with the mystic fire. Immediately, the energy essence dispersed and turned into an extremely rich energy. Yang Dingtian used the million spirit demon fire's infinite rays to control the direction of the energy. Then, he struck it toward Yao Li's energy reserve in her lower abdomen. In an instant, the extremely rich and intense energy essence broke through the seal on her energy reserve and unlocked her mystic meridians. Then, Yang Dingtian attacked Yao Zi's energy reserve in her lower abdomen as usual. There was also Bo Lu, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu, 2 infinite great grandmasters. In an instant, all 5 of their mystic meridians were unlocked. Seeing that Yang Dingtian did not take advantage of the situation, Bo Lu had a good impression of him. He immediately knelt down and said, "Thank you for saving my life. I am extremely ashamed that I betrayed you in front of Yao Leng." Yang Dingtian waved his hand and said, "You didn't do it for yourself. You did it to save others. This is a very valuable loyalty. I don't blame you." "Thank you." Bo Lu bowed meticulously. Then, Yang Dingtian looked at Yao Li with a mocking expression and said, "What do you plan to do next?" Yao Li immediately frowned. Bo Lu hesitated for a moment and said, "Why don't we meet up with young Master Yao Ming? That way, Yao Leng won't dare to act rashly." "No." Yao Li said firmly, I would rather die in Yao Ling's hands than beg Yao Ming for mercy. Father must have lost his mind to let the son of Chairman Yao Qi, who hates him, be his successor. Bolu could not help but say, the chairman's term is only 100 years. At most, it's 200 years. Yao Li said loudly, but Yao Qi is different. You don't understand his great talents and great strategy. Then, Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, as the leader of the Tiando League, you should understand, right? Yang Dingtian nodded ambiguously. It was impossible for him to tell Yang Dingtian that Yao Qi was already dead. Otherwise, this woman would immediately go crazy. Like Jia, she was Yao Qi's crazy follower and admirer. Therefore, he did not hesitate to leave his family and pledge his loyalty to Yao Qi. In short, I will definitely not beg Yao Ming for pity. If you want to go, then go, Yao Li said resolutely. If my sister doesn't go, I won't go either, Yao Zi said. I hate Yao Ming. Since you won't go, I won't go either, Bolu said. Al Wen and Al Wu said, we are the sword attendants of the Purple Princess. If she doesn't go, we won't go either. Yao Li said, alright, then it's decided. We'll continue cultivating alone. The Dark Realm is so big, we just have to be careful and avoid the demonic cold. I don't believe that he will abandon his cultivation and keep chasing after us. Yao Zi suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Sister, I want Mr. Yang Dingtian to join us. No, I want to ask him to join us. Then, Yao Zi opened her eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. Are you Mr. Yang Dingtian? I am. Yang Dingtian instantly looked at Bolu and said, Brother Bolu, how do you know that I'm a human? Bolu said, actually, you're more famous than you think in Little Western Paradise. I've seen the Chaos Times and your portrait. I see, Bolu suddenly said, actually, I'm very envious of humans. Even if they're from the bottom, they can still become leaders. Yang Dingtian understood. He was reminiscing about his past. Little Western Paradise was also divided into two types of high-level worlds. One was the high nobles, the other was the high-level bloodline. The two of them were not equivalent. Firstly, the high nobles were definitely high-level bloodline users. The Silver Dragon bloodline was high, and their martial arts talent was high, but they might not practice martial arts. As for high-level bloodline users, they might not be high nobles. In Little Western Paradise, social classes were very fixed. Only the descendants of nobles could be nobles. The Bolu family was also considered a high-level bloodline, but they had been the sword servants of the Jaina royal family for generations. This could never change. Of course, this kind of servant actually had a very high status. In the entire Little Western Paradise, they were considered to be in charge. However, servants were still servants. Of course, there was a better way to describe them, servants. Then, Bolu said seriously, Your Highness, I also hope to invite Mr. Yang Dingtian to become a very, very important member of us. Immediately, the four of them turned their gazes to Yao Li. Yao Zi held it in for a while and said, Sister, if you don't agree, Al Wen, Al Wu, and I will follow Mr. Yang Dingtian. You and Bolu can go together. As soon as she said that, Yao Li's eyes flashed with anger. She glared fiercely at Yao Zi, feeling that she was too unreserved. Then, Yao Li bowed deeply to Yang Dingtian and said, Yao Li of the Jaina royal family sincerely invites Mr. Yang Dingtian to become a member of my team. Also, you will have a quarter of the spoils in the future. At this moment, Yao Li revealed her cuter nature. She was very straightforward and not arrogant. She did not say high and mighty that she wanted him to join. Instead, she lowered her body and seriously invited him. Perhaps she had always been this serious. I'm willing to join your team. Yang Dingtian bowed back and returned the greeting. Wow, that's great. Yao Zi said excitedly, we can finally be together. As soon as she said that, Yao Li's expression turned ugly. She glared fiercely at her and then said to Yang Dingtian, Mister, please forgive me. My sister is too young. She has only been in human form for a short time. She is only 16 or 17 years old for you humans. Yang Dingtian said seriously, I know. Miss Azi is lively and cute. She is the most lovable sister. She reminds me of one of my daughters. She is already 11 years old this year. Yang Dingtian's words were undoubtedly expressing his feelings. He would definitely not have an affair with Yao Zi. Yao Li was very satisfied with Yang Dingtian's answer. Then, she said directly, "Alright, let's head north again. The further we are from Yaolong, the better." Then, the six of them flew under the scorching sun. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian could not help but put on his sunglasses. When Yao Zi saw the sunglasses, although she did not say anything, she kept looking at Yang Dingtian. She was very curious and envious of his sunglasses. Therefore, Yang Dingtian took out 5 sunglasses that he had made and distributed them to everyone. This is called magic mirror. Wear it and you will be able to see clearly in the day. You will not be afraid of the glaring sun. Yao Zi immediately cheered. She could not wait to pick the most delicate and light one and put it on her delicate face. Yao Li glared at her and then took a pair as well. The other 3 also took a pair. After putting on the sunglasses, everyone could not help but exclaim. Indeed, they were not afraid of the glaring sun. With this, they could walk on the ground in the day. The 6 of them continued to run north for another 2,000 miles. Finally, the sky darkened. Then, the 6 of them sat down cross-legged to absorb the energy essence and recover their celestial chi. Yao Li showed extraordinary responsibility. She was in charge of keeping watch. Yang Dingtian took out the 15-level fire dragon's essence. The surrounding people immediately looked envious. "Your Excellency Yao Li, I have a few questions that I would like to ask you," Yang Dingtian said. "Go ahead," Yao Li said. "What do you mean by the 11th and 15th level?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yao Li said, "You humans are very careless about the division of martial arts. It's very crude. For example, a 9-star 9th level grandmaster is very far away from a half-saint, but you guys are only in the middle. In our division, a 9th level powerhouse is equivalent to a 9-star 9th level grandmaster. Only at 15 level is equivalent to a half-saint. There are 6 levels in between." Yang Dingtian said, "In other words, the 15-level fire dragon's essence in my hand is a half-saint? Then what should my current cultivation be equivalent to?" Yao Li said, "How many times have you broken through after becoming a 9-star 9th level grandmaster?" 9 times, Yang Dingtian said. "Then you are now a 9th level powerhouse. You are only 1 step away from the 10th level, Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. At this time, he finally knew how far he was from a half-saint. The 15 level was only a half-saint. He was only a 9th level powerhouse. There were still 5 levels away. It was really very, very far away. "Then, Your Excellency Yao Li, what is your current cultivation?" Yang Dingtian asked. 5th level 11th level, Yao Li said. "Then why was it so difficult to kill the 9-headed snake?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yao Li said, "Demonic beasts of the same level are originally stronger than civilized creatures, and elemental creatures are stronger than demonic beasts of the same level. Therefore, you killed a rank 11 flame demon by yourself, shocking us to the core. Then with my cultivation, how long will it take to break through to a half-saint?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Just by cultivating in the dark realm?" Yao Li asked. "Yes." Yang Dingtian nodded. "At least 100 years, Yao Li said." Yang Dingtian suddenly clicked his tongue, and then he recalled in his mind. Except for Wu Daozi and Wu Yuming, who used the evil spirit energy to break through in an instant, the rest of Wu Yu, Wu Lingzi, Hai Xian, and Poisa, without exception, all spent more than 100 years. Now, when Yang Dingtian recalled Zhu Qingzhu's combat strength, he realized that he wasn't a 9-star 9th grade great master. Instead, he was a limitless great master who had broken through multiple times. The reason why he left the world was probably to break through to the half-saint realm. There was also Du Gushao, who was also called a 9-star 9th level grandmaster. In fact, he was an infinite grandmaster who had broken through many times. However, those who had not entered the half-saint realm were all called 9-star 9th level grandmasters. This concept was really harmful. Yao Li continued, "In fact, the dark realm is not suitable for you humans to cultivate. The lifespan of humans is too short. You need a great fortune to break through to a half-saint in your limited lifespan. Because we, the Fox Demon Clan, have almost infinite lifespan, the Dark Realm is our first choice. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. Yao Li too had urged Yang Dingtian to come to the Dark Realm. Then, perhaps, he had other intentions? Because he already had a grandson who was a demigod descendant, he absolutely did not want any more demigod descendants to appear in the Little Western Paradise. Or to be more honest, he did not want Yang Dingtian to appear in the Little Western Paradise again. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, why does it take so much time to cultivate in the Dark Realm? Swallowing energy essence is almost the most direct cultivation method I have seen. Yao Li glanced at him and said, swallowing energy essence is the most direct, but there is only one harvest every 1 or 2 years. How much can you break through? Unless you are like Yao Ming and Yao Leng, who only gave all the energy essence obtained by more than 20 experts to one person. Understood, Yang Dingtian completely understood. Only very few people could advance by leaps and bounds in the Dark Realm. Yang Dingtian asked, then how much energy essence do I need to break through once now? Yao Li said, about 20 times. That is to say, the energy essence needs to be 20 times your cultivation base to break through once. Because you know, these energy essences are all used to build the world of your Sea of Qi. In other words, a mid-level 11th level energy essence is barely enough for you to break through once. Then what about my 5th level energy essence? Yang Dingtian asked. Yao Li said, don't use this 5th level energy essence now. Use it when you are about to break through to the 13th level. It can help you break through to the 13th level. If you use it now, it will be a huge waste because your Sea of Qi cannot contain such a large amount of energy. Understood. Thank you. Yang Dingtian asked, does that mean that after I break through to the 13th level, I will need at least 100 half-saint energy essences to break through to the half-saint level? Even if it is not that much, it is not far from it, Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air again, and then put away the 5th level energy essence. Then, he began to use mystic gathering pills to recover his battle mystic qi. After only 15 minutes, he had finished recovering. Okay, I will guard you. You go and recover your mystic qi, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Li nodded. Then, she sat cross-legged and began to recover her mystic qi. More than an hour later, she used pills to recover her battle mystic qi. At this time, the 6 of them had completely accumulated their battle mystic qi. In other words, they were full of health and could fight at any time. Okay, let's go. Yao Li said, search every movement within 300 miles and find any elemental creatures that might exist. Then, the 6 of them moved out at lightning speed. Yao Li whispered to Yang Dingtian, you have to be mentally prepared. Searching for elemental creatures is a very, very long process. You may not find anything for a year or 2. Not necessarily, Yang Dingtian said. Then, it unleashed tens of millions of wraiths of the 100 million spirit demonic flames, which filled every corner within 100 miles. It could be said that Yang Dingtian's search method was more than 100 times more efficient than theirs. Today was really Yang Dingtian's lucky day. Only an hour later, the wraiths in the northwest corner felt energy fluctuations. Yang Dingtian said, 95 miles northwest, there is something. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. These elemental creatures were deep underground. How could they be discovered from 100 miles away? Even a half-saint could not do that. So much so that Yao Li glared at Yang Dingtian and felt that he was bluffing. However, it was their first time after all, so they gave Yang Dingtian face and flew toward the northwest corner 95 miles away. Only 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination and saw a brand new cave. Everyone was shocked and overjoyed as they looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Note, I heard that the author of the 3 Thieves' Attics had a terminal illness and felt very sad. Although I didn't know him and didn't have any dealings with him, I liked his books very much. This is a very serious and excellent author who also has very outstanding works. Elegant Saw, High-Grade Poor Scholar, and Visitor are all excellent works. Readers, these books will not disappoint you. Yao Li looked over in surprise and joy. She had no idea how Yang Dingtian did it. He could actually find the elemental creature's cave from hundreds of miles away. Yang Dingtian, is this a coincidence, or can you do this every time? Yao Li asked. Yang Dingtian, every time, I can do this. I can search every inch of a radius of more than 100 miles in half an hour. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. This was really heaven-defying. A radius of more than 100 miles, converted to an area of thousands of square kilometers. Even if a team of a few people searched quickly, it would take about a few hours. Because for a person to run and search within a radius of more than 100 miles, he would have to run more than 10,000 miles. And Yang Dingtian's search speed was dozens of times, or even 100 times, of Yao Li's 5-man team. Even Bo Lu, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu all showed very excited expressions. This way, they could find the elemental beasts in a short time. Yao Li glanced at Yang Dingtian, and then said directly, in this case, the ratio of shares has to be changed. You can't take a quarter anymore, you take a third. Then, before Yang Dingtian could speak, she waved her hand and said, it's settled. This woman was really domineering. What she said did not allow others to refute her. However, such an open and aboveboard character was really very cute. Okay, let's go in. If someone is fighting, we will try our best to avoid it. Don't fight with others because now we can find the elemental creatures in a short time. There is no need to take risks, Yao Li said. Then, the 6 of them quickly rushed down to the bottom of the cave. After more than 10,000 meters, they were about to reach the bottom. Yang Dingtian suddenly waved his hand and said, you all stop. I will go down and explore. If there is someone, I will come back immediately. We will leave here. No need. I will go. My cultivation is the highest. You all stay, Yao Li said and was about to rush down. Yang Dingtian stopped her and said, don't argue. I know how to become invisible and flash. I will go. Then, Yang Dingtian directly disappeared from their sight. Moreover, they could not even sense his energy aura. Yao Li and the others were completely stunned. He actually knew how to turn invisible? Furthermore, he was completely invisible. Yao Li, Bo Lu, and the others looked at each other. Meanwhile, Yao Zi's beautiful eyes lit up. She was in a state of ecstasy and was especially curious about mysterious and powerful things. She immediately felt that Yang Dingtian was indeed very mysterious and extraordinary. Looking at Yang Dingtian's disappearing figure, her beautiful big eyes lit up with little stars again. Yao Li glared at her and said coldly, Ah Zi, don't forget that he is a human and he already has many wives. Yao Zi's delicate face turned red, and she said angrily, what are you talking about? I didn't say that I had to do anything with him. You are so annoying. Yang Dingtian's speed was very fast. In less than half a quarter of an hour, he was back. There's no one down there, but I don't see any elemental creatures either, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Li said, there definitely is. It's just hidden. Then, the 6 of them quickly rushed to the bottom of the cave. This cave abyss was very, very small compared to the Hydra and the Flame Demon from before. It was only about a few hundred square meters. However, there was nothing at the bottom of the pitch-black cave. There were no elemental creatures. It was precisely because of this that Yao Li and the others felt as if they were facing a great enemy. All the pores on their bodies were closed. Then, Yao Li turned her head and said to Yang Dingtian, it's a shadow demon. Let's retreat. We can't fight. She didn't even dare to use sound waves to transmit her voice. Instead, she used her mouth. Shadow demon? Yang Dingtian was completely puzzled. Was this shadow demon very, very powerful? That's right, it's a shadow demon. There's no way to fight at all. Bo Lu's face was filled with fear as he said, no team, no matter how powerful, is willing to encounter a shadow demon. Even if it's a rank 9 or rank 10 shadow demon, it will annihilate a team of dozens of people. Fighting a shadow demon is not worth the loss. Although Yang Dingtian was puzzled, he seemed to have some understanding of the shadow demon. However, since Yao Li and Bo Lu said not to fight, then not to fight. Thus, Yao Li led the team and the 6 of them slowly left the cave. Squeak, 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 squeak. Right at this time, an incomparably sharp sound wave energy suddenly came from inside their ears. Even in a vacuum, it also drilled directly into their ears. Then, a black shadow suddenly flashed out from the depths of the abyss. Its body could not be seen at all. Only its green eyes could be seen. Yao Li and the rest had just heard the noise and immediately ran frantically. But it was already too late. Virtually in the blink of an eye, that black shadow instantly arrived behind them. "It's over," Yao Li said tragically. "Quickly run. Yang Dingtian, take care of my sister." Yao Li used her fastest speed to block that black shadow and cover the few people to escape. Sure enough, that black shadow's sharp claws grabbed at the back of Yao Li's head almost like lightning. It was going to tear her into pieces in an instant. The speed was so fast that it was completely impossible to resist. Just as Yao Li was about to be killed, suddenly, this black shadow stopped and did not attack Yao Li. Instead, it turned its target to Yang Dingtian. It suddenly scuttled onto his body and directly lay on his back. Instantly, Yang Dingtian shuddered. This shadow demon, which was called a bug, was like a devil, lying on his neck and sniffing hard. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian knew what this was. Demon spirit. However, in Little Western Paradise, it was called a shadow demon. It was also very vivid. No wonder the demon fox experts in Little Western Paradise were not willing to touch it at all. 1,000-year-old demon spirit would require several great masters, dozens of masters, and hundreds of martial venerable cannon fodder to kill it. Facing it, unless you could kill it in an instant, you should run as far as you can. That was because its heaven-defying abilities were completely impossible to guard against. First of all, its flash was faster than any experts. And its sharp claws were sharper and harder than the bloody black gold sword. Moreover, its eyes, as long as one was stared at, one's divine consciousness would immediately explode. It would go berserk and kill crazily. "Everyone, close your eyes and stand where you are. Don't move," Yang Dingtian shouted. Although she didn't understand why Yang Dingtian was doing this, she still instinctively trusted him and said, "Do as Yang Dingtian says." Yang Dingtian was immediately touched. This Yao Li was very difficult to get along with. She found it difficult to trust people. However, once she trusted others, it was almost as if she was entrusting her life to them. At this moment, Yang Dingtian said that everyone should not move, so she did not move, nor did she run away. It was as if she had completely entrusted her life to Yang Dingtian. This demon spirit lay on Yang Dingtian's neck, its sharp claws were on his neck, but it did not make a move. Because it felt very strange, as if it felt a very familiar aura. Of course it was familiar. Yang Dingtian was wearing the demon spirit black armor and the demon spirit mist robe. As for the demon spirit, it was an extremely ferocious creature that instinctively killed, but it was also very stupid. Therefore, it didn't kill or let go. It just sniffed Yang Dingtian's body. At this time, Yang Dingtian's life was always lingering at the gates of hell. Because as long as the demon spirit was willing, it could crush his head at any time. No one could save him, and Yang Dingtian couldn't stop it. Yao Li, this shadow demon is about 3 feet and 5 inches long. Its claws are 8.2 inches long. Then how old is it? What level is it? Yang Dingtian asked. Yao Li said, it should be around 2,900 years old, level 11, 2,900 years old. In the dark border of the human countries, there had never been a demon spirit of this level. The oldest one Yang Dingtian had seen was 2,300 years old. At that time, it was instantly killed by the saint-level ice spirit. What do you plan to do? Yao Li asked. Yang Dingtian, don't worry, I have a way to kill it. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Kill the shadow demon? Was Yang Dingtian scared out of his wits? A team of more than a dozen people may be wiped out when encountering a level 11 shadow demon. Even if a half-step Saint Powerhouse encountered a level 11 shadow demon, unless they escaped fast enough, they would die without a doubt. Therefore, in the dark realm, no one was willing to encounter the shadow demon, because encountering it meant death. And Yang Dingtian, a mere level 9, infinite grandmaster, wanted to kill a level 11 shadow demon spirit? Was he dreaming? Yang Dingtian carefully took out an energy jade box from the space ring and opened it. Inside was a level 4 evil spirit. It was obtained from Qin Chi. Sure enough, after seeing the evil spirit, the shadow demon was stunned. It stared at the evil spirit in a daze, motionless. Even if it was a level 11 demon spirit of 2,900 years old, its brain was also stupid. Yang Dingtian placed the level 4 evil spirit on the ground. The demon spirit jumped down from Yang Dingtian's body and squatted in front of the evil spirit. Its mouth kept chattering as if it was chanting an incantation. Then, Yang Dingtian raised his near-emperor-grade soul sword and slashed at the demon spirit's left hand. Suddenly, Yao Li and the others were stunned. Yang Dingtian had finally escaped, but he didn't run away. Instead, he attacked the shadow demon. Was he courting death? But then, an incomparably strange thing happened. The shadow demon didn't move at all, allowing Yang Dingtian's sword to slash at it. This demon spirit's arm was really hard to the extreme. Yang Dingtian's near-emperor-grade soul sword actually slashed at it hundreds of times before it was cut off. Just like that, Yang Dingtian raised his sword and slashed wildly, cutting off all the limbs of the 2,900 years old demon spirit. In this way, it couldn't move at all, nor could it hurt people. Then, Yang Dingtian used a thick black cloth to cover its eyes. It still didn't react. It squatted on the ground and looked at the level 4 evil spirit. It didn't move at all and chattered endlessly. Because even if its eyes were covered, it could still feel the energy of the evil spirit. At this moment, all its attention was attracted by the evil spirit. It wanted to devour the evil spirit's energy, but it was afraid and didn't dare to. Just like that, it was conflicted. It wanted it, but it was also afraid. If nothing unexpected happened, this demon spirit would continue to be conflicted like this for 10 years, 100 years, until forever. This was an extremely ferocious but extremely simple creature. Yang Dingtian cut off its limbs, but he couldn't kill it. Even if he cut off its head, he couldn't kill it. Because it was an energy life form, it had to be attacked with energy to destroy it. Looking at the demon spirit that had lost its limbs and was blindfolded on the ground, Yang Dingtian said, "Alright, everyone attack it as fast as you can. Use your mystic chi to attack and destroy its energy shield. Only then will it die." Then, Yang Dingtian made the first move. Clap 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 clap, the devil sky-splitting lightning burst out quickly. Seeing this shadow demon that made all the demon fox experts tremble in fear actually take a beating without fighting back, Yao Li and the others' brains almost short-circuited. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Then, Yao Li started to attack with her mystic chi. Immediately after, Bo Lu, Yao Zi, Al Wen, and Al Wu also used their fastest speed to launch mystic chi attacks. Boom 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 boom, the 6 of them used all their strength to attack desperately. This 11th level demon spirit was really heaven-defying. They fought for a full 20 minutes or so. Yang Dingtian alone released more than 300 devil sky-splitting lightning. Almost everyone's mystic chi was almost exhausted. Bang! Suddenly, the 11th level demon spirit's energy shield exploded. After the energy shield exploded, the demon spirit was extremely weak. A light mystic chi attack was enough to kill it. After the demon spirit died, Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to wrap up the demon spirit's corpse with his energy cloak. A 2,900-year-old demon spirit was full of treasures from head to toe. Demon spirit heart, demon spirit eye, demon spirit black armor, and demon spirit mist. In the human countries, these were priceless treasures that could only be found by chance. After the demon spirit died, an 11th level energy essence floated in the air. Yang Dingtian, go and get it, Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian, this shadow demon's corpse is very precious. I want it. I won't share this energy essence. You take it. Yao Li said, I said you take it, so you take it. Because you have to break through to the 10th level as soon as possible. At that time, your combat strength will rise to a level. It will also be beneficial to our team's combat strength. However, this 11th level energy essence is not enough. The next one is still for you. We'll take the next 4. Alright then. Yang Dingtian did not argue. He took it and put it into the energy jade box. When he hunted another 11th level essence, he would devour it together. To be honest, every time they went to cultivate in the past, Yang Dingtian was the leader. All the distribution was done by him. Now, the leader of the team was Yao Li. The distribution authority was given to her. Although this feeling was very strange, it was also very good. Because Yaoli was indeed a very fair and selfless leader. Although she was a woman, she also had the charm of a leader. If Yaoqi did not die, Xianxia, one civil and one martial, could indeed become Yaoqi's most capable assistants. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian could not help but sigh for Yaoqi. It could be said that the two most outstanding women in Little Western Paradise admired and worshipped him. He could definitely be considered a hero of a generation. Alright, let's go. If others discover this cave, we will be in danger. Yaoli said. Then, the six of them quickly left the cave and continued to explore the north. Today was Yang Dingtian's lucky day. He hoped that there would still be surprises in the future. The six of them continued to head north. Yang Dingtian released countless resentful spirits and continued to search every inch of the ground. Just 4 hours later, there was a sudden burst of violent energy fluctuations. No way, another one was found? This was too heaven-defying. In just an hour, they found another elemental creature cave. They were really lucky tonight. After Yang Dingtian sneaked into the cave to investigate, there was no one inside, but he also did not see any elemental creatures. It was really strange. No wonder it was another demon spirit. It shouldn't be, right? Moreover, this cave was different from the previous one. Yang Dingtian turned around and told Yaoli about it. Yaoli also felt very strange. She had never encountered such a situation. It was not a demon spirit, but there were no elemental creatures either. Therefore, the six of them carefully entered the depths of the cave again. Sure enough, there was not a single figure in the huge cave. Moreover, compared to the other cave abodes, this cave was particularly neat and square, as if it was a room. Yang Dingtian and Yaoli looked at each other. They both had the idea of going out immediately. Because a unique cave meant a unique elemental creature, or even a very, very powerful elemental creature. This cave looked empty, but it was definitely not empty. There would definitely be elemental creatures. Moreover, they were very powerful and unique. Yang Dingtian and the others felt that it was better not to take the risk. Then, the six of them carefully retreated. Guests, since you're here, there's no need to leave. Suddenly, a dull sound came from the cave as if the entire cave was shaking. Because there was a vacuum everywhere, there was no sound transmitted through the air. However, this sound did indeed shake the entire cave and entered everyone's ears. It was indeed a very terrifying and powerful elemental creature. Then, they saw a stone golem directly crack out of the cave's stone wall and walk towards them. Its entire body was made of stone. Only its two eyes flickered with a somewhat transparent light. It looked about the same height as an ordinary person. It even had blurry facial features. After cracking off from the stone wall, it carved out stones and made a table and a stool. Then, it stretched out its hand and said, "Everyone, please." Yang Dingtian and the others were extremely flabbergasted when they saw the scene. None of the elemental creatures they had seen could speak, and none of them had intelligence. However, this stone golem could actually speak, and it could even speak the common language. Yang Dingtian and Yaoli looked at each other and asked if they should make a move. Yaoli shook her head. She had never seen such a strange elemental demonic beast before. It might be very powerful, but they could not act rashly. Yang Dingtian and the others sat down. First, let me introduce myself. The stone man said, "My name is..." What's my name? Sorry, I don't know. I was once a stone statue that was buried with a certain master. Then, I don't know why, but I came back to life. Yes, no one knew why the elements in the umbral realm had come alive and become elemental life forms. And then? I lived aimlessly, until a very, very long time ago, someone found me. He was wandering aimlessly in the endless dark world. He was bored to the extreme, so he asked me to follow him. He began to teach me how to speak and other things. Then he disappeared again, and I was left alone. The stone man sighed heavily. In the end, after a very, very long time, suddenly one day, someone came again. I was very happy and planned to communicate with them. In the end, they didn't say anything and directly hit me. Then, I killed all of them. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. By the way, you are here for that thing called energy essence, right? The stone man asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. The stone man opened his hand. There were 5 energy essences in his palm. In these countless years, I dug a cave and attracted people down. Then, I killed many people. The stone man said indifferently, the feeling of killing is really good. I didn't realize it before. Then, I also snatched their energy essences and found that I could devour them. So, I specially dug caves everywhere to attract people down. I hunted them down and snatched their energy essences. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian shuddered. The stone man continued, it's been more than 1,000 years. How many energy essences have I snatched? I don't know either. Maybe it's 1,000, 3,000, or more. I can't remember clearly. Now, you are here. After the stone man finished speaking, he smiled at Yang Dingtian and the others. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's hair was about to stand on end. What the hell? He thought that he was lucky, but it turned out that he was too lucky and fell into a demon's den. He didn't expect that elemental creatures would hunt people when humans hunted elemental creatures. He had never heard of such a thing before. However, it was normal not to have heard of it because the elemental creatures hunted were all dead. Okay. The stone man said, I know you are ready to make a move. Don't be like this. Don't use force, okay? Then, Yang Dingtian and the others only felt an incomparably powerful energy directly suppress the entire huge cave. The 6 of them were completely unable to move. Yang Dingtian's demonic spirit mist cloak and invisibility were useless. As for Yao Li and the others, they were completely unable to move. This stone man didn't do anything at all. He actually directly restrained the 6 of them. This cultivation was completely heaven-defying. It was no longer something that could be described as a half-sage. If he wanted to kill Yang Dingtian, it would be completely effortless. 2 hours ago, I killed more than 10 people and snatched these 5 energy essences. The stone man waved gently. Immediately, more than 10 coffins cracked from the stone wall, and more than 10 pale corpses lay inside. These corpses were very, very terrifying and strange. That was because the skin on their bodies was messy. For example, some were clearly women's skin, but they were put on men's bodies. Therefore, some corpses had both women's breasts and men's sexual characteristics. Some corpses had bearded faces and women's characteristics below. In short, it was extremely strange, disgusting, and terrifying. Sorry, I'm very cruel when I attack, so I often don't have complete corpses. However, I can't bear to see them without complete corpses, but I forgot what they looked like, so I could only piece them together and bury them, the stone man said with pity. This was a devil. The stone man looked at Yang Dingtian. Then, let's wait and try not to attack, okay? Of course, it was better not to attack. If they attacked, they would die, and they would die very miserably. The stone man said, you also have energy essences on you. Take them out. Yang Dingtian took out 2 energy essences. One was level 15, and the other was level 11. How about this, these 2 energy essences and the lives of the 6 of you will be your wager. And my wager is these 5 energy essences. The stone man smiled and said, what do you think? Damn, this is your territory. You're so powerful. Of course, you can do whatever you want. Yao Li nodded. If I win, you will all be killed by me, and then the 2 energy essences will be mine. If I lose, you can live, and my 5 energy essences will be yours, the stone man said. Yao Li nodded. Okay, then our wager will begin. The stone man smiled and said, please choose 3 people to bet with me. 2 out of 3 wins. Yao Li was very decisive. She pointed out Yang Dingtian and Yao Zi. Bo Lu and Yang Dingtian were very surprised. Why did she ask Yao Zi to do it? Wasn't it more appropriate for Bo Lu to do it, but since Yao Li had already decided, so be it. Okay, then it's the 3 of you. The stone man took out a human bone and carved 3 dice on the spot. These dice were not brought by Yang Dingtian from Earth. They also had 6 faces in the chaotic world. The highest point was 6. The first round, you. The stone man pointed at Yao Li. Then, he made a stone bowl and shook the dice hard. Finally, he put it on the table and asked Yao Li, is it big or small? More than 10 points was big, and less than 9 points was small. No one could cheat in the entire game. Under the stone man's incomparably powerful energy field, Yang Dingtian did not know the number of the dice in the stone bowl. Countless vengeful spirits could not be released at all. Yao Li immediately became incomparably nervous. Because winning or losing meant losing her life. A bead of cold sweat slid down her forehead. She bit her beautiful lips tightly. Now, everything depended on luck. Big. Yao Li decided. Yang Dingtian could actually guess that she would choose big. This was decided by her personality. You lost, the stone man said indifferently. Yao Li said, you didn't see it. How do you know? The stone man said, I rolled the points. Of course I know. This gamble is actually betting on my understanding of human nature. I knew that you would choose big, so I specifically rolled small. The stone man opened the stone bowl. Sure enough, the points on it were small. Yao Li's face immediately turned pale. She held back her tears. She was always tough. And stubborn. She could be easily seen through. That's right. Yang Dingtian could guess that she would choose big, and so could the stone man. This stone man was not gambling at all, but playing with people's hearts. Your turn. The stone man looked at Yang Dingtian. Then, he shook the dice fiercely and finally slammed it on the table. He looked at Yang Dingtian and said, this time, of course, I still know the points. Furthermore, this point was rolled based on my understanding of your personality. So, you choose? Yang Dingtian held his breath. Although this place was a vacuum, he still held his breath. His personality? What would he choose? Was he tough? Was he stubborn? If so, he would still choose big. However, he was considered to be tough on the outside but tough on the inside. He was definitely not as tough as Yao Li. He would never compromise on key issues. But in the details, Yang Dingtian did not care about compromising. For example, in order to join Yao Li's team this time, Yang Dingtian did not hesitate to bend down several times. In that case, he should choose small. However, clearly knowing that his personality was guessed by the other party, then Yang Dingtian would turn around and choose big. With this kind of twist and turn, the stone man guessed Yang Dingtian's personality and would open a small one. Then, if Yang Dingtian carried out the reverse deduction, should it be small? Because the stone man speculated about Yang Dingtian also speculated about the stone man. The result of this reverse deduction, Yang Dingtian should be small. Big. Yang Dingtian said directly. After saying that, Yang Dingtian broke out in cold sweat. His entire body went limp as if he did not have any strength. Since he said the answer, then it was up to fate. If Yang Dingtian lost, the 6 people would lose their lives. The stone man was stunned and opened the stone bowl. 18 points, indeed, it could not be any bigger. Immediately, the 6 people's minds suddenly relaxed. Their small lives were finally saved by half. The stone man said in surprise, according to your personality, you should have chosen small. Why did you choose big? Yang Dingtian said, I'm not very confident in my intelligence, so no matter what I deduced, giving the opposite answer might be better. The stone man was stunned. That works? Finally, the stone man looked at Yao Zi and said, okay, it's your turn. Not only was Yao Zi not afraid, she was instead full of excitement and anticipation. This kind of thing seemed to be very exciting to her. The stone man continued to shake the dice. This time, he shook it for a full 2 minutes. Then, he slammed the stone bowl on the table and said, okay, you can guess now. Big. Yao Zi said impatiently without hesitation. The stone man was even more surprised. Why? You didn't even think? Yao Zi pointed at Yang Dingtian. I want the same answer as him. The stone man was even more surprised. Why? Yao Zi said, anyway, you don't understand. The stone man lifted the stone bowl helplessly. It was indeed big, 18 points. Wow. I'm so good. Yao Zi cheered. The stone man could have cheated, but he did not. Because to him, the real game was much more interesting. All these years, he had won almost all the time. Because he could always guess the thoughts of some people. Even if he could not guess one occasionally, he would still win if it was best of 3. The stone man pushed the 5 energy essences in his hand and handed them to Yao Li. Okay, you win. Yao Li took all 5 energy essences. However, Yang Dingtian's heart didn't relax. Because so many years had passed. It was impossible that the stone man had not lost even once. However, no one had ever walked out of his cave abode. Because the legend of the stone man had never been spread in Little Western Paradise. So, it was not over yet. However, Yang Dingtian pretended not to know anything and got up to leave. At that moment, the stone man suddenly said, "Oh right, there's one last bet. You'll answer, okay?" The stone man pointed at Yang Dingtian. As expected, Yang Dingtian nodded. "I'll ask a question. Do you answer yes or no? If you answer yes, I'll let you go. If you answer wrong, I'll kill you." The stone man smiled and said, "Okay?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Do you think I'll let you go?" The stone man asked with a smile. Suddenly, the stone man's blurry face became extremely cunning. No matter how Yang Dingtian answered this question, it was a dead end. The answer was no. The answer in the stone man's heart was that he would not let them go. Because for hundreds of years, no one had left alive. So if he answered yes, he would answer wrong and die. If he answered that he would not let them go, congratulations, he would not let them go. He would stay and die. This incomparably powerful and incomparably boring stone man revealed the cunning and shamelessness of a powerhouse. At this time, almost everyone would bet that he would let them go. Therefore, everyone answered incorrectly and died. Yao Li's face turned cold, and she said, "You're shameless." The stone man smiled and said, "As a powerhouse, I'm already considered reasonable. Moreover, I've already given you 5 energy essences." Yao Li said, "But you said that if we won the bet just now, you wouldn't kill us." The stone man smiled and said, "But I didn't say that if you won, I would let you go." Yao Li still wanted to distinguish right from wrong but was stopped by Yang Dingtian with a wave of his hand. The stone man said to Yang Dingtian, "You have to answer because if you refuse to answer, you'll also lose and die." Yang Dingtian looked at the stone man. He would not answer yes, nor would he answer no, because that was death. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian looked at the stone man and said, "You said that a long, long time ago, the person who taught you how to speak was called Shiwu Piayan, right?" Immediately, the stone cave trembled. In an instant, all the expressions on the stone man's face froze. Previously, its expression had been very calm, but its human-like expression was very vivid. Now that it froze, it really looked like a statue. Yang Dingtian repeated again, "The person who taught you to speak is called Shiwu Piayan, right?" Finally, the stone man had an expression. He nodded and said, "Yes, how did you know?" As for Yao Li, she had also looked towards Yang Dingtian. Shiwu Piayan was a top secret in the human countries. Almost no one had heard of him. However, in Little Western Paradise, he was indeed the most famous person. It was a name with a religious color. It was almost synonymous with the Savior. Although, he did not succeed in saving the world. Because the cadence of your speech, even the tone, and the ending sound are all imitating him. Yang Dingtian said, "Also, your face was also carved by him. Although it has been eroded by time and is a little blurry, I can still see that it is his work." The stone man fell into silence. After a long time, he said again, "How did you know?" Yao Li also looked at Yang Dingtian again. Although the 2 questions were the same, the second one meant, "How did you know everything about Shiwu Piayan?" "Because, I am almost his only direct descendant," Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, Yao Li was shocked. That's right, Little Western Paradise looked down on humans very much because the cultivation of humans was generally much lower than the demon fox nobles. However, this definitely did not include Shiwu Piayan. Because in many works in Little Western Paradise, Shiwu Piayan, as a human, had broken through the limits of the philosophy of the chaotic species and reached the demigod level that only the Naga could reach. Even in the little western paradise, this kind of level was definitely a high mountain that one could only look up to. As for Yang Tian, he was actually his only successor. Of course, whether it was Yaoli or Bolu, they were absolutely sure that Yang Tian would not lie. To a certain extent, Yang Tian would not lie, just like Yaoli would not lie. Although the two of them had different personalities, their characters were completely trustworthy. "Oh, no wonder," the stone man said, "but it's a pity. Although he was once my master, the person I hate the most now is him. So it's still useless. You still have to answer the question. If you answer wrong, I'll still kill you." Yang Tian was not surprised at all by this answer. Stone Golem felt that he had been abandoned, so he hated Shiwu Piayan to the core. "Yang Tian, even if my answer is correct, you will still kill us." The stone golem nodded and said, "Yes, so no one who enters my trap can survive." "Yang Tian, I won't answer." "Then you will die too." The stone man said slowly, "However, I will definitely leave your corpse intact because I can remember your face." "I won't answer." "We have to get out of here alive," Yang Tian said. "Because I have to find traces of Shiwu Piayan. If I find him, I'll help you ask him why he abandoned you." Instantly, the stone golem trembled. "If I get the answer, no matter what, I will come back and tell you." Yang Tian continued, "If you let us out, I will help you find the answer to why you were abandoned. Whether there is an answer or not, I will come back and tell you. This is our agreement." The facial features of the blurry face shattered a little because of the emotional fluctuations, and the gravel fell down. Then, its stone face twitched. It was a stone golem, so there were no tears. However, what Yang Tian said was the most painful thing in its heart, the thing that it hated the most, and the thing that it couldn't let go of. Back then, why did its master abandon it? He gave it wisdom, taught it to speak, and turned it from an ignorant life into an intelligent life that learned joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. The stone golem thought that it would always be like this. Until one day, its master disappeared, leaving it alone in the dark world. That feeling was completely indescribable. Although the stone golem was very powerful and had wisdom. However, its mind was still the same as a pet. A pet abandoned by its master, especially an intelligent pet, was the most painful. Moreover, it was left behind in this lonely dark world. Therefore, this pain tortured it, causing it to become dark and cruel. It specialized in hunting people for pleasure. It wasn't even for the sake of becoming stronger, because strength was useless to a stone man like it. Why did its master abandon it? It was a question that it could not answer even if it exhausted all of its pain. Moreover, it would continue to torture it. If someone was willing to give it an answer, it was willing to pay a lot of things in exchange. The lives of Yang Tian and the others were nothing. "I believe in your promise. You are a man of your words," the stone golem slowly said, "I will wait for you here." "Good. Yang Tian, then, tell me first, before coming to the second dark domain, where did you and master go?" Many places." The stone golem said, "But at that time, my wisdom had just been enlightened, so I could not remember too many things." "Did he write or leave any scrolls in the second dark domain?" Yang Tian asked. The stone golem fell into deep thought. It pondered for a full hour. "I am very sorry." The stone golem said, "I am not a true intelligent life form after all. I do not have a human brain, so I cannot store a lot of information. I can only store limited information. This so-called scroll of yours is probably not important in my eyes, so I did not store it. However, in the vague feedback from my memory, it should be there." He did leave a scroll, but I cannot remember where it is. "In the second dark domain?" Yang Tian asked. "Probably not." The stone golem said, "Because, after we came here, he spent almost all of his time thinking." "Thank you for the information. Yang Tian, then, goodbye." "Please," the stone golem said. Just like that, Yang Tian and the others returned to the surface. This trip was truly a frightening one. It seemed that they could not simply barge into any cave. No wonder 9 out of 10 people who entered the dark domain to cultivate did not return. It was simply too dangerous. Fortunately, Yang Dingtian was related to Shiwu Piaoyan. Otherwise, he would have died 10 times over. After coming out, Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, Yao Li, what is the cultivation of this stone golem? I don't know. Yao Li shook her head and said, it's unfathomable. I can't see clearly. Yang Dingtian clicked his tongue. If even Yao Li could not see clearly, then what cultivation level was that? At least, it was a cultivation level that Yang Dingtian could not imagine. Yao Li continued, moreover, over the years, there must have been many saint-level powerhouses who entered the stone golem's cave to cultivate in the dark domain. Some teams even had more than one saint-level powerhouse. However, they are all dead. From this, we can infer how strong the stone golem's cultivation is. Yang Dingtian, this stone golem is just your master's pet and it is already so powerful. How powerful must your master be? Yao Zi's beautiful eyes were filled with little stars. Yao Li glared fiercely at Yao Zi and then opened the energy jade box. There were 5 energy essences inside. It was the fruit of a team of more than 10 people that the stone golem had just killed. Yao Li picked out the largest one and handed it to Yang Dingtian. This should be the energy essence of an 11th level 9th grade. After fusing with the 11th level Balrog essence in your hand and devouring it together, you should be able to break through to the 10th level. Yang Dingtian took it. Then, Yao Li kept one for herself, gave one to Yao Zi, one to Bo Lu, and one to Ah Wen and Ah Wu. Yao Li said, don't devour it here. It's too close to the cave. Someone might come. While the sky is still dark, let's find a place and devour the energy essences. Okay. Immediately, everyone continued to fly toward the north. In just a moment, they suddenly saw more than 10 figures. Immediately, Yang Dingtian, Yao Li, and the others felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Their hair stood on end as they drew their swords and prepared to fight. One should know that in the dark domain, everyone was a competitor. Even if they were familiar with each other in the Little Western Paradise, they might draw their swords here. And when the other party discovered Yao Li, Yang Dingtian, and the others, their first reaction was to draw their weapons. Yang Dingtian could only pray that they were not Yao Ling's people. Isn't this the princess of the Golden Ah clan, Sister Yao Li? Suddenly, an enchanting and sarcastic voice came from the opposite side. When Yao Li saw who it was, she frowned and sheathed her sword. Yao Luo, the daughter of a high noble from Silver City. Her clan's elder was once the deputy chairman of His Excellency Yongxi, Yao Li said. Sometimes there was a deputy chairman of Little Western Paradise, and sometimes there wasn't. When a family contributed a lot to a chairman, and the chairman had to rely on this family for many things, he would choose a representative from this family to be his deputy chairman. Yang Dingtian looked up and saw that this Yao Luo was extremely seductive. Even in the dark domain, she was still dressed very sexily. As for the dozen or so people around her, they were all demon fox males. It was obvious that they were all her protectors. Seeing Yang Dingtian looking over, Yao Luo hooked her hand and said, Mister, don't follow Yao Li anymore. Follow me. You'll definitely be rewarded. After saying that, she even cast a seductive glance at Yang Dingtian and bent down, making the cleavage in front of her chest even deeper. Presumably, she used this method to recruit helpers. Thank you, Yang Dingtian said with a smile, and then ignored her. Yao Luo was snubbed. She curled her lips and said, another blind toad. Yao Li only has the chairman in her eyes. She doesn't care about toads like you. Then, she led the dozen escorts and headed south, in the direction of the stone man's cave. Yao Li hesitated for a moment and said, Yao Luo, although I hate you, I have to tell you, don't go south anymore. There's danger ahead. Yao Luo's beautiful eyes turned and said, it should be the opposite. There must be elemental creatures ahead. You guys can't beat them and ran away, but you don't want to let us off easy. But I want to go, hee hee. After that, Yao Luo laughed lasciviously and flew towards the south at lightning speed. These dozen people were dead for sure. They were going to become the stone man's prey again. Yao Li shook her head. Then, the 6 of them put away their swords and continued to fly north. Finding a relatively secluded place, Yao Li said, Yang Dingtian, devour the energy essence. Bolu and I will stand guard for you. Yang Dingtian did not argue and nodded. Then, he fused the energy essence of the rank 11 fire demon and an rank 11 rank 9 energy essence together. Immediately, it turned into a faint purple energy essence. Then, Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to devour the energy essence in his hand. Boom! Immediately, this energy essence that was infinitely close to the 12th rank poured into Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians and into his chi vessel like an avalanche. This energy was really too domineering. When it poured into Yang Dingtian's energy reserve, Yang Dingtian almost couldn't bear it. Before he broke through, a golden light flashed in front of his eyes and he almost fainted instantly. Yang Dingtian poured in all his willpower and forced himself to stay awake. He continued to devour the energy essence. An energy essence that was close to rank 12 was indeed incomparably powerful. Originally, it was very difficult to break through from the 9th rank to the 10th rank because it involved the concept of rank. Just like breaking through from rank 9 revered martial artist to master or breaking through from rank 9 martial artist to great grandmaster, it was all very difficult. Of course, breaking through from rank 9 to rank 10 was definitely not as difficult as breaking through to great grandmaster. Because the most difficult hurdle was between rank 9 and rank 15, it was only a quarter of an hour. Yang Dingtian's energy reserve was completely filled. Then, it began to expand, boom. The entire energy reserve suddenly exploded. Then, his entire body sank into nothingness. He very smoothly broke through to rank 10 powerhouse. However, the devouring of the energy essence was not over yet. Endless amounts of energy continued to pour into his body. Soon, Yang Dingtian's energy reserve was once again filled to the brim. Boom. Instantly, Yang Dingtian once again sank into nothingness. His cultivation had once again broken through to the first grade of the 10th rank. However, the devouring of the energy essence still continued. Yao Li, who was at the side, was stunned. Yang Dingtian's profound veins and energy reserve were actually so heaven-defying. His utilization of the energy essence was actually so high. Under such circumstances, the demon fox high noble would at most break through to rank 10 powerhouse before exhausting his energy. However, Yang Dingtian was actually able to break through again. In the end, Yang Dingtian did not break through to rank 10 rank 2. He was only a little bit away, but it was already enough to shock everyone. After devouring, Yang Dingtian felt his own cultivation. Compared to when he was a 9-star rank 9 great grandmaster, his current cultivation was about 7 to 8 times. Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian. You're really much more special than I thought. Now, I'm really looking forward to seeing how long you'll take to break through to rank 15 half-saint. Yang Dingtian, I can't say how much I'll break through. I can only stay here for a year at most. Then, I'll go to another dark realm. So, we have to race against time. I suggest that we don't hide to rest during the day. Continue to cultivate. Yao Li thought for a while and suddenly nodded. After the sun rose, Yang Dingtian and the other 5 did not enter the cave to rest. Instead, they continued to explore and hunt. Time flowed like water, quickly passing by. Soon, 2 months had passed. The harvest in these short 2 months had completely exceeded the imagination of Yao Li and the others. It was simply too crazy. Previously, it would often take a year and a half to successfully hunt one elemental creature because it was too difficult to search for elemental creatures in such an extremely dark environment. That was right, there were indeed many elemental creatures in the dark realm. But basically, they would only be discovered when they were digging a cave. And the time that the cave existed was usually not long, and it would be completely submerged by magma during the day. So it was often that a cave would appear in a place that had just been explored 2 hours ago, and then one would miss the opportunity forever. But with Yang Dingtian, it was completely different. In less than 10 minutes, he would be able to search every inch of the area within 100 miles. The countless wraiths of the million spirit demon fire were more powerful than the most powerful radar. In fact, Little Western Paradise had developed many similar energy detectors, but there was no doubt that they had all failed. Because all the energy particles with life could not survive in the dark realm. In these 2 months, Yao Li's team had a harvest every day. Not only did they have a harvest at night, but after obtaining Yang Dingtian's sunglasses, they also had a harvest during the day. At the very least, they could hunt one elemental creature a day. At the very most, there were 4. Speaking of which, when Yang Dingtian first entered the Dark Realm, even with the detection of wraiths, he could not find a single one for 10 days to half a month. First of all, it was because he had detected wrongly and did not discover the cave, but thought that these elemental creatures would swim on the ground. Secondly, that was the starting point of the second Dark Realm. After countless years of hunting, most of the elemental creatures had long been killed. And here, they were already more than 20,000 miles deep into the second Dark Realm, so their harvest was naturally much greater. In these 2 months, Yao Li's team had hunted a total of 129 elemental creatures, which meant that they had a total of 129 energy essences. The highest level, level 11, class 8. The lowest level, level 9, class 5. Why was the highest level only level 11, class 8? They must have encountered an elemental creature of a higher level. But they did not fight it. Because there was no need to risk their lives, after Yang Dingtian went invisible to take a look, as long as it was above level 12, he gave up. Elemental creatures of the 12th rank were very, very, very powerful. Yang Dingtian's team was very difficult to eliminate, and there would definitely be casualties. In the past 2 months, they had given up more than a dozen elemental creatures of grade 12 and above. Not only that, there were also more than 50 caves that had given up because there were already people fighting. In the end, Yang Dingtian received a total of 50 elemental essences. Yao Li received 30 while Yao Zi received 20. Bolu was given 15. The Ah Wen and Ah Wu brothers received 14. That's right, the ratio seemed a little off. Yao Zi got more and Bolu got less. In reality, Yao Li's way of dividing was already benevolent to the extreme. In Little Western Paradise, the hierarchy was very strict. As retainers, Bo Lu, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu didn't have the power to divide the profits. How much was given depended entirely on the master's gift. Therefore, the ratio that the 3 of them received was already unprecedented. Because of Yang Dingtian's existence, Bo Lu, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu's gains had completely surpassed those of the young masters of the large clans who had teams of dozens of people. After 2 months of hunting and devouring, Yao Li had broken through to the 8th rank of the 11th rank from the 5th rank of the 11th rank. Bo Lu had also broken through to the 5th rank of the 11th rank from the 3rd rank of the 11th rank. The Ah Wen and Ah Wu brothers had also broken through to the 9th rank of the 9th rank. Yao Zi had broken through to the 9th rank of the 9th rank from the beginner of the 9th rank. She was also facing a breakthrough to the 10th rank. As for Yang Dingtian, he had received 50 energy essences. Moreover, Yao Li had also given a considerable portion of the high-level energy essences to him. Out of the 50 energy essences, he had synthesized 5 energy essences of the 9th rank of the 11th rank. After devouring, Yang Dingtian had broken through to the 7th rank of the 10th rank from the 1st rank of the 10th rank. That's right, it seemed that Yang Dingtian's breakthrough wasn't as great as Yao Zi's. But there was no other way. The further one went, the harder it was to break through. Moreover, a breakthrough in the Dark Realm was already considered very heaven-defying. Directly devouring energy to break through was unimaginable in the human countries. Now, Yang Dingtian was becoming more and more suspicious. How exactly did Walingzi break through to the half-saint level? This didn't make sense. Now, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the infinite great master level was already the limit of cultivation in the human countries. It was impossible to break through to the half-saint level with normal cultivation. Otherwise, Zhu Qingzhu wouldn't have left the human countries to seek breakthroughs in other places. That was because the celestial qi energy in the human countries was getting thinner by the day. Even though Yang Dingtian's breakthrough was fast, 2 months had passed. However, 2 months had passed, and there were still 10 months before he would leave the second dark domain. At this rate, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through to the 15th rank. That was because the further one went, the more difficult it would be. Moreover, at the same rank, demon beasts were stronger than humans. Elemental creatures were stronger than demon beasts. Therefore, he had to wait until Yao Li and Bo Lu broke through to the 12th rank before he dared to fight the 12th rank elemental creatures. At this rate, it would be heaven-defying for Yang Dingtian to break through to the 13th rank after leaving the Dark Realm. That night, the 6 of them had completely recovered their battle celestial chi. Then they would set off again for a hunting adventure. In these 2 months, the 6 of them had traveled another 5,000 miles to the north. At this time, they were nearly 30,000 miles into the second dark realm. 2 months. 5,000 miles sounded very short, right? But this wasn't running. It was a careful search. Almost every inch was not missed. 5,000 miles to the north was equivalent to searching 20 million square kilometers. It was equivalent to the size of Russia. Even if Yang Dingtian used countless wraiths to search, this area was still very heaven-defying. Hopefully, our luck will be better today, Yao Li said, because the Great Taboo Day is coming soon. At that time, all hunting will have to stop. We will all have to hide in deep caves. Great Taboo Day? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. What's that? In half a month, it will be the Great Taboo Day. On that night, the 2 moons will appear in the Dark Realm. Yao Li said, at that time, countless wraiths and ghosts will crawl out of the ground and absorb the energy of the 2 moons. Are they ghosts and wraiths? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian asked, are they the race of these elemental creatures? No, these elemental creatures have no souls, so there are no wraiths. Yao Li said, countless years ago, the Dark Realm was still a continent of vitality. There were many powerhouses and monsters on it. The Great Nirvana suddenly came, and countless people and monsters died. Then, the wraiths of these people and monsters occupied this Dark Realm. Yang Dingtian said in surprise, that was at least 10,000 years ago? Yes. Yao Li said, the Dark Realm we are in, if I'm not wrong, should still belong to the human kingdom 10,000 years ago. Yang Dingtian immediately clicked his tongue. Martial arts in the human kingdom at that time was very glorious. Then, wouldn't there be many saint-level wraiths? Wouldn't there be hundreds of millions or billions of wraiths? Yao Li said, not so many. In fact, even wraiths find it difficult to survive in the Dark Realm. So, the relatively weak wraiths have been turned into ashes. Only powerful wraiths and wraiths that keep devouring other wraiths are left. Yang Dingtian said, I once killed countless wraiths in the Ghost Netherland. You also know that my lightning talent is very amazing. My mystic fire lightning can directly reach the attack power of a 15th level half-saint. Yao Li said firmly, you want to hunt wraiths on the Great Taboo Day? Yes. Yang Dingtian said, the Great Taboo Day and the Night of 10,000 wraiths is an extremely terrifying thing for anyone else. Because wraiths are not afraid of any damage, except for lightning. But for us, it is indeed a huge opportunity. No. Yao Li said, you can't imagine how many wraiths there will be. We may encounter hundreds, thousands, or even more at any time. The level of the wraiths here is beyond your imagination. Half-saints and even saint-level wraiths may appear at any time. Once we encounter them, we will die without a doubt. And your invisibility is ineffective against wraiths. Yang Dingtian's heart was still restless. Yao Li continued, and the most important thing is that if you destroy the wraiths, you won't have energy essence. It's useless. In an instant, Yang Dingtian immediately gave up. If there was no energy essence, then what was the point of hunting? Temporarily abandoning this thought, Yang Dingtian and Yao Li led the 6 people to continue to search for elemental creatures and continue to hunt. But tonight's luck seemed to be SOSO. It was almost dawn when they discovered an energy fluctuation. After Yang Dingtian turned invisible, he found that it was a 10th level fire demon. In fact, Yang Dingtian could kill this fire demon alone at this time. But he still called down all the other team members and killed this 10th level fire demon together. This way, everyone would have a full sense of participation and would not feel like they were being bestowed a gift. Then it was daytime. In the past, there would be at least one harvest during every daytime. And this daytime, Yang Dingtian explored tens of thousands of square kilometers and did not find any energy fluctuation, nor did he find a single elemental creature. Everyone's expression suddenly became slightly gloomy. Only Yao Zi was still in a cheerful mood. It was as if she did not know what was called unhappy. It was fine if there was no harvest during the day. After the second night, there was actually no harvest all the way until dawn. That's right, zero harvest. This was the first time since the team was formed. In the past, there would be at least one every night. Sometimes, there would be 2, or even 3. There had never been zero harvest. Very soon, the following day was still zero harvest. It was night again, and still zero harvest. Just like this, time passed day by day. There was actually zero harvest every day. It was as if all the elemental creatures were completely dormant in the depths of the cave, not digging holes, let alone coming to the surface. Of course, until now, Yang Dingtian still could not understand why these elemental creatures would dig holes to the surface. After the 8th day, Yao Li said, "Forget it, there's no need to explore for the next 7 days, there won't be any harvest." Everyone nodded in agreement. The reason was very clear. It was because almost all the elemental creatures hunted in the dark realm leaned towards the positive side. Although many seemed neutral, they were still leaning towards the positive side in the end. As for water and ice elemental creatures, Yang Dingtian had not encountered a single one. First of all, water, as the source of life, absolutely did not exist in the dark realm. Although ice elemental creatures were of the negative side, they could not leave water most of the time, so there were no ice elemental creatures in the dark realm. The great taboo day was coming soon, and the 2 moons would shine on the dark realm. When that time came, the Yin energy would envelop the entire dark realm. Therefore, all the positive elemental creatures would not be able to avoid it, so how could they dig holes and let the Yin energy seep in? What's more, if there was an insensible undead spirit that sneaked into their cave abode, there would be a fight. Moreover, the elemental creatures would basically lose, because the revenants were only sensitive to lightning attacks and were immune to all other attacks. Let's start digging holes and wait for the great taboo day to pass. Yao Li said, when that time comes, it will be very, very cold. Then, the 6 of them gave up on hunting and chose a relatively remote place to start digging holes. Yang Dingtian was the absolute main force in hunting monsters. And Yang Dingtian was the main force of the main force in digging holes. It should be known that the ground of the second dark realm was like metal, almost impenetrable. Although the other 5 had powerful weapons, it was more laborious to dig. Only Yang Dingtian's soul sword, which was close to the emperor grade, was able to dig the ground as though it was digging the soil. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in just a few hours, the 6 of them had dug a hole dozens of meters deep, but that was not enough. They spent another day digging the hole to a depth of 200 meters. Then at night, they began to expand the hole and dug out a room dozens of square meters. Since they had nothing to do, Yang Dingtian even dug out a layout with 4 rooms, 1 living room, and 2 bathrooms. Yang Dingtian had 1 room, Yao Li and her sister had 1, Bo Lu had 1, and Ah Wen and Ah Wu had 1. Moreover, the bathroom and bathroom were separated into male and female bathrooms. In the female bathroom, Yang Dingtian even made a large bathtub. Yaozi was overjoyed at that. She very extravagantly filled the bathtub with condensation pills, then let Yang Dingtian use mystic fire to heat it into warm water, and she began to take a luxurious bath. Not only that, but Yang Dingtian also began to cook. He took out fresh fruits and fresh meat, and even seasoning. Therefore, in the next few days, the 6 of them lived the most leisurely and ordinary life. Eating, talking, sleeping, and even bathing. Just like that, they waited for the great taboo day to come and end. Then, one night, when Yang Dingtian was lying on the bed and sleeping, the Nether Ghost Emperor in the Soul Ring suddenly spoke, "Yang Dingtian, let's make a deal. On the great taboo day, you go up and hunt undead for me to devour. I'll help you refine the undead's hell magic crystal into energy essence, how about it?" Yang Dingtian said in shock, "The undead's hell magic crystal can be refined into energy essence?" The Nether Ghost Emperor said, "Of course you can. Strictly speaking, undead are also elemental creatures. Its hell magic crystal is filled with death chi, so living people can't devour it. But as the Nether Ghost Emperor, I can easily absorb the death chi inside, leaving only the energy essence for you to devour." Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. At that time, there would be countless powerful undead on the ground. The harvest of a hunt might be extremely bountiful. Then why didn't you say so before? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked angrily. The Nether Ghost Emperor chuckled and didn't say anything. Of course, he wouldn't say it, because if he did, Yang Dingtian would split the undead's energy essence, and the Nether Ghost Emperor wouldn't be able to take it all for himself. This time, because there was no other way, the Nether Ghost Emperor revealed this secret. Yang Dingtian, this is a feast that belongs to us. Don't miss it. If you miss it, you won't have another chance. The Nether Ghost Emperor said. Before Yang Dingtian could answer, a ghostly figure suddenly walked in. It was Yao Zi. She was dressed very lightly, with only a doo-doo and panties. This girl was too bold. For the past 2 months, Yao Li had been watching him like he was a thief. Of course, the thief was not Yang Dingtian. Yao Li trusted Yang Dingtian a lot now. The thief was her sister, Yao Zi. Yao Li wanted nothing more than to tie Yao Zi to her waist 24 hours a day. That was because Yao Zi did not hide her feelings for Yang Dingtian anymore. Not only did she not hide it, but she showed it all the time. How did Yang Dingtian feel? First of all, Yang Dingtian liked Yao Zi very much. He had rarely seen such a naive, romantic, cute, and passionate girl. However, being liked by Yao Zi was like being liked by a middle school teacher by a female student. Female students, the 15 or 16-year-old kind. Yang Dingtian was trembling with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. First of all, he could not be too affectionate. That was for sure. One had to know that in the little western paradise, Yao Zi was equivalent to a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Secondly, he could not be too cold. That would hurt a pure and innocent girl's heart. This degree was very difficult to grasp. Therefore, Yang Dingtian tried his best to recall how the beautiful English teacher in middle school treated him. That was right. Yang Dingtian had been in love with his beautiful English teacher in middle school. Anyway, although he had the 9 Xianxia veins, before he got his first girlfriend in university, he liked no less than 7 or 8 girls. There were only 2 or 3 who he liked for a long time. Therefore, when Yao Zi sneaked over, Yang Dingtian was so nervous that his heart almost twitched. If someone saw this, he would not be able to explain himself. Yao Zi quickly sat on Yang Dingtian's bed and said in a low voice, "Mr. Yang Dingtian, my sister is bathing. I came over to talk to you." Yang Dingtian's scalp went numb. He said, "If you have anything to say, you can say it tomorrow during dinner. It's not convenient to say it now." Yao Zi said, "But there are some things that are only suitable for 2 people to say in private." Yang Dingtian, "But it's really inappropriate for a man and a woman to enter my room alone." "What's wrong with that?" Yao Zi asked. "I'm all grown up now. I have the right to pursue the man I like." As soon as he heard this sentence, he knew that it was said by the little girl. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. "But my daughter is almost as old as you. Besides, I already have several wives." Yao Zi said, "As long as you like her, age is not an issue. Also, why do you have to talk about it so far away? You don't have to ask for eternity, you just want to have it once. Every girl has to love at least once." Hearing these childish words, Yang Dingtian felt like his scalp was about to be ripped open. It was like a chicken talking to a duck. There was a generation gap, a generation gap. Yao Zi continued, "Besides, me liking you is my business. It has nothing to do with you." This sentence sounded even more childish. Yang Dingtian did not say anything. He could only look up at the ceiling. "Mr. Yang Dingtian, why don't you teach me how to kiss? I've never kissed before." Yao Zi said excitedly and shyly, "Giving your first kiss to the man you like should be a very blissful thing." "Well, I'm a little hungry. I'm going to eat." Yang Dingtian quickly crawled out from under the blanket and ran toward the living room. Yang Dingtian fled in panic. He was completely unable to deal with such a young girl. Yang Dingtian had just opened the door and ran out when he immediately bumped into a soft and bouncy body. It was Yao Li. Caught off guard, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Yang Dingtian hurriedly helped her up. Her skin was really smooth and bouncy. Of course, Yao Li's cultivation was very high. She would not fall after being bumped into. However, everyone here was on the same side. Moreover, it was like home. "No one knew martial arts or celestial qi. Is the little girl with you?" Yao Li asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. He looked at Yao Li again. Her voluptuous body was simply wrapped in a layer of silk. It was obvious that when she was bathing, she realized that Yao Zi was not in the room. She did not even have time to put on her clothes before running over. Yao Li was so angry that she panted heavily. She said coldly, "This little girl is asking for a beating again." Then, with a cold expression, she directly entered Yang Dingtian's room. Then, there was the sound of quarreling and debate. The cave was no longer a vacuum. There was a special pill that kept releasing air. There was a special pill that kept absorbing the air. Then, the quarreling became louder and louder. Yao Li's voice became angrier and angrier. She could not win against her younger sister at all. She was not good with words. Yao Zi, on the other hand, was full of theories. Therefore, like all parents, if she could not be reasoned with, she would start beating. Inside, there was the sound of spanking. Yao Zi was screaming and yelling about the freedom to love. At the same time, she was yelling about breaking off ties with Yao Li. In the end, the little girl shouted, "Yao Li, you old virgin. No wonder no man likes you. You'll never get married." Then, the sound of spanking stopped. It was quiet inside. Then, Yao Zi said timidly, "Sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that." Slap. 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 What she got in return was Yao Li slapping her harder. However, Yang Dingtian could not hear any of this. He was too embarrassed to listen. He ran directly to Bo Lu's room and played chess with him. In the past few days, Yang Dingtian finally took out all the chess, go, and poker cards. Sometimes, he played do diju, sometimes chess, and sometimes go bang. In less than 2 days, Bo Lu's chess skills had surpassed Yang Dingtian's. Yao Zi's do diju and go bang also beat Yang Dingtian in seconds. The only one who was dumber than Yang Dingtian was Yao Li. Her brain was really one-track-minded. She lost more than she won. Although he didn't know what happened, Bo Lu could roughly guess. He immediately looked at Yang Dingtian sympathetically. Princess Yao Zi has always been very likable, but she's also very troublesome. Children in the rebellious stage are all like this. Yang Dingtian asked, "Brother Bo Lu, do you have a child?" Bo Lu shook his head and said, "I'm not married." It was very common to not be married in Little Western Paradise. There were quite a number of high-level demon fox bloodlines who were celibate. Yang Dingtian asked, "Don't you plan to fight for it?" Of course, he was talking about fighting for Yao Li. Bo Lu shook his head and said, "Little Western Paradise is not a human country. If I fight for it, it won't be just my tragedy, but the tragedy and humiliation of my entire family. The strict hierarchy of Little Western Paradise is something you can't imagine." Yang Dingtian said, "Perhaps you can come and live in the human country. One of my martial uncles, his lover is the little princess demon spirit of the Silver Moon Demon Fox clan in Little Western Paradise." Really? Bo Lu was shocked. Of course. Yang Dingtian said, "Brother Bo Lu, you're too restricted by the rules. Many things aren't so rigid." Bo Lu's eyes showed a trace of yearning. Then he shook his head and said, "I still can't do it. She's my mistress. I can't get past this. And most importantly, her heart belongs to someone. That's her life goal." Of course, Bo Lu was talking about Yao Qi. Instantly, Yang Dingtian had the urge to say that Yao Qi was dead. But he still didn't say it. If Yao Li knew, she would collapse. "No matter what, I'll invite you to the human country as guests," Yang Dingtian said. "Definitely." Bo Lu said, "Unfortunately, we can only go out after 200 years. "Not necessarily." Yang Dingtian said, "If you want to go out, I can take you out at any time." Bo Lu was stunned and didn't continue to ask. But he had absolute trust in Yang Dingtian's words. In the next few days, a cold war broke out between Yao Zi and Yao Li. Both sides ignored each other. As for Yao Zi, although she didn't sneak into Yang Dingtian's room anymore, she acted more intimate. Especially in front of Yao Li, she acted intimate on purpose. Yang Dingtian almost didn't dare to play chess or cards with her. Just like that, happy times flew by. The great taboo day was getting closer and closer. Tomorrow was the great taboo day. Yang Dingtian finally decided to talk to Yao Li. Yao Li, first of all, I have to tell you that the ruler of the Nether Plane, the Nether Ghost Emperor, lives in my soul ring. A nether ghost flame that already has a soul, thoughts, and ambitions. A nether ghost flame that's been around for almost 10,000 years. Yang Dingtian, now, his underworld empire has been taken away by the demon king Wendian. He's only left in his weakened state, living in my soul ring. Yao Li's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Because of the Dark Realm, the people in Little Western Paradise weren't crazy about mystic flames. But they were still very familiar with the 10 heaven and earth mystic flames. They even looked forward to it. At least in Little Western Paradise, every time the mystic flame bloomed, many powerful people would go to fight for it. Even the high nobles in Little Western Paradise were very crazy about nether ghost flame and space-splitting fire. Otherwise, Yao Qi wouldn't have died for the space-splitting fire. Undead, in a sense, are elemental creatures. After killing them, hell magic crystals will be produced. And after washing away the death aura in the hell magic crystals, they will become pure energy essence, Yang Dingtian, and the only thing in the world that can wash away the death aura is the nether ghost flame. Yao Li said, that means, the nether ghost emperor in your soul ring can wash away the hell magic crystals and turn them into energy essence? Yes, Yang Dingtian, he said that he would get half of the hell magic crystals. Yao Li said, is he very strong? Is he strong enough to kill powerful undead? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, he's just a soul. He lost his powerful physical body and was attacked fiercely in the ghost hell land. He was almost turned into ashes. His current cultivation level is probably only level 10. Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, are you asking for my opinion? Because you know that among all of us, only you have lightning energy and can attack undead. So you should know that we will definitely stay underground and won't follow you to the surface to hunt undead. So, whether you go or not is completely up to you. No one else can influence you. Yang Dingtian, I know, but because you are the leader of the team, I still have to respect your opinion. And if something happens to me, it will also affect the interests of the video team. Yao Li was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Yang Dingtian, in the human countries, they should love you very much. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. He was clearly asking for Yao Li's opinion, so why did she say that? Yao Li said, you are the leader of the entire human race, and your position is much higher than mine. You are an absolutely wise and noble leader. But in this small team, you are willing to obey me, a leader who isn't very smart. Your breadth of mind is definitely loved and trusted by everyone. Yang Dingtian was suddenly very unnatural from the praise, but he didn't know how to respond. Yao Li's face became serious, and said, if I give my opinion, are you willing to respect it? Of course. Yang Dingtian, in this team, I am willing to obey your will. Yao Li said, first of all, I am a very unqualified leader. I am very short-sighted, and I value the gains and losses in front of me more. In other words, I don't want any accidents to happen to you, so I don't want you to hunt undead. Because your concealment mystic skill is useless against undead, and your netherworld ghost emperor cultivation is currently too low. If you encounter undead of half-saint level and above, you won't be able to escape, and your life will definitely be in danger. I feel that you shouldn't bet your life on luck, and the stakes aren't high, so it's not worth it. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, then I won't go, and I will listen to your opinion. Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time and said, thank you. It's a pity that you haven't met my elder brother Yao Qi, otherwise you would have become close friends. Even though the two of you are different, you are both the most outstanding leaders I have ever seen. Yang Dingtian immediately felt uncomfortable, but he still didn't tell her the news of Yao Qi's death. Just like that, Yang Dingtian listened to Yao Li's opinion, and didn't go to the surface to take risks. In this warm underground family, they quietly waited for the end of the great taboo day. And Yao Li used a very clumsy method to comfort Yang Dingtian's heart that couldn't take risks, which was to play cards with her, and then the two of them faced each other. Yao Zi and Bolu faced each other, and they played to upgrade the tractor. In the end, Yang Dingtian and Yao Li never won. They decided to play cards like this, and wait for the end of the great taboo day. But many times, many things were destined. They wanted to quietly wait for the end of the great taboo day, but they couldn't do it. Because they heard the sound of digging getting closer and closer. It seemed like someone was also digging an underground cave nearby to avoid the great taboo day. The 6 of them quickly stopped the game, then pulled out their swords, and prepared to fight. If it wasn't an enemy, then it would be peaceful. If it was an enemy, then a battle was unavoidable. Yang Dingtian and the others just waited with their swords, waiting for the person on the other side to dig through the wall, and see if it was an enemy, a friend, or a neutral party. As long as it wasn't an enemy, it didn't matter. Because this time, they weren't fighting for elemental creatures, so there was no need to fight to the death. The wall was quickly dug through. The worst result was that the other party was Yao Lung of the Moro clan. Yao Lung, who had his rank 15 energy essence stolen, wanted to kill Yang Dingtian and the others, begging for votes. Please. Yang Dingtian's luck was truly indescribable. Either he was extremely lucky or extremely unlucky. Yao Lung's group dug a cave to avoid the great taboo day and actually dug straight into Yang Dingtian's cave. With such a probability, they could directly buy a lottery ticket. The bidder at the front of the other party was stunned at first, then revealed ecstasy and said loudly, "Young master, that bitch Xiaoli is here." Then, swoosh, 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 the dozens of people behind him all suddenly pulled out their sharp swords. They were only waiting for Yao Lung's order to immediately crush Yang Dingtian and everyone else into pieces. Ha 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 ha. 100 meters away, Yao Lung's complacent and arrogant laughter suddenly came. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Go. While Yao Lung was still talking, Yang Dingtian suddenly became like a flash. Holding Yao Li in his left hand and Yao Zi in his right hand, he quickly tied up Bo Lu, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu with ropes. Swoosh. Then, using the demonic spirit mist cloak flash technique, they quickly escaped to the surface along the cave. There was no other way, they could only escape to the surface. And Yao Lung's complacent laughter over there was not over yet. He said coldly, "Yao Li, last time, it was me who raped and killed you first. This time, it's all of us who will rape and kill you first." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, someone said timidly, "Young master, they've already run away." What? Yao Lung said sternly, "How could they possibly run away?" That person said, "We were waiting for your order." With a swoosh, they suddenly disappeared. Yao Lung said, "That human Yang Dingtian, yes, that human Yang Dingtian, they're together." Then, the cold voice suddenly became sharp, rush up, catch them, I want them to taste the taste of hell, I want them to beg for death, but they won't be able to die. Yes." Then, more than 20 experts rushed to the surface along the cave. Yang Dingtian carried 2 people, tied up 3 people, and fled to the surface in a flash. At this moment, 2 incomparably huge round moons suddenly rose into the sky. Wow, it's so cold. Yaozi could not help but touch her arm. It was indeed very cold. The temperature here was definitely a few dozen degrees below zero. Yang Dingtian and Yao Li looked at each other helplessly. Even though they had decided not to risk their lives on the surface during the great taboo day, they still had to come to the surface. At this moment, a hair-raising scene appeared. One by one, ghostly figures and undead creatures suddenly crawled out from the ground. There were more and more of them. At the same time, the experts of the Moro clan also rushed out of the cave. Over there. Capture them, a Moro expert said. Then, hundreds of undead turned their heads and looked at them. Almost all of the Moro clan's experts felt their hair stand on end. At this moment, there were at least a few hundred undead creatures between them and Yang Dingtian. What were undead? Immune to all forms of damage, with the exception of lightning-type mystical skills. If they wanted to catch Yang Dingtian, they would have to go through these hundreds of undead. Just thinking about this made the Moro clan's experts shudder. In any case, that bitch Xiaoli was surrounded by countless undead creatures and was doomed. Thus, the Moro clan's experts pretended that nothing had happened and carefully walked into the cave. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, all of the Moro clan's experts disappeared without a trace. Then, they used a special type of energy stone to seal the cave. In the blink of an eye, all of the Moro clan's experts had escaped underground and disappeared without a trace. Then, the 4 rooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms that Yang Dingtian had painstakingly dug out were enjoyed by Yao Ling. At this moment, Yang Dingtian and the others were being surrounded by countless undead spirits. It was an inhumane scene. What to do? What to do? It was a pity that Wumaji was not here. Otherwise, the shaman would have been able to protect them from the undead creatures. More and more undead creatures of various levels surrounded Yang Dingtian and the others, and the light in their eyes became more and more intense. The reason why they had not attacked yet was that they had just woken up from their endless slumber and had not fully recovered. They were still in a rather chaotic state. Once they had fully recovered, countless undead creatures would swarm over and completely destroy Yang Dingtian and the others. There were a few thousand departed souls present, and they were of various ranks. If Yang Dingtian were to wait for them to attack, he would be in a situation worse than death. Yang Dingtian summoned the Netherworld Ghost Emperor and said, "Ghost Emperor, there are so many undead here. Come out and devour them." The Ghost Emperor stammered, I don't seem to be feeling too well. I won't come out for now. You guys go ahead." Yang Dingtian was speechless, faced with so many undead creatures. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor did not dare to come out. Yang Dingtian realized that Yao Li's advice was absolutely correct. Wanting to hunt undead creatures on the Great Taboo Day was purely courting death. The undead creatures were still recovering after their long slumber. Once they had completely recovered, it would be the time of death for Yang Dingtian and the others. At this moment, Yao Zi, who had never known fear, even when facing the danger of being raped, felt fear for the first time. Her small face was pale as she tightly hugged Yang Dingtian's arm, trembling. Yao Li's face was also pale. Even Bo Lu's legs were trembling slightly. There was no other way. Facing countless undead creatures, anyone would really wet their pants. This place was not like the Ghost Hell region. The undead there were very low level. The undead creatures here were really powerful beyond compare. What to do? What to do? What to do? Yang Dingtian's mind was spinning rapidly. He had to immediately think of a way before the undead creatures recovered. Escape? That was impossible. Because the surroundings were already surrounded by undead creatures. Moreover, where could he run to? There were undead everywhere here. Invisibility was also useless. The undead could still see him. Every time Yang Dingtian turned invisible, it would cause the undead to attack even more crazily. Yang Dingtian was incomparably nervous. He was so nervous that he almost suffocated. He had to think of a way. He had to think of a way. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's mind lit up. In the Ghost Hell region, after killing undead creatures, they would obtain Hell magic crystals. Then, they would stuff the Hell magic crystals into their bodies and temporarily transform into undead creatures. This way, they would not be attacked by undead creatures. However, that was in the Ghost Hell region. He did not know if he could do it here. However, whether or not he could do it, he had to do it. Because these undead creatures would soon wake up from their daze. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian summoned the Million Spirit Demon Fire with the Primal Chaos attribute. Whoosh! He then summoned the Demon Spirit Demon Fire with the Primal Chaos attribute. He poured almost all of his profound chi into it. Whoosh! Then, the 2 mystic flames flew into the sky like meteors. Finally, they fiercely collided. Boom! In an instant, the dark domain within a few hundred miles was as bright as day. It was like a nuclear explosion. An unparalleled bolt of lightning fiercely struck down. Bang! The lightning that surpassed the half-saint level suddenly exploded. Yao Li, Yao Zi, and the others were completely stunned. This attack had already surpassed the half-saint level, much more than the 15th level. A 10th level warrior could actually release an attack of the 15th level. This was too heaven-defying. Swoosh! Then, the ground seemed to be directly swept across. Countless undead creatures within 1,000 meters were turned into ashes. All undead creatures below the 10th level were turned into ashes. That's right, Yang Dingtian's Mystic Flame Lightning attack was above the 15th level. However, the attack range was too wide, so it could only kill undead creatures below the 10th level. The undead creatures above the 10th level were immediately stunned and trembled violently. Within 1,000 meters, there were dozens of undead creatures left standing and trembling. These were all above the 11th level. At the same time, there were thousands of hell magic crystals floating in the air. These were all left behind by the undead creatures that had turned into ashes. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Yang Dingtian used the blink technique to quickly collect the hell magic crystals. Then, he gave a 10th level hell magic crystal to each of them. Using the fastest speed, he said, "Inject your divine sense into this hell magic crystal, and then press it into your heart." After speaking, Yang Dingtian quickly inputted his divine sense, and then pressed the hell magic crystal into his heart. Then, Yang Dingtian kept praying, hoping that it would work, hoping that it would work, hoping that he could successfully transform into an undead. At the same time, the undead creatures 1,000 meters away had completely awakened. They were showing a bloodthirsty light and madly rushing towards Yang Dingtian and the others. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian suddenly transformed from a human into a 10th level undead. Yao Li and the others had no time to be shocked. They hurriedly did as they were told and injected their divine sense into the hell magic crystal, and then pressed it into their hearts. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the 5 of them transformed at the same time, and all of them instantly became 10th level undead creatures. Meanwhile, countless dead spirits were charging over and were about to tear Yang Dingtian and the others into pieces. Suddenly, they found that the target had disappeared. They blindly looked around for a while, and then continued to wander aimlessly. Yang Dingtian clutched his aching heart and directly sat on the ground. Damn it, half of his soul was scared out of his wits. It actually worked, it really worked. However, this was not strange. Because today was the Great Taboo Day, the 2 moons shrouded the earth, and the dark realm was filled with infinite negative energy. Therefore, the energy environment of the dark realm and the nether plane had become very similar, except that it was many times stronger. Therefore, Yang Dingtian and the others' transformation could be successful. Mr. Yang Dingtian, you are amazing. I have decided, no matter where you go in the future, I will follow you, Yao Zi said excitedly. To be able to transform into an undead creature, such a terrifying undead creature was really too cool. Yang Dingtian could only pretend that he did not hear her. Yao Li, how long is the Great Taboo Day? Yang Dingtian asked. Only 24 hours, Yao Li said. Unfortunately, it is a little short. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, but it is enough. This is our feast, our hunting feast. It was definitely a feast. Yang Dingtian began to count the gains from the mystic fire lightning. There were thousands of hell magic crystals. Among them, there were more than 100 level 10 ones. As for the level 9 ones, there were more than 500. The rest were around level 7 and level 8. Of course, Yang Dingtian could not refine the hell magic crystals, only a shaman could. Yang Dingtian did not have a shaman by his side, but he had the Nether Ghost Emperor. Therefore, Yang Dingtian sat down and used his mind to communicate with the Nether Ghost Emperor. Your Excellency Ghost Emperor, due to your cowardly behavior, I have decided to reduce your share. You can only get 1/3 of the hell magic crystals, Yang Dingtian said. Impossible. The Nether Ghost Emperor said sternly, we agreed on half, so it is half. If you want to reduce my share, I will not accept it. I want to see how you can refine and purify the hell magic crystals without me. Yang Dingtian said, I suddenly remembered that Dishi Bian has a part of the Nether Ghost Flame. Can she purify it? Ha 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 ha. The Nether Ghost Emperor laughed and said, let's not talk about whether she can do it or not. The key is that you can't bring these hell magic crystals out of the dark realm. When the Great Taboo Day ends, they will all turn to dust. You are dreaming if you want to bring them to the human world. Yang Dingtian said, but I have the interspatial ring. The Nether Ghost Emperor was stunned. How do you have this thing? It should not appear in this world. The Nether Ghost Emperor said. Why do you care? But I do have it. Yang Dingtian said, I will now count down from 10. Your share is still 1/3. When I finish counting down, you will only have 1/4 left. Yang Dingtian, don't go too far. The Nether Ghost Emperor shouted. Yang Dingtian did not care and started counting down. 10. 9. Impossible, I am the Nether Ghost Emperor. I will never compromise. 8. 7. Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming. At worst, we'll just go our separate ways. 6, 5, 4, 3, Yang Dingtian suddenly started counting down faster. The Nether Ghost Emperor was scared out of his wits. Okay, I agree, Yang Dingtian smiled and said, you should have agreed earlier. The Nether Ghost Emperor said angrily, Yang Dingtian, you brat, remember this. I will hold a grudge. Before he could finish, Yang Dingtian released countless hell magic crystals into the soul ring. The Nether Ghost Emperor's complaints came to an abrupt end. Then, he let out a climax. I'm rich, time is of the essence. Hurry up and work, Yang Dingtian said. Then, the Nether Ghost Emperor quickly refined the hell magic crystals. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Its refining speed was godly. In a short moment, it finished refining 1,000 hell magic crystals. 100 hell magic crystals were refined into 2 hell magic crystals of the 11th level. 500 hell magic crystals of the 9th level were refined into 5 hell magic crystals of the 11th level. The remaining few hundred hell magic crystals of the 8th level and below were refined into 5 hell magic crystals of the 10th level. Then, the Nether Ghost Emperor took 1 hell magic crystal of the 11th level and 2 hell magic crystals of the 11th level. Finally, he refined all of Yang Dingtian's hell magic crystals into energy essences and sent them out. Suddenly, a total of 9 energy essences appeared in Yang Dingtian's palm. This was too crazy. This was the result of a short hunt. Tonight was definitely a feast for Yang Dingtian. A feast of hunting, a feast of devouring, note, bosses, votes. Yang Dingtian looked at the 9 energy essences in his hand. Of the 2 level 11, level 9 energy essences, one was taken by the Nether Ghost Emperor, and the other was kept for himself. There were 3 level 11 beginner level 10 energy essences. Yang Dingtian gave 1 each to Yao Li and Bo Lu, and kept the last one for himself. Yao Zi, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu each had one of the 5 level 10 energy essences. In the end, apart from Yao Zi, all 4 of them rejected Yang Dingtian's energy essences. Yang Dingtian, all the gains from the Great Taboo Day are yours alone, Yao Zi said firmly. The 5 of us can't take even half of it, because we didn't put in any effort. Then, Yao Li glared at her younger sister, Yao Zi. Yao Zi was about to put away the energy essences happily, but when she saw her sister's glare, she could not help but return them reluctantly. Yang Dingtian said, we're a team, and your strength is also in my interest. So, I'll take half of the gains from the Great Taboo Night. Yang Dingtian was not a saint, nor was he a hypocrite. He had his own goal, and that was to bring all 5 of them back to the human nations to join the war against the evil ways. The possibility of this was quite high, because as long as Yao Li left, Bo Lu would definitely leave, Yao Zi would follow Yang Dingtian wholeheartedly, and Ah Wen and Ah Wu would follow Yao Zi wholeheartedly. As for Yao Li, she was ostracized by her own family, and she would follow Yao Qi wholeheartedly. However, Yao Qi was already dead, so she probably had no place in the Little Western Paradise anymore, and had lost her goal. Then, fighting against the evil ways and saving the world should be a very good goal. Yang Dingtian might know quite a number of demon fox race experts, but these 5 individuals were the only group he could bring to the human kingdoms. Once the 5 of them successfully followed him to the human nations, it would be equivalent to the Council of Light gaining a few more top-notch elites. Especially Yao Li and Bo Lu. If possible, Yang Dingtian hoped that they could break through to the semi-sage realm as soon as possible. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Yao Li still resolutely returned the energy essence to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's face turned serious as he shouted, tonight, I'm the main force. I have the final say. Then, he closed his eyes and sat on the ground, beginning to devour the energy essence. First, fuse the 2 rank 10 energy essences into the elementary rank 11, and then fuse the 9th rank 11 energy essence. In this way, it became an energy essence that was very close to the 12th level. Then, it began to open the entrance of the Xian vein and began to devour. Now, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was at level 7 of the 10th level. He was still level 3 of the 4th level away from level 15 of the half-saint realm. At this moment, swallowing an 11th grade, 9th grade pill was no longer enough for him to break through. He hoped that this energy essence, which was close to the 12th rank, could help him break through. Devour, devour, powerful energy essence continuously poured into Yang Dingtian's qi. After a short quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian's qi began to expand, boom. Yang Dingtian's entire divine sense and body sank into nothingness. Finally, he broke through. Yang Dingtian broke through to level 8 of the 10th level. Then, he seized the time to take a mystic gathering pill to recover his battle mystic qi. After a short quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian recovered his battle mystic qi. Okay, let's harvest the undead for the second time, Yang Dingtian said excitedly. Yang Dingtian's group of 6 disguised themselves as undead and wandered with the undead army. Although the whole process made people shudder with fear, it was also very terrifying. But he and they were safe. On the way, Yang Dingtian did not know how many half-saint undead he encountered. Usually, the undead would also attack their own kind. But now, it seemed that all the undead were busy gathering in one place, and then absorbing the energy essence of the 2 moons there. Therefore, the slaughter between the undead did not start. Therefore, these half-saint undead completely ignored Yang Dingtian's group. Soon, Yang Dingtian found the place with the most undead. Then, he hid among the undead in the distance and was about to release the mystic fire lightning. Just as he was about to release the devil spirit demon fire and million spirit demon fire as usual. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. What would happen if he added the void-rending fire, because the void-rending fire was a black and white fire, and it had yin and yang attributes. And when it was transparent, it had the chaos attribute. Once this thought arose, Yang Dingtian immediately made his move. Whoosh! His left hand held the million spirit demon fire with the chaos attribute. Whoosh! His right hand held the devil spirit demon fire with the chaos attribute. Whoosh! In front of his chest, the transparent void-rending fire with the chaos attribute. Then, Yang Dingtian injected his mystic qi. Almost 99% of his mystic qi was injected, and the remaining mystic qi was saved for escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 mystic fires with the chaos attribute suddenly shot into the sky a few miles away. Almost all the undead turned a blind eye to these 3 mystic fires. Yang Dingtian was extremely excited and expectant. Previously, it was the lightning produced by the collision of 2 mystic fires. This time, there were 3 mystic fires. He wondered what the result would be. Suddenly, the 3 mystic fires fiercely collided in the air. Boom! There was a burst of light from the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Within 1,000 miles, it was as bright as day. Yang Dingtian only felt his vision suddenly turn white, and then he could not see anything. Immediately after, an incomparably powerful energy suddenly swept over. Whoosh! Then, he suddenly realized that his body, as well as the bodies of Yao Li and the others beside him, were directly sent flying, as if they were directly sent flying by an incomparably powerful shock wave. Heavens, this energy was too terrifying, too shocking. Yao Li hurriedly hugged her sister because even though they were very far away, with Yao Zi's cultivation, she could not resist this terrifying shock wave at all. And Bolu also immediately protected Ah Wen and Ah Wu. After Yang Dingtian and the others were directly sent flying for a few thousand meters, they fell heavily to the ground. After a full half a minute, this terrifying light gradually faded. Then, Yang Dingtian realized that the densely packed undead were completely empty. Within a radius of 10 miles, there were countless hell magic crystals floating in the air. Of course, in that area, there were dozens of undead who were crazily trembling on the spot. However, all of them were level 12 and above. Those below level 11 were all turned into ashes and were all killed instantly. Yang Dingtian and Yao Li were completely stunned. A level 16 attack, it's actually a level 16 attack. Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. A level 10 martial arts expert could actually release a level 16 attack. This was really too frightening. Yang Dingtian was also completely shocked by this result. The lightning created by the three mystic fires was no longer just lightning, but a very, very special energy state. At least, the lightning just now was no longer pure lightning. It was not blue, but a kind of colorless. Moreover, it was like a nuclear bomb that exploded violently. It was no longer a ball of lightning like before. A huge wall of lightning came down densely. Then, what if it was lightning created by four mystic fires? If one day, he could control the black-green mystic fires, then how shocking would the mystic fire lightning created by four mystic fires be? He did not dare to imagine. At least, the lightning created by three mystic fires would not only be 2 or 3 times more powerful than two mystic fires, it would be many times more powerful. However, there was no time to think. Yang Dingtian used the last bit of mystic qi and quickly flashed over. With the fastest speed, he collected all the hell magic crystals within a radius of 10 miles. Then, he brought Yaoli and the other 4 and quickly escaped. This was because Yang Dingtian's mystic fire lightning had completely stimulated these undead. They had already started to kill each other. Yang Dingtian and the other 4 were still too small compared to these undead. If they continued to stay here, they could be killed at any time. Using the remaining mystic qi, Yang Dingtian escaped a few hundred miles before stopping. The undead here were relatively sparse and in a relatively quiet state. Then, Yang Dingtian started to calculate his harvest and was completely stunned. There were more than 3,000 hell magic crystals. The Nether Ghost Emperor was so excited that he was trembling. And it wasn't just over 3,000 hell mana crystals, there were also 111th rank hell mana crystals. More than 500 level 10 hell magic crystals, more than 1,000 level 9 hell magic crystals, and the rest were all below level 8 hell magic crystals. This harvest was not only 3 times the harvest of the first attack, it could even be said to be 10 times the harvest. It was really, really too shocking. When Yang Dingtian poured these hell demon crystals into the soul ring, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor let out a sobbing sound while refining them. He had been starving for too long. Now, with such a crazy harvest, he was really going crazy. He even thought that if he could continue to follow Yang Dingtian like this, it might not be a bad idea. But soon, he began to despise his own thoughts. Bah. He was the master of this realm. How could he follow a human? He was too useless. However, thinking of a way to use Yang Dingtian to take back his underworld empire was not a bad idea. The Nether Ghost Emperor quickly devoured his own portion while refining the other 2/3 of the hell magic crystals. As for Yang Dingtian, he sat down cross-legged and consumed a mystic gathering pill to recover his mystic qi. The Nether Ghost Emperor originally wanted to take a portion for himself. But seeing such a crazy harvest, he was afraid that Yang Dingtian would be dissatisfied. So, he temporarily put aside his dirty thoughts and strictly kept 1/3. By the time Yang Dingtian had completely recovered his mystic qi, the Nether Ghost Emperor had finished refining the hell magic crystals. The result of the battle was out. All the hell magic crystals were in Yang Dingtian's hands. Even though he was already mentally prepared, Yang Dingtian was still on the verge of crying. The Nether Ghost Emperor was very considerate. He condensed all the energy essences into 3 types. They were infinitely close to level 12, mid-level level 11, and high-level level 10. Because this was more reasonable for Yang Dingtian's team. There were a total of 6 energy essences infinitely close to level 12, that's right, 6 of them. They were condensed from 30 level 11, level 9 energy essences. There were only 2 mid-level level 11 energy essences. They were condensed from 10 beginner level 11 energy essences. There were a total of 4 high-level level 10 energy essences. That's right, the harvest was 10 times more than the first wave. In other words, Yang Dingtian's 3 mystic flame lightnings had exceeded the total harvest of the previous 2 months. It had exceeded the harvest of an ordinary high demon fox noble for 10 years. The Great Taboo Day was a terrifying day for others. But for Yang Dingtian, it was an absolute feast. At this moment, Yang Dingtian truly felt how powerful the pig-slaying swordsmanship was. Without the pig-slaying swordsmanship, even if he used the devil sky-splitting lightning for 3 days and 3 nights, it would still not be comparable to the mystic flame lightnings. Then, Yang Dingtian started to distribute the crystals. 6 level 12 energy demonic crystals were divided into 3 portions, 2 for each portion. 1 for Yao Li, 1 for Bo Lu. 2 mid-level level 11 energy essences were all given to Yao Zi. The remaining 4 high-level energy essences were all given to Ah Wen and Ah Wu. He only took 2 level 12 energy essences. Because, after Yang Dingtian thought about it, he realized that Bo Lu and Yao Li were the best candidates to guard the gate of humans in the Skull Palace. Even if it was for this goal, he had to let the 2 of them break through to half-sage. Only a half-saint could guard the door to the human kingdom. However, Yao Li was truly unable to tolerate Yang Dingtian's prodigal distribution method. She snatched Yang Dingtian's energy essences, giving him an energy essence that was close to rank 12. The other one was given to Bo Lu. Then, 2 of the high-level level 10 energy essences were given to Yao Zi. The remaining 2 were given to Ah Wen and Ah Wu. The rest were all given to Yang Dingtian. In this way, Yang Dingtian took 4 level 12 energy essences and 2 mid-level level 11 energy essences. His share was far more than half. Then, Yao Li said, "Originally, I shouldn't have taken this level 12 energy essence. But since you want to give it to me, I'll keep it. If you need anything in the future, just say the word, and I'll definitely do it." Yang Dingtian nodded. Then, he began to devour the 4 level 12 energy essences. As for the remaining mid-level level 11 energy essences, Yang Dingtian saved them. He would give them to Dishi Bian and the others when he returned to humans. Yang Dingtian opened all the mystic veins in his body and madly devoured the level 12 energy essences. The seemingly endless amount of energy was really like a raging sea, crazily surging into his energy sea. In just a few minutes, his energy reserve was filled to the brim. Then, it began to swell and swell. Boom! Yang Dingtian directly broke through to the 9th rank of level 10. At this time, nearly 1.5 of the 4 level 12 energy essences had been consumed. Then, the powerful energy essences continued to surge in. Whoosh 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 whoosh, endless energy madly poured into his energy reserve. 15 minutes later, Yang Dingtian's energy reserve was filled to the brim again. He felt it swell. Yang Dingtian was about to break through. He was about to break through to level 11. But, the energy essences in his palm were about to be used up. Just a little bit more, and he would break through to level 11. At this time, Yao Li, who had been paying attention to Yang Dingtian, immediately shot her level 12 energy essence into Yang Dingtian's palm. Boom! Yang Dingtian's energy reserve suddenly exploded. His entire body and consciousness sank into nothingness. Note, big shots, please vote. Finally, with the help of Princess Yao Li's energy essence that was close to level 12, Yang Dingtian directly broke through level 11. Then, the powerful energy continued to surge in. Just as Yang Dingtian thought that he was about to break through to level 11, first rank, the last energy essence that was close to level 12 was exhausted. There was still some distance to level 11, first rank. After Yang Dingtian finished breaking through, Yao Zi, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu had also finished breaking through. Yao Zi directly broke through to level 10, first rank. And Ah Wen and Ah Wu had both broken through to level 10. In this way, Yao Zi's cultivation became even more powerful than the 2 swordsmen who were much older. And Yang Dingtian, who had broken through to level 11, also clearly felt that his cultivation was much stronger than before. It was 2 times that of level 10, 8th rank. Of course, he could not calculate how many times his cultivation was stronger than when he was a 9-star, 9th rank Grandmaster, but it should be more than 10 times. In any case, every increase in level did not increase his cultivation by much. But with every increase in level, the increase in his combat strength was very shocking. Originally, Yang Dingtian's combat celestial qi was already full. Now, because of the increase in his cultivation, he had to take another mystic gathering pill to recover. Half an hour later, Yang Dingtian's combat celestial qi was completely recovered. After everyone recovered their combat celestial qi, it was time to start a new round of adventure. The 6 of them transformed into ghouls and began to wander in the dark realm, looking for the place with the most ghouls. At this time, the ghouls in the area that Yang Dingtian was in were very sparse. The few of them continued to advance. However, Yang Dingtian's good luck seemed to have run out. Because the situation had changed. These ghouls were no longer wandering aimlessly. Instead, they had begun to kill each other. The high-level ghouls were desperately hunting the low-level ghouls. Even if the 6 of them transformed into ghouls, they were no longer safe. As they spoke, a level 12 ghoul suddenly discovered Yang Dingtian's group. Its eyes immediately shone with excitement. Awoo! Afterwards, it suddenly charged over. Because the undead that Yang Dingtian's group had transformed into were all below the 12th rank, this 12th rank undead clearly regarded Yang Dingtian's group as prey. I can't let it get close. Therefore, Yang Dingtian quickly released a devil sky-splitting lightning. Pa! The 11th rank devil sky-splitting lightning ruthlessly struck the 12th rank undead. However, there was no way to obliterate it, nor was there any way to seriously injure it. After all, there was a difference of 1 level between them. However, it wasn't completely useless. After the 12th rank undead was struck by the devil heaven split, it immediately stopped and trembled on the spot. It wasn't painful. Instead, it was enjoyable. Yang Dingtian took advantage of this moment and immediately carried Yao Li, Yao Zi, and the sisters with 1 hand each. He then used a rope to tie up Bo Lu, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu before using the blink art to escape. In just a moment, they had escaped to a place where the undead were sparse. In this area, Yang Dingtian and the others became the highest level undead. Immediately, the low-level undead fled one after another. After escaping to a safe place, Yao Li said directly, "If you leave us here and go hunting alone, we will all become a burden." "No, it's still too dangerous for you to be on the ground." Yang Dingtian said, "First, dig a cave. A few dozen meters will be enough. At this time, the undead are most unwilling to go underground, so you will be safe. After the great taboo day is over and I'm done hunting, I will come back to find you." Yao Li and the others nodded. Then, Yang Dingtian's group of 6 quickly dug a cave. In just half an hour, they had dug a cave that was 20 to 30 meters deep. Yao Li and the others all entered the cave. Then, they used special energy stones to seal the cave entrance. In this way, Yao Li and the others would be safe. At this time, the undead could finally come to the ground with great difficulty. They were absolutely unwilling to go underground, so they wouldn't be in danger. After settling Yao Li and the others, Yang Dingtian embarked on a solo hunting journey. At this time, Yang Dingtian could no longer hunt the undead as comfortably as before, because these undead had already attacked and hunted each other. Want not to be hunted? That was very simple. Become the highest level of the undead. This was because Yang Dingtian found that in the Feast of the Undead on the Great Taboo Day, it was all high undead hunting the low undead. And when the level of the undead exceeded 1 rank, then even if the low undead were attacked, they would not dare to fight back at all. They could only watch themselves turn into ashes and smoke. Therefore, if Yang Dingtian wanted to hunt the undead comfortably, there was only one way, and that was to transform into a high undead, at least a 15th rank one, preferably a 16th rank one. In that case, he could move freely among most of the undead and kill whoever he wanted. Therefore, Yang Dingtian carefully wandered in the dark realm, looking for a 15th rank high undead. Of course, in fact, being alone was nonsense. Because now, all the high undead were alone. It was as if every high undead was careful to avoid their own kind that was as powerful as themselves. Every high undead occupied an area. Then all the undead in this area were his prey and tributes. Yang Dingtian kept searching. He needed to find a high undead of about the 15th rank. Along the way, he didn't know how many 12th rank and 13th rank undead he encountered. As soon as these undead saw Yang Dingtian, they immediately rushed up to attack him frantically. Yang Dingtian used blink to escape quickly. Fortunately, these undead seemed to be relatively lazy. Once Yang Dingtian escaped quickly, they were reluctant to come after him. At this time, Yang Dingtian found that within his domain, there was about a radius of 1,000 miles. In this domain, the closer to the center, the higher the level of the undead. As Yang Dingtian went deeper into this area, gradually, there were more and more 13th rank and 14th rank undead. Yang Dingtian's situation was getting more and more dangerous. It must be known that being hit by a 13th rank or 14th rank undead was basically a dead end. Yang Dingtian continued to go towards the center of this domain, looking for the undead overlord of this area. At this time, he was completely playing with his life. Fortunately, there was the magic spirit mist cloak, otherwise Yang Dingtian would have really died many times over. Fortunately, in the center of the domain, in addition to the high undead, there were also 11th and 10th rank undead like Yang Dingtian. Therefore, it was not so prominent. However, the tragedy was that the closer to the center of the domain, the more these 11th and 10th rank undead were like lambs to be slaughtered, naked prey. Yang Dingtian continued to go deeper and deeper. Suddenly, he found that there were fewer and fewer undead around him. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a little creepy. He knew in his heart that he was close to the center of this domain and would soon see the undead overlord of this area. At this time, Yang Dingtian really felt that his heart was about to stop. The number of undead around him was really getting fewer and fewer. After going another 100 miles, there was not a single undead. This should be the forbidden death zone of this area, because the undead overlord of this area was here. Therefore, all the other undead instinctively avoided this area, lest they be hunted down by this undead overlord. Therefore, this made the area within 100 miles become a no-man's land. Oh, it was a ghost-free area. Yang Dingtian held his breath and carefully went deeper. He felt that he was really walking on a wire rope, as if he was walking into hell. 30 miles into the ghost-free area. 50 miles. 80 miles. Suddenly, the cold aura became stronger and stronger. The aura of death around him became more and more oppressive. Even with medicinal pills, he felt that he couldn't breathe. That special aura of death seemed to be attacking Yang Dingtian all the time. It was as if he went deeper, even if no one attacked him, he would be penetrated by this aura of death and die. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and used all his willpower to force himself to go deeper, instead of turning around and running away. At this time, he was already 99 miles deep into the ghost-free area. Then, Yang Dingtian saw the undead overlord of this area, but, it didn't seem to be a 15th level, not even a 16th level. Yaoli had taught Yang Dingtian about elemental creatures and undead levels. The energy light emitted by 15th level, half-saint level, elemental creatures was golden. Their energy essence was also golden. And the light emitted by 20th level elemental creatures, saint level, was colorless. And this undead overlord in front of him, although the energy light on its body was golden, it was very thin and gradually became colorless. Yang Dingtian asked, "Ghost Emperor, what level is this undead overlord in front of us?" The Nether Ghost Emperor didn't make any sound in the soul ring. It was pretending to be dead again. It could be seen that this undead overlord in front of him had already made the 11th level Nether Ghost Emperor not dare to make any sound. Yang Dingtian was instantly impressed. "You are the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, yet you are able to adapt to circumstances." When it was awesome, it could command hundreds of saint level and half-saint level undead and Shura. Now, when it was weak, it didn't dare to make a sound in front of a 16th or 17th level undead. In the end, Yang Dingtian roughly determined that this undead overlord's level was about 17th level. Yang Dingtian's intestines were about to explode from regret. What he wanted to hunt was merely a 15th rank undead creature, obtain its hell magic crystal, and transform into a half-step saint undead creature. This way, he could freely hunt all undead below 13th level. Because, to him, energy essences above 13th level were a huge waste. The most useful one was 12th level energy essence. But in the end, he encountered a 17th level undead, such an awesome undead, even his 3 mysterious fire couldn't kill it. However, if he could obtain the hell magic crystal of this 17th level undead, it would be really awesome. In the entire dark realm, he could almost do whatever he wanted. Of course, it was absolutely impossible to kill a 17th level undead. Even the possibility of surviving was already impossible. After hesitating for less than half a second, Yang Dingtian decided to immediately turn around and escape. It was impossible for him to kill a 17th level undead. If he really did, he would definitely die. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian found that his body was completely immobile. "Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" The 17th level undead opened its mouth to speak. That voice was really as ear-piercing and terrifying as a sharp blade scraping against glass. Yang Dingtian was surprised. The undead could actually speak? One had to know that the undead were just the ghosts of people who had already died. They might be violent and bloodthirsty, but they basically had no intelligence or consciousness. And this undead could actually speak? Are you an undead? Are you a human? The undead overlord suddenly said, "Are you here to hunt me down?" Yang Dingtian remained silent. "Since you came to hunt me down, why didn't you make a move and just left?" The 17th level undead overlord asked. F***ck, I want to kill you. If you were at the 16th level, I would also go all out. But you're at the 17th level. What am I going to do? I'm just courting death. Human, I'm really curious. You're at most an 11th level powerhouse. Why did you come to hunt me down? The 17th level undead overlord asked. Yang Dingtian replied, I didn't expect you to be at the 17th level. Who told you that I was at the 17th level? The undead overlord asked, what level did you think the undead overlords of this domain were? I thought you were at the 15th level? Yang Dingtian asked. Oh? You thought you were at the 15th level? That means if you were at the 15th level, you could kill me? The undead overlord asked. That's right. Yang Dingtian said. Ha 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 ha. The undead overlord laughed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that his head was about to explode. This voice was really too terrifying and ear-piercing. After the undead overlord stopped laughing, he said sarcastically, an 11th level human actually said that he could kill a 15th level undead? How ridiculous. Good. I'm really going to open my eyes. I originally wanted to annihilate you directly, but since you said that you can kill a 5th-tier undead, I'll give you a chance to show it. Come, show me your heaven-defying moves and let me broaden my horizons. Let me see how you can eliminate an opponent who's 4 tiers higher than you. Yang Dingtian said, if I show you that I can kill a 15th level or even 16th level undead, will you let me go? Ha 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 ha. The undead overlord said, I don't know. I only know that if you don't make a move and open my eyes, I'll turn you into ashes right now. This meant that he had to make a move no matter what. Even if he made a move, he might still die in a while. But if he didn't make a move, he would die immediately. Yang Dingtian began to gather his profound qi, preparing to release the 3 profound flame lightning and launch an attack. Before making a move, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, then may I ask what level of undead you are? The 18th level. The undead overlord said. F***ck, the 18th level, Yang Dingtian swayed and almost fainted. Originally, the 17th level was already enough to make Yang Dingtian despair. But now, this undead overlord in front of him was actually at the 18th level. Now, Yang Dingtian's little life was already 90% gone. He really didn't expect that the undead overlord in this area was actually at the 18th level. If he had known, he wouldn't have come even if he died. A man whose heart was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, but now that things had come to this, he could only gamble with his life. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's whole body was completely locked down. The demon spirit mist cloak's flash technique was useless. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only hope that the 3 mysterious flame lightning would cause this undead overlord in front of him to shake so much that it would lose its energy lock on him. Then, Yang Dingtian would use the flash technique to escape. Thinking of this, Yang Dingtian said, Your Excellency, I've already used up a lot of my Xianxia. Can you allow me to fully recover my Xianxia? Of course, the undead overlord said. Then, Yang Dingtian took a mysterious gathering pill. In just half an hour, his Xianxia was fully recovered. Standing up, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. Although this place was a vacuum, there was no air, only the aura of death. Whoosh! He summoned the million spirit demon fire with the chaotic attribute. Whoosh! Then, he summoned the demon spirit demon fire with the chaotic attribute. Whoosh! Finally, he summoned the transparent void-splitting flame. Then, he poured 90% of his Xianxia energy into the 3 mysterious flames. The remaining 10% was prepared to escape. Seeing Yang Dingtian's 3 mysterious flames, this undead overlord was still lazy, but it didn't take them seriously. Yes, 3 heaven and earth mysterious flames were already extremely heaven-defying among humans, but they were nothing among undead overlords. The 3 mysterious flames were all filled with Xianxia energy. Whoosh! The 3 mysterious flames suddenly flew into the sky. Like meteors, they flew above the undead overlord's head. Then, they violently crashed. Boom! It wasn't just lightning. It was like the explosion of a large nuclear bomb. The darkness within 1,000 miles was violently torn apart. The entire night sky suddenly became as bright as day. This was a light that could completely blind people. The twin moons in the sky were completely covered by the glaring light. This incomparable mystic fire lightning condensed and struck the body of the rank 18 undead overlord. That's right, it was no longer a one-shot that could kill everything within several thousand meters. Instead, it was focused on a single point, the undead overlord. After the energy burst, Yang Dingtian didn't even look at the result. He quickly used the demonic spirit mist cloak's flash and turned around to flee. Sure enough, the seal was lifted and Yang Dingtian's blink was restored. Yang Dingtian ran for his life. In fact, although Yang Dingtian had only used 90% of his profound chi's triple profound flame lightning, it was already much more powerful than the previous time. It was truly formidable. The rank 18 undead spirit overlord had actually lost control of Yang Dingtian after being bombarded. Of course, what was the result? Yang Dingtian was definitely not going to watch. He immediately turned around and ran for his life. Yang Dingtian ran, however, he only managed to run for less than 10,000 meters before he was instantly locked in place, unable to move at all. Once again, he was locked in place. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly turned cold, and his limbs turned cold. Could it be that he was really going to die this time? After a full half a minute, this terrifying light gradually faded away, and Yang Dingtian regained his vision. He once again saw the rank 18 undead overlord, only to see it tremble slightly and shudder. It was completely safe and sound, without the slightest damage. Then, he clicked his tongue in amazement. Amazing, amazing, truly amazing. You're right, you're even more powerful than what you said. Not only can you kill a rank 15 undead overlord, that attack just now can also turn a rank 16 undead overlord into ashes. Then, this undead overlord sighed and said, to think that such a terrifying person could appear in the human race. A mere rank 11 profound flame lightning that surpasses rank 16 profound flame lightning. How heaven-defying is that? I've never seen or heard of such a thing before. Human, how old are you? More than 26 years old. Yang Dingtian said. Before the Great Nirvana era, the martial arts civilization should have been much more developed than yours, but there has never been such a powerful and terrifying person like you. The undead overlord sighed and said, I really can't imagine, 10 years later, 20 years later, what level will you be at? What exactly do you do? Are you the illegitimate child of the heavens? Yang Dingtian remained silent. The undead overlord said, okay, finished sighing, you can die now. Yang Dingtian was stunned. When he heard the undead overlord's praise just now, he thought that he would let him live. The undead overlord said, if I was still a human, I would definitely spare your life. But now that I'm an undead, my heart is only filled with endless darkness. The more outstanding a human is, the more I want to kill them. Whoosh! Then, the undead overlord's skeletal hand slowly reached out, and suddenly, a green ghost fire slowly rose. Yang Dingtian hurriedly asked, Senior, do you know Shiwu Piayan? The undead overlord was stunned, then nodded and said, Shiwu Piayan, of course I know him. The strongest person in the universe, the savior of the world, who doesn't know him? Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised and said, I'm his successor, so Senior might be an old friend to me. He used the same trick again. As long as he could save his life, he didn't care about these moral principles. The undead overlord sneered, gnashing his teeth and said, is that so? No wonder you're so powerful that it's terrifying. But, since you're his successor, I'll tear you to pieces even more, turn you into ashes, and then completely devour your soul. Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, why is that? He didn't expect that after he called out Shiwu Piayan's name, the undead overlord not only didn't spare his life, but also became even more vicious. Could it be that he was Shiwu Piaoyan's enemy? The undead overlord sneered and said, "You must be thinking that I'm Shiwu Piaoyan's enemy, right? You're really thinking too much. I'm not qualified to be his enemy. However, he did trample on me once, even though it was very unintentional. So, he doesn't know who I am, but I hate him to the bone." Yang Dingtian was startled. Wasn't this too short? The person he met turned out to be an unintentional enemy of Shiwu Piaoyan. The undead overlord laughed coldly and said, "Since you're Shiwu Piaoyan's successor, then I can't directly blast you to death with ghost fire. Instead, I'll devour you alive." Ha 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 ha. Then, the undead overlord looked up to the sky and roared. In an instant, the two moons in the sky were completely enveloped by the dark energy of death. Yang Dingtian raised his head, and even the moonlight in the sky couldn't be seen. The space around his body was completely enveloped by the energy of death. Boom. Then, the undead overlord suddenly changed, and his entire body completely turned into a raging ghost fire. It was a golden color that resembled a colorless will-o'-the-wisp, but at the same time, it carried a faint glow. Die, turn into ashes, devour. Then, the rank 18 undead overlord transformed into flames and charged towards Yang Dingtian. As for Yang Dingtian, he could not move at all. It was as if his entire body had been frozen. He could only watch helplessly as an 18th grade will-o'-the-wisp devoured him. Boom, the 18th grade ghost fire seemed capable of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth as it engulfed Yang Dingtian completely. The entire flame surged into Yang Dingtian's body. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's vision turned white, and his entire body sank into nothingness. After that, he didn't know anything. This energy was simply too powerful. Even if they were to die, they wouldn't feel anything. However, the feeling of being annihilated was too clear. It was unknown how much time had passed, or perhaps not much time had passed at all. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and slowly woke up. Am I dead? Or was it something else? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but stretch out his hands. That's right, his hands were still his, and his body was still his. Not only was he not dead, but he was also safe and sound. It was just that there was no profound chi energy in his body. It was empty. And that rank 18 undead overlord had completely disappeared without a trace. How strange. Why wasn't he dead? Then, Yang Dingtian quickly understood why. It was still the black-green dragon in the depths of his chi. Because Yang Dingtian was about to die, it had no choice but to make a move again. Because if Yang Dingtian died, it would lose its host. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but wake up Queen Poisa in his mind and said, "Xianxia, what happened just now, do you know?" Queen Poisa shook her head and said, "I don't know. This undead overlord was too powerful." Then, Yang Dingtian tried to feel the black-green dragon in the depths of his chi. It was very strange that he couldn't feel its existence at all. Previously, although it was deeply dormant, Yang Dingtian could still feel it. But this time, Yang Dingtian actually couldn't feel it at all. Could it be that the black-green dragon and the rank 18 undead overlord had perished together? Please don't. The weight of 10,000 undead overlords added together was not as good as a black-green dragon. So, Yang Dingtian hurriedly let Queen Poisa's consciousness drill into his chi to check if the black-green flame was still there. Fortunately, it was still there. But this time, it wasn't just dormant. It seemed to be dormant and resting. It was as if the destruction of this rank 18 undead overlord had reached the limit of this black-green dragon. Therefore, it had to sink into the depths of his chi to recover. Of course, it might be digested, but the black-green flame didn't care about the undead energy. That meant that the next time there was such a fatal danger, the black-green flame wouldn't come to his rescue. At least, it would have to wait until it woke up again to make a move. In other words, Yang Dingtian couldn't court death without fear in the future. If he dared to court death again, he would really die. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and then raised his head. A golden helm magic crystal, which was gradually becoming transparent and colorless, floated in the air. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was ecstatic, almost suffocating. This was a rank 18 helm magic crystal. The black-green dragon really didn't want the undead energy, so after killing the undead overlord, it directly gave the Hell magic crystal to Yang Dingtian. Could this be considered as regaining what was lost? Or even worse, Yang Dingtian was obviously going to die, but in the end, not only did he not die, but he really got a rank 18 Hell magic crystal. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and held the rank 18 Hell magic crystal in his hand. Wow! The energy inside was filled with the aura of death. It was really incomparably powerful. Smelling this aura, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, who was pretending to be dead, suddenly came to life and clicked his tongue. Heavens, a rank 18 Hell magic crystal. Yang Dingtian said, Ghost Emperor, in view of your cowardice, you can only get a quarter of the Hell magic crystal. You can object, but I'll start counting down from 10. After the countdown ends, you can only get a fifth. Okay. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, hurry up, use this rank 18 Hell magic crystal to transform and then go hunt the high undead. You can do whatever you want within a few thousand miles. Kill whoever you want. All the undead below rank 17 can only stand there and be beaten by you. Not only do they not dare to fight back, they don't even dare to escape. Yang Dingtian said, this is a rank 18 Hell magic crystal. Can I use it? Please, it's not like you're devouring it. If you dare to devour it, I guarantee that 100 lives will be gone. You're just using it to hide your transformation. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, hurry up, time is precious. Every moment is more precious than gold. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor was right. Every minute was incomparably precious because the Great Taboo Day was only one day. He had to seize every minute to hunt. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and injected his divine sense into the rank 18 Hell magic crystal. Then, he pressed it against his heart. Whoosh! In an instant, Yang Dingtian transformed completely and turned into an extremely powerful Class 18 undead overlord. His whole body emitted a golden light. His two eyes were like dancing flames. Wherever he went, there was an unparalleled aura of death. From now on, he was the only undead overlord within 1,000 miles. The countless undead within 1,000 miles were all his prey. Yang Dingtian quickly sat down cross-legged and took a mystic gathering pill to recover his battle chi. More than half an hour later, his battle Xianxia was already recovering slowly. Then, he quickly ran out of the domain. In an instant, an unparalleled death energy field followed. Within this energy field, all undead below rank 17 were unable to move and did not dare to resist. Soon, Yang Dingtian rushed out of the 100 miles free zone. More than 10,000 meters ahead, there were dozens of undead. There were 2 rank 16 undead and 3 rank 15 undead. Because this place was very close to the core of the domain, the undead here were all very high level. At this time, the rank 16 undead were hunting the rank 15 undead. While Yang Dingtian was rushing over, Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed over. In an instant, all the undead at the 16th and 15th level stopped moving and stood there motionless. They were all stunned by the energy field of the rank 18 undead overlord. Yang Dingtian was ecstatic. Tonight, the real hunting feast had begun. Note, Happy Valentine's Day, please vote. The chapter has been updated. I haven't written a single chapter in half a month. Using Valentine's Day as an excuse, alright. 1. Isn't it Valentine's Day today? If it wasn't for the flower shop that opened in a hurry near the neighborhood, I wouldn't have known. However, Pastry and my wife are already an old married couple. They celebrate Valentine's Day every year, but it's very simple. It's just going out for a meal. As for gifts and flowers, I don't give her any of them. My wife asked me why I didn't give her any gifts on Valentine's Day. I proudly said that I don't want to give her anything cheap. If I want to give her something expensive, I'll give her something expensive. However, I don't have any money right now. I'll first record it and write an IOU, so, until now, I've written a lot of IOUs for Valentine's Day. From big diamond rings to watches, I've written them all. However, I haven't cashed in any of them, cough cough. Anyway, I'm very thick-skinned. However, I still hope that Pastry can work hard and cash in his wife's IOUs for Valentine's Day. Even cashing in just one would be good. So, I hope that I can earn more money this year. Work hard and have a good character. Oh right, when we went to eat at the restaurant today, they gave me a rose at the end. My wife didn't care about this rose. She never wanted flowers. Of course, I never gave her any either. In the end, no one took this rose. I can't possibly hold a rose in my hand on Valentine's Day, so I looked at our 2.5-year-old baby daughter and said, "Baby, Daddy will give you this rose, okay?" Then, my baby excitedly shouted "Rose, Rose, Rose" and held the rose in her hand. She held the rose in her left hand and a slice of watermelon in her right hand. We happily went home. Alright, today's Valentine's Day story is finished. Here, I wish all my readers that lovers will find their way together and have a sweet and happy love. Finally, I have nothing to do anyway, bosses, give me a few monthly votes. At least, monthly votes are more important to me than roses. Thank you, everyone. Good night. Yang Dingtian quickly locked onto a 16th level undead. Then, he summoned the Million Spirit Demonic Fire, Demon Spirit Demonic Fire, and Void Splitting Fire. After infusing enough chi, the three mystic fires suddenly rushed into the sky. Then, they violently collided in the air. Boom! Suddenly, the incomparably powerful three mystic fire lightning directly bombarded the 16th level undead. Suddenly, a terrible light tore through the night sky again, like a nuclear explosion. During the whole process, the 16th level undead stood still. In an instant, it was directly turned into ashes. From the beginning to the end, it did not resist at all. It did not even try to escape. Yang Dingtian's three mystic fire lightning was indeed powerful. It could actually directly destroy a 16th level undead. There was a 16th level hell magic crystal floating in the air. Yang Dingtian immediately went over, collected it, and threw it into the soul ring. After destroying the 16th level undead, Yang Dingtian began to sit down and recover his chi for battle. After only a quarter of an hour, his chi for battle was completely recovered. Then, he used the three mystic fire lightning to destroy another 16th level undead. Then, there was another 16th level hell magic crystal in Yang Dingtian's soul ring. He sat down again, swallowed a mystic gathering pill, and recovered his chi for battle. At this time, there were only 5 15th level undead left. After recovering all his chi for battle, Yang Dingtian locked onto 3 15th level undead and then bombarded them with the three mystic fire lightning. Boom! Once again, there was a light like a nuclear explosion. The terrible three mystic fire lightning directly bombarded the 3 15th level undead. Then, the night sky hundreds of miles away was as bright as day again. After nearly a minute, the light dissipated. Yang Dingtian found that the 3 15th level undead were actually not turned into ashes. They were just crazily trembling on the spot. Just a little bit more. It seemed that Yang Dingtian's three mystic fire lightning was not enough to destroy 3 15th level undead at the same time. So, after Yang Dingtian recovered his chi for battle, he bombarded them again. The 3 15th level undead were officially turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian had obtained 3 more 15th tier hell magic crystals. Next, after Yang Dingtian recovered his battle chi, he used the 3 profound fire lightning to eliminate the remaining 2 5th level undead creatures. It would be difficult to kill 3 at the same time, but 2 wasn't a problem. The first wave of crazy hunting had ended. Yang Dingtian obtained a total of 2 16th tier and 5 15th tier hell mana crystals. Yang Dingtian once again moved towards the periphery. It didn't take long for them to encounter a huge wave of specters. There were hundreds of specters at the 12th, 13th, 14th, and even 15th level. At this moment, these undead were crazily killing and devouring each other. Yang Dingtian rushed into the center of this pile of undead spirits. In an instant, the hundreds of undead froze in place, unable to move at all. The death aura of a level 18 undead instantly suppressed them. Then, the undead waited for Yang Dingtian's verdict. He had struck it rich. Although this wave wasn't as high level as the first wave, the 12th level hell magic crystals were what Yang Dingtian needed. Yang Dingtian directly released the 3 profound fire lightning to the extreme, and then violently blasted it down. This time, it wasn't targeted at one or a few undead creatures, but all hundreds of them. Boom! Once again, the terrifying light tore through the sky. Then, hundreds of low-level undead creatures were all turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian sat down cross-legged, recovered his battle chi, and then quickly released the second profound fire lightning. Suddenly, dozens of undead creatures were turned into ashes. Next, Yang Dingtian released the 3 profound fire lightning 15 times, spending 2.5 hours. Finally, this wave of undead creatures was completely wiped out. Hundreds of different kinds of hell magic crystals floated in the air. Yang Dingtian quickly collected these hell magic crystals, and then sent them all into the soul ring. After recovering his battle chi, he once again rushed outside to kill the third wave of undead creatures. 200 miles later, Yang Dingtian encountered the third large-scale gathering of undead creatures. This time, it was even crazier, with a total of 1 to 2,000 undead creatures. However, their levels would be much lower. The highest were only 12th level undead creatures, with some 11th level undead creatures, and most of them were 9th level and 10th level undead creatures. At this time, these undead creatures were completely in a mess. And after Yang Dingtian rushed in, the death aura of the 18th level undead overlord suppressed them again. All the undead within a radius of a few miles instantly stopped moving and stood still. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything, and directly blasted the 3 profound fire lightning. Boom! The terrifying light of a nuclear bomb exploded once again, and hundreds of undead creatures were all turned into ashes. Suddenly, colorful hell magic crystals floated in the air. Yang Dingtian recovered his battle chi at the fastest speed, and then blasted again, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, after a total of 18 times, nearly 3 hours later. Yang Dingtian finally wiped out this wave of close to 2,000 undead creatures. Then, he quickly went to collect these 2,000 hell magic crystals. This time it could be considered the biggest harvest in history. After collecting these hell magic crystals, Yang Dingtian said, "Nether Ghost Emperor, you should give me the energy essences of the first 2 waves." After the Nether Ghost Emperor swallowed countless hell magic crystals, his cultivation had skyrocketed, and he suddenly felt like his soul had left his body. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, he directly said, "Do you think I will be greedy for your hell magic crystals?" Then, a handful of energy essences quickly appeared in Yang Dingtian's palm. Yang Dingtian quickly put them all into the energy jade box. "Oh right, I can't purify the 14th level, 15th level, and 16th level hell magic crystals at the moment. I need to at least break through to 14th level, the Nether Ghost Emperor said. Yang Dingtian asked, "How far have you broken through?" 5th level, 12th level. The Nether Ghost Emperor said, "Because I didn't devour the hell magic crystals above 14th level, that would be too wasteful. So, I need your hell magic crystals below 13th level. Quickly send them in. After I break through, I can purify the high-level hell magic crystals for you." Yang Dingtian immediately stuffed close to 2,000 hell magic crystals into the soul ring. Suddenly, the Nether Ghost Emperor trembled, as if he had taken drugs. Heavens! 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 This world is too crazy. Only when you lose it, do you know how precious energy is. Then, the Nether Ghost Emperor quickly took out his share and devoured it crazily. Yang Dingtian began to recover his battle chi, preparing for the next wave of killing. Because there was not much time left, the 2 moons were already in the west, and the Great Taboo Day was about to end. Soon, Yang Dingtian arrived at the next wave, which was already 400 miles away. There were even more undead here, more than 10,000 of them. However, their levels were too low, the highest was only 9th level. Even 10th level undead couldn't be seen, this should be the outermost area of this area. Although killing this batch of undead was relatively easy, the price-performance ratio was too low. Thus, Yang Dingtian decided to try another undead area. If he could encounter a wave of 2,000 undead of between 10th and 13th level, that would be too awesome. After making the decision, he immediately went to do it. Yang Dingtian used the demonic mist cloak's blink technique. He quickly flew towards the south, looking for the next undead area. This was a simple matter. Yang Dingtian didn't care about the consumption of his Xianxia at all. He used the blink technique and rushed 1,000 miles away, discovering a brand new undead area. He directly rushed to the outermost area, where there were more than 10,000 low-level undead. Yang Dingtian didn't rush in immediately, but sat down cross-legged to restore his combat Xianxia. Originally, Yang Dingtian was worried that if he wasn't the overlord of this area, these undead would be afraid of him and rebel. As a result, he worried too much. When he appeared in this group of undead, the tens of thousands of undead were motionless, standing there, and all stopped killing each other. After restoring his combat Xianxia, Yang Dingtian began to go deeper. Soon, he encountered the undead group that he had dreamed of. This wave of undead was more wonderful than Yang Dingtian had imagined. There were nearly 3,000 undead, with the lowest being 9th level and the highest being 13th level. The situation of this group of undead was simply perfect. At this time, the 2 moons were already very far to the west, and there wasn't much time left. This was definitely the last wave of hunting, and it was also the wave of hunting that Yang Dingtian had reaped the most rewards. He took a deep breath. He summoned 3 Xian flames, and then injected all his Xianxia energy. The 3 Xian flames flew into the air and slammed into each other. Boom! The unparalleled Xian flame lightning suddenly enveloped the whole group of 3,000 undead. Once again, there was a violent light like a nuclear bomb. Countless low-level undead were instantly turned into ashes. Fast, 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 Yang Dingtian took the Xian gathering pill regardless of the cost to restore his combat Xianxia. Then, he released the second Xian flame lightning as fast as he could. Boom! In the light of the power of blinding, countless undead were instantly turned into ashes. In this way, Yang Dingtian restored his Xianxia as fast as he could and released the Xian flame lightning as fast as he could. The 10th attack. The 15th attack. The 20th attack. The 2 moons were constantly slanting to the west, and the end of the Great Forbidden Day was getting closer and closer. And around Yang Dingtian, the surviving high undead were getting fewer and fewer. The 23rd attack. The 25th attack. Soon, soon. There were only a few high undead in the surroundings. Boom! Yang Dingtian suddenly released the last Xian flame lightning. In an instant, the last few high undead were all turned into ashes. In the air, there were 3,000 hell magic crystals floating. Sure enough, it was the most abundant harvest. Yang Dingtian's hunting feast was over. Next, it was time to count all the harvest of the Great Forbidden Day. It was really a case of not opening for half a month, but opening for 100 years. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to reap his fruits of labor, then, there was a sudden flash in front of his eyes, and suddenly, a brand new undead suddenly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was stunned at first. He had clearly finished killing all of them just now. Why was there another one running over? However, when he opened his eyes to see clearly, he was almost scared out of his wits. Because this undead's body was emitting a colorless light. That's right, it was colorless. This could only mean one thing. This undead was a level 20 saint level undead. Yang Dingtian's body was completely unable to move in an instant. It should be the undead overlord of this area. Yang Dingtian should have invaded its territory, so it came to defend its authority. This saint-level undead monarch stared at Yang Dingtian with its transparent and colorless eyes. After a long time, it slowly raised the sword in its hand without saying a word. This sword was a skeletal bone sword, and it was releasing an incomparably terrifying aura from all over its body. It seemed that this was a very silent undead monarch. Yang Dingtian's celestial qi at this time was almost exhausted. Of course, even if his celestial qi was full, it would be useless. If he was cut down by the opponent's sword, he would definitely die. In front of an 18th level powerhouse, he was incomparably weak, let alone a 20 level saint level powerhouse. Before, when Yang Dingtian entered this undead territory, he had also thought about this problem. Would he anger the undead overlord of this area? But thinking that he was faster, the undead overlord should only care about those high-level undead. Yang Dingtian only hunted the undead in the periphery, so it shouldn't mind. As a result, this undead monarch minded. Looking at the sword raised by the undead monarch, Yang Dingtian suddenly said, "Your Excellency, do you know Shi Wu Piaoyan? I am his successor." When Yang Dingtian said this sentence again, it felt as if a crack had opened in the ground, and then he had drilled into it. How shameful, he was using the tiger's skin as a banner. But after hearing Yang Dingtian's words, this undead monarch did not have any reaction. Just like before, he slashed down with his sword. "My life is over, at this point, releasing the Naga Shuang would be useless. Even so, it could only give this undead monarch a temporary shock. Although he couldn't kill Naga, he could still kill Yang Dingtian. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to be smashed into pieces, suddenly, the two enormous moons descended. The bone sword that the undead monarch used to slash at Yang Dingtian suddenly disappeared. Then, the undead lord also disappeared inch by inch, turning into endless darkness. Yang Dingtian didn't even have the time to exclaim in surprise. He used the last of his profound qi to quickly collect the hell magic crystals in the air. He didn't even have time to store them in the energy jade box and directly poured them into the soul ring. As the great taboo day ended, the energy field of the dark realm would change, and the energy crystals would turn into nothing. In less than a few seconds, Yang Dingtian flashed a few dozen kilometers and collected more than half of the hell mana crystals. At this moment, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor suddenly shouted, it's full, you can't enter." It turned out that the soul ring was already full. There were too many hell magic crystals. It was too late. Yang Dingtian quickly poured the rest of the hell magic crystals into the interspatial ring. This was an absolutely isolated space, and it had a very limited volume. Therefore, the hell magic crystals couldn't evaporate and could be stored for a long time. Finally, the great taboo day was completely over. The two moons had completely disappeared, and the powerful energy that filled the dark realm had also completely disappeared. The two suns in the east would rise again after a period of time. Although Yang Dingtian's speed was already extremely fast, there was still a small portion of the hell magic crystals that turned into ashes in the air, dispersing into wisps of death energy and dissipating in the dark realm. Yang Dingtian sighed and thought to himself, there's nothing perfect in this world. Tonight was already extremely sumptuous. Perhaps a little bit of regret would be the best result. At this moment, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor suddenly shouted, quickly take out your level 18 hell magic crystal. How do I do it? Yang Dingtian asked loudly. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, use light lightning to strike yourself. Yang Dingtian quickly used Devil Sky Splitting Lightning to strike himself directly. Immediately, his whole body broke away from the shadow of the 18th step undead overlord with Cold Cicada. Immediately after, the level 18 undead overlord's shadow quickly condensed into a level 18 hell magic crystal and was about to be completely annihilated. Yang Dingtian used lightning speed to stuff it into the soul ring. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor had just devoured a lot of his own hell magic crystals, so this level 18 hell magic crystal safely entered the soul ring. However, its energy was still a little lacking. Yang Dingtian didn't have time to take inventory because the last wave of hell magic crystals was too sumptuous. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor still needed some time to finish devouring and purifying. He quickly sat down cross-legged and recovered his battle Xianxia. After nearly 15 minutes, Yang Dingtian's Xianxia had completely recovered. Then, he used his fastest speed to fly towards the underground cave where Yaoli and the others were hiding. Using the blink technique, Yang Dingtian arrived 1,000 miles away in just an hour, where Yaoli and the others were hiding. Before he could lift the rock, Yaoli's voice came from inside, Yang Dingtian, is that you? Yes, it's me, Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, the rock was lifted and Yang Dingtian quickly flashed in. As soon as he entered the cave, Yao Zi's voluptuous body pounced on him and said, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. Then, under Yao Li's murderous gaze, Yao Zi unwillingly let go of Yang Dingtian. Then, she opened her big eyes and said, Mr. Yang Dingtian, was it fun? Did you get a lot? Yang Dingtian nodded. Yao Zi said, sigh, I shouldn't have hidden back then. I should have gone with you. After saying that, she gently stuck out her tongue. She knew that what she said was ridiculous. As the Nether Ghost Emperor's purification of the hell magic crystals was not completed, Yang Dingtian picked up the sword and began to modify the underground cave. Although it was difficult to modify it into a 4-room, 2-living-room layout, it was still possible to make the cave bigger and more comfortable for the 6 of them. In the end, 4 to 5 hours passed. Yao Li and the others really managed to dig out 2 rooms. Finally, the Nether Ghost Emperor's purification and essence work was completed. After devouring the portion that belonged to him, the remaining hell magic crystals were all refined into energy essence. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to take out the energy essence, Yao Li suddenly said, "Everyone, follow me to the other room." Immediately, the 5 of them all went to the other room. Although Yao Li trusted Bo Lu and the others, she was still worried that they would have other thoughts when faced with such a large amount of energy essence. More importantly, she felt that not knowing Yang Dingtian's specific harvest was beneficial to both sides. Yang Dingtian felt that it was unnecessary, but Yao Li was still determined to do so. Thus, only Yang Dingtian was left in the stone room to do the inventory. Immediately, Yang Dingtian saw that there were more and more hell magic crystals in his hands. More and more, a few dozen, a few hundred, a few thousand, there were actually a few thousand of them. This harvest was simply too crazy and bountiful. Yang Dingtian was extremely happy. The results were out. After deducting the Nether Ghost Emperor's share, the energy essence was as follows. Level 16, 2. Not purified, still in the soul ring, level 15, 5. Level 14, 8. Level 13, 40. Level 12, 115. Level 11, 373. Level 10, 1123. Level 9, 1958. Level 8, 1235. Of course, there was also a portion of the hell magic crystals that Yang Dingtian kept in the interspatial ring. A considerable portion of the low-level undead essence was directly devoured by the Nether Ghost Emperor. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, "Ghost Emperor, you've devoured so many hell magic crystals. What's your cultivation level now?" The Nether Ghost Emperor proudly said, "How is it too much? It's only a quarter." Then, he said, "Now, I'm already at level 14, 5th rank." Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. "You've only devoured a quarter and you're already at level 14, 8th rank. How much will I break through?" The Nether Ghost Emperor said, "I think you should calm down first. Don't think about reaching the sky in a single step. I'm an energy body, you're a human. After devouring the hell magic crystals, I can absorb most of the energy and convert it into my own cultivation. But you, to break through a certain level of the Sea of Qi, you need 10 times or dozens of times the energy of the same level. So, your conversion rate is less than a fraction of mine." Yang Dingtian said, "Then, how much do you think I'll break through?" "If you devoured all of them, you'll probably be at level 13, the Nether Ghost Emperor said. "How is that possible?" Yang Dingtian said in shock. "My harvest this time is more than others in 100 years. "That's right," the Nether Ghost Emperor said, "but the experts in the Little Western Paradise who cultivate here need at least 200 years to break through to level 13 from level 11. It's not like you don't know Yao Li's situation." Yang Dingtian was stunned. That's right, Yao Li was the young master of the Silvermoon clan. He cultivated in the Dark Realm twice but still did not break through to Half-Step Saint. Now, it seemed that humans were the most powerful intelligent life forms. The time needed to break through to level 9 was the shortest. Unfortunately, humans had a limited lifespan. Moreover, the capacity of their Sea of Qi and Xian meridians were limited. So, after the Great Nirvana, it was very difficult to cultivate to the Saint Realm. However, there were still Saint Realm experts 500 years ago. Although their numbers were very few, they still existed. Yang Dingtian could not imagine how the experts from 500 years ago broke through to Saint Realm. But obviously, it was impossible to do it normally. They must have had a great opportunity. Otherwise, they would not be able to break through to Saint Realm in 200 or 300 years. However, there seemed to be no records of how these people broke through to Saint Realm. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian fused the energy essences and fused all the energy essences to the peak of each class. In the end, there were a total of 80 peak level 9 level 8, close to level 9. 130 peak level 9, close to level 10. 80 energy essences close to level 11. 32 energy essences close to level 12. 21 energy essences close to level 13. Above level 13, there was no need to fuse them. They were still the same. Sure enough, once the fusion was completed, the harvest did not seem to be that great. Yang Dingtian went outside and met with Yao Li and the others. He said, about the distribution this time, this is what I plan to do. You don't have to say it. Yao Li said, we will never accept it. If we accept it, it will be a stain on our dignity. The Fox Demon clan will never accept handouts. Yang Dingtian was startled and said, but, I might really need your strength. Yao Li said, no matter what kind of name it is, this is reaping without sowing. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Yao Zi, Al Wen, Al Wu, how many energy essences do we need to break through to level 11? Yao Li said, you don't have to ask that. Yang Dingtian said, just tell me. Yao Zi said, we need about 20 energy essences close to level 11 and 2 energy essences close to level 12 to break through. That's about the same as my estimation. Yang Dingtian took out 3 energy jade boxes and handed them to Yao Zi. In each box, there are 20 energy essences close to level 11 and 2 energy essences close to level 12. Seeing that Yao Li was about to stand up, Yang Dingtian said, listen to me first. Yang Dingtian said, Yao Li, it will be more difficult for you to break through to level 12 from level 11, level 8, because this is a major rank. You need about 6 energy essences close to level 12 and 3 energy essences close to level 13. Then, Yang Dingtian took out another box and said, the energy essences here should be enough for you to break through to level 12. Yang Dingtian looked at Bo Lu and said, if you want to break through to level 12, you might need more energy essences. The ones in this box should be enough for you to break through to level 12. As soon as these words came out, Bo Lu's expression changed drastically. He was an attendant, and Yao Li was the master. This time, the energy essences he received were actually more than Yao Li. Al Wen and Al Wu were also attendants, and the energy essences they received were actually the same as Yao Zi. Immediately, Bo Lu, Al Wen, and Al Wu felt a complete shudder from the inside out. Of course, my allocation this time is all based on needs. There is only one goal, and that is to not turn and run when we encounter level 12 energy essences. Yang Dingtian said, Bo Lu, Yao Li, and I have all broken through to level 12, and I have even broken through to a higher level. Then, in the following time, not only can we fight level 12, we can even fight level 13, and our cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, this kind of allocation based on needs will only be done once. In the future, we will still follow Yao Li's allocation method. Yao Li waited until Yang Dingtian finished speaking, and her expression was solemn. She immediately wanted to reject Yang Dingtian's gift. Yang Dingtian stopped her and said, I'm not a villain, and I'm not a gentleman. I have to say here that I may need your help in the future doomsday war of the human countries. I need your strength very much, so I beg you to accept it. Of course, there is still a lot of energy essences left, but I'm sorry, I need to break through to half-saint in a very, very short time. Yao Li said, you said that you can leave the Dark Realm in advance, right? You can also take us out in advance? Yes. Yang Dingtian said, so, I hope that when the Doomsday War arrives, you can lend me a hand. Yao Li was silent for a moment, and then she nodded and said, I understand. Then, under Yao Li's lead, each person took away their own energy jade box. After the allocation, each person began to devour the energy essences and break through their cultivation base. First, Yao Li and Bo Lu broke through. As expected, the energy essences Yang Dingtian gave them were enough for them to break through to level 12. Then, Yao Li and Bo Lu began to guard. Yang Dingtian, Yao Zi, Al Wen, and Al Wu began to devour and break through. Yang Dingtian first took out the energy essence close to level 12, began to devour, and began to break through. Boom. Endless energy crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's Qi. Just a quarter of an hour later, Yang Dingtian's Qi suddenly exploded, and his entire body sank into nothingness. He broke through to level 11, first grade. Boom, 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 just like that, Yang Dingtian crazily devoured the energy essences and broke through crazily. Note, because I might not be able to go home for the new year, I'm a little depressed, so today's update is a little late. Sorry. Although there were a lot of energy essences given to Yao Li and the others, especially those close to level 12, there were a total of 32. Yang Dingtian directly gave out more than half of them. In the beginning, Yang Dingtian wanted to devour these close to level 12 energy essences. When the critical moment came, he would use these close to level 13 energy essences to advance by leaps and bounds. This was also the most reasonable plan. Out of the 32 close to level 12, Yang Dingtian gave out 17, leaving him with 15. Of course, Yang Dingtian was already very close to level 11, first grade, so he broke through almost instantly and almost didn't spend any energy essences. Soon, Yang Dingtian broke through level 11, second grade. At this time, the first close to level 12 energy essence was exhausted, and the second was also half consumed. Boom! Yang Dingtian broke through level 11, third grade. At this time, more than half of the fifth energy essence was also consumed. Boom! Yang Dingtian broke through level 11, fourth grade. At this time, the seventh close to level 12 energy essence had been exhausted. Boom! When Yang Dingtian broke through level 11, fifth grade. The 10th close to level 12 energy essence had been exhausted. Boom! When Yang Dingtian broke through level 11, sixth grade. The 14th close to level 12 energy essence was exhausted. Then, the last close to level 12 energy essence was exhausted. Yang Dingtian began to devour the close to level 13 energy essence. In fact, at this time, he could keep a part of the ordinary level 12 energy essence and break through safely. But Yang Dingtian still chose the ultimate level energy essence. This way, the breakthrough would be very powerful and there would be no waste of energy. Sure enough, when the close to level 13 energy essence poured into Yang Dingtian's body, he saw a white light in front of his eyes, and then his whole body instantly fell into nothingness. This close to level 13 energy essence was really too powerful. In just a moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed to level 11, 7th grade. Boom! In a moment, he directly rushed to level 11, 8th grade. Then, when he was about to break through level 11, 9th grade, the first close to level 13 energy essence was completely exhausted. Look, this was the strength of the ultimate energy essence. It was not sloppy at all, but rather a mad dash. The second energy essence that was close to level 13 surged in. As expected, a powerful energy surged in. Yang Dingtian directly broke through to the 9th rank of the 11th step, and then continued to soar rapidly. The 9th, 12th, and 15th stages were all major stages. Of course, the 9th and 15th ranks were more important. No matter how big the 12th level was, it was just a passing hurdle. After breaking through to the 9th rank of the 11th step, the energy essence continued to pour in. Soon, Yang Dingtian's sea of qi began to expand. The second one's energy essence, which was close to level 13, was exhausted. His sea of qi was still expanding, but it lacked the motivation to make a sudden breakthrough. The third energy essence that was close to rank 13 surged in. Boom boom boom. Finally, when the third one was close to rank 13, the energy essence was exhausted. Yang Dingtian successfully broke through the 12th stage. Yang Dingtian had 21 energy essences that were close to rank 13. After giving away 5, he still had 16 left. Now, 3 were used to break through to the 12th stage, and there were 13 left. Only 1 was used to break through to the first rank of the 12th stage. 2 were used to break through to the second rank of the 12th stage. 2.5 were used to break through to the third rank of the 12th stage. 4 were used to break through to the fourth rank of the 12th stage. From this data, it could be seen that the energy essence needed to break through the sea of qi was not very regular. There was only a general pattern, and it would be more or less completely based on various situations. And when Yang Dingtian used up all the energy essences close to rank 12, he had not broken through to the 5th rank of the 12th stage. At this time, he still had about 40 energy essences of rank 13 in his hands. He could choose to directly devour the energy essences of rank 13, or he could choose to synthesize the 40 energy essences close to rank 14. After hesitating for a while, Yang Dingtian still chose to synthesize. After synthesizing the 40 energy essences of rank 13, there were only 6 energy essences close to rank 14 left. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. With this number, it should not be a problem to break through to the 13th stage. Yang Dingtian's devouring continued and began to devour the energy essences close to rank 14. In an instant, the golden light flashed in front of his eyes, and the feeling of completely losing consciousness came again. Boom! In an instant, the incomparably powerful energy essence madly entered. Yang Dingtian's sea of qi did not seem to break through, but directly exploded to the 5th rank of the 12th stage. Then, without any pause, he directly broke through to the 6th rank of the 12th stage. Then, the energy surged in again and directly broke through to the 7th rank of the 12th stage. At this time, the first energy essence close to rank 14 was used up. The second energy essence close to rank 14 began to be devoured. Boom! Yang Dingtian broke through to the 8th rank of the 12th stage. But when he was about to break through to the 9th rank of the 12th stage, the second energy essence close to rank 14 was used up. He began to devour the third energy essence close to rank 14. Boom! As expected, Yang Dingtian directly broke through to the 9th rank of the 12th stage. Then, he began to break through again. When the third energy essence close to rank 14 was used up, the sea of qi did not change much. When the fourth was used up, the sea of qi began to expand. When the fifth was used up, the sea of qi expanded to the limit. When the sixth began to devour, the sea of qi suddenly exploded. Boom! Yang Dingtian finally got his wish and broke through to the 13th rank. Moreover, this sixth energy essence close to rank 14 still did not stop after breaking through to the 13th rank, directly allowing Yang Dingtian to break through to the first rank of the 13th rank. It seemed that the breakthrough of devouring energy essence, within a certain range, really did not have a very accurate pattern to speak of. From the 9th rank of the 11th rank, breaking through to the 12th rank, it only used about 2 energy essences close to the 13th rank. However, to break through to the 13th rank, it actually used nearly 4. Of course, although he finally broke through to the first rank of the 13th rank, the energy essence consumed was indeed a little more. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. At this time, several hours had already passed. His devouring and breakthrough was almost over. This meant that the harvest of the entire Great Taboo Day was almost over. Of course, Yang Dingtian still had a batch of energy essences close to the 9th rank, the 10th rank, and the 11th rank at this time. This was because, although devouring energy essences lower than the cultivation level was effective, the cost-performance ratio was not high. Therefore, Yang Dingtian planned to bring this batch of energy essences back to the human countries and give it to the higher-ups of the Council of Light to help them break through their cultivation level. At this time, Yang Dingtian still had 8 energy essences close to the 14th rank, 5 energy essences close to the 15th rank, 2 unpurified Helm magic crystals of the 16th rank, and 1 unpurified Helm magic crystal of the 18th rank, and in his space ring, there was still a batch of Helm magic crystals that had not been purified in time. There were probably a few hundred of them, or perhaps 1,000 of them. However, Yang Dingtian wasn't able to estimate the exact class. At this time, Yang Dingtian was faced with another choice: should he devour the remaining 8 energy essences of the 14th rank? According to his estimation, these 8 energy essences could be combined into 1 energy essence close to the 15th rank, and then there would be about 1 or 2 left. After thinking for a moment, Yang Dingtian still decided to combine the 8 energy essences of the 14th rank. Sure enough, in the end, he only managed to combine 1 energy essence close to the 15th rank, leaving behind an ordinary 14th rank. Yang Dingtian held this huge energy essence close to the 15th rank, and could not help but feel a little shaken. This energy essence was close to the golden color. Yang Dingtian decided to try devouring an ordinary 14th rank energy essence. Soon, Yang Dingtian discovered its characteristics. Soon, Yang Dingtian discovered why he had to combine the ultimate energy essence. The energy contained in this 14th rank energy essence was very sufficient and very strong, surpassing that of close to the 14th rank. However, it was not strong. The process of entering the body and energy reserve was relatively slow. Therefore, during the whole process, there was a huge overflow and waste. In the end, this 14th rank 4th rank energy essence was clearly stronger than the energy essence close to the 14th rank, but it took close to 20 minutes for it to be completely devoured. In the end, Yang Dingtian swallowed this 14th rank 4th rank energy essence and broke through to the 13th rank 2nd rank. That was all. And if Yang Dingtian had swallowed an energy essence close to the 14th rank, it might not even take 1.5 to achieve such a breakthrough. And the energy contained in the 14th rank 4th rank energy essence was several times that of close to the 14th rank. It seemed that there was no need to think about it in the future, and it was right to combine the ultimate energy essence directly. Because, when 5 or 6 energy essences were combined together, the degree of energy condensation would be much higher, and the impact would be much stronger. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian held the combined ultimate energy essence in his hand, which was close to the 15th rank. It was already faintly golden. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian began to devour. Pfft. Almost suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Dingtian only felt that his whole body was about to explode violently, and his whole body was almost smashed into pieces in an instant. He had made a mistake. He had to at least reach the 13th rank 6th rank before he could devour an energy essence close to the 15th rank. Otherwise, his body would not be able to withstand it. It was also fortunate that the Xian meridians and Sea of Qi in his body had been transformed by the Naga Xian meridians. Otherwise, his body would have exploded, his Xian meridians shattered, and he would be deader than dead. Then, in the midst of unparalleled pain, powerful energy madly poured into Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi. Boom! He broke through the 13th rank 3rd rank. Boom! He broke through the 13th rank 4th rank. Boom! He broke through the 13th rank 5th rank. In the end, his Sea of Qi was still expanding, as if it was ready to break through the 13th rank 6th rank. But in the end, it still did not break through. This combined ultimate energy essence was indeed incomparably powerful. He absolutely could not touch the 15th rank energy essence. Yang Dingtian began to think that there were about 1,000 hell magic crystals in his space ring. If he purified them into energy essence and devoured them, would he break through the 14th rank? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was filled with anticipation. Ghost Emperor, I still have a batch of hell magic crystals in my space ring. What should I do? Yang Dingtian asked. Can I transfer them to the soul ring as fast as I can? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, no, the entire Dark Realm is filled with yang energy. If the hell magic crystals are exposed to the outside world for even a moment, they will be completely destroyed. This is completely different from when the 2 moons first fell. At that time, the Dark Realm was still filled with yang energy. Yang Dingtian asked, then what should I do? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, there are 2 ways. The first way is to bring it to the Netherworld plane and take it out. Then, before the countless undead experts attack, use the fastest speed to purify it into energy essence. Yang Dingtian said, who knows how long that will take? Tell me the second way. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, the second way is to ask this old man to purify them in your space ring. Don't even think about it. Yang Dingtian instinctively reacted like this because the sleeping Naga Shuang was in the space ring and she was barely wearing anything. Although the Netherworld Ghost Emperor was not a human and was only an energy life form, Yang Dingtian did not want anyone to see Naga Shuang's body. Or rather, Yang Dingtian did not want anyone to discover Naga Shuang's secret. Then forget it. Let's talk about this batch of hell magic crystals later. Yang Dingtian asked, Ghost Emperor, tell me honestly. What did you give to Wolingzi 200 years ago and Dishi Bian 200 years ago? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor was silent for a moment. It's a small part of the Netherworld Ghost Fire that I have accumulated for 10,000 years. Yang Dingtian said, that means, although it's a small part, its power and attributes are still there? Yes. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, otherwise, do you think that any random flame can give someone eternal life? Yang Dingtian, since you can purify the hell crystal, does that mean that Wolingzi and Dishi Bian can also do it? The Nether Ghost Emperor was silent for a moment before he said, do you want to ask how Wolingzi broke through to the half-step Saint Realm? Yes. Yang Dingtian said, I've discovered that with the current environment of the human countries, I've already lost the opportunity to break through to the half-saint level. Wolingzi can't compare to Zhu Qingzhu and Du Gushao. He doesn't look like someone who can break through to the half-step Saint Realm. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, that's right, Wolingzi and Dishi Bian can both purify hell magic crystals. However, the 2 of them didn't need to do that because they could directly devour hell magic crystals. The hell magic crystal has a fatal death energy, but these 2 have a part of the Netherworld Ghost Flame, so they don't fear natural death. Finally, Yang Dingtian understood how Lingzi broke through to the half-step saint realm. He was completely the same as the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, directly devouring ghosts and undead to break through. No wonder he could break through to the half-step saint realm with such a character. Zhu Qingzhu and Du Gushao, such outstanding people, could only desperately approach the half-step saint realm and never truly break through. Lingzi was much weaker in all aspects, but he could break through. Now, countless people in the entire southern barbarian continent had died under his demonic claws. The several battlefields in the chaotic continent had probably become Lingzi's carnival grounds. Dishi Bian, on the other hand, didn't know anything about this. As expected of the world's third arcane flame, it was really awesome. Not only did it have an out-of-body experience, but it could also directly devour undead to break through. Yang Dingtian's void fissure flame could create spatial doors, cross the void border, and mix in arcane flame lightning. Other than that, Yang Dingtian didn't know what other heaven-defying abilities it had. Yang Dingtian couldn't allow the Netherworld Ghost Emperor to enter the spatial ring, so he had to think of another way to get the Hell Magic Crystals. However, he could count them in the spatial ring. Thus, Yang Dingtian's divine sense entered the spatial ring and counted the Hell Magic Crystals. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. What's going on? What's going on? Where did the 1,000 or so Hell Magic Crystals go? Why are there only a few dozen left? Yang Dingtian desperately searched in the spatial ring, but there were only a few dozen left. Yang Dingtian hurriedly asked, Ghost Emperor, will the Hell Magic Crystals be destroyed in the spatial ring? Impossible. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, the spatial ring's isolated space is very small. Even if one Hell Magic Crystal is destroyed, it will be completely filled. Out of the 1,000 Hell Magic Crystals, at most 1 or 2 will be destroyed. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Was he seeing a ghost? He had clearly put in 1,000 Hell Magic Crystals, so why were there only a few dozen left? However, Yang Dingtian quickly discovered the reason. Because he discovered that the remaining few dozen Hell Magic Crystals were still decreasing. He saw that one of the level 14 Hell Magic Crystals had turned into a ball of golden light. Then, as Naga Shuang's breathing rose and fell, this ball of golden light entered Naga Shuang's body. One had to know that because there was no air in the interspatial ring, Naga Shuang did not breathe when she slept. But now, she was actually breathing, not air, but the energy of the Hell Magic Crystals. It had been a full day since Yang Dingtian put in the 1,000 Hell Magic Crystals. Naga Shuang had unknowingly devoured all the Hell Magic Crystals in her sleep, and there were only a few dozen left. Moreover, she was still devouring them. Soon, Yang Dingtian watched as the Naga Shuang devoured all the Hell Magic Crystals one by one, leaving nothing behind. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens. Yang Dingtian didn't stop her. Perhaps this was the best outcome. Previously, although Naga Shuang had transformed and become stronger after devouring life, she had also become cruel. In the last few times, she couldn't help but attack Yang Dingtian. Therefore, he could only coax her to sleep most of the time, and didn't dare to let her transform and appear again. This was because whenever she woke up, she would be very hungry, and when she was hungry, she would desperately devour, and after that, she would lose her mind. If this continued, Naga Shuang would one day become an incomparably bloodthirsty and cruel demigod, and might even destroy the entire world. This was because Naga Shuang's ability to devour energy was even more terrifying than that of the ancient Naga. In the ancient Naga, there was still cultivation, and most of the time, they only devoured the energy of nature. In Shuang's generation of Naga, she had begun to devour life directly. This way, her cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, but also become even more terrifying. If she was allowed to continue devouring, she would definitely devour the last life in this world, and in the end, she would be the only one left. At this time, although Naga Shuang was still devouring to become stronger, she was doing it in her sleep, so it was more gentle. It shouldn't have any effect on her temperament. Then, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at Shuang's transformation. Last time, after devouring the energy of the Rakshasa, she had transformed by 4 inches, and half of her thighs had turned into human form. Her cultivation had also reached mid-level martial grandmaster. Now that Yang Dingtian carefully looked at Shuang's body, he was really shocked. This time, it was several times larger than the last time, and she had transformed by more than a foot. A few inches below Xianxia's knees were already human. She was already very, very close to completely transforming into a human. This was the biggest transformation in Xianxia's history. Once her thighs and feet completely transformed, Xianxia would completely transform into human form. At that time, she would be able to copulate with Yang Dingtian. At that time, she would completely become one with Yang Dingtian, and Yang Dingtian would also have some demigod attributes. Although it had been several years since Naga Shuang's transformation, Yang Dingtian was really not mentally prepared for Xianxia's complete transformation. It was much faster than he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian did not dare to disturb Naga Shuang at all, lest she woke up. Although Yang Dingtian trusted Yao Li very much, Naga Shuang's secret could not be exposed. Thus, Yang Dingtian's harvest on the Great Taboo Day officially came to an end. In the end, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was at level 13 5th rank, 1/5 rank away from level 15 half saint. In just one Great Taboo Day, he had broken through to level 2 5th rank, far surpassing all the achievements of the past few months in the Dark Realm. Note, in Little Western Paradise, level 9 is equivalent to a 9-star level 9 Grandmaster. From level 9 first rank to level 14 9th rank, they are called unlimited Grandmasters in the human countries. Zhu Qingzhu and Du Guxiao were both unlimited Grandmasters. Wu Yuming and Dongli were also unlimited Grandmasters before. Of course, in the official title, there was no such thing as unlimited Grandmasters. They were all called 9-star level 9 Grandmasters. In Little Western Paradise, only after breaking through to the Grandmaster level could one be considered to be advanced. Therefore, level 1 in Little Western Paradise was actually equivalent to a beginner Grandmaster in the human countries. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to break through from level 9 to level 15 half saint. However, the difference in cultivation between the two was not as big as the difference between level 1 and level 9. Everyone's breakthroughs had ended. Yao Zi, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu had broken through to level 11. Yao Li and Bo Lu had broken through to level 12. Yang Dingtian had broken through to level 13 5th rank, which was much higher than what the Nether Ghost Emperor had expected. At this time, the day had ended, and it was night again. After the 6 of them had fully recovered their battle chi, they reluctantly returned to the surface and continued north to search for elemental creatures. After the Great Taboo Day, the elemental creatures were the most active. Therefore, in less than an hour, Yang Dingtian's countless wraiths found a cave. After entering, they were a little disappointed. It was a Naruto level 12 demonic succubus. This type of elemental creature sounded charming, but it was actually a fire snake with wings. Its specialty was that it had countless clones, and no one knew which one was real. If it had been in the past, it would have been a headache. But now, the 6 of them were using the most direct and violent method. Yang Dingtian directly used the demonic spirit demon fire's body immobilization technique to lock all the clones. Then, the 6 of them crazily released their ice chi. In a moment, the Naruto level 12 demonic succubus was destroyed. Then, Yang Dingtian automatically handed over the position of leader and handed the energy demonic crystal to Yao Li for safekeeping. After the few of them left the cave, they immediately used their fastest speed to recover their demonic chi, and then immediately went to explore the next cave. In just 2 hours, they found another cave. Unfortunately, it was still a level 11 elemental creature, and the 6 of them easily destroyed it. Another 4 hours passed. Countless wraiths discovered energy fluctuations again. It seemed that after the Great Taboo Day, there would be a wave of elemental creatures' activity. Tonight, they had already discovered 3. The third one was quite lucky. They encountered a level 13 flame demon. Immediately, Yao Li and the rest completely retreated to one side, letting Yang Dingtian attack independently. Previously, when Yang Dingtian was not even level 10, he destroyed a level 11 flame demon on his own. Currently, Yang Dingtian was at the 5th grade of the 13th rank. It was as easy as blowing off dust for him to eliminate a 13th grade flame demon. In just 7.5 minutes, Yang Dingtian used demonic spirit demon fire plus void rending fire to create countless black holes on the flame demon's body, then it turned to ashes, dying tragically. After the hunt was completed, Yang Dingtian handed this 13 class 8th grade energy crystal to Yao Li. Then, he left at lightning speed, searching for the next target. This night, Yang Dingtian's team hunted a total of 5 elemental creatures. 3 level 11, 1 level 12, and 1 level 13. And this kind of frenzy after the Great Taboo Day was not over yet. During the day, the harvest was actually even more bountiful. They hunted a full 6 elemental creatures. Furthermore, among them, 1 was level 13, 2 were level 12, and 3 were level 11. It turned out that the yin energy of the Great Taboo Sun and Moon brought considerable weakness to the elemental creatures of the Dark Realm. Therefore, after the Great Taboo Day ended, countless elemental creatures came to the ground one after another, absorbing the yin energy of the 2 suns to make up for the losses caused by the Great Taboo Day. Therefore, half a month before the Great Taboo Day, the entire Dark Realm might have no harvest at all. But 2 months after the Great Taboo Day, the activity of elemental creatures would become very turbulent. Therefore, it was also the most bountiful time for hunters. On the second night of the Great Taboo Day, not only did the harvest not decrease, it increased instead. Yang Dingtian's team had hunted a total of 8 of them, which was their biggest harvest ever. Furthermore, this time, there were a total of 3 level 13. It was just that one of them was too powerful, so Yang Dingtian's team gave up. But even so, there were still 2 level 13, 3 level 12, and 2 level 11. Just like this, the 6 people completely did not sleep or rest, regardless of day or night, crazily hunting all day long, absolutely not missing this rare elemental creature activity frenzy. Amidst this extreme busyness, 2 months' time flew by quickly. The elemental creature frenzy brought about by the Great Taboo Day ended. Yang Dingtian and the others also ended the most sumptuous elemental creature feast. In these 2 months, the 6 of them had made another great breakthrough. Note, please give me a few tickets, thank you everyone. In these 2 months, the 6 of them hunted a total of 635 elemental creatures day and night without rest. On average, they killed more than 10 elemental creatures per day. Among them, there were a total of 82 13th rank monstrous beasts. Thus, the energy essences of the 82 beasts were synthesized into 13 14th rank energy essences. The 12th rank monstrous beasts were the most numerous. There were over 303 of them. In total, 46 13th rank energy essences were synthesized. The remaining ones were all 11th rank or even 10th rank. There were over 200 of them in total. In total, they synthesized about 30 12th rank energy essences. As for Yao Li's method of distribution, there was also a change. It was no longer a fixed ratio. Instead, it was still distributed according to need. All of the 14th rank energy essences were given to Yang Dingtian. Of the 13th rank energy essences, she received 15 for herself. Bo Lu received 10, Yao Zi received 9, and Ah Wen and Ah Wu received 6 each. All of the 12th rank energy essences were given to Ah Zi, Ah Wen and Ah Wu. Yang Dingtian devoured the 13-14th rank energy essences. He broke through to the 8th rank of the 13th rank from the 5th rank of the 13th rank. That's right. However, after reaching the 8th rank of the 13th rank, the higher one went, the more energy essences one needed. Yao Li devoured 15 13th rank energy essences. She broke through to the 6th rank of the 12th rank from the 1st rank of the 12th rank. Bo Lu also broke through to the 5th rank of the 12th rank from the 1st rank of the 12th rank. In these 2 months, Yao Zi, Ah Wen and Ah Wu had the most bountiful harvest. Yao Zi was originally at the 1st rank of the 11th rank. She devoured 10 12th rank energy essences. This allowed her to break through to the 4th rank of the 11th rank. Then, under Yao Li's protection, she devoured 9 13th rank energy essences. Merely the 3rd one allowed her to break through to the 12th rank. The remaining 6 directly allowed her to break through to the 3rd rank of the 12th rank. The gap between her and Bo Lu was not large. Under Yang Dingtian's guidance, Yao Li also began to work hard to increase Yao Zi, Ah Wen and Ah Wu's cultivation. She worked hard to make the 6 of them's cultivation more equal. As for Ah Wen and Ah Wu, they each obtained 10 12th rank energy essences and 6 13th rank energy essences respectively. Therefore, both of them broke through the 12th order and reached the 2nd rank of the 12th order. Now, in the team of 6, Yang Dingtian was at the 8th rank of the 13th rank, and the remaining 5 were all at the 12th rank. It could be considered a very balanced team. In the future battles against high-level elemental creatures, there would not always be 2 or 3 people watching from afar, unable to participate in the battle. Of course, in these 2 months of hunting, Yang Dingtian's contribution still accounted for more than 80% of the entire team. As for Yao Li, the reason she could calm down and let the team enjoy Yang Dingtian's fruits of labor was that she had already decided to lead the team to help Yang Dingtian fight the Doomsday Battle. That's right, she wanted to be loyal to Chairman Yao Qi, but that would have to wait at least 100 years. Without Yang Dingtian, she would only be able to leave this place after 200 years. Therefore, she could even leave the next 100 years to Yang Dingtian. This was because, in just a few months, the harvest that Yang Dingtian had brought to the entire team was far more than what they had gained in 200 years under normal hunting conditions. The elemental frenzy after the Great Taboo Day is over. Yang Dingtian sighed, full of reluctance. In the end, we still have to face the normal Dark Realm. Yao Li said, moreover, our harvest has already far exceeded our own imagination. Yang Dingtian said, under normal circumstances, how much would a team gain in these 2 months? Yao Li said, it would be 1/10 of our harvest. In the Dark Realm, the most important thing is to search for elemental creatures. Even in the midst of the elemental frenzy, it would be very impressive for a normal team to find one in a day. Under normal circumstances, it would be very normal to not find one in a few months. Yang Dingtian said, in that case, the efficiency of training in the Dark Realm is actually not very high. In Little Western Paradise, no matter how slow it is, it would still be faster than a harvest in a few months. Yao Li shook her head gently and said, Yang Dingtian, the environment has changed. Although the energy field of Little Western Paradise is stronger than that of the human countries, it is still limited. In your human countries, it is very difficult to even break through to the Great Grandmaster realm now. Only extremely talented people can do it. In Little Western Paradise, breaking through to the Great Grandmaster realm, or what we call the advanced rank, is of course not a problem. But in the energy field of Little Western Paradise, the cultivation of the 9th level is almost the limit. You can still continue to grow, but it is completely at the speed of a turtle. Yang Dingtian asked, why is that? Yao Li said, it is as if the energy field of nature and the sea of energy in the 9th level powerhouse have reached a balance. After breaking through to the 9th level, the celestial chi energy in nature seems to be very difficult to have any effect on the sea of energy. Yang Dingtian nodded. He understood. To put it in a very common way, it was a little similar to air pressure. After cultivating to the 9th level, the air pressure in the warrior's sea of energy would exceed the overall energy pressure of nature. In this way, it would be very difficult for nature to provide energy to the sea of energy because the 2 sides had reached a balance. This was also the reason why it was getting harder and harder to cultivate in the human countries. It was because the overall celestial chi energy in nature had been decreasing. Therefore, for Little Western Paradise, although the efficiency of the Dark Realm was not high, at least the breakthrough above the 9th level was still very straightforward. Therefore, it was also the only way to break through to the 15th and 20th level. All the experts also had to enter the Dark Realm to cultivate. Okay, let's go. Yao Li said, we are going back to the depression period again. The days of hunting 2 or 3 elemental creatures every day are not bad. Then, the 6 of them set off north again. As expected, they began to enter the depression period. After a full 6 hours, they still did not find anything. At the 4th hour, suddenly, the countless wraiths of the million spirit demon fire violently fluctuated. Northwest, 45 miles, Yang Dingtian said loudly. Then, the 6 of them ran wildly. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Boom, 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 as soon as they arrived, they heard a violent vibration. Then, the hard ground suddenly cracked open, and countless things flew into the sky. Then, 9 huge heads suddenly rushed out of the ground. Yang Dingtian did not know if he was too lucky or too unlucky. Usually, when he saw a cave, he would enter the cave and see elemental creatures in the abyss. Now, he just happened to encounter an elemental creature that dug through the cave and came to the surface. This was the first time, and for Yao Li, it was also the first time. they actually encountered an elemental creature digging a cave. This was a nine-headed snake. Of course, this was good news because they had once fought a nine-headed snake. Yang Dingtian's soul sword that was close to the emperor grade and his flash art was like a bug to a nine-headed snake. However, there was another bad news. This was a 14th level Hydra. That's right, 14th level. In other words, it was equivalent to 9 14th level powerhouses. In other words, if they successfully hunted it, Yang Dingtian would be able to break through to 14th level. However, except for Yang Dingtian, everyone present was 12th level. There was a difference of 2 levels. In other words, none of these 5 people were a match for any of the Hydra's heads. They could only desperately entangle one of the Hydra's heads and rely on desperately dodging and escaping to stall for time. Of course, this was still under the circumstances of the abyss. Because when the Hydra was fighting, its entire body would not leave the abyss. And now, on the ground, it could move at will. In other words, the 5 of them could not fight at all. If they were hit, they were destined to die. At this moment, the Hydra that rushed out of the ground discovered the 6 of them. Immediately, its 18 pairs of eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light, and then it chased after them crazily. "You guys run, run, run," Yang Dingtian said. After saying that, Yang Dingtian suddenly used blink and rushed towards the Hydra. Whoosh! With ease, Yang Dingtian jumped onto one of the Hydra's heads and then used his near-emperor-grade soul sword to slash down. Creak! Immediately, the 9-headed snake let out a miserable howl that soared into the sky. Although in the vacuum, sound could not be transmitted, its incomparably huge body crazily slapped the ground. In an instant, the hard-as-iron ground was crazily lashed with thousands of holes and huge cracks. Earlier, Yang Dingtian's sword had abruptly slashed 5 inches deep. This was indeed a 14th-level Hydra. It was really too hard. Yang Dingtian's near-emperor-grade soul sword could only slash 5 inches. Then, for any other weapon, this Hydra was completely invincible. At this moment, Yang Dingtian stood on the Hydra's head and finally saw the full appearance of this Hydra. Each head was 5 or 6 meters thick. That's right, it was like a small house. The snake's body was more than 10 meters thick and hundreds of meters long. It was an extremely shocking behemoth. He really did not know how long it had been devouring the energy of the dark realm. At this time, Yang Dingtian roughly knew the composition of these elemental creatures. For example, the Hydra's body was condensed from the essence of the dark realm's ground. Although the ground of the dark realm was not entirely metal, because of gravity, shrinkage, because of the extremely special environment, and most importantly because of the invasion of dark energy, the entire geological environment was already harder than metal. And the body of this Hydra was the essence of the depths of the dark realm. Naturally, it was completely invulnerable. Yang Dingtian's sword had penetrated 5 inches deep, which had already caused this 9-headed snake to be extremely astonished. Suddenly, the remaining 8 snake heads all attacked him crazily. Like a group of demons dancing wildly, the 8 ferocious and terrifying snake heads crisscrossed and crazily bit. Although these snake heads were very fast, it was still impossible for them to hit Yang Dingtian. His demon spirit flash technique was simply too fast. And his sword was even faster. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Almost in the blink of an eye, he slashed dozens of times. Immediately, the snake head in the middle was about to be cut off. However, just as Yang Dingtian was about to launch the final critical strike. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparably powerful profound chi energy rebounded out. Pfft! Yang Dingtian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew out. At the same time, one of the snake heads proudly opened its mouth, wanting to catch Yang Dingtian and chew him to pieces. Yang Dingtian quickly flashed and dodged the fatal snake's bite. This was troublesome. This 14th level Hydra had learned the profound chi rebound. What was profound chi rebound? When you used a physical attack to cut into its body with a sword, its profound chi would suddenly condense in one place and burst out directly at the place where you hit it. Suddenly, not only would you be unable to cut in at all, this powerful profound chi energy would also fiercely enter your body from your sword, causing great damage to you. Of course, now that Yang Dingtian was at the 8th level of the 13th level, even a 14th level profound chi rebound would not be able to cause him fatal injuries. Yang Dingtian looked at the Hydra and couldn't help but sneer. You think I can't do anything just because you know the profound chi rebound? Dream on. Next, he began to flash quickly, shuttling back and forth between the 9 snake heads, randomly slashing at them. In other words, the Hydra didn't know where Yang Dingtian was going to attack next, so even if it wanted to use profound chi rebound, it was too late. Because Yang Dingtian was not targeting one place at all. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In an instant, Yang Dingtian had violently slashed a few hundred times on this 9-headed snake. Soon, the Hydra also changed its strategy. Although Yang Dingtian randomly slashed at any snake head, he slashed at a wound on each snake head. Therefore, the Hydra gathered all its profound chi energy, evenly distributed it among the 9 snake heads, and carried out the profound chi rebound. The 14th level profound chi energy, divided into 9 parts, was a bit insufficient, and could no longer cause damage to Yang Dingtian. But, it was enough to prevent Yang Dingtian's sword from slashing down, so Yang Dingtian could not kill it. Although this was a passive defense, it was very embarrassing for a 14th level Hydra. But in order to save its life, there was no other way. Yang Dingtian sneered again in his heart. You think you can stop me like this? He fiercely circulated his profound chi, condensing the million spirit demon fire on the sword. Suddenly, the terrifying million spirit demon fire burned fiercely on the blade of the Emperor Grade Soul Sword, reaching an incomparably high temperature. Swish. Suddenly, the sword slashed down. Creak. The Hydra let out a shocking roar, and its huge body crazily slapped the ground. A deep wound was completely melted by the heat. Yang Dingtian could have used this move long ago, but the consumption of profound chi was too great. Then, Yang Dingtian thought, if I use the void rending fire and the million spirit demon fire together, what will happen? Therefore, Yang Dingtian added the transparent void rending fire to the million spirit demon fire, and then slashed down. Roar. 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 Suddenly, the 14th level Hydra bounced a few thousand meters in pain. Its wound was not only melting, it was also being corroded by the darkness. This Hydra was definitely going to die. Killing it was equivalent to obtaining the energy essence of 9 14th level beasts, and Yang Dingtian was not far from breaking through to the 14th level. Note, is today my lucky day? I actually got a big reward from 2 brothers. Thank you Wild Wind and Bright Moon for the 15,000 book coins tip. Thank you for a lifetime of love for the 6,000 book coins tip. Thank you. Nothing unexpected happened. Following that, Yang Dingtian easily killed this rank 14 Hydra. Then, 9 rank 14 energy essences floated in the air. To other teams, the Hydra was definitely the most troublesome elemental creature because not only was it invulnerable, but it was also equivalent to 9 powerful rank 14 creatures. But to Yang Dingtian, it was indeed the best prey. How could there be such a good thing to be able to hunt 9 energy essences in one go? Now, there was actually no need to distribute. The rank 14 energy essences definitely belonged to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian immediately synthesized these rank 14 energy essences close to rank 15. In the end, he still synthesized 1 peak energy essence close to rank 15. There were still 2 ordinary rank 14 energy essences left. Yang Dingtian was just about to sit down and devour the energy essences when Yao Li shouted, Yang Dingtian, hurry up and leave. There will be people coming soon. Seeing Yao Li and the others, Yang Dingtian said in astonishment, didn't I tell you to leave immediately? Why haven't you left yet? Then, Yang Dingtian's group of 6 quickly headed north, leaving this place at the fastest speed. In fact, Yang Dingtian's luck could be considered excellent. Because the Hydra just now was fighting on the ground. It was completely earth-shattering. It could completely attract everyone within a radius of several hundred miles. Therefore, when Yang Dingtian was killing the Hydra just now, Yao Li's group of 6 was practically on full alert in all the nearby areas. If a certain Little Western Paradise team discovered the situation on Yang Dingtian's side, they would charge over. At that time, if they encountered a powerful team, not only would this Hydra be snatched away, but Yang Dingtian and the others would also lose their lives. In the end, when fighting the Hydra, there was no one within a radius of 100 miles. And Yang Dingtian also fought very quickly. The entire process was over in less than 15 minutes. In fact, by the time Yang Dingtian and the others left, less than 15 minutes. A team of more than 10 people had already rushed to the scene. The leader was a half-saint. Looking at the hydra on the ground, he sighed, "What a pity that we're a bit late. This is a mid-14th order hydra. Our team can take it down." The person beside him asked, "Young master, which team killed this hydra?" The leading half-saint said, "Because it's a group that's stronger than ours, we immediately rushed over at full speed after we felt the tremors, but we were still too late. In just a little more than a quarter of an hour, this team killed the nine-headed snake, which shows that they are very powerful. They might be the team of the young masters of the 9 major tribes." The person next to him nodded and said, "Let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, if the other teams see us and think that we were the ones who killed it, they might try to snatch it." "That's right." The leading half-saint said, "Leave at once. The further the better." In the end, the two of them were right. Half an hour later, the two teams arrived at the hydra's corpse one after the other. Without saying a word, they immediately started killing. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and more than half of them were killed or injured. Yang Dingtian's group of 6 rushed nearly 1,000 miles away. After making sure that it was safe, they began to sit down and devour the energy essence of the 15th order limit. Yao Li's group of 6 spread out in the surroundings to protect Yang Dingtian. Although Yang Dingtian was already at the 8th rank of the 13th order, when the energy essence of the 15th order limit surged in, Yang Dingtian still saw a golden light in front of his eyes and felt dizzy. Then, the surging and powerful energy crazily rushed into his Xian veins and energy sea. Just a quarter of an hour later. Boom! Without exception, Yang Dingtian broke through to the 9th rank of the 13th order limit. However, this energy essence was still not exhausted, and there was still a steady flow of energy flowing into his energy sea. However, before his energy sea could welcome the next expansion, this energy essence of the 15th order limit had already been exhausted. However, Yang Dingtian was already satisfied. Now, Yang Dingtian was only half a step away from the 14th order limit. It could be said that the harvest of the 9-headed snake this time was almost equal to the harvest of the past 2 waves of elemental creatures. Now, Yang Dingtian was really only half a step away from the 14th order limit. Yao Li came over and said, "About 2 to 3 more energy essences of the 15th order limit." Yang Dingtian nodded. In other words, he still needed to hunt about a dozen 14th order elemental creatures. Of course, if he was lucky and encountered a 14th order 9-headed snake again, 2 would be enough at most. If his luck was even better, just 1 high-level 14th order 9-headed snake would be enough for Yang Dingtian to break through to the 14th order limit. However, even if it was a tier 13 energy essence, it wouldn't be useful to Yang Dingtian anymore. Because, in order to break through to the 14th order limit, he had to use energy essences of the 14th order level or above, or he had to use energy essences of the 15th order limit. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only pray that he would try his best to encounter 14th order elemental creatures in the next period of time. Moreover, it had to be a 14th order one that he could hunt. "Let's go, let's continue to explore and hunt," Yang Dingtian said. Then, the 6 of them went north again and set off again. However, Yang Dingtian's team didn't manage to reap any rewards until daybreak. For the whole night, they only hunted 1 elemental creature. Soon, the 2 suns rose into the sky and the whole world began to melt. Yang Dingtian and the others put on their magic crystals and continued to explore. 83 miles to the southwest. Only 4 hours after dawn, the vengeful spirits immediately fluctuated and discovered elemental creatures again. The 6 of them immediately rushed toward their destination. Soon, they arrived at their destination. It was a stone golem, a 13th order stone golem. Their luck was really good. Yang Dingtian immediately locked onto it, and then the cold energy of the 6 people bombarded it. Just like that, in less than a quarter of an hour, the 13th order stone golem was immediately shattered and turned into ashes. A 13th order energy essence floated in the air. The 6 of them continued to move forward. Yang Dingtian continued to release countless vengeful spirits, searching inch by inch for elemental creatures. Just like that, even during the slump period of the elemental creatures, Yang Dingtian's team of 6 continued to search and hunt without rest. 2 months passed by in the blink of an eye. Although the frenzy period of the elemental creatures had passed, the harvest of these 2 months was still much better than the previous slump period. On average, they still harvested about 3 elemental creatures every day. In this way, in 2 months, they had hunted and killed 203 elemental creatures. Among them, there were a total of 35 13th-order elemental creatures, and 5 of them were synthesized into 14th-order energy essences. 2 for Yao Li, 2 for Bo Lu, and 1 for Yao Zi. There were a total of 130 12th-order elemental creatures, and 18 of them were synthesized into 13th-order energy essences. 8 for Yao Zi, and 5 for the Ah Wen and Ah Wu brothers. Of course, the rest were all below 11th order and were no longer of much use to the 6 of them. They were all handed over to Yang Dingtian to bring back to the human countries. After devouring these energy essences, Yao Li directly broke through 12th order 9th order and was just waiting to break through 13th order. After Bo Lu devoured 2 energy essences close to 14th order, he also broke through 12th order 9th order and was just waiting to break through 13th order. The one with the greatest harvest was still Yao Zi. She first devoured 8 energy essences close to 13th order, and broke through 13th order 9th order 5th order 13th order. Then, she devoured 1 energy essence close to 14th order, and directly broke through 13th order 7th order 13th order. As for the Ah Wen and Ah Wu brothers, after devouring 5 energy essences close to 13th order, they just happened to break through 12th order 4th order. Therefore, there was no doubt that the harvest of these 2 months was very great. However, to Yang Dingtian, it was completely zero harvest because he did not encounter a 14th order elemental creature that could be destroyed. He did encounter a 14th order Rakshasa, but it was an advanced 14th order Rakshasa. It was very powerful. Yang Dingtian did not choose to take the risk and immediately left after discovering it. This was because there were only 3 types of 14th order elemental creatures that he could definitely destroy. The first was of course the devil's soul, the second was the flame demon, and the third was the hydra. Yang Dingtian did not have confidence in dealing with other 14th order elemental creatures, and would not risk his life. However, he was now in great need of 14th order energy essences because in order to break through to 14th order, devouring 13th order energy essences was completely useless. Therefore, after 2 whole months of no harvest, he was a little anxious. He had said that he would stay in the second dark realm for at most a year. However, more than half a year had now passed. Yang Dingtian's cultivation could be said to be breaking through at lightning speed, and he was only half a step away from 14th order. However, he was stuck here. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only keep praying that he would encounter a 14th order flame demon or devil soul, and the best would be a 14th order hydra. However, the heavens did not seem to hear Yang Dingtian's prayers. Soon, another month had passed. This month, Yang Dingtian's team was still very rich, and they still hunted 100 elemental creatures. Among them, Yao Li broke through to 13th order, and Bo Lu also broke through to 13th order. As for Yao Zi, she was only half a step away from 13th order. The brothers Ah Wen and Ah Wu had also reached 8th order 12th order. Only Yang Dingtian still had no harvest. There were only about 4 months left until Yang Dingtian left. After 4 months, no matter what Yang Dingtian's cultivation was, even if he had not broken through to 14th order, he would still leave the second dark realm and head to the third dark realm. On this day, Yang Dingtian's team continued north to explore. In these few days, Yang Dingtian still had no harvest. He had been without any harvest for more than 100 days. In fact, there was no smile on Yao Zi's face. She was very sad for Yang Dingtian. She had even stupidly refused to take the energy essences. She even suggested that before Yang Dingtian had any harvest, all the energy essences would not be distributed. Yang Dingtian only called Yao Zi a fool in response to her suggestion. As for Yao Li, she did not comfort Yang Dingtian in any way. This was because comforting and feeling sad was something a little girl like Yao Zi should do. To a human leader like Yang Dingtian, 100 days without any harvest was not even a small blow. In fact, although Yang Dingtian was a little anxious, his emotions and expression did not change at all. As for disappointment, it was even more out of the question. Just as the 6 of them were heading north to explore, there was suddenly a strong fluctuation from countless wraiths. 80 miles due north, Yang Dingtian said loudly. Yao Zi said loudly, Mr. Yang Dingtian, it must be a level 14 elemental creature this time, and one that is very easy to kill. I promise. I believe in your intuition, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Was this Yao Zi's intuition? Of course not. She had said this more than 100 times. Soon, the 6 of them rushed to their destination 80 miles away. As expected, there was a cave. Yang Dingtian took the lead and rushed in quickly. In the end, less than 3,000 meters into the cave, there was suddenly the sound of intense footsteps in front of them. There was someone here? Yang Dingtian frowned and was about to lead the team out of the cave. In the dark realm, if he found someone in a cave, Yang Dingtian would definitely not want to get into a conflict. He would immediately turn and leave. At this moment, a person suddenly rushed out. His face was filled with fear and shock. He kept shouting, Shadow Demon, a half-saint Shadow Demon, ah. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. He had not gained anything for 100 days, and now there was a great harvest, a half-saint devil spirit? This was a gift from the heavens. Yang Dingtian immediately let Zhao Li and the others retreat immediately, and then rushed into the depths of the cave. When Yang Dingtian arrived at the bottom of the cave, the killing of the Mo Ling had long stopped. At this time, there were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground, and each of them had been sucked dry. Moreover, the corpses were no longer complete, but a pile of fragments. The scene of the Mo Ling killing people was extremely terrifying and cruel. The moment Yang Dingtian entered the cave, this Mo Ling suddenly flashed in front of him and directly pounced on Yang Dingtian. Like the previous Mo Ling, the moment this Mo Ling pounced on Yang Dingtian, it wanted to tear him into pieces. But soon, it smelled the scent of another of its kind, and suddenly all its movements stopped. Then, would the Mo Ling let go of a low level of its kind? No, it wouldn't. The Mo Ling didn't recognize its own kind. When it encountered a low level of its kind, it would immediately shatter its body and then devour it alive. Then why didn't this Mo Ling attack Yang Dingtian? It was very simple, because it smelled a familiar scent, but also an unfamiliar one. Therefore, it couldn't be sure whether Yang Dingtian was a Mo Ling or not. If Yang Dingtian was a Mo Ling, it would directly tear him apart and then devour him. If Yang Dingtian wasn't a Mo Ling, it would do the same. However, when it couldn't figure it out, it would fall into an eternal dilemma. In its incomparably simple mind, there would always be a question hovering. This thing in front of it was a Mo Ling? Not a Mo Ling, just like that, it would repeat forever. This kind of brutal creature, although incomparably powerful and completely a bug, was also the stupidest creature. Yang Dingtian avoided its eyes and carefully observed this Mo Ling, looking at the energy light on its body. This was not a demi-saint level Mo Ling because it wasn't completely golden, and there was still a little blood red. If one didn't pay attention, it would be really difficult to notice. In other words, it wasn't level 15, but it was the limit of level 14. That meant that after Yang Dingtian got its energy essence, he didn't need to synthesize it and directly reached level 15. The person who ran out just now shouted demi-saint level Shadow Demon. Obviously, he didn't see it clearly, but at this critical moment, it was impossible to see it clearly. As soon as he saw the golden color, he thought it was a demi-saint level. But even if it wasn't a demi-saint level, it was enough to make Yang Dingtian smack his lips. This should be the strongest and highest class demon spirit that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. The last one seemed to be level 11. Once again, it was a demi-saint level Shadow Demon, and directly on the ground. Although this demi-saint level, it demi-saint level of the demi-saint level demi-heaven demi-saint level demi-saint. Yang Dingtian began his life as a coolie. That's right, he was definitely a coolie. He used a soul sword close to the emperor grade to chop off the demon spirit's thin limbs. It took a full half an hour, tens of thousands of slashes, and a tremendous amount of strength to cut off Mo Ling's limbs. Yang Dingtian suspected that if the devil spirit's level was any higher, even his near-emperor grade soul sword wouldn't be able to cut it. After the demonic spirit's limbs were cut off, it no longer had any lethality. At this time, Yang Dingtian summoned Yao Li and the others in. Then, the 6 of them started to work hard. They poured in all their profound qi and started to bombard this demon spirit. It took him more than an hour to do so. That's right, there were 6 of them. After a full hour, Yang Dingtian's Xianxia recovered twice and finally completely destroyed the energy passport of this demon spirit. Then, Yang Dingtian quickly put its body into the energy cloak. This was a demonic spirit close to the half-step saint level. Its entire body was full of treasures. Unfortunately, Yang Dingtian didn't know how to make things like the demon spirit black armor and demon spirit mist cloak. Otherwise, just this demonic spirit close to the 15th level would be enough to make something that wasn't inferior to Yang Dingtian's demon spirit mist cloak and demon spirit black armor. Finally, Yang Dingtian looked at the energy essence close to the 15th level floating in the air. It wasn't easy. After a full 100 days without any harvest, there was finally one close to the 15th level. Mr. Yang Dingtian, my intuition is accurate, right? If I say it's a 14th level shadow demon, then it's a 14th level shadow demon, Yao Li said excitedly. You're amazing, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Then, he put this demonic crystal close to the 15th level into the energy jade box. The 6 of them left the cave with their fastest speed. That was because every cave was dangerous. In a place far away from the cave, the 6 of them used their fastest time to recover their profound qi and once again entered the next hunt. However, all the harvest that night had come to an end. They didn't find any elemental creatures. Soon, it was daytime again. The 6 of them put on their sunglasses again and began to search for new elemental creatures in the countless magma. Only 4 hours later, the countless race once again produced a huge fluctuation. In the southeast direction, 98 miles away. The 6 of them advanced at full speed. After spending a full 15 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Then, Yang Dingtian was stunned. Was good luck contagious? How could they have just killed a 15th level demonic spirit last night and encountered a 14th level mid-grade flame demon during the day? At this moment, Yao Li and the others didn't need Yang Dingtian's instructions at all. The 5 of them immediately retreated and escaped as far as they could with their fastest speed. This was because the 5 of them couldn't cause any harm to the flame demon at all. Moreover, there was magma everywhere now. The flame demon had an endless supply of energy. But when Yang Dingtian wasn't even at the 10th rank, he was already able to eliminate an 11th rank flame demon. Now that he was at the 13th level, killing a 14th level mid-grade flame demon was a piece of cake. Sure enough, Yang Dingtian was completely calm and collected. He flashed quickly, dodging any of the flame demon's attacks. Then, he directly fused the demonic spirit demon fire and void-rending fire and launched an attack at this 14th level flame demon. Roar! When it was hit by the first attack, the flame demon didn't care at first. But when it discovered that an unrecoverable black hole had appeared on its body, it directly let out a furious roar. Then, this flame demon fell into a berserk state. Roar! Roar! Its huge body crazily slammed everything on the ground, crazily spitting out tens of thousands of degrees of flames. The terrifying flames instantly devoured all the space within a few hundred meters in front of it. As long as one was hit, it would basically turn into ashes. But under Yang Dingtian's flash art, it would be strange if one could be hit. Yang Dingtian seemed to be strolling leisurely, flashing and moving around quickly, constantly bursting out hybrid mystic fire. The black holes on the 14th level flame demon's body became more and more numerous. In the end, its huge body could no longer support itself. Roar! Roar! Amidst an incomparably unwilling roar, it suddenly shattered into pieces, turning into countless blazing flames and falling into the magma all over the ground. Then, a 14th level energy essence floated in the air. Yang Dingtian quickly went over and collected it. Yang Dingtian's luck seemed to have run out. In the following 2 long months, he once again had no harvest. And the team's harvest also somewhat declined. This time, in 2 months, the 6-person team only hunted 135 elemental creatures. But the good news was that among them, there were a total of 85 13th level energy creatures. Of course, this also had to do with them giving up on low-level elemental creatures. In these 2 months, Yao Zi also broke through to 13th level, reaching 13th level, 2nd rank. The two brothers, Ah Wen and Ah Wu, also broke through to 13th level. And Yao Li reached 13th level, 4th rank. Bo Lu also reached 13th level, 4th rank. The gap between these 5 people had already been gradually narrowed. In the face of this result, Ah Wen and Ah Wu were completely unable to imagine it. Their only mission in the Dark Realm was to protect Yao Zi and to be her sparring partner. It was normal for them to have no harvest. Under normal circumstances, they could only harvest energy essences that their master did not want. Therefore, before entering the Dark Realm, they had set their goal to break through to 11th level in 200 years. Now, in just 2 years, they had broken through to 13th level. This was completely unimaginable. And as their master, Yao Zi's goal in entering the Dark Realm was only to break through to 13th level in 200 years. As for Yao Li's goal, it was to break through to 14th level in 200 years. As for Bo Lu, he did not set a goal. He entered the Dark Realm purely to protect and accompany. And now, because of Yang Dingtian's existence, the 5 people's harvest had completely exceeded the harvest under normal circumstances. This was really too crazy. Therefore, there was no need for Yao Li to say anything. When Yang Dingtian returned to the human countries, the 5 of them would definitely follow him. This was because 80% of their harvest had come from Yang Dingtian, or even more. If not for Yang Dingtian, they would not even have 1/10 of their current harvest. At this time, there were only 3 months left to the 1-year period that Yang Dingtian had set. 3 months later, no matter what his cultivation was, he would have to leave the second Dark Realm. Now, Yang Dingtian no longer held any hope of breaking through to half-saint in the second Dark Realm because it was simply impossible. 14th level elemental creatures were already so rare, not to mention 15th and 16th level. And to break through to 15th level, he would need close to 16th level energy essences. This was a huge number. When the time came, Yang Dingtian would have to hunt not 1 or 2 15th level energy creatures, nor 10 or 20, but hundreds of them. Unless there was another Great Taboo Day. However, Yao Li had said that the Great Taboo Day only happened once every 33 years. Therefore, there was no need to hold on to this hope. Now, Yang Dingtian only had one hope, and that was to break through to 14th level in 3 months. As for the remaining 15th level, he hoped to break through in the third Dark Realm. Then in the next 3 months, he hoped to hunt enough flame demons, hydras, or demon spirits. Note, a friend came to my house to celebrate the new year. I had to keep busy cooking today, so this chapter was rushed out last night. As for the next chapter, I can only squeeze some time to write it. However, Yang Dingtian's luck seemed to have run out. Another month passed. Yao Li and Bo Lu's cultivation had almost caught up to Yang Dingtian's, but he still did not gain anything. In this month, he did not even find a single 14th level elemental creature. After countless years of hunting in the Little Western Paradise, the number of high-level elemental creatures in the second Dark Realm was getting fewer and fewer. At this time, Yang Dingtian had a near 15th level ultimate energy essence, and 3 ordinary 14th level energy essences. Of course, he also had a 15th level energy essence. However, he did not have any 15th level energy essences at the moment. If he wanted to break through to the next level, he basically had to use synthesized ultimate energy essences to break through in an instant. Although ordinary 15th level energy essences had more energy, their density was much lower. If Yang Dingtian wanted to break through to the 14th level, he would need at least 2 near 15th level energy essences, or at least 3. Now, Yang Dingtian barely had 1.5. There were only 2 months left until he left the second Dark Realm. 1.5 energy essences near 15th level energy essences would require him to kill about 10 14th level elemental creatures. From the looks of it, unless a miracle happened, it would be impossible. Of course, if Yang Dingtian's luck was off the charts again and he directly found an advanced 14th level 9-headed snake, then everything would be solved. However, at this time, Yang Dingtian really did not dare to have such extravagant hopes. Another month passed. Yang Dingtian still did not gain anything. In this month, he had hunted a total of 50 elemental creatures. Yao Li had broken through to the 6th level 13th level, Bo Lu had broken through to the 5th level 13th level, and Yao Zi had reached the 4th level 13th level 13th level. Even the Ah Wen and Ah Wu brothers had reached the first level 13th level. As for Yang Dingtian, he did not gain anything at all. At this time, Yang Dingtian had almost given up hope of breaking through to the 14th level, and had placed his hopes directly on the second dark realm. The high-level monsters in the second dark realm were too rare, and their appearance had a certain regularity. They would either all surge out at once, or not at all. There was only a month left before Yang Dingy left the dark realm. Today, Yang Dingtian only had the goal of helping the other 5 make breakthroughs every day. He still hunted and explored every day without rest. As the date of departure approached, everyone's mood became more and more gloomy and heavy. Although the leader of the 6-person team was Zhao Li, everyone knew that their backbone had already become Yang Dingtian. When Yang Dingtian was still relatively weak, he began to protect and help the other 5 people. After Yang Dingtian became stronger, he had become the absolute core and confidence of the sect. Now that Yang Dingtian was leaving, it was definitely a fatal blow to the 5 of them. That's right, Yao Li was a pretty good leader. She was fair, just, and willing to make sacrifices. However, she still lacked something. Once Yang Dingtian left, they would completely lose their backbone. There were only 21 days left before Yang Dingtian left. Of course, he still did not gain anything. During this period of time, he did not even see an elemental creature above the 14th level. That night, the team's harvest fell to the lowest point again. They only found a 13th level elemental creature. The sky was about to brighten, and Yao Zi had been sulking. Suddenly, she said, "Sister, what should we do after Mr. Yang Dingtian leaves? Don't tell me we'll only find one elemental creature after a few months like before? I can't live like that anymore." Then, she pouted and said, "Anyway, I don't want to fight anymore." Yao Li did not scold her. Instead, she continued to follow Yang Dingtian and continued to explore deeper. The sky soon brightened. The 2 suns rose into the sky, and the ground began to melt again. The 6 of them put on their sunglasses and continued to explore deeper. After an entire day, Yang Dingtian's team of 6 still only gained one thing, and it was only a 12th level elemental creature. Soon, night came again. After recovering their battle celestial chi, the 6 of them traveled through the darkness and continued to explore. That night, Yang Dingtian still did not gain anything. The entire team only hunted one elemental creature, and it was a useless 12th level one. Daytime came again. The 2 suns rose into the sky again. Yao Zi put on her sunglasses and suddenly said coquettishly, "Mr. Yang Dingtian, let's not fight anymore. Since we've gained nothing and you're leaving soon, why don't we dig a deep cave and make 4 rooms like last time and spend the next 20 days in peace?" She was a child. Seeing that they did not gain anything every day, she immediately lost all interest. Moreover, she had been in the dark realm for too long. She missed the life of having a house. In particular, she had once barged into Yang Dingtian's room wearing a doo-doo and panties. Therefore, as soon as she suggested this, Yao Li's expression immediately changed and she glared at her. Yang Dingtian also felt a chill run down his spine. If Yao Zi barged into his room wearing nothing again and was caught by Yao Li, it would be too embarrassing. Yao Zi saw her sister's exaggerated reaction and immediately blushed. "Sister, what nonsense are you thinking? I didn't do it to sneak into Mr. Yang Dingtian's room. Moreover, I don't want him as much as I did before." Hearing this, the 5 of them were completely speechless. They also understood the meaning behind Yao Zi's words. A little girl's one-sided love came and went quickly. That kind of electric shock did not last long. If Yang Dingtian had been willing to have a more intimate relationship with her, this kind of electric shock might have turned into a strong love between a man and a woman, fermenting and changing qualitatively. However, Yang Dingtian had always rejected her. Therefore, Yao Zi did not get any further emotional gains. The electric shock naturally faded at the tip of her sword and turned into a strong trust and dependence. Of course, if Yang Dingtian wanted to have an intimate relationship with her now, Yao Zi would still not reject him. In fact, she would be very willing. However, she was no longer that eager to have an intimate relationship with Yang Dingtian. Therefore, a little girl's feelings could not be considered love. Hearing Yao Zi's childish words, Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "There are still more than 20 days left. How can we give up now? Maybe we'll be lucky. Who knows? Children had no human rights." Yao Zi pouted. Then, the six of them stared at the scorching sun and continued to search. Yao Zi was absent-minded and said angrily, I have a feeling that we won't get anything today." Hearing her words, the others didn't pay any attention to her and just smiled. As if in response to Yao Zi's words, the sky suddenly darkened. Yao Li and the others were shocked. What was going on? The sky had only been bright for less than an hour. Why did it darken? There were no dark clouds in the dark realm. The sun was scorching during the day, and it would only darken at night. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's countless wraiths suddenly fluctuated violently. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised and said, "Northwest, 38 miles. And the fluctuation is very strong. It should be a high-level elemental creature." Suddenly, the group could not be bothered to think about why the sky had suddenly darkened. They immediately rushed 38 miles northwest. Just as the group was rushing towards their destination, the sky became darker and darker. In the end, it was almost as dark as the sky, but it was not completely dark. There was still a little light. Moreover, the magma that had just melted began to solidify at the tip of the sword. The surrounding temperature was also rapidly dropping. Yang Dingtian could not help but look up. There were only 2 rings left in the sky. Could it be a solar eclipse? But according to his calculations, there should not be a solar eclipse at this time. Temporarily putting this thought aside, the 6 of them continued to rush towards the northwest. Soon, they reached their destination. Then, Yang Dingtian took a glance and immediately exclaimed loudly, "Run, run!" It was an unknown elemental creature. Even Yang Dingtian could not see it clearly. All he saw was a golden light. It was definitely an elemental creature above the half-saint level. It looked like a scorpion, and its entire body seemed to be wrapped in fiery patterns. Moreover, it was wandering on the ground at this time. Soon, this unknown elemental creature at the half-saint level discovered Yang Dingtian's group of 6. Then, it quickly rushed towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's group of 6 hurriedly fled. Their luck was indeed good. They had discovered a high-level elemental creature, but it was too high level. It was above the half-saint level. Yang Dingtian's group would be courting death if they went up against it. Fortunately, this unknown elemental creature was not fast and could not catch up with the 6 of them for the time being. Just as Yang Dingtian was rejoicing, suddenly, this elemental creature above the half-saint level suddenly began to split into 2, 4, 8, and 16. They madly rushed towards Yang Dingtian's group of 6. Yang Dingtian's group of 6 fled even more desperately. Soon, they felt the entire ground trembling, and it was getting more and more intense. When they looked up, the 6 of them were completely stunned. Because the entire ground was cracking apart at a rapid speed. In front of them, countless elemental creatures surged out of the cracks in the ground. Looking again, left, right, and behind. More and more elemental creatures surged out. Countless elemental creatures began to run desperately. They were completely like a tide, front, back, left, and right, in all directions. From level 9 to level 13, level 14, even level 15, and even higher elemental creatures. They were densely packed. At the same time, the entire ground continued to tear apart crazily, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless elemental creatures all poured out of their nests. At the same time, many masters of the Fox Demon clan in Little Western Paradise also poured out of their nests. Yao Li and the others' expressions changed. Because the most terrifying day of the Dark Realm, the Great Fission Day, had arrived. Note, brothers, Happy New Year's Eve. I've been very busy today because I had to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. This chapter was completely rushed out by me. What was the Great Fission Day? The 2 suns were covered, and the yin and yang energies clashed. The entire Dark Realm was torn to shreds. Moreover, the Great Fission Day did not have any cycle or pattern. It could happen at any time. However, every time it happened, it meant that the Dark Realm was one step closer to total death. In other words, the Great Fission Day was another collapse of the Dark Realm. Then, the matter here would become more condensed, and the gravity here would become stronger. Every great fission day was a complete catastrophe for the elemental creatures in the Dark Realm. It was a catastrophe for the elemental creatures, but it was the end of the world for the people who cultivated here. It seemed like this was a huge opportunity to hunt them down. Because the elemental creatures that could not be found normally were surging out like a tide. However, no one dared to hunt at such a time. That would be courting death. Because there were too many elemental creatures at this moment, and they were all filled with bloodthirsty aggression. Let alone someone like Yang Dingtian, even a half-saint or even a saint-class expert would only face death. Furthermore, they would die without a complete corpse. A few hundred years ago, a great fission day had happened in the Second Dark Realm. In the end, all of the Fox Demon clan experts who were cultivating inside were completely annihilated, and all of them died. On the Great Taboo Day, countless dead souls fought in the Dark Realm. However, at that time, people could still hide in the depths of the earth. On the Great Fission Day, there was absolutely no place for the people of the Dark Realm. Because whether it was on the surface or underground, there were elemental creatures everywhere. Moreover, every part of the Great Earth was being torn apart, the sky and earth being overturned. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, the Great Fission Day is here. You can go invisible, and you have the demonic spirit Misty Cloak Flash. You should escape alone. It's best if you go to the Third Dark Realm now, Yao Li said with a sorrowful expression. We have to carry out the Great Fission Law. What was the Great Fission Law? A few hundred years ago, the Great Fission Day had happened in the Dark Realm, and all the Fox Demon elites were almost completely wiped out. The Little Western Paradise United Council learned from the painful experience and began to summarize their mistakes. They thought that the reason why they were wiped out was because the Fox Demon elites were not united. During the Great Fission Day, they were still killing and ambushing each other. If all the Fox elites were to unite and form a line of defense against the Hell Elemental beasts, they might be able to survive. Although there were far fewer foxes than elemental creatures, during the Great Fission, almost all of the elemental creatures were in a chaotic battle. They would not deliberately attack humans and the Fox Demon clan. Therefore, the Joint Council decided on the Great Fission Law. When the Dark Realm underwent a major fission, all the Fox Demons had to put aside their hatred and unite. Immediately to find the nearest Fox Demon to build a defensive line against the elemental beast tide. To put it more bluntly, even if the two teams were still fighting each other a quarter of an hour ago. When the Great Fission arrived, the two teams would immediately join forces and become allies. Furthermore, after the Great Fission ended, they were not allowed to kill each other. It would take a full 3 days before they could continue killing each other. After hearing Yao Li's Great Fission Law, Yang Dingtian said seriously, then I'll join as well. Yao Li said, you don't have to. You're a human. You don't have to participate in the Great Fission Law. But I'm also one of the intelligent life forms. Before the apocalypse, all intelligent life forms have to participate in the battle, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Li said, but you'll die. Perhaps you don't know this, but even if all the Fox elites were to unite, there's an 80 to 90% chance that they would all be wiped out. If you were alone, you would definitely be able to escape successfully. But if you join us, the chances of you dying are very, very high. You still have a very important mission to complete. You still have to save the human nation. Yang Dingtian said, if you can't even save your own comrade, then talking about saving the world would just be a hypocritical empty talk. Yao Li took a deep look at Yang Dingtian and said solemnly, very well, if we're lucky enough to survive the Great Fission Day, then for the rest of your life, I'll follow you to save your life. Then for the rest of my life, I will definitely follow you and help you complete the task of saving the human countries. This is my oath. If I violate it, may the heavens strike me down. Thank you. Yang Dingtian extended his hand. Yao Li also extended her hand and shook his. At this moment, everything on the ground had been turned upside down. Countless lands had been transformed into terrifying abysses. Countless elemental creatures were crazily killing each other as if the end of the world had arrived. Yang Dingtian carried 2 people and tied up 3 others. He immediately approached the nearest Fox elites and executed the Great Fission Law. Soon, Yang Dingtian discovered a line of Fox elites. There were more than 100 of them. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. Then, he quickly rushed toward the Fox Elite's line of defense. But soon, Yang Dingtian's expression changed abruptly because he saw that the leader of the Fox Elite's line of defense was actually Yao Lung of the Moro tribe. This was Yang Dingtian and Yao Li's mortal enemy. If they encountered him, he would definitely want to tear Yang Dingtian and the others into pieces. At this moment, Yao Lung, the leader of the line of defense, quickly discovered Yang Dingtian's group. His expression changed drastically. Then, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Yao Li's team discovered survivors. Team 1, Team 2, immediately go forward and bring them to the line of defense." Yes. Immediately, the two teams rushed out from the line of defense to receive Yang Dingtian and Yao Li's team. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's body shook violently. He felt a burst of heat. Yao Lung was definitely a despicable and shameless person. But during the Great Fission Law, he was able to disregard former enmity and resolutely execute the Great Fission Law. It was truly shocking. Soon, under the support of the two teams, Yang Dingtian, Yao Li, and the others entered the line of defense very smoothly. This was a simple circular line of defense, Yao Lung said loudly. Level 14 and above is at the outermost layer. Level 13 and above is at the second layer. Yang Dingtian and the others all broke through to level 13 and immediately joined the second layer of defense. Then, the entire line of defense was like a single entity, allowing the earth to tear apart wildly and firmly nailed to the ground. There were not many elemental creatures in this area. There were only about 100 of them. Moreover, they were all fighting each other and did not have the time to care about the line of defense for the time being. Occasionally, one or two elemental creatures would charge toward the line of defense. They were all killed by the level 15 and above experts in the line of defense. Then, many energy essences floated in the air, but no one took them. In the Great Fission Law, survival was the most important. Even if the elemental creatures were killed, they were not allowed to take the energy essences. They could only let them scatter in the air. Of course, if the line of defense moved to the vicinity of the energy essences, they could take them. However, only the leader of the line of defense could take them. After the Great Fission ended, they would be distributed fairly. Then, who would be the leader of the Great Fission Law? It was very simple. Whoever built this line of defense first would be the leader. No matter how low their cultivation was, they would still be the leader. And if the two lines of defense met and merged, then the leader of the line of defense with more people would become the leader of the merged line of defense. Boom, 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 the fission of the earth was still ongoing. The surrounding ground was still wildly tearing apart and collapsing. Therefore, the line of defense could not remain motionless. It had to be constantly moving to ensure that it did not fall into the abyss. Boom, 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 suddenly, an extremely intense tremor came from the ground. 100 miles away, a large group of elemental creatures was madly charging over. There were more than a few thousand of them. The leader of the line of defense, Yao Lung, immediately shouted, "Everyone, move toward the northwest to avoid the elemental beast tide." Then, the entire direction began to move rapidly toward the west. At the same time, more and more elemental creatures began to attack the line of defense. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The outermost layer of the line of defense began to attack. Instantly, one elemental creature after another died 100 meters away from them. At present, not a single elemental creature could charge within 100 meters. Just like this, the line of defense moved quickly while killing the charging elemental creatures. At this time, Yang Dingtian had calculated clearly. There were a total of 123 people in the entire line of defense. Among them, there were a total of 15 powerhouses of the 15th level and above, 38 powerhouses of the 14th level and above, 88 powerhouses of the 13th level and above, and 45 powerhouses of the 13th level and below. So far, the line of defense had not suffered any casualties. Suddenly, Yao Lung shouted, "Attention, attention, a 16th level sky scorpion is approaching. Warriors of the first floor, kill it with all your might. Warriors of the second floor, you are responsible for killing the scattered elemental creatures that are attacking the line of defense." Yes. Immediately, the warriors of the outermost layer went all out to kill the 16th level sky scorpion. And Yang Dingtian, who was on the second floor, began to kill the scattered elemental creatures that were attacking the line of defense with all their might. Yang Dingtian held the near Emperor-grade soul sword and the million-spirit demon fire, constantly bombarding the elemental creatures. Dozens of 13th-level powerhouses attacked with all their might. One by one, the elemental creatures died 50 meters away. That's right, 50 meters. The warriors of the first floor could kill the elemental creatures from 100 meters away, and the 13th-level powerhouses of the second floor could only kill them from 50 meters away. Just like this, a moment later, the 16th-level Sky Scorpion was killed by all the warriors of the 14th level and above more than 10 meters away. This was a very dangerous distance. If another 17th or 18th level elemental creature came, it would be extremely dangerous. And what was the most dangerous situation? It was encountering a shadow demon. Once encountering a shadow demon, even if it was 13th or 14th level, it basically meant that the whole team would be wiped out. This was because the shadow demon spirit, could teleport, and whoever it looked at in the eyes, that person would immediately lose their mind and go crazy. Therefore, the whole team could only pray that they did not encounter the shadow demon spirit, or they were destined to be wiped out. But the luck of Yaoling's line of defense was obviously extremely bad. Whatever they were most afraid of encountering, it came. Shadow demon, shadow demon. Yaoling screamed, 10 miles away, there is a 16th level shadow demon. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed drastically, as if doomsday had arrived. Note, Happy New Year, everyone. At this moment, Yaoling could only pray that this shadow demon didn't notice them. Once they were targeted, it meant that they would all be wiped out. Moreover, he began to order the defense line to evacuate as quickly as possible, trying to stay away from this demon spirit's vision. Their luck was not bad. This level 16 demon spirit didn't notice them for the time being. Instead, it was constantly hunting and devouring other elemental creatures. Demon spirits should be considered as half of the overlords in the elemental world. When facing elemental creatures with hard bodies, it was almost invincible. However, in the face of pure energy creatures, it was completely helpless because it was purely a physical attack. At this time, it was crazily slaughtering countless elemental creatures. It went in and out of the elemental creatures, and wherever it passed, it was almost crushed into pieces. Countless energy essences were directly devoured by it before they could burst out. Even some level 17 and even level 18 elemental creatures couldn't stop its slaughter. Meanwhile, the demon fox experts that Yang Dingtian was in were retreating rapidly. But their luck seemed to have run out. Because this level 16 demon spirit suddenly stared at this team of more than 100 people and then stared at them blankly. Everyone immediately avoided its gaze and retreated with all their might. It's over, because this demon spirit began to jump excitedly, which meant that it had a strong interest in this team. It had already decided to slaughter this team of more than 100 people. And there was no way to stop it. Escaping was already useless. The demon spirit's speed was extremely fast. It was completely flashing. At this moment, a half-step saint expert beside Yaoling said, "Why don't we disband the defense line? This way, some of them still have a chance of survival." When the human countries formed teams to fight low-level demon spirits, the only way was to use low-level warriors as cannon fodder and let the demon spirit slaughter them. Then, the high-level warriors would hide behind and attack with all their strength. But the demon spirits that humans could eliminate were only less than 1,000 years old. And this demon spirit in front of them, who knew how old it was, so, this half-step saint was right. Disband the team and everyone ran on their own. There was still a chance of survival against the demon spirit. But that was likely to be torn apart by other elemental creatures. Yaoling suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "According to the Great Fission Law, once the defense line is established, unless death or the Great Fission ends, it can't be disbanded." Suddenly, everyone fell silent and no longer mentioned the method of running for their lives. Yaoling shouted, "Everyone, be on guard. Attack with all your might based on your intuition. As for the outcome, let's leave it to fate." Immediately, everyone closed their eyes in despair and circulated their profound qi, planning to launch a final attack before they died. This was because there was no difference between opening and closing one's eyes when fighting Mo Ling. Because of the demon spirit flash, it was impossible to aim. Death was about to come. That was because the demon spirit had appeared, and it had rushed over. It was also at this moment that Yang Dingtian said, "I'll deal with this demon spirit. Everyone, cover me and don't let other elemental creatures approach me." After saying that, Yang Dingtian flashed out. Everyone suddenly cried out in surprise. Yao Ling also looked at everything in disbelief. Was this human completely crazy? To face a 16th order shadow demon alone, let alone a 13th order one, even an 18th order powerhouse, or even a saint-level powerhouse, would die without a doubt. Whoosh whoosh, at this moment, two black shadows suddenly met in the middle. Yang Dingtian's appearance instantly attracted this demon spirit. Its small body suddenly pounced on Yang Dingtian's body. Everyone almost couldn't help but close their eyes, waiting for this human to be smashed into pieces. However, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. This demon spirit was actually riding on Yang Dingtian's neck. Moreover, its sharp claws were scratching his neck, but it didn't make a move. Its mouth was constantly chattering. However, at this moment, many elemental creatures had already gathered around, wanting to attack Yang Dingtian and the demon spirit together. The demon spirit could withstand them, but Yang Dingtian couldn't. One of them was even a 15th order one. Yang Dingtian would basically die after being hit by one or two. Yao Ling shouted, "Everyone move, get close to that person, attack other elemental creatures, and provide cover." Following his order, the entire team quickly moved to Yang Dingtian's side. Then, the entire team attacked the other elemental creatures with all their strength. Yang Dingtian didn't care about hiding at this time. He took out a 4th order demon spirit and placed it on the ground. This 16th order demon spirit immediately jumped down from his body and sniffed this 4th order demon spirit desperately. It wanted to devour it greedily, but it was a little afraid, so it squatted on the ground in a daze, chattering, hesitating, and entangling. Yang Dingtian pulled out his near Emperor grade soul sword and began to slash the demon spirit's limbs. The demon fox experts in the defensive line were completely stunned. Was this person crazy? It wasn't easy to get the shadow demon's attention, but he actually took the initiative to attack. This was completely courting death. However, an incomparably strange thing happened again. This 16th order shadow demon actually allowed him to attack it. It still squatted on the ground and chattered without moving. However, Yang Dingtian was also in a lot of pain. The limbs of a 16th order demon spirit were really hard to the extreme. Even his near Emperor grade soul sword couldn't do anything to it. Thus, Yang Dingtian could only force out the million spirit demon fire, raise the temperature to the extreme, and then slash wildly. Even so, it took him over 10,000 slashes before the 16th order demon spirit's limbs were completely cut off. Then, this demon spirit suddenly lost all its threat. This was really an eye-opener for Yao Ling. This was the first time he saw someone who could kill such a powerful shadow demon, and actually have a weapon that could cut off the shadow demon's claws. After cutting off the claws, Yang Dingtian began to attack this demon spirit with all his strength. Experts of 15th order and above, attack this shadow demon with all your strength. Yao Ling ordered loudly. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately, several half-step saints and above attacked with all their strength. In less than 15 minutes, this 16th order demon spirit's energy shield was destroyed, and then it was easily killed. Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to put the corpse of the 16th order demon spirit into the energy cloak, and then put the 16th order energy essence into the energy jade box. After everything was done, Yang Dingtian returned to the team. Do we need to hand over this spoil of war? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Yao Ling hesitated for a moment. Of course, he wanted the 16th order energy essence very much. However, this human in front of him saved the fate of the entire defense line, and he took the initiative to attack. According to the Great Fission Law, he could monopolize all the spoils of war. Thus, he shook his head somewhat unwillingly. Beast tide, beast tide. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Sure enough, the entire ground shook violently. Countless elemental creatures covered the sky and covered the earth, and there were at least several thousand of them. Just now, the team retreated in the northwest direction to avoid the elemental creature tide. Now that they were delayed by the demon spirit, these elemental creatures finally attacked. They were completely black and densely packed. They ran wildly while killing each other. At this moment, it was too late to escape and hide. Yaolong shouted, "Prepare for battle." Immediately, the entire team pulled out their weapons and prepared for battle. Whether they lived or died, it all depended on this battle. First of all, it was impossible to pray that this elemental creature tide didn't target them because the elemental creature attack on the Great Fission Day was completely random. Several thousand elemental creatures meant that there would definitely be a group of them attacking this team crazily. Soon, these several thousand elemental creatures suddenly arrived in front of them. Sure enough, more and more elemental creatures began to charge over crazily. Without needing Yaolong's order, more than 100 experts immediately attacked these elemental creatures crazily. The powerful experts killed the high-level elemental creatures. The weak ones killed the low-level elemental creatures. And Yang Dingtian had almost exhausted his celestial qi after killing the demon spirit just now. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to absorb celestial qi. In less than a quarter of an hour, his celestial qi had completely recovered. At this moment, there were already dozens of elemental creatures crazily charging over. All the experts went all out, but there was no end to it. Suddenly, they saw this group of elemental creatures getting closer and closer. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. Once this group of elemental creatures got completely close and charged into the crowd, it would mean that the entire team would be wiped out. Because once the formation was messed up, the lethality of the defense line would be greatly reduced. "Sir, use the occult flame lightning," Yao Zi said loudly. But the occult flame lightning was ineffective against most elemental creatures. These elemental creatures weren't living beings with physical bodies, so they weren't afraid of lightning energy at all. But at this rate, the entire defense line would be wiped out in less than a quarter of an hour. Yang Dingtian thought that the occult flame lightning with the addition of the void-splitting fire seemed to be a different energy form from the previous flash. It was really like the terrifying light of a nuclear explosion. So, rather than waiting for death, he might as well give it a try. So, Yang Dingtian summoned the million spirit demon fire of the chaos attribute, then the demon spirit demon fire of the chaos attribute, and finally the transparent void-splitting fire. He injected all his celestial qi into the three occult flames. At this moment, the elemental creatures were getting closer and closer. 15 meters. 10 meters. 8 meters. Moreover, more and more elemental creatures were charging over. In less than 2 or 3 minutes at most, they would charge in. Yao Zi sighed coldly. Although the Great Fission Law had allowed them to live for a few more hours, they were still wiped out in the end. Perhaps, the Great Fission Day meant the end of the world. Soon, they would charge in, and the entire team would be wiped out. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's three occult flames suddenly flew into the air, above the elemental creatures, and crashed into them. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion. It was like an explosion of a nuclear bomb. The whole world seemed to be torn apart, and a blinding light burst out. The light that illuminated the area within 1,000 miles made this earth-shattering Great Fission Day look even more like the end of the world. Yang Dingtian shouted, "Everyone at the defensive line, get into formation and resist the shock wave." Instantly, the defensive line of more than 100 people put away their surprise and activated all their celestial qi to resist the shock wave that was roaring towards them. At this moment, the killing range that Yang Dingtian set was very small, and the distance from the defensive line was at least a few dozen meters. Boom, however, when the powerful shock wave hit them. Pft, pft, pft. There were still countless people who violently vomited blood. The strongest people at the 14th level and above in the outermost layer bore most of the energy of the shock wave. Otherwise, those below the 12th level would have lost their lives if they were swept by the shock wave. Moreover, it was fortunate that more than 100 people had gathered into one unit. If there were only a few people, they would have been immediately sent flying by the shock wave. How powerful was Yang Dingtian's three mysterious flame lightning now? When he was still at the 11th level, the three mysterious flame lightning was enough to kill spirits of the 16th level and above. Now, Yang Dingtian was already at the 9th level of the 13th level, so it should be enough to kill elemental creatures of the 18th level. The only thing to worry about now was whether the three mysterious flame lightning was purely electric energy, and whether it could kill these elemental creatures. A moment later, the terrifying glow gradually faded away. Even though there was no air here, everyone still held their breaths, waiting to see the result of that world-destroying light. They saw, the center of the explosion was completely littered with corpses. Of the hundreds of elemental creatures that attacked, 80 to 90% were already dead, and a considerable number of them were smashed into pieces. There were still more than a dozen elemental creatures left, all of which were at the 15th level and above, but at this moment, they seemed to have been completely stunned by the explosion and were standing on the spot, trembling non-stop. Everyone was completely shocked and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. This was a 13th level expert, this was too exaggerated, to be able to kill hundreds of elemental creatures in seconds. The power of the three mysterious flame lightning just now was probably beyond the 18th level. Everyone present was speechless. Yao Lung immediately shouted, "Everyone, attack and kill the remaining high-level elemental creatures." Therefore, hundreds of people attacked together and killed all the trembling elemental creatures on the ground. The terrifying wave of elemental creatures had passed, and the defensive line was temporarily safe. Within the defensive line, they began to take turns to recover their battle Xianxia. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian had completely become a national treasure. As the leader of the defensive line, Yao Lung directly ordered him not to make a move at any time and to receive protection in the center of the defensive line. Only under two circumstances would Yang Dingtian make a move to turn the tide. The first possibility was that Shadow Demon had arrived. The second scenario was the frenzied attack of a large number of elemental creatures. It could be said that if it were not for Yang Dingtian, the two lines of defense would have been completely wiped out. At this moment, the safety of the defensive line was no longer a problem for the time being. Thus, everyone began to be concerned about who this powerful human was. How did he enter the Umbral Realm? Of course, although they had doubts in their hearts, no one directly asked. Of course, Yao Lung knew the name Yang Dingtian. He even had some understanding of this human. After all, he was the master of the Human Council of Light and the master of the Tiando League. However, before this, Yao Lung was absolutely dismissive of Yang Dingtian. In this aspect, he was the same as Zhao Li. They both treated humans as ants. The so-called Tiando League and the Council of Light were like organizations playing house in his eyes. Even after Yang Dingtian stole the energy essence of the level 15 fire dragon from him and saved Zhao Li, Yao Lung still looked down on him. He felt that this human was only cunning and despicable and did not have any abilities. But now, he was truly in awe. This was not just powerful, it was completely against the natural order. Moreover, this human seemed to be less than 27 years old. This was too terrifying. It seemed that the cultivation efficiency of humans was far beyond that of the Demon Fox clan. No wonder, whether it was the ancient Naga or the current Little Western Paradise, they had to borrow seeds from humans in order to give birth to the descendants of the demigod. There was indeed a very, very powerful factor in the human body. However, due to lifespan and other related elements, the cultivation limit of humans was far lower than that of the Demon Fox clan. Therefore, the martial arts standard of humans was basically 2 levels lower than that of the Little Western Paradise. The Little Western Paradise had more than a dozen saint-level powerhouses, but humans had not had a saint-level powerhouse for hundreds of years. The Little Western Paradise had many saint-level powerhouses, but humans only had 1 or 2 at most. However, Yang Dingtian in front of him had completely overturned all of Yao Lung's understanding of humans. This was really against the natural order. No one knew how long the Great Fission Day would last. It might be a few minutes if it was short, or a few days if it was long. When the 2 suns came out again, and the energy between heaven and earth was completely restored to the yang element, the Great Fission would end. It was very obvious that the Great Fission this time would last for a very long time. Subsequently, the defensive line was still facing the northwest direction. Because Yang Dingtian's 3 mystic flame lightning had brought about an extremely intense light, it could be seen from 1,000 miles away. Therefore, the surrounding elemental creatures might have instinctively advanced towards this direction. Therefore, this defense line still had to leave this place as soon as possible. Throughout the whole process, although there were still elemental creatures constantly attacking, there were only a few dozen of them at most. A team of more than 100 people could easily get rid of them. Just like that, the entire defense line left this place relatively smoothly and kept going north. Yang Dingtian did not have a chance to make a move. Along the way, they also encountered a 5th-level demon soul. Just as the whole team was on high alert and Yang Dingtian was ready to rush out, the 5th-level demon soul killed a bunch of elemental creatures and quickly left. About 500 miles later, the Little Western Paradise team saw a group of their own kind. This was also a defense line, and there were only a few dozen of them. However, they had all become corpses, and their corpses were incomplete. That's right, under the Great Fission Law, the Fox Demon powerhouses had all spontaneously formed a defense line, but not every defense line was so lucky. Then, 800 miles away, they encountered another Fox Demon team, and they were also full of incomplete corpses. After a full day and night, this defense line had moved about 2,000 miles. As for Yang Dingtian, he had made 4 moves and killed a 5th-level demon soul, and released 3 mystical fire lightning, bombarding 3 waves of large elemental creatures. The entire Fox Demon team was in despair as they moved. They kept looking up at the sky, hoping that the 2 suns could break free from the darkness and let the Umbral Realm continue to return to normal. However, the sky was still dark, and the 2 suns were still blocked. The entire Umbral Realm was still crazily tearing and turning upside down. The Great Fission had been going on for more than 30 hours. If it went on for any longer, the Umbral Realm would basically be destroyed. At this time, the entire Umbral Realm was full of abysses. Throughout the whole process, the team even encountered a few fatal crises. It was not because of the elemental creatures, but because the ground under their feet was suddenly torn apart, and they almost fell into the abyss. The entire second Umbral Realm was constantly tearing apart, integrating, and collapsing. And the beast waves were getting more frequent. The impact was also getting stronger. And most importantly, the space for the team to move was getting smaller and smaller. The flat land in the Umbral Realm was getting less and less, and there were abysses everywhere. In the last 2 times, even with Yang Dingtian's 3 mystical fire lightning, more than a dozen high-level elemental creatures rushed into the team, and they were almost wiped out. Everyone's heart became extremely heavy. They had withstood this wave, but what about the next one? And the one after that? As long as the Great Fission did not end, there would be a large-scale beast wave that would completely destroy this team. It was as if the fate of being wiped out was already unavoidable. Taking advantage of a gap in the battle, Yao Li suddenly found Yao Lung and said, "Your Excellency Yao Lung, I have an opinion." Yao Lung frowned and said, "Speak." Yao Li said, "If this continues, we will definitely be wiped out. It's just a matter of time. Maybe next time, or the time after that." Although Yao Lung was unhappy, he had to admit that Yao Li was right. Yao Li said, "Whether our line of defense can survive or not, the key lies with Mr. Yang Dingtian. And with his current cultivation, he's already starting to fall short of his desire. When the next and the next large-scale beast wave comes, his mystical fire lightning will already be powerless to destroy it." Yao Lung said, "What do you want to say? Hurry up." Yao Li said, "Use all your strength to let Mr. Yang Dingtian break through immediately. Break through as much as he can." Yao Lung frowned slightly and said, "But there's no such thing in the Great Fission Law." Yao Li said, "That's because when the Great Fission Law was designated, it did not consider that there would be such a crucial savior. All of the Great Fission Law serves the survival of the line of defense. Therefore, I suggest to let Mr. Yang Dingtian break through with all his strength. We'll hand over all of our energy essence to let Mr. Yang Dingtian break through." Yao Lung gritted his teeth and fell into a difficult choice. Yao Li was naturally right. Whether this line of defense could survive or not, the key was Yang Dingtian. If Yao Li was strong enough, then his 3 profound fire lightning would be incomparably powerful. But to make him use the entire team to provide for Yang Dingtian just like this and let him break through, he was seriously somewhat unwilling. Right at this time, Yao Lung discovered that everyone's gazes were looking at him, all filled with anticipation and pleading. Between jealousy and survival, everyone naturally chose survival without any hesitation. Surviving was the most important thing. Yao Lung suddenly gritted his teeth and nodded, and said, "All right, our entire line of defense, over 100 people, let Yang Dingtian break through with all our might. Yes. The surrounding people shouted loudly. All the teams in the defensive line, please hand over the rank 14 energy essences in your storage, so that His Excellency Yang Dingtian can achieve the greatest breakthrough, so that he can kill more elemental creatures and help us get through this difficult time, Yaoling said. Then, the leaders of more than 100 people present handed over the energy jade boxes in their hands, which contained their gains. Suddenly, a total of 11 energy jade boxes were placed in Yaoling's hands. All of them were rank 14 energy essences. Yaoling counted the numbers. There were a total of 13 rank 14 energy essences. Yes, only 13, and no one was hiding them. More than 100 people present added up to only 13 rank 14 energy essences. This was normal data. This was the true result of the Fox clan's experts hunting in the Dark Realm. To think that Yang Dingtian's crazy hunting was unique. Yaoling couldn't help but frown. 13 was not enough. He couldn't help but look at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said, I have an energy essence close to rank 15, and 3 ordinary rank 14 energy essences here. It should be just enough. Yaoling handed all the energy essences to Yang Dingtian. This energy essence close to rank 15, was it born close to rank 15, or was it synthesized? Yang Dingtian said, it was born close to rank 15 elemental creature. Yaoling said, that won't do, although it's close to rank 15, it's not an ultimate energy essence, the concentration is not enough. Yang Dingtian was stunned, then nodded, that's right, he didn't pay attention to this. Therefore, this energy essence close to rank 15 couldn't be used directly, it still had to be synthesized. Before Yang Dingtian synthesized the energy essence, he first built an energy shield in the air. Because it was the Great Fission Day, the world was turned upside down, and the energy was out of balance. The energy essences in the air were turned to ashes in an instant, unable to be preserved, and needed to be protected with an energy shield. 1 close to rank 15, and 16 close to rank 14 energy essences. In the end, they were very lucky, and just happened to synthesize 3 close to rank 15 ultimate energy essences. Because 1 close to rank 15 and 2 close to rank 14 were able to synthesize close to rank 15 ultimate energy essences. The remaining 14 were synthesized into 2 close to rank 15 ultimate energy essences. At this time, the team was moving while fighting. Yang Dingtian had to make the best use of his time and devour the energy essence to break through. Hold on. Suddenly, Yaoling opened his mouth to stop him. It's still too risky to consume 3 peak essences close to rank 15. If you don't break through, then you'll have consumed most of these 3 energy essences for nothing. To be on the safe side, it's better to get another peak essence close to rank 15. With a total of 4, you'll have more confidence in breaking through to rank 14. Although Yang Dingtian felt that 3 ultimate essences close to tier 15 might be enough, the current leader of the party was Yaoling. He nodded in agreement. Yao coldly said, blink. In the battle later, we will eliminate the 14th rank elemental creatures last. When you are about to be killed, you will immediately blink out and get the energy essence. You have to be fast, or you'll be turned into ashes immediately. Alright, Yang Dingtian said. Then, the entire defensive line entered a temporary state of wholeheartedly helping Yang Dingtian break through. All the demonic beasts that came to attack, regardless of their level, would leave the 14th rank elemental creatures for last. But even so, after a full 6 hours, they only got 4 14th rank energy essences. There was no other way. Although there were many elemental creatures that came to attack, they just happened to be 14th rank. Moreover, they happened to be killed at the last moment, and Yang Dingtian only got 4 energy essences. Everyone could only pray that a large-scale elemental beast tide would not come before this. This time, the party's luck was not too bad. Because in the next 2 hours, a total of 3 14th rank elemental creatures appeared. Therefore, Yang Dingtian collected 7 14th rank essences in one go. Then, he carried out the synthesis in the energy shield, and sure enough, he got a peak essence close to rank 15. Now, Yang Dingtian had 4 peak essences close to rank 15 in his hands. It should be enough to break through to rank 14. Yang Dingtian immediately sat down. Under the protection of more than 100 people, he began to devour the energy essences. Boom! Endless energy suddenly poured into Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. One was exhausted. Two were exhausted. Finally, his sea of qi felt expansion. 3 energy essences were exhausted. At this time, his sea of qi had expanded to the extreme. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in his sea of qi. Then, Yang Dingtian's entire body and consciousness fell into nothingness. Finally, he broke through to rank 14. After a lot of hardships, almost half a year's time, he finally broke through to rank 14 from rank 13, rank 9. Moreover, he did not rely on his own hunting in the end, but with the help of the Demon Fox clan's expert team under the Great Fission Law, he broke through to rank 14. For this result, Yang Dingtian really did not expect it. It was really the so-called unpredictable world. Even when Yang Dingtian gave up the hope of breaking through to rank 14, he actually used this method to break through. After breaking through to rank 14, Yang Dingtian still had a peak essence close to rank 15 left in his hands. Yang Dingtian continued to devour. Just a quarter of an hour later, his sea of qi expanded again and expanded. Boom! Yang Dingtian broke through again, breaking through to rank 14, rank 1. Of course, in the end, Yang Dingtian's cultivation stopped at rank 14, rank 1. When he opened his eyes, Yao Ling, Yao Li, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Breaking through to rank 14 was good. That meant that his combat strength would be improved further. Then, Yang Dingtian immediately took a mystic gathering pill and used the fastest speed to recover his combat mystic qi. In just a quarter of an hour, his mystic qi was completely recovered. In less than an hour, Yao Ling suddenly sounded an alarm. There's a rank 16 demon spirit 20 miles away. Before he could finish his words, the 16th order advanced demon spirit immediately jumped on top of the team and began to jump desperately. It was very straightforward and decisive. In just a moment, this demon spirit flashed over in an instant, wanting to slaughter this team of more than 100 people. Yang Dingtian also flashed out quickly and intercepted this rank 16 demon spirit when it was still 30 meters away from the team. Even though everyone had already seen it twice, when the same scene happened again, everyone was still shocked. Just like that, after more than an hour, this rank 16 demon spirit was directly killed. Yang Dingtian immediately got the energy essence and the demon spirit's corpse. This rank 16 demon spirit seemed to be just a preview. Next, the world turned upside down and entered the most intense moment. Immediately after, an incomparably powerful black wave of elemental beasts came crazily. The number was completely uncountable. It was pitch black, vast, and boundless. And the direction just happened to be the line of defense where Yao Ling was. This wave of beasts came completely unexpectedly. Because at this time, the world was shaking too violently. Even if countless elemental creatures were galloping, they couldn't be seen at all. The whole earth was still crazily tearing apart, forming abyss after abyss. Countless elemental creatures suddenly fell and were completely swallowed by the abyss. Some directly rushed out of the abyss, while others were directly crushed into pieces by the collapsing and closing abyss, vanishing into thin air. However, there were still countless elemental creatures rushing in this direction. Move quickly and avoid the beast tide, Yao Ling ordered. The entire line of defense quickly retreated to the west, desperately dodging. Their dodging speed was already fast enough to escape the direct impact of the elemental creatures. But it still attracted the attention of many elemental creatures. Then, wave after wave of elemental creatures crazily rushed over. So, the whole team of more than 100 people, except for Yang Dingtian, attacked crazily. More and more elemental creatures were rushing over. When there were still 100 meters away, Yang Dingtian didn't hesitate and directly used all his strength to release the 3 mysterious fire lightning. After the 3 mysterious fires condensed all the mysterious qi, they suddenly flew out 100 meters away, enveloping the elemental creatures that were rushing over. The last 3 mysterious fires collided violently. Boom! Once again, there was a light that was close to the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Once again, everyone was almost blinded and lost their vision. At this time, Yang Dingtian was already rank 14, rank 1. The power of the 3 mysterious fire lightning was also much stronger than when he was rank 13, rank 9. After a while, the light dissipated. hundreds of elemental creatures were completely annihilated. There were still dozens of elemental creatures that were lucky enough to survive. That's right, Yang Dingtian's 3 mysterious fire lightning was much stronger. Because many rank 14 elemental creatures were also instantly killed. But this wave of elemental creatures was too strong, so there were still dozens of elemental creatures that were lucky enough to survive. In other words, it was fortunate that Yang Dingtian had broken through to rank 14 in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive this wave of elemental creatures. After the battle, Yang Dingtian immediately sat down cross-legged and swallowed mysterious gathering pills to recover his battle mysterious qi. Yao Leng screamed desperately and ordered everyone to attack the dozens of high-level elemental creatures that were lucky enough to survive. Yang Dingtian was in a race against time because the elemental creatures behind him were endless, constantly joining the attacking team. So, the original dozens of elemental creatures that were lucky enough to survive became huge again. Yang Dingtian desperately stuffed the mystic gathering elixir into his body. In less than 7 minutes, he had recovered his battle mystic qi. At this time, the elemental creatures were already within 30 meters of him. Yang Dingtian's 3 mysterious fire lightning began to condense all the mysterious qi and then burst out. Boom! Another light that resembled a nuclear bomb, an incomparably gorgeous and resplendent attack. Another hundreds of elemental creatures were annihilated. Countless energy crystals were annihilated just as they entered the field of vision. Now, the energy field of the Dark Realm was even more chaotic and terrifying. It was also desperately adjusting itself, trying to bring the entire Dark Realm back to balance. So, in the chaotic energy field, it was almost impossible to preserve the energy essence. After the 3 mysterious fire lightning, there were still dozens of elemental creatures that were lucky enough to survive. Yao Leng continued to order everyone to kill with all their might, while Yang Dingtian continued to recover his battle mysterious qi quickly. By the time Yang Dingtian recovered his mysterious qi and released the 3 mysterious fire lightning for the 3rd time in this battle, this wave of elemental creatures was already 10 meters away. Yang Dingtian's 3rd wave of 3 mysterious fire lightning killed hundreds of elemental creatures again, but there were still dozens of elemental creatures that were lucky enough to survive. In the end, under the desperate attacks of more than 100 people, this wave of elemental creatures were all killed a few feet in front of the defensive line. And the elemental creatures at the back had completely gathered to the scale of a few hundred, and once again, they pounced forward crazily. Yao Leng and Yang Dingtian instantly exchanged glances. These two people clearly knew in their hearts. That wave just now was already the limit of the entire team. This wave of elemental attacks could no longer be stopped. Although Yang Dingtian could still kill hundreds of elemental creatures, there were still dozens of elemental creatures that were lucky enough to survive. They would definitely charge into the defensive line with this team. And once they were charged into the defensive line, it would basically mean that they were finished. Yang Dingtian did not have any expression on his face. He immediately sat down cross-legged and desperately swallowed mysterious gathering pills, desperately recovering his battle mysterious qi. Although he knew in his heart that this wave of elemental creatures could no longer be stopped, to give up without a fight and to run away without a fight was definitely not Yang Dingtian's style. Even if he did not have to stay behind, and could definitely escape, he still wanted to fight to the end. Although there was almost no friendship between them, he would definitely not abandon the team at this time. While Yang Dingtian was madly swallowing mysterious gathering pills, it was completely destructive to recover his battle mysterious qi. After about 5 minutes, he had completely recovered his battle mysterious qi. At this time, this wave of elemental creatures was almost in front of them. Yang Dingtian's 3 mysterious fire lightning, after condensing, violently bombarded. Boom! Once again, the light that seemed to tear the sky apart. Then, hundreds of elemental creatures, once again, turned into ashes. And the team of more than 100 people, once again spat out blood, and some were even seriously injured by the shockwave. However, this time, there were still dozens of high-level elemental creatures that were crazily charging forward. Boom 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 boom. Yao Leng's 100 people at the defensive line did not even have time to wipe the blood from their mouths. They desperately bombarded, desperately trying to stop these elemental creatures from approaching. However, they were still getting closer and closer, closer and closer. The despair in everyone's eyes was getting more and more intense, and more intense. It was over. It was too late, destined to be destroyed, destined to be completely annihilated. At this time, Yang Dingtian even discovered that among the dozens of elemental creatures that were lucky enough to survive, there were actually 3 that were above the saint level. They were definitely going to be completely annihilated. At this time, Yang Dingtian's celestial qi was already exhausted, and even if he wanted to escape, he could not do it. They were going to be completely annihilated. The Great Fission Law had finally failed. At this time, suddenly, a huge team appeared in their field of vision, a team of at least 200 people. It was the defensive line of the demonic Fox clan experts, just a dozen miles to the west of them. And the leader of this defensive line just happened to be Yao Li's brother, the Golden Awe clan's young master Yao Ming. Being of the same kind meant that they were powerful allies. Suddenly, the morale of the defensive line was greatly boosted, and they gritted their teeth to carry out the final desperate attack. Then, Yao Lung shouted at Yao Ming's defensive line team, "Yao Ming, according to the Great Fission Law, I request that you come close to me and lend a hand. Then, the 2 defensive lines will merge, and you will be the new leader of the defensive line." Yao Lung used powerful energy as a medium to transmit the sound wave directly to Yao Ming's ears. Then, everyone was filled with anticipation as they waited for another powerful team to come to their aid. However, not only did the other side's 200-strong defense line not draw closer, they kept retreating to the north. Yao Lung was completely stunned. How could this be? He, Yao Lung, was despicable, vicious, and shameless. But when the Great Fission arrived, he still strictly followed the Great Fission Law. Even when he was facing enemies like Yao Li and Yang Dingtian, he had to temporarily put down his previous enmity and decisively sent someone to guide them into the defensive line. As the young master of the Golden Awe clan, Yao Ming usually had a virtuous reputation. No one expected him to publicly betray the Great Fission Law. One had to know that when the Great Fission Law was signed, all the big and small tribes and all the councillors signed on the joint council. His current behavior was a complete betrayal of the Little Western Paradise's joint council. Yao Li also looked at all of this in disbelief. Although this brother of hers had always been full of hostility towards her, he usually looked like a pretty good successor. How could he be so despicable and cold at such a time? Not only did he not save his own people in the Little Western Paradise, but he also had 2 sisters here. Yao Li immediately shouted, "Yao Ming, you don't deserve to be the leader of a defense line. You don't deserve to be the successor of the Golden Awe clan." Yao Zi angrily shouted, "Yao Ming, you will die a horrible death." However, no matter how angry the people in the team were, Yao Ming led the 200-strong team and left completely. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. Yao Lung's 100-strong defense line immediately fell into complete despair. They were in a hopeless situation. Despite their grief and anger, Yao Lung's team still desperately attacked the monsters that were charging at them. However, the outcome of their destruction was already determined. There was no way they could stop them. The dozens of high-level elemental creatures at the front were about to rush in. Meanwhile, the hundreds of elemental creatures in the distance began to gather again, preparing to attack. The outcome of their complete destruction was already decided. Yao Lung sighed in grief and indignation. "Everyone, we have already done our best. This destruction is not a crime of war. We will die honorably." Then, he looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "It is an honor to fight side by side with Your Excellency Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, it's an honor to fight alongside everyone from Little Western Paradise." Then, although everyone was still attacking with all their might, they had already closed their eyes and waited for the final moment of death to arrive. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was desperately recovering his profound energy. Of course, he would not allow himself to die like this. After he fought to the last moment, he would bring Yao Li, Yao Lung, and the others away with a flash. However, he would definitely fight until the last moment, until the situation was completely irreversible, or until everyone present had died. Only then would he leave with a few people. Therefore, this could not be considered a betrayal. However, it was impossible for him to die with these 100 people. He wasn't that pedantic. The entire human world still needed him to save it. Even the future Little Western Paradise needed him to save it. The defensive line had completely collapsed. several high-level elemental creatures rushed in. The moment of total annihilation had arrived. Right at this moment, whoosh 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 whoosh, suddenly, the elemental life forms not far away were crushed into pieces and turned to dust. Then, a shadow rushed in an instant. It was a demon spirit, a level 19 demon spirit. It shuttled back and forth like lightning, killing everything in its path. Instantly, the dozens of high-level demon beasts that attacked the defensive line were instantly torn to pieces. At the same time, there were more than a dozen Fox clan experts who were all turned to dust. This level 17 demon spirit killed 7 in and 7 out. There was no way it could withstand a single blow. After killing more than 30 Fox clan experts, it suddenly flashed into the group of elemental life forms in the distance and began to kill crazily. Instantly, this group of elemental life forms was killed until they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Yang Dingtian was about to rush out when Yaolong suddenly shook his head forcefully. "Sir Yang Dingtian, since we're going to die anyway, let's take a gamble," Yaolong said. Yang Dingtian knew what he was betting on. He was betting that this level 19 demon spirit would kill all the elemental life forms that were attacking. Of course, if he failed, then the less than 100 people left in this defensive line would all be killed. This was because the demonic spirit's killing was completely random. Yaolong shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't care about any killing. Sit down cross-legged and recover your battle chi." Then, the less than 100 people left, completely disregarding the side effects, desperately swallowed the mystic gathering pill and desperately recovered their chi. At this time, even if a few low-level elemental life forms rushed in, they could start a massacre. However, under the ravaging of the level 19 demon spirit, not a single elemental life form rushed over. This was a heaven-defying demon spirit. It was completely like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves, killing all the elemental life forms wave by wave. Yang Dingtian's team's luck was truly too good. Such a large wave of hundreds of elemental life forms, almost all of them were killed by the demon spirit. Then, the demon spirit desperately jumped in the air. At this time, it was time for Yang Dingtian to make a move. He immediately rushed out, took out the level 4 evil spirit, and placed it in front of it. Immediately, this level 19 demon spirit squatted in front of the evil spirit again, fell into entanglement and torture, and began to chatter in pain. It wanted to devour this evil spirit, but it didn't dare to devour this evil spirit. Then, Yang Dingtian condensed the million spirit demon fire on the near emperor grade soul sword and crazily cut off the limbs of this level 19 demon spirit. Yang Dingtian was really going to cry. Really couldn't cut it. The hardness of the level 19 demon spirit's limbs was really not inferior to a near emperor grade soul sword. Thus, Yang Dingtian tried to add the void-splitting fire and blend it into the million spirit demon fire. It was really awesome. Looking down, the demon spirit's limbs were actually corroded by some kind of terrifying energy, creating a gully. This void-splitting fire was really powerful. When combined with other mystic fires, it was actually twice the result with half the effort. Even so, Yang Dingtian still spent a lot of effort to cut off the demon spirit's limbs. Then, Yang Dingtian took away the level 4 evil spirit and retreated with the whole team. That's right, they didn't retreat after killing this demon spirit. Because this level 19 demon spirit, even if the whole team gathered to fight, it would also take more than 15 minutes to fight, even 30 minutes. At this time, a large wave of elemental creatures just happened to pass by. It was precisely the rare quiet period. It was best to make the best use of the time and immediately withdraw. Otherwise, if they encountered the next wave of elemental creatures, they would die without a doubt. And after this level 19 demon spirit saw that the level 4 evil spirit's energy was taken away, it immediately fell into a frenzy and was about to rush up and smash Yang Dingtian into pieces. But it suddenly discovered that it had lost its limbs. But even so, it still pounced onto Yang Dingtian's body like lightning, desperately wanting to tear, but discovered that it had no claws. Hence, it desperately chattered on Yang Dingtian's body without stopping. Yang Dingtian really didn't expect that after its limbs were cut off, it would still flash. However, it did not have any lethality in the end. Yang Dingtian thought for a while, directly took out a thick black cloth, and directly tied its eyes. In this way, this rank 19 demon spirit had completely lost all of its attack power and became a pet. Yao Leng suddenly looked at Yang Dingtian with some gratitude. To be honest, if Yang Dingtian insisted on destroying this demon spirit, the whole team could only accompany him, because this meant that it would be a level 19 energy essence. But Yang Dingtian did not do so for the safety of the whole team. Instead, he gave up on this level 19 energy essence. But in this way, this demon spirit with broken limbs was like a ghost, following Yang Dingtian like a shadow. He could not get rid of it even if he wanted to. The whole team was constantly retreating in the northwest direction. Heaven and earth were still turning upside down, but it seemed to be less intense. Although the level 19 demon spirit that was chattering on Yang Dingtian's body had lost any lethality, everyone was still very afraid of this thing. It was really too terrifying. Just now, there were several saint-level elemental creatures that were torn apart alive by this level 19 shadow demon spirit. So nature was really strange. This demon spirit only had one way of attack, and that was physical attacks. But under extreme speed and sharpness, it was almost invincible. Of course, if 4 or 5 saint-level elemental creatures attacked it at the same time, then this demon spirit would definitely die. However, these elemental creatures were all brainless. All of their attacks were completely random. Although dozens or hundreds of them rushed up together, they were completely fighting for themselves. Sometimes, they even had to fight each other. In this way, a level 19 demon spirit was lying on Yang Dingtian's body. It had lost its limbs and was blindfolded. At first, Yang Dingtian still shuddered a little, but later, he got used to it. It was just a pet that was lying on his body at that time. It was just that this thing kept on chattering, which was really annoying. Moreover, the syllables it uttered were meaningless. And damn it, it was actually not repeated. In this way, the team kept retreating towards the northwest, retreating and retreating. Along the way, they did not encounter too much danger, and Yang Dingtian also did not have a chance to make a move. A full 10 hours later, the defense line retreated more than 1,000 miles. Suddenly, someone pointed to a distance more than 10 miles away and shouted, "Look, a beast tide." Everyone looked over. It was indeed a huge tide of elemental creatures. It was not just the elemental creatures' tide. There was also a huge team of demon fox experts. They saw clearly that it was Yao Ming's 200 demon fox defense line. At this time, it was being attacked crazily by hundreds of elemental creatures. It was on the verge of collapse and was about to collapse and be destroyed. Everyone was stunned. This retribution had come too quickly, hadn't it? A few hours ago, Yao Ming's team did not save Yao Leng and Yang Dingtian's team. Now, it was their turn to be on the verge of destruction. Then, should they go forward and save them? Everyone looked at the leader, Yao Leng. According to the Great Fission Law, they had to go forward and save them. But according to Yao Ming's inaction just now, they deserved to die. It was unknown why Yao Leng looked over at Yang Dingtian immediately. It was obvious that he was seeking Yang Dingtian's opinion. Yang Dingtian only nodded at him, indicating that he would obey Yao Leng's will. After all, this was Yao Leng's team, not Yang Dingtian's. Yang Dingtian would never steal the limelight. Yao Leng gritted his teeth and said, "Others may not abide by the Great Fission Law, but we must. Charge and help." Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Once something noble began, it would not end easily. Immediately, the remaining team of less than 100 people rushed toward Yao Ming's team as quickly as they could. Yao Ming's team of more than 200 people was already in despair. At this moment, they saw a team of more than 100 people approaching them. Moreover, it seemed that they had just betrayed the team. Their morale was greatly boosted. In an instant, their combat power increased greatly, temporarily suppressing the elemental creatures that were charging toward them. Soon, Yao Leng's team of nearly 100 people approached Yao Ming's team. With the fastest speed, the two teams joined together. Then, the 300 people launched a frenzied attack on the incoming elemental creatures. Immediately, the elemental creatures that had rushed within 10 meters of them were repelled by 20 meters, 30 meters, and so on. After a full hour, this wave of elemental creatures finally passed through. Wave after wave of elemental creatures were completely repelled. After the intensive battle ended, the two teams suddenly became awkward. This was because Yao Ming's team had just betrayed the Great Fission Law a few hours ago. Therefore, they immediately fell into an awkward situation. Yao Li immediately broke the awkwardness and said, now that the two teams have combined into one team, and Yao Ming has just betrayed the Great Fission Law, as one of the direct descendants of the Golden Ah clan, I feel that Yao Ming is no longer qualified to be the leader of the defense line. Otherwise, when faced with the same situation again, he will betray the Great Fission Law again. I propose that Yao Leng be the highest and only leader of the new defense line. As soon as she said this, Yao Ming's expression changed. However, he had expected this situation. This was because his sister could not tolerate sand in her eyes. Moreover, only Yao Li was suitable to say such words. After all, she was Yao Ming's sister, and the backbone of Yao Ming's team were all experts from the Golden Ah clan. Immediately after, without waiting for Yao Ming to make any response, Yao Li said directly, those who agree with my suggestion, please raise your hands to vote. Immediately, everyone in Yao Ling's team raised their hands. Then, many members of Demonic Cry's team also raised their hands. After all, everything that had just happened was too unforgettable. Yao Ming's betrayal was exchanged for Yao Ling's full support. Without the help of Yao Ling's team, everyone in Yao Ming's team would have died long ago. Soon, most of the 300 people present raised their hands. Thus, Yao Ling became the supreme leader of this defensive line. Then, the entire group of 300 people continued to retreat towards the northwest. During the retreat, the sporadic battles that occurred were no longer able to cause much of an impact. At this time, the original members of Yao Ming's team finally discovered the level 19 demon spirit on Yang Dingtian's body. Immediately, they revealed an extremely shocked expression. There was actually someone in this world who had a demon spirit as a pet. Although it seemed to be a demon spirit with its limbs cut off, and a level 19 demon spirit at that, it was really terrifying. Taking advantage of the short period of silence, Yao Ling said, the reason why our team of a mere 100 people could survive is almost entirely because of this Mr. Yang Dingtian. Hearing this name, all the experts in Yao Ming's team immediately looked at Yang Dingtian. He was actually a human? And he was Yang Dingtian. That's right, there were quite a number of people in the Fox clan who knew Yang Dingtian. After all, Yang Dingtian was the leader of the Council of Light in the human countries. Yao Ling continued, and whether Mr. Yang Dingtian is strong or not is the key to whether our entire team can survive or not. Therefore, I request and suggest that our entire team hand over all the energy essence to Mr. Yang Dingtian so that his cultivation can be raised to the highest level. This way, our chances of surviving to the end will be greatly increased. As soon as he said this, many people's expressions changed slightly. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Yao Ling's attitude was too anxious. It was really too early to make such a request at this time. Sure enough, Yao Ming said coldly, Yao Ling, when did you get bought over by a mere human? Since when did you become so useless? Humans are like ants. You actually said that we have to rely on this human to survive. This is completely absurd. Yao Li and Yao Zi immediately wanted to refute, but they were stopped by Yang Dingtian. Your Excellency Yao Ling, don't mention this matter to avoid causing disunity in the entire team, Yang Dingtian said. Seeing that most people were looking at him suspiciously, Yao Ling's expression turned ugly. However, he could only let it go. After all, he had just become the leader of the entire team. Yao Ming, you'll regret this, Yao Ling said slowly. Yao Ming immediately laughed and said, regret? This Yang Dingtian is a lowly human. He doesn't belong to the Little Western Paradise's Fox clan. He definitely doesn't have the right to enjoy the protection of the Great Fission Law. I even want to suggest that he be expelled from the team. As soon as he said this, Yao Ling, Yao Li, and Yao Zi's expressions changed drastically. Yao Ming said coldly, Yao Ling, I admire you for abiding by the Great Fission Law. Because I betrayed the Great Fission Law, I lost my position as the leader of the team. I accept this wholeheartedly. However, in the Great Fission Law, there are no human signatures. This Yang Dingtian doesn't have the right to stay in this defense line, nor does he have the right to receive protection. Therefore, I formally suggest that Yang Dingtian be expelled from the team. As soon as he said this, Yao Li was completely speechless. Idiot, idiot, she was completely unable to use any words to describe her older brother. Normally, it seemed like this older brother of hers wasn't that stupid. Why did he become so intolerably stupid in this special environment? Yao Ling said with surprise. You've gone mad. Yao Ming, you've gone mad. Do you know what you're doing? Yao Ming was just speaking casually, but when he saw Yao Li and Yao Ling's reactions, he instantly became even more determined to expel Yang Dingtian from the team. He wanted to vent his anger from having his position as the leader taken away. Immediately, he said word by word, I'll say it again. If you want to abide by the Great Fission Law, then abide by it completely. However, there's no place for humans in the Great Fission Law. It's very simple. If you don't expel this human, then I'll withdraw. Then, who wants to withdraw with me? Instantly, over 20 of Yao Ming's trusted aides raised their hands. Amongst them, there were a total of 9 experts at the half-saint realm or above. After that, Yao Ming's gaze swept over, and Yao Yi of the Shadow Spear clan fell into hesitation. Yao Yu of the Shadow Spear clan. That's right, he was Yang Dingtian's younger brother-in-law and Yao Rao and Ji's younger sister. However, his status in the Shadow Spear clan was inferior to Jia, and his presence had always been weak. Yang Dingtian had rarely heard Jia and Yao Nu mention him. Moreover, he wasn't a direct descendant. Of course, even if he wasn't a direct descendant, Yao Yi was Yao Nu's son after all. So, there were still over 20 experts in this group. On the other hand, the Jinhe clan and Shadow Spear clan had always been staunch allies. The reason Yao Qi was able to become the chairman was because of these two clans. So, most of the time, the Jinhe clan and Shadow Spear clan would advance and retreat together. Because Yao Yi was a bastard, he'd always followed Yao Ming's lead. When he saw Yao Ming look over, he hesitated for a moment before he immediately raised his hand as well. Thus, there were 40 to 50 experts from both clans that raised their hands. Coupled with the others that were scattered, there were 70 to 80 that raised their hands. They agreed with Yao Ming's suggestion to expel Yang Dingtian. Yao Leng was so angry that he started laughing. On the other hand, Yao Li said coldly, since it's like that, then let's split up. There's no need to merge. We'll go our separate ways. Yao Leng instantly frowned. Even though he supported Yang Dingtian, it was completely based on benefits. If devil spirits attacked, then there was no doubt that Yang Dingtian's role would be irreplaceable. However, Yao Ming wanted to leave Yang Dingtian behind with 70 to 80 experts. After all, there were close to 20 experts at the half-saint realm and above amongst the 80 that Yao Ming had taken with him. They accounted for almost 2/3 of the experts at the half-saint realm and above. No matter how formidable Yang Dingtian's tri-profound flame lightning was, it shouldn't be able to compare with 20 half-saints. So, Yao Leng wasn't willing to lose 80 experts for nothing just to leave Yang Dingtian behind. It was indeed not worth it. Moreover, the key was that the grand fission was gradually calming down. It seemed like it was about to end. Yao Leng instantly fell into a difficult choice. It was indeed difficult for him to say that he wanted to chase Yang Dingtian away. In the past 2 days, Yang Dingtian had saved the entire team more than once. Now that he wanted to chase Yang Dingtian away for the sake of Yao Ming's dozens of experts, it would be too heartless. Yao Ming sneered, Yao Leng, you have to make a decision quickly. Otherwise, I'll take it that you're giving up 80 of your fellow fox demons for a human. Yao Li and Yao Zi were instantly infuriated. Was there anything more ridiculous than this in the world? Did Yang Dingtian need the protection of the fox demons experts? He was protecting the fox demons. If Yang Dingtian was alone, no matter if he was invisible or flashing, he would be safe. He wouldn't be in any danger and could even hunt elemental creatures. Yang Dingtian was such a savior and protector. In order to protect the fox demons, he had sacrificed his own interests. Now, he wanted to chase him away and say that he was taking advantage of the fox demons. It was too ridiculous. Suddenly, Yao Li said coldly, Your Excellency Yao Leng, you don't have to be so conflicted. We'll leave with His Excellency Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Yao Li, Yao Zi, Bo Lu, A Wen, and A Wu stood up without hesitation and wanted to leave with Yang Dingtian. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian let out a soft sigh. Perhaps, the time to part had arrived. Although it was different from what he had imagined, it was probably the best time to leave. It was time to go to the third dark realm. Immediately, Yang Dingtian waved his hand toward Xiao Li and was about to bid farewell. Note: I went out and wasn't at home. I'd been on the road and only stopped 2 hours ago, so the update was late. Sorry. Yang Dingtian, we'll go with you, Yao Li said. Yao Li said, I've said it before. As long as you live, I will always follow you. This is my oath. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, Yao Li, I had once thought about how we would bid farewell to each other. Now, it seems that this is the best way to say goodbye. Haven't you always wanted me to escape alone? You know that if I'm alone, not only will I not be in any danger, but I can also hunt elemental creatures and reap great rewards. Now, the Great Fission should be nearing its end. You should be safe in this team. As he spoke, Yang Dingtian secretly took out the energy jade box of a 4th-grade evil spirit and handed it to Yao Li. If you encounter a demon spirit, use this to attract its attention and then beat it to death. This way, even if you encounter a demon spirit, the one you call a shadow demon, you won't be destroyed. No, if you give this to me, what about the shadow demons you encounter? Yao Li asked. Don't worry. Yang Dingtian said, the shadow demons always think that I'm one of them. Plus, I have a 19th grade shadow demon on me now, so they can't attack me. But if you encounter a suitable shadow demon, you won't be able to kill it, and you won't be able to successfully obtain the energy essence, Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian said, but, compared to your lives, what is all of this worth? Yao Li, you don't have to say any more. I've already made up my mind. Yao Li immediately fell silent. Once Yang Dingtian decided on something, no one could change it. And now, Yang Dingtian was the leader, and Yao Li was the follower. But, we want to follow you to the third dark realm, Yao Li suddenly said. Yang Dingtian said, I have a feeling that the third dark realm will be very complicated. You might not be able to benefit from going. It's better for you to stay here. In less than a year, I'll come back to the second dark realm to find you, and then we'll go to the human kingdom together. Are you sure? Yao Li asked. I'm sure. Yang Dingtian extended his hand. Yao Li stretched out her hand and collided with Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian looked into her beautiful eyes and said, the Great Fission should be over soon. Remember, once it's over, the 5 of you must leave immediately. Maybe Yao Leng will invite you, but don't accept. This was because Yao Ming and Yao Leng would definitely have a huge conflict. Furthermore, after the Great Fission, Yao Leng might return to his previous temperament. You must not take the risk. Furthermore, they must not take any risks during the hunt. He would rather not gain anything than protect his own life and that of his team. Yao Li nodded vigorously and said, I will remember. Alright, you can go back, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Li took a deep look at Yang Dingtian before returning to the group. Yao Zi burst into tears and rushed into Yang Dingtian's embrace. She shouted, I don't want you to leave. I want to go with you. Yang Dingtian gently patted her on the back and said gently, don't worry. If I'm fast, half a year. If I'm slow, a year. I'll definitely come back for you. Yao Zi cried for a while, then raised her head and said tearfully, Are you sure? I'm sure. Yang Dingtian said, Alright, you can go back now. Yao Zi reluctantly returned to the group. Next, Bolu stepped forward and hugged Yang Dingtian, saying, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I originally didn't have the right to hug you, but I wanted to do so. Here with you, I feel equal and respected. Thus, in the past year of being with you, I felt that this was the most glorious moment of my life. I will always look forward to fighting by your side, and I look forward even more to returning to the human kingdoms with you and accomplishing this great undertaking with you. Thank you. Yang Dingtian patted Bolu and said, Take good care of Yao Li. I will, Bolu said. Ah Wen and Ah Wu stepped forward, but they didn't hug him. Instead, they knelt down on one knee. Then, without saying anything, they patted their chests hard, indicating that they wouldn't forget their duty and their promise. Although the two brothers didn't interact much with Yang Dingtian, what Yang Dingtian gave them was more than what others could give them in their entire lives. In their hearts, they were looking forward to the day they could truly follow Yang Dingtian. Seeing this, Yao Ming's expression turned ugly. He said coldly, as expected of a traitorous B***tch. After sticking to Yao Qi, she stuck to a lowly human. Yao Lung's expression also turned ugly. Because of Yang Dingtian's departure, he felt somewhat guilty. However, guilt was definitely not a good emotion for some people. Instead, it would produce many negative effects because of guilt. Yang Dingtian understood this very well. He mouthed to Yao Lung, "You're a qualified leader. You'll definitely become an even more outstanding leader in the future. After the Great Fission ends, pay attention to Yao Ming and leave as soon as possible." Yang Dingtian's words were like sunlight, directly dispersing the negative and dark emotions in Yao Lung's heart. He truly felt guilty and felt that he was too narrow-minded. He thought that Yang Dingtian would blame him, so he actually had some bad thoughts about him. Immediately, he made up his mind. Even if Yang Dingtian left, he would definitely treat Yao Li and Yao Zi well. This was also Yang Dingtian's goal. In fact, he said these words because they weren't close friends. However, this kind of noble flattery would encourage Yao Lung to continue working hard in the direction that Yang Dingtian said. Therefore, at least at this moment, he deeply felt that Yang Dingtian was a confidant and good friend. Yao Lung had always been rejected by others. However, Yang Dingtian, as an outstanding leader, actually affirmed and praised him. This was undoubtedly a huge encouragement to him. This was because Yang Dingtian was definitely an existence that people could look up to, even if he was only a human. Therefore, who said that Yang Dingtian didn't understand people's hearts? He did. However, when facing like-minded comrades, he didn't want to use these tricks. He had always treated people with sincerity. He had always believed that sincerity, benevolence, and impartiality had always been the most powerful weapons. It was also the true way of the king. Just like that, Yang Dingtian left in a completely unexpected situation. He quickly headed north alone and left the Demon Fox tribe. He was very fast and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. In an instant, Yao Li and the others felt a huge emptiness in their hearts. After being together for a full year, the five of them had already become dependent on Yang Dingtian. With his departure, Yao Li and the others even felt that even after the end of the Great Fission, cultivation and breakthroughs were no longer very attractive. However, no matter what, Yang Dingtian still left. Yang Dingtian quickly headed north, toward the end of the second dark domain. Although he was still a little worried about the safety of Yao Li and the others, he could clearly feel that the entire world was becoming calmer and calmer. It seemed that the Great Fission was indeed coming to an end. Moreover, Yao Li also had a fourth-grade evil spirit. There wouldn't be any danger if they encountered a demon spirit, so they should be safe. Just like that, Yang Dingtian continued to head north alone. Indeed, when he was alone, even if it was the Great Fission Day, even if it was a frenzy of elemental creatures, he wouldn't be in any danger. Be it blink or invisibility, they were enough to ensure his safety. He could even easily escape if he encountered an 18th grade or 19th grade elemental creature. Moreover, when he encountered a 14th grade elemental creature that was alone, he would also kill it. Especially when he encountered a hydra, a balrog, a demon spirit, or even a stone golem. Unfortunately, such an opportunity was almost non-existent. First of all, he encountered many 14th grade elemental creatures. Even hydras, stone golems, and balrogs, he encountered who knew how many of them. However, there were almost none that were alone. These elemental creatures were basically in groups. Although it was possible that they were fighting each other, they were also in groups. At this time, if Yang Dingtian made a move to kill them, of course, he would succeed. However, it was very difficult to kill them in a short period of time. Once he was entangled by an elemental creature and the other elemental creatures attacked, the consequences would be fatal. Losing one's mind due to greed was a very, very scary thing. Although so many elemental creatures were very, very tempting, Yang Dingtian still restrained his greed at this time. Booth and the opportunity were very, very good. He definitely wouldn't make a move. And there were only two opportunities like this. This time, not only was the 14th grade stone golem alone, there were no elemental creatures within a radius of a few kilometers. Yang Dingtian used a quarter of an hour to kill it, and then used the fastest time possible to obtain its energy essence. The other time was the balrog. It was also alone, and there were no elemental creatures around it. Yang Dingtian used less than a quarter of an hour to eliminate it and obtain its energy essence. Of course, when elemental creatures fought each other, energy essences would appear. At this time, Yang Dingtian could easily obtain them. However, the reality wasn't so simple, because the moment an energy essence was exposed, it would immediately turn to ashes. Therefore, by the time you saw it and blinked over to take it, it would already be too late. Moreover, the moment an elemental creature killed its opponent, it would also devour the energy essence of its opponent. Even so, Yang Dingtian still had a lot of gains. He picked up 5 14th grade and 3 15th grade energy essences, which could be considered a small windfall. The Great Fission Day was finally coming to an end. Because the entire earth was very calm, and the cracks in the earth were gradually healing. Moreover, the darkness that covered both suns was gradually dispersing. Although the speed of dispersing was very slow, the sky was still gradually brightening, and the yang energy was slowly gaining the upper hand. This Great Fission Day that had lasted for nearly 3 days was finally coming to an end. However, the consequences for the entire second dark domain were disastrous. In this calamity, at least 80% of the elemental creatures were completely destroyed. This meant that even if the Fox Clan experts were lucky enough to survive, it would be extremely difficult to hunt them in the future. Because most of the elemental creatures were already dead. Moreover, even if the elemental creatures were lucky enough to survive, they would hide underground for a very long time, unwilling to come out, even if it would weaken them. However, the ground made them feel too insecure. Yang Dingtian could clearly see that although the Great Fission Day had not completely ended, the elemental creatures were still underground. However, the elemental creatures on the surface quickly drilled into the ground. They weren't willing to stay on the surface at all. Very quickly, there were almost no elemental creatures around Yang Dingtian. Taking advantage of this peaceful moment, Yang Dingtian dug a cave, then entered the cave and began the last energy devouring in the second dark domain, making the final breakthrough. After the breakthrough, he would go to the end of the second dark domain, then travel through the void border to the third dark domain. At this time, he had 3 14th grade energy essences that he had hunted, and 5 14th grade energy essences that he had picked up. He easily combined them into a 15th grade limit energy essence. In addition, he had 3 15th grade energy essences that he had picked up. There were 5 15th grade energy essences from the Great Taboo Day, and with the 15th grade Fire Wyrm's energy essence that he had snatched from Yao Ling, there were 9 of them. After combining 1 16th grade limit energy essence, there were only 2 left. Yang Dingtian sat down cross-legged and began to devour these 2 limit energy essences, making the final breakthrough. Boom! That familiar energy rushed into Yang Dingtian's qi. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Dingtian's qi began to expand, and expand. When it reached its limit, the qi suddenly exploded. After the energy essence of the 15th level was exhausted, Yang Dingtian's cultivation broke through to the 14th level, second rank. Next, Yang Dingtian was going to devour this energy essence of the 16th level. This really required a lot of courage. Because the difference in level was too big, when he devoured, it would have an incomparably strong impact on his profound veins and qi. When the time came, it would undoubtedly be very painful. Fiercely gritting his teeth, Yang Dingtian fiercely devoured the energy essence of the 16th level. Boom boom boom, suddenly, Yang Dingtian only saw a golden light flash in front of his eyes, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Next, it was a hellish pain, as if countless small knives were cutting his profound veins and internal organs. Although Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth and tried his best to endure, he still lost consciousness from the pain and fainted. Next, Yang Dingtian's qi quickly expanded and expanded. Soon, it reached its limit, and then it suddenly exploded. Boom! Yang Dingtian broke through to the 14th level, third rank. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yang Dingtian's qi once again expanded and expanded. Boom! The qi suddenly exploded, and Yang Dingtian broke through again, reaching the 14th level, fourth rank. Next, Yang Dingtian's qi once again expanded and expanded. Just when Yang Dingtian felt that he was about to break through to the 14th level, fifth rank, the remaining energy essence of the 16th level in his hand suddenly turned into ashes. Boom 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 boom, suddenly, there was a violent upheaval, and the sky and earth were spinning. It was as if the whole world was completely torn apart. Yang Dingtian was underground, and suddenly became a bottomless abyss. His whole body quickly fell, and was about to fall into the depths of the dark domain. At the same time, countless elemental creatures that had just burrowed into the ground once again rushed out of the ground, desperately trying to escape. While Yang Dingtian was falling rapidly, he suddenly spat out the profound flame behind him. His body rushed to the ground like lightning. What was going on? Wasn't the great fission already over? Didn't the fission of the earth stop just now? Wasn't it already peaceful? Why was there such a terrifying upheaval all of a sudden? Moreover, this wave of earth-shattering fission was even more intense than the previous 2 days. It was a complete mirror image of the apocalypse. The entire world in his eyes seemed to have been completely overturned and destroyed. The entire land had completely collapsed, turning into an endless abyss. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but raise his head. At this time, the sun had already revealed half of its light, but the other half was covered by darkness. No wonder the sky and earth were so terrifyingly overturned. It was because the darkness and twin suns entered the most intense tearing and struggle. Although the victory of the twin suns was already a foregone conclusion, this was the final and most intense counterattack of the dark energy. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's first thought was, would Yaoli and the rest encounter danger? Their team might be facing the greatest calamity of all time. Then, should he go south to rescue them? Yang Dingtian fell into hesitation. Logically speaking, Yang Dingtian shouldn't have gone down to save her. Although he was broad-minded, he wasn't broad-minded enough to go back and save her after being chased out. He would also be angry and wouldn't be able to walk away from such a thing that he had done on his own. However, compared to the lives of Yaoli, Bo Lu, and the rest, perhaps something like Face was not that important. Yaoli, Bo Lu, and the rest might have an irreplaceable role in the future apocalyptic war. At the very least, Yang Dingtian couldn't find a second person to guard the gates of the human kingdoms. Therefore, Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and still used his fastest speed to fly south. That's right, the defensive line of the 300 demon foxes fell into a huge calamity. Originally, everything had calmed down, and the great fission was about to end. In fact, Yao Lung was already planning what to do after the great fission ended, and how to deal with Yao Ming. However, when the twin suns broke free halfway, the great fission suddenly began its most frenzied counterattack. The fission of the entire world had entered the most terrifying moment. The elemental creatures that had survived completely rushed out of the ground in a frenzy. Moreover, these elemental creatures had finally ended their calamity and obtained peace with great difficulty, but when everything was destroyed, these elemental creatures went completely crazy and launched the most brutal attacks on everything around them. These elemental creatures didn't even migrate or escape. After coming to the ground, they only attacked and attacked crazily. Coincidentally, the place where the demon fox's defensive line stopped was the place with the most elemental creatures. The reason was very simple. Because this place had suffered the least damage from the great fission, the entire ground was relatively intact. Therefore, whether it was the demon fox's experts or the elemental creatures, they all chose to stay here. When the ground was overturned and swept up again, this place became the most terrifying place. Now, this defensive line of 300 was not only facing attacks from one side, but also not from two sides. They were completely surrounded. The 300 demon foxes experts attacked with all their might, but they still couldn't stop the flood of elemental creatures. Moreover, these elemental creatures seemed to be endless, and they were completely carrying out suicidal attacks. No one knew how many there were. Perhaps there were thousands, or even more. Of course, it was fortunate that these elemental creatures were not only attacking the demon fox's defensive line, but also killing each other. Otherwise, this defensive line of 300 would have been wiped out long ago. Even so, it was only a matter of time before this defensive line was wiped out. This was because the flood of elemental creatures was getting closer and closer to the defensive line. From a few 100 meters to 100 meters, to 80 meters, to 50 meters, moreover, with so many elemental creatures, it was impossible to kill them all. It was destined that the defensive line would be wiped out. Looking at the elemental creatures getting closer and closer, the 300 demon foxes experts were in complete despair. This time, they could no longer be saved. There was no hope. Perhaps, this was retribution. Retribution for chasing away the human Yang Dingtian, retribution for biting the hand that fed them. Suddenly, many people had this thought. When Yang Dingtian was heading north, this demon fox's team was also moving towards the northwest. Therefore, the distance between the two sides was about 3,000 miles. Yang Dingtian used all his strength and used the flash technique. At the fastest speed, it would take him nearly an hour to travel 3,000 miles. That's right, in less than an hour, he moved 3,000 miles. This speed was completely heaven-defying. This was already achieved by Yang Dingtian using the flash technique of the demonic spirit mist cloak without caring about the consumption of celestial qi. In less than an hour, Yang Dingtian had flashed and moved over 3,000 miles. He immediately saw the demon fox race's defensive line. 300 people were surrounded by countless elemental creatures. They were like a small boat in a stormy sea that could capsize at any moment. At this time, Yang Dingtian could no longer see the 300 people's figures because they were completely submerged. The fate of destruction was about to befall them. Yang Dingtian was really frightened by the scene. It was too scary, too crazy. This scene was very similar to the scenes in modern zombie movies. Countless zombies surrounded a car, and there were only a few humans in the car. They formed an extremely fragile defensive line and were about to be completely submerged in an instant. At this time, even if Yang Dingtian had the power of heaven and earth, he could not save the 300 demon foxes' lives. Because, there were too many elemental creatures, and it was crazy. In fact, the final crazy counterattack of the Great Fission had ended. The earth had returned to peace, but this group of elemental creatures had gone completely crazy. If they did not kill all the creatures in front of them, or if they died, this battle would not stop. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible to destroy all the elemental creatures and save the demon fox's defensive line. The only way was to break out of the encirclement. They thought that these elemental creatures were crazily killing in this area. Once they broke out of the encirclement and escaped, these elemental creatures might not chase after them. They would just continue to kill in the same place. Of course, the demon fox's experts were not stupid. They realized that the south side of the defensive line was the weakest, so they attacked the elemental creatures in the south with all their might. They wanted to break out of the encirclement and break out of the encirclement. However, even if the elemental creatures in the south were the weakest, there were still thousands of them. It was impossible to break through with just 300 demon fox's experts. Moreover, in order to break out of the encirclement, and their celestial qi was almost exhausted, so the 300 of them only attacked the south side and did not care about the back. Therefore, the elemental creatures at the back had already rushed over and started to kill the demon fox's experts crazily. Fortunately, these elemental creatures did not specialize in killing the demon foxes, and they were killing each other. Otherwise, these demon fox's experts would have been completely wiped out in a moment. Even so, these demon fox's experts were all smashed into pieces, and they died without a complete corpse. At this rate, it was absolutely impossible for them to break out of the encirclement. Very soon, they would be completely wiped out. The speed at which they killed the elemental creatures was not comparable to the speed at which they died. Therefore, even though the Great Fission was considered to have ended, the demon fox's defensive line was still facing the fate of destruction. This might be their retribution for chasing Yang Dingtian out. Yang Dingtian wanted to save the remaining demon foxes. There was only one way, and that was to tear a hole in the encirclement of the elemental creatures and let them break out of the encirclement. Moreover, it might not succeed. Yang Dingtian immediately sat down cross-legged and stuffed a large amount of Xian gathering pills into his mouth, and used the fastest speed to recover his celestial qi. Even though Yang Dingtian had already broken through to the 14th level, 4th rank, in less than 15 minutes, Yang Dingtian had already fully recovered his battle celestial qi. Then, he began to summon the million spirit demonic fire, devil spirit demonic fire, and void raging flames. He poured all the celestial qi in his body into the 3 Xian flames. The 14th level, 4th rank celestial qi energy was all poured in. Whoosh! The 3 Xian flames suddenly flew up into the sky, above the southern encirclement of the elemental creatures. Then, they fiercely collided in the air. Boom! Once again, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Then, the whole world seemed to be torn apart again. Even though the Great Fission had ended, and the two suns had regained their amazing brilliance. But Yang Dingtian's three mysterious flame lightning still completely covered the light of the two suns, and it was so bright that it temporarily blinded people. That kind of extreme brilliance was completely indescribable, and it had turned all the images into nothingness. At this time, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was already at the 14th level, 4th rank. So the three mysterious flame lightning at this time, its power was almost at the 19th level, and it was completely unparalleled. In addition, the energy attribute of the three mysterious flame lightning seemed to be so special. Now, even Yang Dingtian couldn't figure out what kind of energy it was. Swoosh! Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the dense group of elemental creatures was suddenly swept away. Hundreds of elemental creatures were all turned into ashes. In an instant, the encirclement in the south was suddenly emptied. Hundreds of elemental creatures were instantly killed. And many masters of the Demon Fox clan were also violently vomiting blood and were directly sent flying. This time, even though they were far away, there were still many masters of the Demon Fox clan who were directly sent flying. At this time, the encirclement in the south of the group of elemental creatures was completely broken. Even though there were still dozens of elemental creatures above the 15th level, the number was very small, and they couldn't form an encirclement at all. Most importantly, after the three mysterious flame lightning burst out, the elemental creatures that were madly killing were suddenly suppressed by this terrifying energy. Even the high-level elemental creatures that were still lucky enough to survive fell into a state of desperate trembling. Suddenly, the whole battlefield fell into a temporary silence. Yaolong was suddenly stunned, and then his whole body and mind shook violently. Yang Dingtian had come, when the celestial chi of all the masters of the Demon Fox clan was completely exhausted, and they were about to be wiped out. He appeared, and directly opened a gap with the extremely powerful three mysterious flame lightning, and made countless elemental creatures fall into a state of temporary trembling and pause. However, just a few hours ago, the entire Demon Fox clan had just turned their backs on him and expelled him. Later, when the Great Fission counterattacked at the last moment, he still didn't care about the past and rushed over thousands of miles to save them. Immediately, even the despicable and shameless Yaolong from before was completely unable to describe the feeling in his heart. He could only loudly roar, "Everyone, break through!" After that, the remaining half of the Demon Fox clan experts took advantage of the fact that the elemental creatures were still in a daze to escape from the encirclement and flee towards the northwest. Soon, the countless elemental creatures woke up. However, the number of Fox clan experts who came to chase after them was very small. The first thing they did when they woke up was to continue to madly kill each other. They had to fight to the death before they stopped. Just like that, the Demon Fox clan's defensive line, which had already exhausted all of their profound chi and was facing destruction, broke out of the encirclement under Yang Dingtian's crucial strike and escaped with their lives. Even though half of them had died in the chaotic battlefield, they were not completely wiped out. After running for a full 100 miles, Yaolong led the team to stop and roared loudly, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I know you're nearby. Please come out and accept our apology." After escaping, all the Demon Fox clan experts felt the value of life even more. Just now, they were really at the end of their rope and didn't have much profound chi left. If Yang Dingtian had taken action a few minutes later, they might have been completely wiped out. And at this time, the Demon Fox clan experts who didn't understand Yang Dingtian before finally understood how heaven-defying this human was. They were really regretting in their hearts that they didn't listen to Yaolong's words and contribute all of their energy essence to help Yang Dingtian become stronger. If they had done that, they wouldn't have faced such a tragic end. They would have already broken out of the encirclement and wouldn't have died at all. But it was too late to regret now. And fortunately, Yang Dingtian's tolerance and benevolence saved half of their lives. Otherwise, they would have all been turned into ashes and lost all their rights. After hearing Yaolong's shout, Yang Dingtian didn't have any response. Yaolong looked coldly at Yao Ming and said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I know you're angry. It's this stupid and despicable Yao Ming who offended you and caused our Demon Fox clan to suffer such a calamity. We'll make him kneel and beg you to let him be pierced by a sword as punishment." When he said this, Yao Li's brother, the Golden Ah clan's young master Yao Ming's expression changed. However, almost everyone's gazes were directed at him, and no one publicly supported him. Because it was indeed because of Yao Ming's despicable and stupid actions that the Demon Fox clan suffered such terrible losses. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Yao Ming had committed a great crime and should beg for forgiveness. After a while, Yang Dingtian broke the silence and said loudly, "Your Excellency Yao Lung, I'm a human. It's not convenient for me to interfere in the matters of Little Western Paradise. Moreover, it's only right for me to help. In the face of a calamity, all races are the same. Saving Little Western Paradise today is to save humanity tomorrow." Yao Lung said happily, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, please show yourself." Yang Dingtian said, "I'm not used to saying goodbye. I feel very unnatural. Since I've already said goodbye once, there's no need to say goodbye again. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly flashed north and disappeared without a trace. The Demon Fox clan's experts were left in a complete mess. Yao Lung looked in the direction Yang Dingtian disappeared and said loudly, "Don't worry, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I'll definitely protect Yao Li and Yao Li." However, he didn't get any response from Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian went north, north, and north. At this time, the second dark domain had completely returned to normal. However, not a single elemental creature could be seen. No matter if it was day or night, there was no trace of them. Although the sky and earth were turned upside down, although the earth was torn apart with countless cracks and abysses. However, after a few days of exposure to the sun, magma once again filled all the cracks and abysses. Soon, the second dark domain had completely returned to its previous hard, flat ground. In fact, the ground was even harder than before and filled with the characteristics of metal. Moreover, the entire ground seemed to have sunk a lot, and the gravity had obviously increased. That's right, after the Great Fission, the second dark domain had taken another step closer to death, and another step closer to the continent of death. Although some of the Demon Fox clan's experts had survived the Great Fission, it was obvious that they would face a disaster soon. The results of their hunt might be so low that it would make one's hair stand on end. For a very long time, the elemental creatures wouldn't come to the surface. Moreover, less than 20% of the elemental creatures in the second dark domain were left. The rest had all died in the Great Fission. And these Demon Fox clan experts still had to stay in the dark domain for close to 200 years. In the face of a fruitless hunt, the situation might become very crazy. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to break through half-life as soon as possible, obtain the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, discover the whereabouts of Shiwu Piaoyan, and then return to the second dark domain with Yao Li and the others as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This dark domain was really big. Yang Dingtian kept going north, 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 and north, towards the end of the second dark domain. You can go west or north. As long as you don't go east or south, you can reach the end of the second dark domain. Finally, after traveling 50,000 kilometers, or 80,000 kilometers, from the depths of the second dark domain, he reached the end of the second dark domain. Finally, Yang Dingtian saw the familiar border of the abyss once again. It was still the bizarre light and shadows of the vast land, and it was still the most mysterious place in the world. This was the border of the abyss, the transition zone where the continent gradually walked towards death. It was the abyss of demons that devoured one continent. Anything and any life that entered would be completely annihilated. And this border of the abyss was also the source of energy for the void fire. Yang Dingtian first sat down cross-legged, swallowed a qi-gathering pill, and recovered his battle qi. After recovering his battle qi, Yang Dingtian turned his head, and took one last look at the second dark domain. He had stayed here for almost a year, and had achieved his greatest breakthrough here. He had broken through from the 9th level to the 14th level, 4th rank. It was a rather satisfactory result. If he could find the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship in the third dark domain, then breaking through to the 15th level of the half-saint realm should not be a problem. As long as he broke through to the half-saint realm, his mission of cultivation this time would be considered complete. Taking a deep breath of non-existent air, Yang Dingtian summoned a void blaze, and then released it directly into the border of the abyss. Soon, a familiar scene played out again. The void blaze began to split into black and white flames, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 48 into 8, 80 into 16. Just like that, it seemed to split endlessly. In the end, Yang Dingtian could see that all the bizarre illusions at the border of the abyss had disappeared, leaving behind countless black and white flames. After splitting to the limit, the black and white flames began to merge, and became a transparent void blaze. Then, the entire border of the abyss had completely turned into a huge transparent crystal. Yang Dingtian took another deep breath of non-existent air, and then jumped down. Immediately, as if he had entered a space-time tunnel, he continued to shuttle. The entire time had come to a standstill. It was as if he was shuttling, but also as if he was falling. Perhaps it was only an instant, or perhaps a long time had passed. The shuttling ended, and the falling ended. Yang Dingtian had passed through the border of the abyss, and arrived at the third dark domain. This should be the place where he broke through to the half-saint realm, and also the final destination of his cultivation. After passing through the border of the abyss, Yang Dingtian saw the third dark domain at first glance, and he was completely shocked. End of chapter 822. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.